everybody. Welcome back. It is 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. out west. If you're just opening your eyes out west and having a cup of coffee, we got some news for you. We are in the middle of new vote counting, new totals coming in by the hour, by the minute, actually, in the battlegrounds of Arizona and Nevada.
Of course, those are just 2 of the 6 states in the presidential race that remain too close to call now, 3 days after the election. And we've had a lot of action overnight. The top line didn't change, the 253 to 214, but a lot of developments, and Pennsylvania is the biggie because this morning Joe Biden has taken a small lead there, and there is still vote to be counted there. Joe Biden also took a lead in Georgia overnight. There's still vote to be counted there, but look how tight that margin is. It's a hair of the chinny chin chin, as they used to say in the old fairy tale. And the Secretary of State in Georgia has just announced there will be a recount there. No surprise whatsoever. We've got Casey standing by here to help us analyze it. Chuck is living over here at the wall. And Chuck, it's 11 o'clock out east, 9 o'clock in the Mountain West. Arizona is about to, Maricopa County, reveal the results of their all-nighter. At the county election center, they were counting all night long, and they're going to release that momentarily.
Right. We expect 75,000, approximately 75,000 ballots. This first batch that they expect to be able to include in the vote totals and process by 9 o'clock this morning. Well, their time, it is now 9:01 in Phoenix. So
hit refresh.
We got it here. Oh, it refreshes on its own. That was I think that happened a few times last night. I went, but the numbers, and there the numbers are changing as we speak. So I'm going to go to the statewide total here because this is what will matter. Keep an eye on this vote margin here. Of the 75,000, the president, we know there are about 280,000 total votes to count. The president needs to win approximately a 59% clip of those ballots. So if 75,000 are coming in, so just watch this number as this comes in. Does Joe Biden's lead drop below? It's already dropped a little bit. Does it drop below 33,000?
That number right there, that's we didn't just get new vote right this second, did we?
We got new vote, just a few seconds ago. No, we've gotten a little bit, and the president has narrowed. It's not all of it. That's what I was saying. So
how much did it narrow?
It narrowed it, I think, by about 3,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's about what it looked like.
My memory served there just now. So, but the point is this: out of the 75,000. If the president has narrowed this deficit to, say, about 33 or less, then he's continuing the 59% clip.
Statewide. If he gets statewide down to 33,000, then he's winning at the pace he needs to win.
If this margin is say, and I'm going to say 35,000 or north of that, then you're going to start to see that the president has a math problem and it could come up short. But I'll tell you this: I don't think we're going to hit. I'm skeptical that we hit a 99.5% threshold to be able to characterize Arizona today. I am more confident that Pennsylvania and Nevada could have some resolution today. Less confident that we're going to get resolution in Arizona, but that doesn't mean we'll see when all of it comes in, because in about an hour we're going to get New Nevada vote. And it's all going. Most of it's going to be coming out of Clark County. The expectation is that it will be skew heavily towards Joe Biden. The first batch yesterday did. These are vote by mail. He expanded his lead yesterday. The question's going to be, is it enough to make it mathematically impossible for any of these rural counties that don't have as many votes that any of that could overcome? So we could hit our 99.5% threshold in Nevada sometime.
And since we're at the top of the hour, can we check out the other states for folks who are just waking up?
Of course. So here we are in Pennsylvania. We're waiting approximately 100,000 ballots, somewhere in that. We think there's 20,000 more to be processed out of Philadelphia. We think there's another 20,000 in the Philly suburbs here in those 4 counties. We know there's 30 to 35,000 ballots that can't even really get processed till after 5 p.m. in Allegheny County. The question is, are we going to get to a mathematical point where we hit the 99.5% threshold? The recount provision in Pennsylvania, it would basically be it's 1/2 of 1%. That would be 33. If Joe Biden's lead is approximately about 33,000 or less, that puts it in that recount window. our models indicate that his lead is likely to be greater than that his lead is likely to be outside any sort of recount window. That doesn't mean a campaign can't figure that out. So these ballots have been coming in at a steady pace. I don't want to call it a gusher, and it's because these are vote-by-mail ballots, and you have to spend some time getting them. So I do think we're going to finally get some ballots and some resolution, but right now we're just not at a threshold to say for sure that lead wouldn't, that outcome wouldn't change. And of course, just to remind you, this is Georgia. And look, for the recount, Jeremy Bash, who we just had on, who was a veteran of the Gore recount, you know, if memory serves, the first final Florida tally was in the I want to say it was in that 1,500 range, if I'm not mistaken. And essentially, all that recount got it down to 537. So the point is, you can overcome 1,000. Maybe you can overcome 1,500. It is tough to overcome anything that's in 5 figures. Yeah. And so whether that's Wisconsin,
the situation in Wisconsin where
it could be the situation in Nevada, could be the situation in Arizona, could be the situation in Pennsylvania. In Georgia, we're going to be, again, I love this line, you know, the margin's got to be the size of a large high school. Still, this margin matters. If it's 2,500, 3,000 for Joe Biden, frankly, that's pretty hard to overcome, believe it or not. Very narrow, but pretty hard. But if it's 1,500, 1,200, 1,100, you know, that is clerical error territory. So, and we don't know what the full overseas ballot picture is. Could be as many. We think there's about 4,000 ballots to process total, and an additional maximum of another 8 overseas. But, you know, again, this is one that will never reach our 99.5% threshold.
Will you go back to Arizona and hit refresh?
Until the state certifies it.
Can you maniacally hit refresh and see if we got anything else?
Did it change again?
That hasn't changed.
It hasn't? Oh.
It hasn't changed.
I know.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Should we go to Kristen?
Let's go to Kristen Welker. Yeah, she's.
You want to put a camera on it? You know, we're
Yes,
literally
please.
just right there.
You'll always be in a squeeze box right down there. All right, let's go to Joe Biden's headquarters in Delaware. Hey, Kristen.
Hi, Hoda and Savannah. Good morning, guys. Well, the words coming out of the Biden campaign this morning, elated and confident, emboldened by what they are seeing in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, even though that continues to be a razor-tight race. I am told that they had a campaign call earlier today where staffers were, frankly, quite jubilant about what they were seeing in these returns. However, Biden himself, we are told, is watching and waiting patiently for the final count to see if, in fact, there is a count. This is, of course, something he has wanted to do for the better part of 3 decades. And so the thinking is, what's waiting a few more hours? We're also told that if we do hear from Vice President Biden, that would only come if there is a final call, and it would come in prime time tonight. He's going to hit some of the themes that we've heard him hit throughout his campaign: unity, trying to bring the country together. Now, the Biden campaign also responding to some of the defiance that we've heard from the Trump campaign, the president signaling that he has no plans to concede no matter what happens here. Biden campaign spokesperson Andrew Bates says this. I'm going to read you what the statement that he put out this morning. He says, quote, "As we said on July 19th, the American people will decide this election, and the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House." So that is the official messaging coming from the Biden campaign at this hour. It is worth noting that Biden campaigned in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, in the closing days of this election. And even though he was getting some criticism from Democratic allies who thought he wasn't being aggressive enough on the campaign trail, he did spend quite a bit of time in Pennsylvania, making 14 stops there, including stops during the final day of the campaign. Scranton, Pennsylvania, of course, that is where he was born. Philadelphia, to drive up the vote among those all-important African-American voters. And if, in fact, he does wind up pulling out a victory in that make-or-break state, it will underscore the reasoning behind that strategy. So wait-and-see mode here in Delaware. Hoda and Savannah.
All right, Kristen, stay right there. Let's go to Peter Alexander. He's at the White House. Peter, what are you hearing?
Yeah, Savannah, it's becoming increasingly clear, at least what the public posture is, the strategy that we're getting from those in and around this White House and the campaign. Basically claim fraud in spite of there being no evidence of that to this point, and don't cede an inch on that. Right now at the campaign headquarters, just a matter of miles away from here, across the Potomac River in Virginia, we're told that the mood is effectively grim but determined. There's certainly a sense of dejection among some of the more senior folks who have either worked for this president or are allies of his, recognizing that their path to victory is shrinking, if it exists at all at this point. But again, they are holding out hope, certainly publicly. The campaign putting out a statement that demonstrated that defiance a little bit earlier, saying that this race is not over, saying that when all the legal votes were counted, as they insist, that the president will be reelected. And while the president has only sent out a single tweet today complaining about some coverage he was seeing on one of the conservative channels on Fox Business, where they were talking about voter issues in Philadelphia. Again, there's no evidence of any of those having taken place at this point. We know that he is paying attention to the coverage right now. And Larry Kudlow, one of his top economic advisors, was here just a matter of moments ago talking to reporters about his conversation with the president this morning, saying that the president, in his words, intends to fight. Kayleigh McEnany, a campaign advisor, but more notably the White House press secretary, on television this morning describing the idea that the president would concede or would lose as a hypothetical. And in one of my conversations with a former official, someone who is still close to the campaign, this person said that there has been no conversation about concession, no expectation that anyone's going to initiate that conversation with this president anytime soon. As you saw from the president in that briefing room yesterday, he unloaded those conspiracy theories and those false claims of fraud and corruption taking place as he looks at the vote count, as his lead is evaporated. Now he's behind, of course, in Pennsylvania. And it reminds me, as an advisor said to me earlier today, of the situation, a matter of years ago, even after the 2016 vote, where the president won the Electoral College, he didn't accept the voting results nationwide, insisting that at least 3 to 5 million ballots had been cast illegally, specifically in California, launching that voting commission to look into the fraud that he claimed existed. But of course, as we've noted here this morning, it disbanded without any evidence of that. Savannah and Hoda.
Peter, we want to check in with Chuck real quick. We got about a minute to check in on Arizona.
We crunched all the numbers. 61,000 ballots have been added to Maricopa County. The president only netted 3,000. He only won about 52% of the ballots. So
what does that mean?
What it means is if we do some back of the envelope math, depending on how many ballots,
right?
he needed 59.
He needed to win 59% of the ballots that have just been counted.
Overall. No, just overall. He needed to average that. Okay. My point is he only got 52%. So what this means is we're looking at maybe another 150,000 ballots to count. Well, this means now he's got to win 63% of the remaining ballots. What happens is exactly the math keeps getting steeper. So this was a very big curiosity. These were same day people that dropped off those ballots on the same day, and it did not break as well as the Trump folks thought it might.
Okay, we continue to stay on it. We're expecting more numbers out of Arizona, more numbers out of Nevada, more numbers out of Pennsylvania. We got a recount going in Georgia eventually. We will continue to watch these 6 battleground states. We'll come back on the air as news warrants throughout the day. You can find more right now on MSNBC, NBCNews.com. Most of you now return to the Today Show. This has been an NBC News Special Report. I'm Savannah Guthrie in New York.
Good morning, everyone. You've just been watching an NBC News Special Report, and now we return to a special extended edition of Morning News Now. As there is news in the presidential race, no new calls, but we do have some new information developing this morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Of course, the electoral votes, they're where they were before, still 253 for Joe Biden. But Pennsylvania, we've seen a big change this morning. You can see if you went to bed last night and Joe Biden was trailing in Pennsylvania, well, this morning he is now up in Pennsylvania, leading by 6,800 votes over Donald Trump. You can see about 95% of the vote is in. There are still a lot of ballots to count in Pennsylvania, probably more than 100,000 ballots there. But overwhelmingly, the ballots that are being counted here over the past couple days have been going toward Joe Biden.
Also, in the early hours of this morning, Joe Biden pulled ahead in the state of Georgia. You can see an even smaller difference here in this state, him leading by just 1,586 votes at this point, with 99% of the vote in. There are estimates that there are over 8,000 outstanding votes still to count, and we will continue to bring you that information as soon as we have any updates from the state of Georgia.
And I think we saw they just updated Georgia. There's only like 4,000 votes left to count in Georgia
There
now.
we go.
So it just keeps getting smaller and smaller. To Arizona, you can see we did just get some new numbers out of Maricopa County in Arizona. President Trump did get a little bit closer. He now trails Joe Biden by about 43,000 votes, but Joe Biden still holds on to the lead there in Arizona, also a very vital state when it comes to those 11 electoral votes. We'll delve into the details of those new numbers that just came out moments ago, coming up here in just a moment.
We will now bring in Mark Murray, senior political editor for NBC News, to help us dive into all these numbers and all of these updates in these states. Mark, I'd love to start with Pennsylvania. It's the one where we've just most recently seen this new lead for former Vice President Joe Biden. Tell us where we're at, what votes we're still expecting, and where that lead came from.
Well, what's been happening over the last 24 hours in Pennsylvania is that you've just been seeing all the mail-in ballots, and not only in Democratic strongholds, but also in counties that President Trump ended up winning. And they are breaking decisively for Joe Biden. And so that has actually pulled him into what is a very narrow lead. It's so narrow that NBC News cannot call this race at this point. As you ended up showing, this is too close to call. But there's still a sizable number of ballots throughout the state. We know of about 20,000 still in the Philadelphia city area. There are ballots still in the Philadelphia suburbs. And then importantly, there are about 35,000 ballots in Allegheny County, which is in Pittsburgh. And you kind of all add them up. And if Joe Biden ends up winning all these counties and more by the clips that he's been winning the mail-in ballots, he's going to really build onto his lead. And so that, I think, is the story to watch over the next few hours in Pennsylvania. Does this 7,000 vote lead for Joe Biden become much, much bigger?
And I think what's key, Mark, is that we expect in some of the blue areas of Pennsylvania that those votes that are coming in as mail-in votes have been overwhelming for Joe Biden. But it's not just the blue areas, even the red areas, these mail-in votes seem to be helping Biden, right?
Absolutely. And we saw that from our polling, that Democrats were much more likely to cast their ballots by mail than Republicans who wanted to wait on Election Day. And Pennsylvania has a situation where they don't have early vote centers. Your options, if you're a Pennsylvania voter, was to cast your ballot by mail or wait until Election Day. And in a lot of ways, that disproportionately impacted the Democrats because fears for COVID or other things, they actually wanted to participate by mail. And so we are seeing that play out in real time, Joe, as you've mentioned, just not in urban Democratic areas, but all across the state.
Now, Mark, I want to talk about Georgia in just a moment. But before we do, I want to just quickly ask you here, just sort of from an NBC News decision desk perspective, what's it going to take to call this state, and when can we expect something like that?
So our decision desk doesn't call a race until there's a 99.5% chance of certainty that that lead won't diminish at all. It's a really high bar. And throughout this election cycle and all other election cycles I've been involved with at NBC, we're not going to call a race until we know the math is done. We don't want to be first. We want to be right. And so our decision desk is being incredibly cautious. But Savannah, to your point, if there becomes a situation in which Joe Biden's lead becomes so large that it gets in that 99.5% certainty level, well, that's when you'd actually be ready to have a call from NBC News. We are not there yet. It's important to note we are still counting the ballots. We're not assuming anything. I'm just giving you kind of guidance on how this vote has broken down over the last 24 hours. It's been in Joe Biden's direction, but I think it's the right move for us to kind of wait to continue to count this vote and actually to make sure that all the math lines up.
And Mark, I'm going to point out in just the course where we've been talking to you in Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's lead now is now 9,000 votes. It was about 6,800 when we just came on the air a few minutes ago. So in increments, Joe Biden is continuing to extend that lead there in Pennsylvania. Let's talk for a moment now about Georgia. That's the other state where early, kind of in the overnight hours, Joe Biden took the lead. Last I checked, he's up by about 1,500 votes there. So it is much tighter there. What are you looking for in Georgia?
Well, number one, it looks like we're destined for some kind of recount. In fact, the Secretary of State of Georgia said this presidential contest is going to a recount. in that kind of vote margin of 1,500 votes or so, that is essentially a tied race where errors, when you end up having kind of recounts, when you kind of go by, that is within the margin of error of a contest that you end up having. Here is, though, there is still some vote remaining. In Gwinnett County, one of the counties of the Atlantic suburbs, there still is some outstanding votes, some 3,000 votes. And again, those ballots that have been outstanding have been breaking in Joe Biden's direction. There's another sizable patch of ballots from Cherokee County. That's more of a Republican stronghold. So that's something to watch. And then we have the mail-in ballots from military personnel who are serving overseas. We have no idea how that's going to break. We actually don't even know how big that batch is going to be. But that's also a factor, too, now that we've come into a situation where, it is such a small lead. Obviously, things did change where Joe Biden is now in the lead in that state, but it is way too close.
All right, Mark, before we move on to Arizona, just a quick question about something that you just said there. As you mentioned, we've heard from the Secretary of State that a recount is likely. Tell us just a tiny bit about that process, what that's going to mean for when we would know something definitive out of the state of Georgia.
Yeah, and so they just announced it, and the process would end up being that they'd have to actually go through every vote and see that all the math lines up. And as I was telling you, if this Joe Biden lead remains 1,500 votes or so, sometimes that margin could actually be made up in a recount. We just don't know how it's going to go. But I will say that Georgia is going to be really busy over the next 2 months. Not only would you end up having a recount in this presidential election, but there's also going to be likely 2 runoff Senate races that could end up deciding the fate of the United States Senate. And so election personnel in Georgia, political operatives, candidates, and the political media, we're still going to be busy in Georgia over the next 2 months.
And Mark, we actually have a little bit of breaking news here right now. We have this Arizona Senate special election has been called. The projected winner here, according to the NBC News decision desk, is Mark Kelly. This is a gain for Democrats in the Senate. He beat out incumbent Martha McSally.
And this is a perfect segue for us because we were about to talk with you about Arizona. But the reason this happened is because we just got some vote count in Maricopa County. It wasn't all the vote remaining in Maricopa County, but it was a little bit. And it sort of told us a story where Republicans didn't really make the gains they were hoping to make, right? What can you tell us about this, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the presidential contest, you're exactly right. There's a new dump of ballots from Maricopa County. As we've been talking about over the last 24 to 36 hours, for President Trump to be able to make up the deficit against Joe Biden, he was going to have to win the remaining ballots in the state by about 58, 59%, get that kind of percentage. Well, what ended up happening in the latest ballot dropout in Maricopa County, President Trump ended up winning those ballots by about 52 or 53%. That's just not going to be able to cut it in the math. And actually makes the math much steeper for all the remaining ballots in Maricopa County as well as the rest of the state. And as you saw as a consequence, because the math got tougher for President Trump, it got even tougher for Martha McSally, the appointed Republican senator who's running against Mark Kelly in that Senate race. And that was the reason why you saw that projection by the NBC decision desk. And Mark Kelly does give Democrats their second gain for a second pickup. It's an overall +1 gain for them. Still a very disappointing night. And kind of talking about the Georgia contests that are going to go into overtime on the Senate race, that still gives Democrats their opportunity to win a Senate majority. They're going to have to win both. It's going to be a difficult political environment for them. But Mark Kelly's victory there at least gives Democrats the math to still have the Senate in contention in those January runoffs in Georgia.
And what's really stunning to note is that Arizona, this traditionally red state, now has 2 Democratic senators, which is pretty extraordinary. We want to go to Arizona right now. We're going to bring in NBC News' Gadi Schwartz, who is there. Gadi, obviously, it looks like you're in front of the counting area, surrounded by Trump supporters, but we just have the breaking news right now that Mark Kelly is projected to win. He's been ahead throughout. But what is some of the reaction you're expecting from Arizona in the wake of this news?
Well, I think the most important thing is that people are talking about whether or not Arizona is going to go blue. At this point, we can definitely say that Arizona is no longer a red state in and of itself. We're talking about two different senators that are now Democrats, and that is something that hasn't been done in decades. It's been over half a century, in fact. So we haven't gotten reaction from some of the supporters here. That was just called. But yesterday, we saw that lead between Mark Kelly to about 100,000 votes. So he was leading Martha McSally by 100,000. Now with the latest dump that just came out, that was about 60,000 more ballots. That pushed it over the edge, and that margin was just insurmountable. At this point, though, what is still unclear is how the presidential race is going to go. We know that President Trump did pick up some votes. He closed that gap by about 3,000 votes. Is that enough to beat the sizable lead that Joe Biden has right now? At this point, it is still unclear. Right now, we do know that they are still counting votes inside. We did a little bit of math. Everyone's trying to figure out exactly how many votes the president would need. It's very complicated, and it's going to depend on all the different data dumps and all the different returns that we get here. But the math that is giving us a little bit of hope is that right now it looks like we still need 142,000 votes to be processed here at the Maricopa County Election Center. So doing some number crunching, we've seen them do 70% or 70,000 ballots each time. So we could see a return by the end of today. If they do two more batches of about 70,000 ballots, we could have answers here in Maricopa County. Back to you guys.
Now, Mark, I want to bring you back into this conversation. Gadi, stay with us as well as we talk now about this recent projection from NBC News, Mark Kelly winning this seat. As you've just mentioned a moment ago, Joe, this does mean now that the state has these two Democratic senators. Now, Martha McSally, who was the incumbent here, who we're projecting Mark Kelly has just beat out. We had recently seen her on stage with President Trump when he sort of rushed her off. She also had been going for that other more senior senator seat, which Kyrsten Sinema beat her out for. So we've been watching some trouble here for Martha McSally. But now that we actually have this projection, we were just discussing a moment ago the House. Let's just remind viewers here, excuse me, the Senate. Let's remind viewers here that Democrats would need a gain of 3 if they have the White House, a gain of 4 if they do not. So now with where we're looking like where the presidential race is going, we do not have a call there. But Mark, let's kind of just set the scene for what this means for the Senate right now, what this means for how Democrats can be feeling.
So the math is still there for Democrats to be able to take control of the United States Senate, but it's going to be really difficult. Mark Kelly's victory gives Democrats 2 pickups. They ended up losing the Alabama Senate race. So overall, they're at +1. And Savannah, as you mentioned, the math was actually for them to be at +3 plus winning the White House. So Democrats' path to a Senate majority is to be able to win the 2 remaining runoffs in Georgia. We know one of those Georgia Senate races is definitely going to a runoff. It's very likely the other one as well if the math currently holds there. And if then Democrats do win those 2 Georgia runoffs, they end up getting the 50-50 tie in the United States Senate with the vice president casting the tie-breaking vote, giving Democrats the majority. If that actually ends up occurring, though, is a whole different conversation because Democrats, while they had success in Georgia in this presidential contest, although it's still a really close race headed likely to a recount, to be able to pull off something like that in a January runoff, having 2 victories in the Senate won't be easy at all. So the math is still there for Democrats. The path just isn't a slam dunk.
Mark, if someone had told you 2.5 years ago that Arizona would have 2 Democratic senators and might also go for the Democratic candidate in a presidential election, what would you have said?
Probably not. But what we've seen is just a really fascinating political transformation in Arizona. And Joe, actually, it started in 2016 when Hillary Clinton lost the state in the 2016 presidential election by just 3 percentage points. And it started to get closer and closer every cycle. And, you know, there are a lot of different factors of this. One is Maricopa County, which we've been talking about, the growth of that, how Democrats have performed in the suburbs and urban areas has transferred over to Arizona. The other component it, I'd actually argue, is like the politics of John McCain. And of course, his feud with President Trump, how President Trump treated him even after he passed away, certainly didn't create a whole lot of allies for President Trump or the Republicans in that state. And so we ended up seeing Cindy McCain, the widow of John McCain, end up endorsing Joe Biden in this contest. So a lot of the internal Republican politics have been kind of fraught as well, too. And so I do think that this has been very good news for Democrats over the last two election cycles, the 2018 midterms and now. But the question is, how does this go going forward? If President Trump is no longer President Trump, if Democrats continue not to do all that well in the suburbs, that maybe, politics doesn't always happen permanently, that these kind of gains aren't necessarily foreseen over the next 20 years. But at least right now, this is indicative of how well Democrats have done in urban areas and suburban America. And because that Maricopa County is so big as a proportion of the whole state, if you're winning Maricopa County, you're going to win the state.
Mark, right before we came on the air, we were really thinking we were focusing for a little bit on Pennsylvania and Georgia. That's in fact still what our banner says there. Biden takes the lead in Pennsylvania and Georgia. But Arizona, there's a lot going on right now between this Senate seat that we just called. And also, I want to dig in a little bit more on the presidential numbers in Maricopa County. Now, the president, and you're the numbers guy here, we've established that, at least me, Joe can speak for himself, not very good at math. But let's talk a little bit about what the president would need here. We knew that the pace before this was he was needing to keep about 59% of all remaining votes coming out of Maricopa County there. Is he meeting that with these numbers that we're seeing? It looks like he's fallen a little bit below. And what does that mean we're kind of keeping an eye out for with the next batch of numbers that are released?
Correct. So, yes, he has fallen below that pace. Over the last 24 to 36 hours, we've noted the math shows that President Trump needs to get about 59% share of the remaining ballots. And over the last several dumps up until this morning's, President Trump was hitting that mark. And basically that mark gets us almost to a tied race, or at least the possibility that President Trump can bring this kind of to an even Steven contest, the deficit that he currently faces. But what ended up happening this morning in this big Maricopa dump, and there's still going to be more of them, but that his share was around 52, 53%. And the brutal math is that by him underperforming is that for the next batches, it's going to be now higher than 59%. It's going to be in the 60s for President Trump to be able to narrow that. It's the brutal fact of the math. And it is possible that maybe the next batches are going to be so much more friendly to President Trump. We just haven't seen those kind of numbers. And it's very possible that that current 52, 53% share kind of holds constant. So President Trump's ability to be able to come into and even up this contest really did take a hit this morning. We're going to have to break down the math. I'm happy to break down the math for you guys the rest of the day, even if we get some more. But this was not good news for President Trump if he wants to be able to carry Arizona.
Let's take a look at the bigger picture here. We know that there are multiple paths right now for Joe Biden to victory, and right now he's got leads in basically most of those paths. Pennsylvania's ball game right there. If he wins Pennsylvania, it's over. And obviously he has the lead there now. And there's thoughts that he's going to expand upon that lead. But what are all the different paths right now? And are we on the verge of perhaps a situation where Biden wins well above 270?
Yes. So Pennsylvania is the most direct path. And of course, after Joe Biden ended up taking the lead in the Keystone State, that is what to watch for as those votes continue to be able to come in. And if all of a sudden we find Joe Biden with a lead in the tens of thousands, that's the point where mathematically it's going to be really hard to see how he does not win the state. As far as his other paths go, even if you took away Pennsylvania, that the other path that he ends up getting to 270 electoral college votes is by winning Arizona and also holding on to Nevada. And I'm sure we're going to talk about Nevada soon, but that also gets you there. And then, Joe, as you mentioned, if somehow Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, he wins Nevada, he wins Arizona, and he wins Georgia, well, that'd put him at 306 electoral college votes, which is exactly the same number that President Trump ended up winning in 2016. And I do think that if Joe Biden ends up there, and again, it's an if, and we're going to have to wait a while, particularly in Georgia, I do think that it actually could end up kind of recasting views and perceptions of this presidential contest, which on the, at the very first hours on election night, after it seemed that after Joe Biden did not win in Florida, after North Carolina looked really difficult for Democrats, I do think there was this perception that Democrats really underperformed, that they, did not do well. It's going to be interesting to see as we continue to count the popular vote, as we continue to count the electoral college votes, if that perception kind of shifts in the other direction.
Now, Mark, let's go to Nevada. You just mentioned it. Let's bring up that board if we can. This is a state that we have not heard much new information from, but it's still a very interesting one for us to be watching. And depending on which path, like you said, like Joe mentioned, Pennsylvania right there, sort of that is what Biden needs. But let's put that on hold for a minute. Talk about these other places where he does have a lead, but that could change with what's outstanding. And in Nevada, that is the case. We are waiting for outstanding votes, only 91% of that in.
And Mark, we should note right now, and I don't know if you can see this, I'm guessing new numbers came out in Nevada because Joe Biden just doubled his lead there, and he is now up by 22,000 in Nevada.
We're reading this ourselves off of this board.
It was 11,000 a few minutes ago, so I'm guessing we knew Clark County was expected to drop some ballots. I don't know how many at this point, but it looks like Joe Biden's lead now is bigger, twice as much in Nevada.
Pretty much doubled, yeah.
Exactly. It was after yesterday, Joe Biden had an 11,000 vote lead in Nevada. Now it's at 22,000. To me, that's the sign that more of the Clark County ballots are coming in, and they're going in Joe Biden's direction. And John Ralston, the great Nevada journalist who's an MSNBC and NBC contributor, has said, look, most of the ballots that are still to be counted are coming from Clark County, that these are probably more Democratic-leaning ballots. And what do we see in this latest dump? Probably exactly that. And to me, that is, I think, kind of a good guidepost over the remaining ballots to count in Nevada. If it is still coming from Clark County, if it is still breaking in Joe Biden's direction, that's good news for Joe Biden.
Mark, thank you so much. We will definitely keep coming back to you in the next hour or so. I want to now bring in Blayne Alexander, who is in Atlanta. Let's dig into some of these Georgia numbers, Blayne. So we're hearing some disputing accounts of how many votes exactly are left. And no matter what, we really don't know how many are left because of those military and overseas ballots still being able to be accepted through the end of the evening. So walk us through where we're at and what the current state of affairs is in Georgia.
Okay, so let's first start with the biggest news, which is that there will be a recount. There is going to be a recount. That's something that's going to happen. The Secretary of State confirmed what we almost assuredly knew because the margin is so razor thin. So the number of votes right now left, the number of outstanding votes statewide, according to the Secretary of State's office, is 4,169 votes. So they're saying that those are the number that's still left, essentially, to be uploaded to the system. Now, on top of that, there are a couple of other pools. Let me break down these numbers for you. 8,900. That's the number of overseas and military ballots that we could see today. It's as many as 8,900. That means that that's how many there are out there to be returned, but certainly no guarantee that we'll see that many. Now, as long as they're received by today, those can be counted as well. The other pot of ballots we're talking about are cured ballots. Now, those are people who had an absentee ballot rejected for any number of reasons. Perhaps they had an issue with a signature or whatever it is. They have until the end of the day to, as it's called, cure those ballots or fix that issue so that the ballot can be counted. There's that pool. Now, when you talked about the kind of discrepancies between numbers, it comes from Gwinnett County, which is the county that we have been watching so closely. This is kind of the one that has essentially the lion's share of those outstanding votes. When I spoke with an official there in Gwinnett County, a suburb of Atlanta, they told me, he kind of broke down the tally of it, but he said all told, there are about 7,500, 7,600 ballots that they still need to upload to the Secretary of State's system. And he broke down exactly what they are, but most of them are absentee ballots. Now, when you talk to the Secretary of State's office, they essentially say that they're saying the same thing, but they're talking about different numbers, that there's numbers do square. So we're really trying to get some clarification on that and exactly what the difference is there. But as for the Secretary of State, they say about 4,169 ballots left. That's what they're looking at. Now, I want to dive into this timeline of the recount because that's the big question. You know, we haven't even finished counting the first time. So just the fact that we're even talking about a recount is somewhat jarring and lets you know that it's going to be quite some time before we know the final results here in Georgia. But here's how this is going to go. So you have the election that needs to be certified no later than November 20th. Now, the state can always certify it earlier, but Once that election is certified, then that's when the recount begins. And we understand that it's a process that'll take about a week from start to finish for the recount. So if you just kind of look at a calendar in your mind's eye and you think about the 20th, that's the latest that they could certify those results. And then maybe a week after that. So we're talking about possibly sometime after Thanksgiving before we finally see the results here. Of course, it can always be earlier. And then the wild card in this is that we're expecting to see possibly a number of legal challenges to this. This could also slow things down when you look at the possible legal challenges that could come and have to be dealt with as well. So it's the same thing that I told you guys earlier. When we asked about timing, it really is anybody's guess. There are so many different factors, so many different wild cards as to, one, when the ballot count will be completed, and two, what this recount situation is going to look like to determine when we'll know the results here in Georgia.
Blaine, I think some people might have just choked on their coffee thinking about the thought of it being after Thanksgiving. Thank you so much for that rundown.
Let's bring in NBC's Ali Vitale. She, of course, is with the Biden campaign. So, Ali, a lot of good news this morning. Biden has taken the lead in Pennsylvania. He's taken the lead in Georgia. We just reported he expanded his lead in Nevada. And in Arizona, President Trump didn't quite dip into Biden's lead as much as some thought he needed to. So what's the reaction you're hearing right now from the Biden-Harris camp?
A lot of thrilled text messages, words like elated, confident, because this is really the way they thought that it was going to break down. They thought that they were going to break open a lead in Pennsylvania if those ballots continued to be counted. It took some time. We knew it would because they were mostly vote by mail ballots, but they're breaking for Biden in huge numbers. And this is really what they said they expected to see. We were hearing from Democrats on the ground in Pennsylvania, the state party, others in that orbit, who said that they thought that Biden was going to open up a wide margin. As we've continued to get in these votes, we're seeing that now start to happen. Then you look at places like Nevada and Arizona. The Biden campaign had warned yesterday in a way. Jen O'Malley Dillon, their campaign manager, said they expected to see some bounce as these votes came in. And basically what that meant is they expected to see really tight margins, maybe even a potential flipping of who was leading, but that ultimately they believe that Biden is going to shake out as the winner there too. All of these things, and of course in Georgia too, as we were talking about this morning, all of these things play into that strategy to 270 and the multiple paths that they have to get there. And that's why me and my colleagues here on the ground are hearing from so many sources who are really happy. It feels like an emotional breaking of the dam here for a group of people who had first been urging patience, but are now realizing that the reality for victory could be imminent. They want to wait for the networks to have it at 270. Obviously, we're not there yet, but once we are, the expectation from my colleague Kristen Welker is that Joe Biden could address the nation in prime time, and that the themes of his remarks are going to be the kinds of things that we've heard from him before: unity, healing, the need to come together, being a president for all Americans. This is not just the pitch that he's going to make on the night that he is potentially elected president. It's the pitch that he has been making in his quest to become president. And that's a quest that has been 32 years in the making. He first ran for this office in 1988. And so he's waiting for something that he has longed for just over 3 decades. There's also another piece, if this were to come to fruition, that we would be remiss not to point out. Senator Kamala Harris, his running mate, would be the first woman of color and the first woman ever to be vice president of the United States. It's really hard to fathom that we haven't had a woman in this position before, but that is what could happen if they are elected here. And as someone who covered the entire length of this primary, we had more women running for president than ever before in 2020. And then when Elizabeth Warren dropped out, she was the last woman in this race. I was outside her house in Cambridge, Massachusetts, seeing mothers with their daughters dropping off flowers and cards, crying because they couldn't fathom that after a year that was deemed the year of the woman, after seeing the role that women played in 2018 for Democrats taking back the House, it was really hard for women voters that I was talking to believe that 2020 would be a year where they wouldn't see a woman in the White House again. Joe Biden making that possible by picking a woman as his vice president, something he said he would do before he even got the nomination outright back in March. And obviously now Kamala Harris in the position, if they are to get to 270, to truly make history by being the first woman vice president of the United States.
Ali, we're going to have you stick with us here because we want a few more questions to get reaction from the Biden camp, but we also want to learn more about what the White House and the Trump campaign is saying. Let's bring in NBC's Kelly O'Donnell, who is at the White House right now. Kelly, what are you hearing? We know that the president's campaign put out a statement earlier this morning. Anything new as we continue to see votes going in Joe Biden's favor in nearly all of these key battleground states?
Well, a few tweets coming from the president's Twitter feed, and that certainly gives an indication that he's watching these developments. One referred to the importance of not only a Republican Senate, and he made a comment about radical left Democrats sort of attacking a Republican-led Senate and then asserting that the presidency becomes all the more important. That sort of sounds like the president is concerned that the party, the Republican Party, which feels good about its turnout and standing after Tuesday's results as they come in, when you look at the House, where they increase seats, and where you look at the Senate, where they had a better showing than many expected. We just called the race for Democrat Mark Kelly in Arizona, but that was sort of baked in as likely expected to go that way. And you look to others like Susan Collins in Maine, who was saved in this process by voters in Maine. And so the president perhaps sharing a little of his sort of inside voice on concerns he may have about where the party is going. Now, add to that, the governor of South Carolina, Henry McMaster, put out a statement kind of on his own a short time ago, saying that the president's argument about the need to count only those legally qualified ballots and to pursue legal challenges where necessary is something that McMaster, the governor of South Carolina, supports, and that believes the president should pursue that, even saying he has a duty to pursue it. That may be part of the president calling in a favor from a longtime friend, someone that the president has tried to help along the way as well, to say, show some support for this position of digging in and fighting on. That may be harder and harder for the president to get from Republicans as more data comes in and vote counts and totals and calls are made at some point. If that continues to move away from the president, it may be harder to get Republican elected officials to have the stomach for a fight if they don't see the evidence, the pathway, the eventual chance for that to change. So that's some of what we're watching right now. Notably, no changes so far to the president's schedule, which is no public appearances yet today and none expected at this time. That was the case yesterday as well, and we saw the president did come out late in the day. So that's just kind of a taking the temperature of the moment. And certainly the campaign is trying to find its assessment of the remaining votes in places where they think they may still have some math and data on their side. But we've not heard much from them today. Some of the questions will be, this is a difficult waiting period, especially for campaigns that are not finding the evidence moving in their direction. It can be challenging. Everybody's exhausted. It's a difficult time when the sort of the election favor is not shining upon your side of it. So at this point, that's the latest we have right now. Savannah, Joe?
Yeah, Kelly, now you just sort of addressed this by saying that the president's schedule has not changed at all. But in our last hour during that NBC News special report, we had some reporting that within the Trump campaign, there was some discussion going on about who should address people today, if at all. Do you think that we will see that at all?
Well, one of the questions would be, can they have some credible voices who can appear not speaking directly for the president in a way that would make it parallel to a Joe Biden speaking out, but just to have some people who can communicate their message, their thinking, their strategy on cable, at public events like small news conferences, things like that, trying to find some of those people. Now, you have certainly spokespeople who have been a part of the campaign, but are they looking for someone with more of a gravitas of the party that others would look to and say, yes, that's a credible argument. So let's keep our minds open to what may happen. Let's give this process more time. You hear from Republicans that in 2020 years ago, a recount that I was a part of our team covering, that went on for more than a month. Now, we're just a few days into it here. The facts were different. The circumstances were different. But just using that time horizon as a way to say, this has only been a few days, and encouraging people to have some patience on the president's behalf. So will they find that spokesperson and have that message out? We'll be tracking that today to see if it develops.
Allie, I want to ask you, we know the Trump campaign put out a statement earlier this morning basically saying the election is not over. They talked about a recount in Georgia. They're alleging irregularities in Pennsylvania and Nevada, and they think they still could win Arizona outright. The Biden campaign did put out some response to what the president is saying in his campaign. How has Biden been responding to that?
Look, this is a continuation of the Trump campaign's attempts to make legal forays into these states where they see their margins slipping in directions that they don't like. It's also something that the president's allies, people like Chris Christie, have said he's alleging fraud that he has no evidence of. And to allege that without evidence is concerning, even to the president's allies and definitely to Democrats, both those who watched him last night and those who have watched the ways that his campaign has sort of moved forward in these initial days and hours after election night. I would also say that the Biden campaign says they're ready for whatever these legal avenues might bring. They have their own team of lawyers. The lawyer who's leading this charge for them, Bob Bauer, has called the claims that he's seen the Trump campaign make so far silliness and meritless. He feels confident that if they are forced to take them on in that forum, they'll win there as well. But I would also say there's this other thing percolating in the background of the idea that if Joe Biden is declared the next president of the United States and if Donald Trump does not concede, what will happen? It's important to note that concessions aren't legal. They are just simply something that is done traditionally. This is a White House, and when I covered the campaign and the White House, traditions were regularly thrown out the window. So there's no indication right now that that's going to happen, but the Biden campaign sort of preemptively speaking to it in a pretty stunning statement that we got just a few hours ago from one of the Biden campaign spokespeople, in which he says the American people will decide this election and the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House. So those are really serious words there. It sort of speaks to the moment that we're in. Tensions are high, emotions are high, a lot of questions about what this will look like if and when Joe Biden gets to 270. But the Biden campaign, at least, taking an aggressive posture on the fact that they think that victory could be imminent for them, but also looking a little bit past that at what this could mean if Donald Trump doesn't like the result.
Absolutely. Ali and Kelly, we will be coming back to both of you as we continue to get new numbers, to get reaction from both of the campaigns. And actually, we do have new numbers, which is why I now want to go to NBC News correspondent Jo Ling Kent, who is in Nevada. We are hearing that we do have some new Nevada numbers. Jo, what do we know?
Yeah, there's brand new numbers coming out of the state of Nevada, specifically here in Clark County. I'm going to read you the totals. Biden now has 624,246 votes. That's 49.8% of the vote. Trump holding now 602,170 votes. That's a 48.1% portion. So basically, since last night, Biden has widened his lead to 22,000 votes statewide. Now, what does this tell us? We looked more at Clark County right here in Las Vegas. It accounts for what the Secretary of State said was 90% of the remaining vote that needed to be counted. And 30,000 votes were dropped here in Clark County. Now, we were told yesterday by the county registrar here, the registrar of voters, Joe Gloria, you're going to get 51,000 votes this morning. We haven't seen that fully reported yet. We are unsure why that's the case, but they did release about 30,000 votes. So right now, Biden widening his lead. Of course, here, it's important because there's these 6 electoral votes at stake. And historically, these mail-in ballots, which is the majority of what's being counted right now, the bulk of it, I should say, it has leaned towards Democrats. I would potentially benefit Biden. But the economic situation here has been so tough and harder than the national average in terms of unemployment. And so the concern has been, can Biden perform as well here, especially in Las Vegas? It's been hit particularly hard, but so far Biden widening his lead here in Nevada to 22,000, Savannah and Joe.
Joe, real quickly, there have been no shortage of jokes out there about Nevada taking its time counting the vote, but do we know how much is left, and is there a timetable for the goal to wrap things up in Nevada?
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of memes out there, people saying, why aren't you counting faster? I put that question to Joe Gloria. He's the county registrar here. And he says that their number one priority is accuracy and making sure they're processing this properly, because they say that mail voting here is pretty new to them, especially at this volume. So they say that they're going for the accuracy first over the speed. He did say, though, he told me that the bulk of the mail-in votes here and the provisional ballots that are outstanding, about 60,000 of those will probably be counted mostly by Saturday or Sunday. So that's the outlook here so far. But we're going to hear from the registrar again. I'll be sure to ask him again, where are these votes? Because we're missing about 20,000 that they said they were going to drop this morning. So it's a bit curious. We'll find out, because their capacity, Joe, is 70,000 votes per day. That's how many they can process. And that's not what they've been releasing. Yesterday was 14K. Today, it's just 30K. So we'll be taking a very close look at why that is.
Yeah, Joe, I think when he said that their goal was to make sure they were accurate, he also explicitly said our goal is not to count fast, and the internet has certainly picked up on that. Joe, we will be back to you as we hear anything new in Nevada. Thank you so much. Mark, I want to bring you back in. I think we still have you with us just to sort of, we keep getting a lot of news. Joe and I are hearing these numbers and reading them ourselves off these boards as they come up while we're here on the air. Let's just sort of do a little bit of a reset. So let's go to Pennsylvania and see where we are. I know the last time we pulled this up, it looked like some numbers had changed. If you could just kind of walk us through Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, we'll guide you, but let's do a reset here with where we're at with numbers.
Yeah. And so, pretty much over the course of the last 24 hours, Joe Biden in Pennsylvania has continued to pick up votes. And in fact, early this morning, he overtook President Trump. Joe Biden now has the lead. And now that continues to grow to about 9,000. And that's still with sizable numbers of ballots, these mail-in ballots that are not only in Philadelphia, not only in the Philadelphia suburbs, but also in Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, as well as other parts of the state, even counties that President Trump ended up winning, but where the mail-in ballots are coming at a disproportionate rate for Joe Biden and the Democrats. And so with Joe Biden now up about 9,000 votes, at this rate, and again, we have to count the votes to see if they continue at this rate, but at this rate, Joe Biden is going to continue to build on that lead in Pennsylvania. And then you end up having in Nevada where, Joe Biden has a 22,000 vote lead. It was 11,000 when this day began. But on the strength of Clark County, Joe Biden continues to pad his lead. And if there's been one constant pretty much over the last 48 hours in this presidential contest is that states with dominant urban counties, big population centers, and with lots of vote by mail, Joe Biden is doing incredibly well. And we're still waiting more Clark County votes. But if they come in again at that rate, the math just becomes very difficult for President Trump.
So, Mark, at this point, let's sort of recap the different paths we have at this point. Number one on your list, is that Pennsylvania at this point? I mean, could Pennsylvania be the ballgame? And what are your thoughts on how quickly, what could be called first at this point?
Mm-hmm.
Joe, you're exactly right. It's Pennsylvania. And again, Joe Biden sitting at about a 9,000 vote lead with more votes still remaining. If somehow that goes up where Joe Biden has a 20 or 30,000 vote lead, that could end up getting very close to our decision desk wanting 99.5% certainty that Joe Biden will hang on to that lead. And again, our decision desk has gone into this election cycle being incredibly cautious. I think that's the exact right move. We don't want to be first. We want to be right. And so we want to make sure the math continues to line up. But to answer your question, Pennsylvania is number one on my list.
All right. Mark Murray and everyone, Kelly O'Donnell, Ali Vitale, Blaine Alexander, Joe Lane Kent, everyone, we thank you all for joining us for our coverage this morning. The votes are still being counted.
Yes, a lot to be watching for, and it is going to continue on NBC News Now right now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
They call Pennsylvania the Keystone State, but the Biden campaign is eager to call it the Checkmate State. Hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. Good to be with you from wherever you are around the world. It's Decision 2020 on NBC News Now. By our calculations, Pennsylvania would make Joe Biden the president-elect and leave President Trump with no more paths to victory. Mathematically, the race will be over. Now, there are still a lot of ballots to count, and the Trump campaign still has legal challenges in a number of states. We're going to follow the latest developments, track the new votes as they come in. If we can call a race confidently, we will do so, but trust us, we're in no hurry. We're not trying to get this fast. We're trying to get this right, because at this point, every vote absolutely counts. Our national system of elections are a complex system of systems, so we'll do our best to walk you through it as we go. Please do take us with you as you go about your day on the NBC News app, on our YouTube channel, or online at NBCNewsNow.com. With that said, let's take a look at where things stand right now. By our calculations, Joe Biden is within a hair's breadth of winning the White House. He has 253 electors that we can project. President Trump has 214 electors. So the paths of victory are narrowing for President Trump rather rapidly. Before we get into the presidential races, let's bring you up to speed on a Senate race that we have been watching very closely. The special Senate race in Arizona. NBC News can now project that for the Democratic challenger, Mark Kelly, former NASA astronaut, the husband of former Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords. He was up against incumbent Republican Martha McSally. This is the second time that she has lost an Arizona Senate seat, once in a direct race against Senator Kyrsten Sinema, a Democrat. The second time when she was appointed to this seat after the death of Arizona Senator John McCain. We're projecting Mark Kelly for the Democrats in the Senate. Now let's talk about the presidential races. Thus far, there are a number of races that have not yet been called. I want to underscore, these are the races that NBC News has not called. Other news organizations may. There are some that we're not quite ready to characterize, including Arizona. But Nevada remains too close to call, but we do assert that Joe Biden is leading there. Pennsylvania may be the big one, but let's start with Nevada. Too close to call. The difference in votes there is just over or just under 21,000. We expect to hear from officials in Clark County, Nevada, that's the Las Vegas area, next hour, because the votes there could make the difference for Joe Biden. But right now, Nevada, with its 6 electoral votes, by our characterization, is too close to call. The big one, though, is Pennsylvania. There's a reason we call it the checkmate state. If Joe Biden takes this one and all of our other calculations are correct,
the race is over and he would have more than enough electors to win. You can see how close it is, and that is why the vote counting is proceeding very, very carefully. With the mail-in ballots that have yet to be opened, so far they've been trending toward the Democrat. But again, until those come in and until we have enough confidence, we're keeping this one too close to call. Let's also talk about the race in Georgia. Today, Georgia's Secretary of State came out and said that we are almost certainly headed toward a recount because of how close it is. I mean, look at how close it is. 1,600 votes between them, and that could change with some of the remaining ballots to come in from the Atlanta area. But Georgia's 16 electoral votes, that'll have to wait, characterization-wise. That will remain too close to call. So here's the map. One more time, Joe Biden with 253 by our count, Donald Trump with 214 by our count, and plenty of races yet to resolve, any number of which could move the election. And check out the difference in the popular vote. Joe Biden with nearly 74 million votes, President Trump with nearly 70 million. Joe Biden will go down in history, at least at this moment, with the most votes ever cast for any presidential candidate in American history. So that's your big overview. Let's get a little bit more on the states that we're watching very closely. Let's start now with NBC Senior Political Director Mark Murray. And Mark, I think maybe Pennsylvania is the right state to start in. Talk about what we're looking for from Pennsylvania, particularly the counties that could make a difference and the votes in those counties that could make a difference.
Yeah, we're looking just for the final vote, the mail-in ballots that continue to come in from that state. And Joshua, over the last 24 hours, there has been a constant where the mail-in ballots, not only from places like Philadelphia and the Philadelphia suburbs, but all over the state, including in counties that President Trump ended up winning, that Democrats and Joe Biden are disproportionately winning those mail-in ballots. And so when we woke up this morning, that's why, or those of us who didn't wake up this morning, we found that Joe Biden had actually come into the lead in Pennsylvania, and he keeps on building on that lead. As far as where the outstanding vote is, we still think that there is some Philadelphia vote that is outstanding. There is outstanding vote in the Philadelphia suburbs. There's importantly about 35,000 votes in Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, and then also in some of the counties that President Trump ended up winning. And if this trend continues, and we still have to count the votes, but if the trend continues, that is how Joe Biden can continue to pad his lead in Pennsylvania, pushing his lead up from about 9,000 now into the tens of thousands potentially.
Also worth noting that this is a reflection of some of the electoral strategy, Mark, that President Trump had employed in terms of how he suggested that his supporters cast their ballots.
That's right. And again, Pennsylvania had two options if you were voting in that state. Number one was people who said that they would actually vote by mail due to the pandemic. That was a new thing for Pennsylvania, which has always been an election day state since I've been covering politics. And then your other option was actually voting on election day. Pennsylvania didn't have a lot of the early vote centers that we see in other states across the country. So there were two paths available. Democratic voters took by the lion's share the mail-in route. And so when we're seeing all of these mail-in ballots, we knew it was going to be Democratic leaning. We just had to see how Democratic leaning it is. And it's coming in at about an 80-20 or 80-15-15 split. And so this is how Democrats decided to vote. President Trump, of course, as you just mentioned, castigated mail-in ballots, said my people should actually vote on election day. And we also saw a lot of Republican voters casting early in-person ballots in states that allowed that. But when the choices were just election day versus mail-in ballots, once you got into that mail-in ballot phase, that was always going to be good news for Democrats.
Let's talk about Georgia now. The Secretary of State said that it is basically a cinch that we're going to have a recount there. Talk about what's gotten us to the point where a recount seems basically like impossible to avoid.
Yeah, a lot of it just had to do with just the surge from the Atlanta suburbs. And Joshua, you know, on the first 3 or 4 hours of election night, it was the places outside of Atlanta that had reported that showed President Trump with a lead. And then as soon as Atlanta started coming in, as well as some other Democratic parts of the state, and also a lot of those mail-in ballots elsewhere, that's how not only did Joe Biden make up that deficit, but then come ahead. And again, it's about 1,500 votes. That's way that's a small margin. We are kind of in the margin of error phase, which is why everyone's now talking about a recount. But certainly Joe Biden overperforming in Atlanta, overperforming among the Atlanta suburbs, ended up really just kind of changing where a Democrat has not won Georgia since 1992. That was Bill Clinton, who got a big boost from Ross Perot being a third-party candidate in that race. But Joe Biden being able potentially to win Georgia, which had been a red state for a really long time, is a significant development.
And we should get more information, I'm told, from the Georgia Secretary of State at about 3 p.m. Eastern. Secretaries of State in the states, by the way, for those of you who are kind of wondering, well, why are we hearing from the Secretary of State? Different from the U.S. Secretary of State, who is our chief diplomat. In a state, the Secretary of State has a number of duties, including overseeing elections. Let's talk about the state of Arizona. Maricopa County, the Phoenix area, is the core of the electorate basically in the state. How's Maricopa County looking right now?
So, Joshua, in a lot of ways, Maricopa County and Arizona have been almost the flip reverse of what we've been seeing in Pennsylvania, where Democrats and Joe Biden started out with a huge lead on the first election night totals. And one of the big reasons for that is that in Arizona, most of all voters have been voting by mail. There was also voting early in person, but because of the state, the early vote was the early releases were Democratic ballots. And then over the course of the last 3 days, we have seen President Trump and Republicans chip into that lead. And what had been going on recently was that President Trump had been winning the outstanding ballots by about a 59% share, 59%. And according to our back of envelope math, that's actually how he pulls into an even situation with Joe Biden. But what ended up happening this morning, Maricopa County had a dump. It was less than 59%. It was around 52, 53, which means that Donald Trump has to win the remaining ballots by even a greater margin. And the math becomes very difficult for him.
I want to move to Nevada, but Mark, before I let you chime in, we do have NBC's Jolene Kent joining us now from Clark County. Clark County is Las Vegas, and it looks like she is outside of the Registrar of Elections office in North Las Vegas. Joe, where do we stand right now with the vote count? NBC News now characterizes it as too close to call, but Joe Biden leading in Nevada.
Yeah, Joe Biden widening his lead to about 20,000 votes here in the state of Nevada. I'm looking at the latest Secretary of State's numbers, and they're just trickling in 7 votes, 10 votes at a time being updated. So right now, the latest I've got is Biden leading by about 1.5 plus points here. So Biden, 626,211 votes, according to the Secretary of State. President Trump, 605 votes, 605,669 votes. So the reason this is interesting is so far we're still well below the 51,000 votes that Clark County promised to deliver today. We've only gotten about 30,000 of those votes, according to our very own Steve Kornacki. So as we wait for the rest of those votes to come in, we'll be watching how they break. Do they go more towards Biden, as historically mail-in ballots have gone, or do they go for President Trump? But Clark County, very critical, because as of last night, according to the Secretary of State, 90% of the outstanding vote is right here in the Las Vegas area. So all eyes on this area for a reason. 6 electoral votes, and there's certainly a lot of drama happening behind the scenes as well. And on the sidelines, the Trump campaign filing a letter to the Department of Justice last night. I read through it. They are complaining to Attorney General Barr about voter fraud, improper counting. And then there was a separate lawsuit filed by a voter, Jill Stokey, who first spoke at a press conference here held by the Trump campaign yesterday, asking for an injunction for them to stop using a certain machine here in Clark County to stop the vote. But when I put all of these questions to the registrar of Clark County in terms of fraud, impropriety, issues with counting, or issues with ballots, he said he personally tried to resolve that case from Jill Stokey, who brought that lawsuit late last night in federal court, and that they have no evidence so far of any impropriety or issues with the count. But I know a lot of people think it's going pretty slow out there as they look at Nevada, but they say they're taking their time. Speed is not Joe Gloria's priority. Accuracy is. And so that's what we're going with right now. But Biden widening his lead at Nevada by about 20,000 to about 20,000 votes, I should say, Joshua.
Before I come back to you, Mark, Joe, what's the mood like outside the registrar's office? A few days ago, there was a rather intense moment with a guy who was yelling about the election being stolen in the middle of Mr. Gloria's news conference that made a lot of us kind of wonder, like, what is this guy going to do other than yell and scream? Turns out he walked away, but like that hasn't recurred, I hope.
Yeah, it hasn't recurred because they've moved the press conferences inside to the area where they're actually counting the vote. So they've had, as this media presence has grown, we've moved inside. Now, right now, there isn't much going on the perimeter. But last night, there was a pretty significant presence of Trump supporters out waving their flags and, making their voices heard in a very peaceful way going into the night. So we'll see what happens tonight, but obviously a lot of anticipation. And here, behind me, what you should know, Joshua, there's a few people in line, and that line is expected to grow because it's people here coming to cure their signatures. And they've been called in by the registrar to say, hey, take a look at this mail-in ballot or absentee ballot and see if your signature has any issues here, if you can actually still cast your vote. So they have until, I think, November 12th to do that. So you're starting to see voters come in for that purpose as well, Joshua.
Mark, what's your sense of how all of this in Nevada is going to shake out?
Yeah, again, Joshua, to me, one of the big takeaways over the last 72 hours has been that Joe Biden has done really well with mail-in ballots, particularly coming from big urban areas, big urban counties like Clark County. And the idea that Clark County was going to continue to have a big portion of the remaining outstanding vote was probably going to end up being good news for Joe Biden. And so if it continues at its current trajectory, Joe Biden is going to be in a little bit more comfortable place than we found him about 24 hours ago.
That's NBC senior political editor Mark Murray and NBC's Jolene Kent in North Las Vegas. Mark, I'm sure we're going to be hearing more from you in a little bit. Jolene, we appreciate you giving us the latest, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from you too as the day goes on, because Nevada's not going to not be in our sights as the day goes on. So we'll speak to both of you a little bit later on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, right.
Let's make our way east from Nevada to Pennsylvania. All eyes, I think it's safe to say, are pretty much on Pennsylvania this afternoon. Remaining ballots are still trickling in. Former Vice President Joe Biden took the lead this morning. Let's go now to NBC's Maura Barrett, who joins us with the latest from Pittsburgh. Maura, Pittsburgh is the county seat of Allegheny County. And that's turning out to be a very crucial part of this vote count. Allegheny could be one of those that helps decide the winner.
Absolutely, Joshua. And here in Allegheny, we are waiting for about 35,000 votes. They finished their mail-in ballot count overnight on Wednesday. The ballots that are left that they're going through now are standing inside the warehouse where the processing and counting is being done. These ones are ones that were cut in half accidentally by their slicers when they were opening the ballots, any ballots that might have been already ripped, and they couldn't go through the scanner. So what you see behind me, I'm going to let you take a closer look here. They are members of the return board. They met this morning starting at 9 a.m., and what they're doing is going through with these machines, replicating the ballots that had issues going through the scanners. This is about 6,000 total ballots that will be going through today, and we expect to see some more results, a little less than 3,000 within the next hour and a half or so. And you see these workers lined around the perimeter, around the room, going through and replicating these ballots. But what I actually want to draw special attention to is in the middle of the room are observers from campaigns and parties that have full access to stand behind these workers and see exactly what's going on. And of course, that is the focus of of President Trump's lawsuit over in Philadelphia. And so as we are focusing in on Pennsylvania, waiting for these remaining ballots, we've seen the mail-in ballots that are being counted skewing Democratic. So as we get more and more trickling in here in Allegheny, we assume it will be the same picture, but we don't really know for sure until obviously they come in. Now, one other really important note, because there's 29,000 left that I didn't address, those cannot start to be processed until after 5 p.m. today. That's because the county accidentally sent out incorrect ballots earlier. Back in October, they had to send replacement ballots to voters, and due to some legal settlements, the court ordered that these ballots, the replacement ones, cannot start to be counted until after 5 p.m. tonight. So we'll get a few thousand during the day today, but the largest chunk won't happen until later this evening. So that's what we're waiting on here on the western side of the state. Joshua.
Maura, could you just clarify for people who maybe have never seen this counting process take place, the people who are monitoring the counting, what is it exactly that they're looking for? I mean, are they looking for people sneaking off with boxes of ballots? What exactly is it that they're trying to keep an eye on?
Yeah, that's one thing that they're looking for. We haven't seen that happen. Everyone's been working very hard here. Actually, the workers decided to work through lunch to make sure that they get everything done. Obviously, a lot of pressure on everyone involved here. But the observers are here to make sure that they see that, yeah, like you said, nothing sneaky is happening. The workers here aren't, taking one ballot and marking it for another candidate and messing up somebody's vote. And they're able to take pictures and look and stand behind everybody. And then that way, if they have an issue with what's going on, they can report a challenge to the county. And then that kind of would hold up the process of those ballots then being processed. But it's all about the sake of transparency.
And then before we move on, Maura, what would it take for President Trump to turn things around for him in Pennsylvania? At least the way the numbers are trending, it seems like Joe Biden has the edge with the ballots that have yet to be counted. But what's the strategy for the Trump campaign, at least numerically?
Numerically, frankly, I'm not sure what else they could do at this point to turn it around. We saw the in-person turnout for Donald Trump obviously a lot higher. And then as these mail-in ballots coming in, just shrinking and shrinking until Joe Biden overtook him this morning with that dump from Philadelphia. Right now, the Trump campaign is pointing towards claims of fraud. Obviously, we have not seen any evidence of that, and there is lots of transparency here as we just walked through, but that seems to be the president's answer for what he's going to be looking for. The only other thing I can possibly imagine is what we're going to see in provisional ballots. Those are the ones that get counted last here in Allegheny County. We were just told that there are about 17,000 of those, if not more, coming in. And remember, these are ones where if someone didn't receive their mail-in ballot, they had to go in person on Election Day, sign an affidavit that they didn't get their mail-in, and then vote provisionally. So these are ones that are going to be coming in way after the fact. But again, if these people were intending to vote by mail, and the way we've been seeing the mail ballots come in, they've also been skewing towards Joe Biden. So numerically, not really sure what's left for the president here in Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Maura. That's NBC's Maura Barrett reporting for us from Pittsburgh. Let's head now to Georgia. That state has 16 electoral votes. Take a look at the latest numbers and where the race stands right now. It stands, just to put it simply, really, really close. Joe Biden and President Trump are tied percentage-wise. They're separated by just a whisper of votes, fewer than 1,600 votes. This is why we are pretty sure we're not going to be able to characterize Georgia anytime soon, except to say that it is too close to call. NBC's Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Atlanta. And Priscilla, give us a sense of how many ballots remain to be counted and when we might have a final total on those ballots, bearing in mind there are still a few more sets of ballots that have yet to come in.
Right, Joshua. 4,169 ballots out statewide. That is the last number that we received from the Secretary of State's office this morning. And the majority of those ballots are in Gwinnett County, and we've been on the phone with officials there throughout the morning. They tell us right now they have around 3,200 of those ballots that are tabulated. They are ready to be uploaded and officially factored into the count, and so we are waiting to see if that is going to happen soon. But as you mentioned, there are still some more ballots that could be added here, and that is coming from military and overseas ballots that have been cast. The Secretary of State's office says there are around 8,900 of those that are still out, and they have until the end of the day today to get those in. And so that's the number that we're really waiting on to get a true sense of how many ballots here are left to be counted. And you ask about timeline. That is the big question on many people's minds here. And the Secretary of State's office today really saying that it's really here about being accurate, not just about being fast. He says that this could come down to a margin around the size of a small high school, and he wants to be sure that these results are correct. Take a listen to what he said.
The focus for our office and for the county election officials for now remains on making sure that every legal vote is counted and recorded accurately. As we are closing in on a final count, we can begin to look toward our next steps. With a margin that small, there will be a recount.
And you heard it there, officials saying that a recount is all but guaranteed. And so when we think about timeline, a recount cannot occur until the state has certified those results. And the state has until around mid-month to do that, at which point, if this race for the presidency is still within that 0.5% margin, which it looks like it very well could be, either candidate could then request a recount, at which point that would happen. But needless to say, we could be a ways out from really knowing definitively who has won the race here in Georgia. Joshua.
Priscilla, a few quick points I want to run through with you about Georgia. First of all, a dispute about some of the numbers. We're told that there's one county that's reporting that they have more than the state is reporting. What's that about?
That's right. That would be Gwinnett County. So the state has told us that there are around 3,500 outstanding ballots there, and the county is saying it's more like 7,000, somewhere in the 7,000 range. And this is a question that was actually asked to the Secretary of State at the presser yesterday. Why are we seeing some of these fluctuating numbers and numbers that don't necessarily match? And what the Secretary of State's office said at that time is that, look, there are ballots that are being counted and numbers are going down, but some of these counties are also receiving ballots because of absentee ballots that are being cured and provisional ballots that are being verified. And, of course, those military and overseas ballots that we just talked about. And so we're working to get a clearer breakdown from the Secretary of State's office, but because we are in touch with the county so regularly, we have a pretty good sense of where they're getting those numbers from. And I'm going to actually take a look at my notes here because I want to give you the accurate information. So I mentioned those 3,200 ballots that have already been tallied. They're ready to be uploaded to the system so that we can get that official count. The county, Gwinnett County, tells us there are also 4,400 ballots that still need to be adjudicated. So there still needs to be a bipartisan committee that's going to look at those, verify that the voters' intent has been counted, and then begin to include those in the vote totals. And then there are 450 to 460 ballots that need to be rescanned from Election Day. And so that's what the county is looking at when they're talking about that number that's more around 7,000, Joshua.
Right. Thank you, Priscilla. That's NBC's Priscilla Thompson joining us from Atlanta. Let's check in on the latest with the Biden campaign as we await the final results with a few states left to count votes. It's hard to believe Mr. Biden's first presidential run was back in 1988, and now his path to the White House, just mathematically speaking, seems increasingly probable. NBC's Ali Vitale is covering the Biden campaign and joins us now from their headquarters at the Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware. Ali, what's the mood right now? Apparently they're feeling pretty good about their chances in trying not to pop the champagne cork too loudly.
I can't guarantee that champagne corks haven't been popped already, but certainly this is a very jubilant atmosphere here in Wilmington, Delaware, after spending the last 3 days really anxiously awaiting these vote counting totals to be released. Those are still in the process here. They're going to be waiting for the networks to call it. We've spoken to some sources who say they are elated. They think that this is already done. Other sources say they want to wait to see it on the networks before fully believing it themselves. But certainly a much more aggressive posture here that we've seen from the Biden campaign than in recent days. They've used words over the course of the last few days like victory is imminent. Now they're sort of starting to figure out just on a few hours timeline what imminent really means. We know that these states like Pennsylvania, Georgia, they're still not called, at least according to our decision desk. And that's a decision that we'll make when we're ready to make it. But for the Biden campaign, they see things trending in the directions that they always expected them to trend in, specifically zeroing in on Pennsylvania. You see the way that vote by mail ballots are coming in right now. Biden is winning those statewide by more than 70%. And that also is why we saw Democrats in the lead up to this election urging voters, plan your vote, mail in your ballot if you don't feel comfortable going to the polls. Now you're seeing that strategy come to fruition. It's the one that required the most patience, but it's also the one now that the Biden campaign team feels as they see the results come in places like Pennsylvania and even Arizona and Nevada, that they feel it's actually starting to pay off. And so I'm seeing words in my text messages from sources, things like thrilled, things like elated, and they're starting to figure out what it will look like to actually declare victory once they see him hit 270. We're told that if that happens, it would be in prime time. I can tell you that being in this parking lot here in Wilmington, we've been here now for several days. We're starting to see pickup truck style cars be pulled in. There's already a drive-through setup here. We see screens. There have been big speakers. We're hearing a little bit of sound checks, light checks, signs of life here on the event planning front as people who know what it is to go to political rallies and what the planning of that is. We're starting to see a little bit of that happen here on the ground as well. So definitely an atmospheric shift here. I would describe it really as an emotional breaking of the dam for so many of these staffers who have really been riding on an emotional roller coaster since election night. I can tell just from my conversations with them, my colleagues are seeing it as well. This is them feeling that they're really at the precipice of this election.
Ali, very briefly, there are reports that the Secret Service will be increasing protection for Mr. Biden. What can you tell us about that, real quick?
The Secret Service isn't commenting on that. What I will say, as someone who's been up here basically around the clock, is that there's a pretty large security perimeter around this. And so we have seen more Secret Service agents and law enforcement staffing various parts of the perimeter around this parking lot, around the area here at the Chase Convention Center in Wilmington. All of those things require an increase in staffing. And so while the Secret Service isn't saying whether or not this is in advance of Biden becoming president-elect, it's also something where just the reality on the ground right now requires personnel.
Thank you, Ali. That's NBC's Ali Vitale reporting from the Biden campaign headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. Let me give you the quick lay of the land. We are still awaiting more results from Arizona and Nevada. North Carolina will be a while before we have a call there. Georgia says they are almost certain to be going to a recount because things are so very, very close. And of course, Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, could become the checkmate state. If Joe Biden can clinch that, the election, by our count, is over. I'm Joshua Johnson. Do stay with us here on NBC News Now as we head over to NBC's Lester Holt for an NBC News special report.
I don't know. I have to pee.
Now let's turn it over to Chuck Todd, NBC's political director and moderator of Meet the Press. Chuck.
Well, and what we're trying to figure out in Philly is there's approximately, we think, 20,000 more ballots that they need to process. So we'll, I guess, find out the status of those. But it's been a slow, a slow addition of these vote counts because, again, this is a tedious process. When they're processing these vote by mail. These are all the folks who voted by mail. As you see, Joe Biden's statewide lead now is nearing 10,000 here. If you're wondering, the recount provision, if Joe Biden's lead exceeds sort of approximately 34,000, that would likely put him outside of that recount provision. Our math indicates that it will be close, but if things are going the way they're going, and these ballots continue to go in the direction that they've been, he should continue to add there. The question is how much. But like I said, we think there's about 20,000 more ballots coming out of Philadelphia. Joe Biden's actually been winning the vote by mail ballots by an even greater share than 81% there. We think there's another 20 max ballots, 20,000 ballots in the surrounding suburban counties. We know that there is approximately 30 to 35,000 ballots in Allegheny County that won't even get beginning the counting process there until 5 p.m. today. There was sort of a batch of early mail ballots that were, the negotiation was they're essentially, these were ballots that there was a printing error. They agreed that they wouldn't touch and fix the ballots until 5 o'clock on Friday after Election Day. So this is sort of a special batch. There'll be a whole bunch of election observers. In fact, there'll be some ballots where they're also dealing with 2,200 ballots that were mangled. You know, think of the dollar bill that you can't get in the vending machine type of thing. And they have to recreate ballots. Now, imagine all the observers, everybody's watching as you do that so that you can scan the ballot in. So there'll be some of that's got to happen there. We still think that at some point today, we should have enough data to get us to a situation where we can characterize this better. We think there's a greater than 90% chance that Joe Biden wins the state of Pennsylvania, but we're not at a 99.5% certainty rate here, which is why, and I've had plenty of people ask, why haven't you called Pennsylvania? The trend line is obvious. You know the votes that are out are vote by mail and all this. And it's like, yeah, well, we have standards for a reason. And we're going to wait until we meet those standards. The other development, of course, that happened this morning was in Georgia, and there's question is how many ballots. Secretary of State thinks there's only about another 4,000 ballots to add to the vote totals. The folks in Gwinnett County say, hey, we have 4,000 on our own on those vote totals. There's a little bit of dispute of how many ballots there are left to count. And there's also potentially as many as 8,000 overseas and military ballots that are due. Any of them that arrive by 5 p.m. today get counted. If they don't, they don't count. So we don't expect all 8,000 military ballots to be in this count. Might be 3, might be 4, something like that. But for what it's worth, they've already announced there's going to be a recount. And if you're wondering, the recount doesn't even begin until November 20th. And the recount would likely take a week. So maybe it's done before Thanksgiving. Maybe it's done after Thanksgiving. I will say this. I don't think anybody wants, I don't say that. If Georgia is what we're waiting for to decide the presidency, then it becomes election month. It doesn't look like the math is going to indicate that. We've also been getting some new vote out of Arizona. We got a batch of 61,000 ballots earlier today out of Maricopa County. We were telling you last night that in order for Donald Trump to make up this deficit of Joe Biden in Arizona, he needed to win all remaining ballots with approximately 59% of the vote. This batch of 61,000, he only won about 52% of the vote, which means he only netted about 3,000. It lowered the difference there from about 46 to 43. Now, there is what we thought there were about 140 to 150,000 ballots remaining. There's some indication that there may be more than that. So we're trying to recheck how many ballots we think are out there. I'll show you our little system. This is on the high end, and there was some 226 remaining ballots. The question is, we thought it was lower to 140, 150. We're trying to figure out how many ballots are left before we can get to that. I'm not confident we get to a 99.5% certainty rate today, but we could. For what it's worth, we did call the Mark Kelly Senate race. The Senate race there, Martha McSally was the appointed incumbent senator. Mark Kelly has been leading. He was performing about 2 points better than Joe Biden, and that last batch put him mathematically into the win column there. And now let's go to Nevada, where we've gotten more Clark County ballots, approximately 50,000 of them. They broke heavily towards Joe Biden. He essentially has doubled the size of his lead. It's up to 20,000 ballots. And this is something that we also think we're pretty close to being able to see how close we are to our 99.5% certainty rate here on Nevada. So to summarize here, Pennsylvania and Nevada are in the realm of being characterized today that we may be able to have enough vote to figure out where that's going. And then a little less certain on Arizona today, and obviously Georgia. See you at Thanksgiving.
Right, and that Nevada vote you were looking at was coming primarily out of Clark County.
Right now, coming out of Clark County, and let's just look. Let's remind people of where we are and the importance of these states. Pennsylvania alone would give Joe Biden the 270 plus electoral votes that he needs, and that's the president's struggle here. He could win North Carolina, which we expect him to do. We're waiting on how many provisionals there will be here. If he wins the recount there, let's say he caught Joe Biden there, and let's say by some miracle something came through for him in Nevada, as you can see there, he could, and let's not forget our friends in Alaska where they're still counting the ballots there, he could win 5 of the 6 remaining uncalled states and still be short. So at the end of the day, this really is a one-state conversation right now, because if Joe Biden carries Pennsylvania, it's checkmate for the president.
Given the environment and the doubt that's being sown out there, is it better for Joe Biden that it becomes more than Pennsylvania.
It is, yes, in short. I mean, the fact is Joe Biden he doesn't need Pennsylvania. Just Nevada and Arizona does it. If you take away Arizona and it's Nevada and Georgia, that does it, right? If he loses Nevada, fine. Arizona and Georgia does it, right? So here he is leading in Nevada, leading in Arizona, leading in Georgia, leading in Pennsylvania. And by the way, let me just give you a little bit of a snapshot of what happens if all leads stay as they are. And I'm going to show you a little electoral vote total here that'll look quite familiar.
It looks familiar.
That is it's 2016. It's the 2016 number, believe it or not. And that right now, if all leads held, that would be the spread back to back, except this time with the blue side at 306.
All right, Chuck, thanks for updating us what the battlegrounds look like right now. We want to return to this Arizona issue right now. Gadi Schwartz is in Phoenix, and I know you're seeing more supporters of the president gathering outside as the votes are counted. How's things going?
Yeah, Lester, so far this is the biggest crowd that we've seen. And just to remind people, the crowd that you're seeing behind me, probably about 600, 700 strong, and it is in the parking lot of the Maricopa Election Center. So that building over there, that is where they are counting those votes. That's where those 70,000 votes came from. We're expecting another batch of about 60, 70,000 votes pretty soon. From what we've seen, it's somewhat negligible, these results, but we do see President Trump slowly closing the lead between Joe Biden. Joe Biden has been in the lead basically since the first results came back. But one of the things that we've seen that has been very, very interesting is, as we called the race for Mark Kelly, you compare the different numbers, and Mark Kelly's lead over Martha McSally was about 100,000 or more. And right now, Joe Biden's lead over President Trump is around 50,000, 40 to 50,000. So what you're seeing right there is some zigzagging, and that's what we've seen here in Arizona. Arizona is kind of known for it. You remember back in 2016, this was a place, Maricopa County, they elected President Trump, but they sent Joe Arpaio out of office. And so that was all in the same election. You sometimes see things go one way. You sometimes see people go the other way. She's saying, shame on Fox News. She's very mad that Fox News covered the election the way that they did and made that very early call for Joe Biden. A lot of people here are extremely frustrated at the way that the votes are being counted. In fact, just a little while ago, they were chanting, count every vote, count every vote. Then the votes haven't all been counted yet, and they have switched into chanting recount. That's the latest from here. Back to you.
All right, Gadi, thanks very much. I understand that press conference is getting underway right now in Philadelphia. We're about to. Yes, officials there are giving an update. Let's listen.
This operation. The Office of Innovation and Technology, the Managing Director's Office, Finance Department, our Police Department, Chief Administrative Office, and others have helped support the City Commissioners in preparing for this election for over a year. And there are hundreds of others, including many city employees, who helped on Election Day and by staffing this ballot counting operation for all the world to see. You are all too numerous to name, but please know that you have my thanks and the thanks of the people of this city. And most of all, I thank the people of Philadelphia. Earlier this week, Commissioner Dealey and I sent out an open letter to voters, urging patience and calm on Election Day and in the days that followed. You have shown it in spades. We ask that you stay calm and stay above the fray. You did exactly that. What we've seen on the streets outside this convention center was not anger or contention, but music, dancing, and celebration. As we predicted, the voters and residents of Philadelphia ensured that our city shined as an example of how to run an election correctly. So in the days ahead, please remember, this is not about a victory for a single candidate or a single political party. This is truly a victory for our democracy. That may sound cliche, but today it is oh so true. The votes will continue to be counted until every valid mail-in ballot, absentee ballot, and provisional ballot is counted. So while some, including the president, continue to spew baseless claims of fraud, claims for which his team has not produced one iota of evidence, what we have seen here in Philadelphia is democracy, pure and simple. Our founding fathers, who conceived this system just a 15-minute walk down the street, I know would be proud. 233 years after the Constitutional Convention, we stand at this convention center and proclaim the system still works, the people have spoken. And God willing, we will have a peaceful transition to power in January. And I'd like to take this a moment now to introduce Commissioner Lisa Deely, who's the chair of the Philadelphia City Commissions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank all of you and the public for your continued patience. Our goal has been to produce accurate results as quickly as possible, and we've continued to work toward that end. We've counted a total of 690,360 votes. Of that, 337,609 ballots were cast by mail, and 353,021 were cast at a polling place. This is by far the largest number of mail-in ballots in the city's history. I'm very proud of the work our staff did. They've been working around the clock since Tuesday and before. Here's what you can expect in the upcoming days. At some point this afternoon, we will report another update of mail-in ballot results. I expect it to be 2,000 to 3,000. After that, the remaining ballots generally fall into one of three categories: those that require a review, provisionals, U.S. military overseas ballots. I would estimate there's approximately 40,000 remaining to be counted. We can also tell you that it may take several days to complete the reporting of that. And as you know, election results are not officially certified until 20 days after the election. Thank you again. Thank you to the citizens of Philadelphia. And now I would like to invite Commissioner Omar Sabir to the podium.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the County Board of Election staff. I would like to thank the taxpaying citizens of Philadelphia and across America. I think it's safe to say that democracy has won. Democracy is beautiful. We saw the statue of Octavius Cotto right on City Hall, where he died so that Americans can have access to the democratic process. And as we stand here today in 2020, people still have access to democracy. And it's a beautiful thing, but we still want everyone to exert patience, ignore a lot of the noise that's going on, allow us to complete the counting process. And again, I'd like to thank everyone. I would also like to thank my beautiful wife at home with my 6 children while I'm down here doing all of the counting. I'd like to say, hi, wife, I love you and thank you. And right now, I'd like to bring on our Council President, Darrell Clarke, who's a friend, who's a mentor, and a true leader of Philadelphia.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, everyone. So, to say this was a tumultuous year would be the understatement of the year. We in the city of Philadelphia and across the nation have gone through some very, very challenging times. But in spite of that all, democracy works. Democracy works. I want to thank the commissioners who were given a short time frame to transition from the traditional in-person voting that Philadelphians are known for to having a mail-in ballot system, to have multiple options. And guys, I just want to say you did a great job. You did a great job. But in all due respect to you guys, I want to thank the people that worked. Every time you went by Broad Street, or you went by City Hall, or you went by Delaware and Spring Garden, the lights were on because we had literally hundreds of hard-working individuals in there making sure that this process works. So I just want to thank everybody. I want to particularly thank the citizens of our city who understood the need to participate at record numbers to a degree. I want to thank the country for understanding the need to have a reasonable process that allows the citizens to speak. So To everyone involved, and particularly these individuals here, the mayor, the commissioners, thank you all, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to allow democracy to work.
We'll continue to monitor that news conference going on in Philadelphia. They're obviously feeling good about what they've done so far. We hear another 2,000 to 3,000 ballots they expect to count today, and they're obviously a little bit stung about some of the accusations of malfeasance that have been leveled by the Trump campaign. Let me bring in Chuck and Kate Snow as well. I get that right? 2,000 to 3,000 is what you said.
That's what I heard. Yep.
And then 40,000 others, which would include provisional ballots.
Right, provisional ballots, also military overseas ballots, and any ballot that has some reason for review, she said, are in that 40,000 bucket that they won't get to for several days, she said.
Those are the type of ballots that you almost have to deal with individually, you know, because some of them, why would there be a provisional ballot? Let me give you an easy example. You got your mail, you got your mail-in ballot, and then maybe you thought, I'm not going to put it in the mail. You were told if you brought your mail ballot in, you turned it in, then you could vote, no problem. If you said, hey, I requested a mail ballot, but I don't have it, then they said you have to fill out a provisional ballot, and they just got to double check to make sure you didn't try to double vote. I mean, that is
one of the safeguards.
It's one of the safeguards, and many of these, you know, many of these states have individual barcodes, so that literally you're a barcode, and they'll know immediately. They'll be able to find out pretty fast whether you essentially checked in twice.
All right,
but it takes time.
But that takes time. You have to individually deal with it.
2,000 to 3,000 votes. How have the Philadelphia votes been breaking?
Right here, I'll show you in Philly right now. They've been breaking on the vote by mail. Been breaking greater than what he called here. So if it's 2,000 to 3,000, that means he's going to net anywhere from 1,000 to 1,200 votes to his lead here. We do. It's interesting. We don't, and so in those other 40,000, we don't know how many of them end up being actual ballots. Let's say half of them are tossed. That's another 20. But that's a long way to go there. The suburbs, our estimates are another 15,000 to 20,000 ballots. But honestly, we had this estimate that it was 20,000 in Philadelphia. Well, it turned out it's 2,000 to 3,000 plus this 40. I'm guessing somebody estimated that there'll be 20,000 more when all is said and done, but they were making their own sort of shorthand estimate on how many of those 40,000 provisionals would actually get counted. The point is this, the question is, will Joe Biden be able to get a lead that's outside of the recount provision, 0.5%? I don't know if that happens today, but the math is working in his favor. The math is not working in the president's favor. There is a big batch of ballots in Allegheny County that they won't even begin to count until 5 p.m. today. Allegheny in general was a good county for Biden, not like Philadelphia, but pretty good, 59% of the vote essentially. And on the vote by mail, he's been winning greater, and these 30,000 ballots are mail-in ballots. There actually were mail-in ballots that were printed in error, and they had to create a settlement, and these are ballots that they'll then inspect and count starting at 5 p.m. today. It was part of a sort of a settlement after a court case there brought by two local candidates. So that's another large chunk. And then we're starting to run out of ballots to count. And so we're getting close on our math, but we're not there yet.
All right, Chuck, let's find out a little bit more about that situation in Allegheny County. We'll go to Stephanie Gosk, who's in Philadelphia. What can you tell us about those ballots and that counting?
Sure, Lester. It does get a little complicated, but let me take you back to the weeks and months before the election took place. Allegheny County sent out these 29,000 mail-in ballots, but there was a printing mistake. And then they said, oh, wait, we have to reprint these and send them back out. Well, these two candidates, congressional candidates, GOP members, said, hang on a second, we're going to sue you for how you handled all this. They went to court, and they had to settle on how they were going to deal with it moving forward. And the settlement basically said, okay, you can take these ballots when they come in, these mail-in ballots, but you have to put them aside because they have to be treated differently. And you can't start counting them until 5 o'clock tonight. And the reason that they have to be treated differently is also this question of you don't want people double voting. Like, how can they ensure that the person who received this ballot didn't vote on the old ballot or whatever it might be? They have to check voter rolls. So that's why that's going to happen later, and it's also going to be slower. It's going to be slower than just these regular mail-in ballots. So if it really comes down to that count out in Allegheny County, it's going to be a couple more days at least before you get a good read of what those mail-in ballots are going to show us.
All right, Stephanie Goss, thank you for walking us through that. I want to go to Chris Jansing now. She's in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where we're seeing some of the passions of this uncertainty playing out there behind you. Chris?
Yeah, we have been seeing this over the course of the last couple of days. There have been rallies on both sides. These happen to be what they call the Stop the Steal. They are sort of promulgating what the president has been saying, which has been absolutely disproved, that somehow if you count a vote after Election Day, that it's fraudulent. Of course, that's not the case. They're much quieter than they have been. And then every afternoon, we've been seeing the folks on the opposite side who say just let the count continue. It does tell you a little bit, though, about the emotions that are still going on here. And I can tell you from my conversations with Democratic officials this morning who had been telling me for the last 24 hours, you wait, Joe Biden is going to go ahead in the vote count sometime in the early morning hours, that there wasn't a whole lot of sense of celebration. There was more of a sense of let's sit back, let's be calm, let's wait for this process to play out, which is just what we heard at that press conference, although there has been some pretty strong criticism of what the president has said and done, and some of the folks around the president have said and done. But bottom line is the folks I'm talking to still believe, and I just was in touch with them this morning, who have given me good information all along. They say they still think that Joe Biden can win this state by 100,000 votes. But it's not happening as quickly as they thought it might, Lester.
All right, Chris Jansing and Harrisburg with the view from there. Thank you. I want to go to Hallie Jackson now at the White House. Hallie, what are we hearing from President Trump's team today? They're obviously looking at the same numbers all of us are.
Yeah. Listen, Lester, it is a public posture of defiance, but behind the scenes, I can tell you, based on the reporting from my conversations with sources and the rest of our team's conversations as well, there is a grim understanding that is dawning of the reality of this race, that it seems to be slipping from the president's fingers, frankly, based on the numbers that we are seeing. I can tell you that people in and around the campaign are feeling deflated. Campaign staffers largely reporting to campaign headquarters in Virginia today, but frankly, without much to do, hitting refresh on the computer to see where these results are, much the same way that members of the media are on those big boards and on those maps looking as returns roll in. There is no discussion, we are told, of the president thinking about conceding this race at any point, at least not right now, with one person telling me that he is going to fight until the very last seconds. And that is the posture from the president, a fighting posture. But at the same time, there is real frustration from some allies and advisors of the president's that there is no field marshal, no field general, if you will, who is marshaling the Trump troops to be able to mount both a PR, a messaging strategy here, and a legal strategy as well. Because right now it seems as though the path from the Trump campaign, if it's not going to go through the Electoral College, depending on how Pennsylvania goes, they're hoping it goes through the courts. That is why you are continuing to see these baseless claims of fraud being pushed by the Trump campaign, claims for which there is no evidence right now, no reports of fraud widespread, no reports of any systemic issues with the election. But right now, that is the focus publicly that the campaign is coalescing around. We should note that it's not just that the Trump team has presented no evidence to members of the media, right, or to these various states. There is no evidence in the courts, in the places where this legal battle is being pushed, with lawsuits being dismissed in Georgia and Michigan for that very reason, that the judges there said there's no evidence to back up the claim from the Trump campaign that anybody is breaking the law. But that seems to be what they have left at this point, as the path simply gets narrower and narrower. At some point, Lester, I have been told over the last, 36, 48 hours that the president has been extremely engaged in the vote count. He's been very engaged in where these tallies are. But at some point, there are some hard truths that will have to be delivered to the president. And I spoke with one person close to the White House who said rather sarcastically, nobody right now is willing to tell King Lear the truth about how this race is going. The president, of course, is watching the same numbers we are. We do not have an expectation that we will see him in the coming hours, at least not in the immediate afternoon. afternoon, Lester. The White House press secretary says the discussions are still happening with no decision about whether the president plans to speak publicly. If he were to, it wouldn't be until at least after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, based on what we have heard from the White House here already today, Lester.
All right. Thanks for the view there from Hallie. Clearly, this race is still on. But Chuck, very quickly, check me. Has there been an instance in the modern era where a candidate who was clearly on the losing side of the numbers refused to accept and concede? I'm putting you on the spot.
Al Gore made a call and then reversed it.
Look, there's plenty of Georgia Republicans who believe Stacey Abrams never conceded in the 2018 Senate gubernatorial race. She certainly stood down, and the question is semantics. I don't think she's ever accepted that she lost that race.
Presidential election?
But not in a presidential, no. I mean, I think Herbert Hoover didn't speak to FDR when they rode down to the Capitol.
Yeah.
I think and Harry Truman and Dwight Eisenhower might not have spoken. I wish we had Beschloss here right now.
Let me. I hate to put you on the spot. It
Yeah.
just dawned on me when she talked about that, and it was like, well, is that
I'm thinking back to 2000 and Al Gore making the phone call to George W. Bush and saying, I concede, and then calling back and saying, oops, no, I don't.
pulling it, yes.
I'm pulling it back.
Yeah.
And then how many weeks?
But he
3
was
weeks?
watching, the numbers.
Well, and then he conceded on the night of the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
That's right.
The day after.
Let me bring joining in the conversation now former Democratic Missouri Senator Claire McCaskill and conservative columnist and editor of National Review Rich Lowry. Both are NBC News political contributors. And Claire, I'll start with you. This idea that if the numbers we're seeing break one way or the other, or let's say they break for Joe Biden and Donald Trump does not concede, we've never been there. What does that put into play?
Well, I think Team Biden just moves forward behaving like a president-elect would and ignores the behavior that may be coming from the Oval Office in the coming weeks. Here's the thing. The credibility of this race is important. And I think one of the things that we need to continually point out is that 2 of these states the elections are run by Republicans, both in Nevada and in Georgia. Those are Republican secretaries of state. They are the officials responsible for the administration of the election and making sure that there is no fraud, making sure that everything is done by the book. So winning those 2 states is really important for the credibility of the results. I know he doesn't need them if we get Pennsylvania, but it still adds a certain air of credibility that the Republicans in those states say there's no fraud.
Yeah, Rich, have you played the what-if game here? If the numbers just go against the president, Joe Biden reaches 270, and the president does not concede or continues to go on the offense, what that looks like and what that means for the Republic?
Well, I don't think he's ever going to say I lost fair and square. He'll just never say it. And he's not going away. When he's most presidents, after they lose or they've served 2 terms, there's at least a time when you don't hear from them for a while when they're out of office. That is not going to apply here, obviously. And I think he very well may be thinking of running in 2024, and it'll help him to run as a martyr of an allegedly stolen election.
Rich, I've got to cut you off just for a second. We're going to go to Las Vegas. Clark County election officials holding a news conference now.
To use the microphones. If you're not using the microphone, I'm going to ask you to get to the microphone to ask the question. Now, starting off, I'd like to put some information out for voters to help them in
moved up his total slightly.
Joseph Glorios speaking, and for some reason we're having more audio problems coming out of there, but we've been watching the numbers in Nevada beginning to widen or break more.
Well, actually, we just got some.
You got new numbers?
Yes, Lehigh County, Allentown.
Pennsylvania.
Oh, this is Pennsylvania. Okay.
Pennsylvania, basically about another 6,000 votes. They broke 2-1 for Biden, and you can see his share went up another 0.1%.
And the difference is now 12,000.
12.3. So it's. We told you there are, of all the suburban counties, there are 2,000 to 3,000 ballots in each one of them that we expect throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, this notion, though, that I think was Kristen Hallie was reporting that the I'm forgetting who said it now, that there could be 100,000.
Chris Jansen.
Chris Jansen,
and the Biden people still think they're going to win by 100,000 votes. Look, maybe when all the provisionals are done, I'm not going to rule that out, that math, but there's been this happy talk. Philadelphia did not come in quite as big as the Biden folks thought it was going to. It came in. He got a margin much closer to what Hillary Clinton got, which was about 40 to 50,000 less out of Philadelphia County net than what Barack Obama got in 2012. So, I'll be honest. I think some of these Democratic estimates we're all a little bullish because the reality has come in. Yes, they have all the ballots have broken big for Biden. There's just not been as many of them left that they thought.
All right, I'm going to try to re-energize the brain cells. In the meantime, we'll go back to Nevada, Clark County. Joseph Gloria.
You only saw 30,000 instead of the 51. However, the universe of ballots that I communicated yesterday is still accurate. The only thing you need to do is take it down approximately 20,500 from the 51 to the 30,000. But the 63,000 ballots that I reported yesterday are in the system in various stages. So those will still expected to be reported. Beginning today, we will begin to report our results 2 times a day. So you've already seen the update for this morning. In the afternoon, we will be putting up a fresh report on the mail ballots that have been read into the system sometime before 4 o'clock. We're required to report to the Secretary of State first. Once they've indicated to us that they've received it and it's verified, we'll be able to post on our end. So rather than giving you a specific time, I'll just tell you that it'll be sometime before 4 p.m. Now, one more time, I'd like to go through the ballots that are separate from that universe that I reported. We still have the provisional ballots. All of our laptops from Election Day have been downloaded, so all of that information is available to my staff. Today, we will start in earnest reviewing provisional ballots. There are 60,000 of those to go through in various categories. Now, I want to remind you that we have to coordinate with the Secretary of State because, again, we are not a top-down registration state. We work from the bottom up. So all 17 counties have to report to the Secretary. They still have not given me the instructions. I know that they're on the way. But at some point, they'll let us know when to send our report up, and that will be the tool that they use to match against the other 16 counties in Nevada to make sure that nobody's duplicated a vote in one county to the next, because we want to prevent that. Once we do that, we can begin to release the provisional ballots into count. However, that won't happen until the Secretary of State verifies that report. A reminder that the ID required voters, their deadline is today at 5 p.m. For those who were required to provide an ID, that has to be sent to us by 5 p.m. today. We have a cure line available at 702-455-6552, where we have staff available to assist those individuals with getting that into us. The U.S. mail update for this morning. We received 241 ballots in today's mail that will be added to that number that I'm calling my universe of ballots to be counted. It's looking pretty clear that the number of ballots is going to continue to go down. However, I wanted to ensure the general public, we have been working very close with our regional supervisor at the U.S. Postal Service, and they're doing an excellent job of reviewing all of the post stations here in Clark County. In fact, they have them sweeping regularly more than once on a daily basis, and if they identify anything that needs to be delivered to the office, they get it to our office within 3 to 4 hours. It doesn't even go to the process of having it set up for us to pick up. They are physically delivering those. So we appreciate their effort. They're making sure, just as we are, that we're counting every ballot that's eligible to be counted. So our thanks to the U.S. Postal Service locally. The cure process is another group of ballots that we need to process. They have until Thursday, the 12th of November, to cure that. My staff will not leave this facility until we've counted all of those ballots that have been identified as curable. AB 4 was very clear in the legislative special session that we have to have all ballots counted by November 12th. And with that, I'll open it up for questions. Remember, you need to be at the mic. Good morning, right there.
Joseph Gloria, the registrar in Clark County, Nevada, the most populous county in Nevada, giving a bit more of a breakdown. And that offer a little more clarity, Chuck?
A little. I'll be honest.
They're going to report twice a day.
A little. We got twice a day. Look, I said we're close. The president actually just netted a little bit out of Carson City. We just got a mini report out of there, too. But he only netted about 1,000 votes, so it should have, curious to see. And so Joe Biden's lead is sitting at 20,000, but we got out of here, the president. This is a county that where the capital is. By the way, as a kid, I always thought, why did Johnny Carson get a capital out of that? I was like 3 or 4, but I now get it. Just a little confession there. So he netted about I think 1,000 votes out of there, but still, we're pretty close here. That next batch that he's promising to come out at this point, we have already changed. We've technically changed how we've characterized Nevada. It was earlier today, based on that, we went from too close to call on its own to too close to call Joe Biden leading. And so the next batch is likely to be the most definitive batch that we review yet.
And that's the one I think he said
it's going to come at
4 p.m., 7 p.m. Eastern time. So we'll, of course, watch for that. Also keeping our eye on Pennsylvania, I want to bring in Democratic Senator from Pennsylvania, Bob Casey. Senator, good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
I don't know if you were able to hear the briefing just a short time ago in Philadelphia on the count there, but they seem to be making progress. What's your assessment as to where your state is and when we'll have some resolution?
Well, thanks, Lester. Obviously, Joe Biden's ahead and right around 10,000, I guess it is. I haven't been able to look the last number of minutes, but he's ahead, I think, by in the next day or so when we have a more complete count. There'll be a number that probably is in the double-figure thousands. But ultimately, the best assessment that I've seen is that it'll be 100,000 vote margin. When I say ultimately, I mean when there is an official count that is the predicate for certification.
So,
but that's going to probably take 2 weeks to have that completed, because you've got, according to the York Daily Record, 92,500 provisional ballots in the state. So that's a big number.
We've watched in some of our reporting from Pennsylvania, there are supporters of the president who are out raising concerns about malfeasance in terms of the election count. Are you worried that we could see Joe Biden, cross over the 270 finish line and become perhaps the next president? Are you worried, though, about the lingering aftertaste of this if the president continues to push this idea that something's amiss?
Well, look, the president's been engaged in this kind of conduct and making these kinds of statements for a long time. He lies all the time. He has asked, has continually raised questions about mail-in ballots in our system of voting. He's kind of a one-man underminer of democracy, and when he does that, he hurts our national security. However, despite all that, despite intimidation tactics and everything the president said and did the last number of months, people voted in record numbers. Joe Biden's going to be the president of the United States because he will have won the Electoral College. And at some point, Lester, the Constitution marches forward, and the president's got to decide whether he stands in front of the Constitution and gets steamrolled by it, or whether he accepts the will of the people. That's his decision, but he's not going to prevail.
All right. Senator Bob Casey, great to have you on. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Kristen Welker is at Joe Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. What's the situation there right now, Kristen?
Well, Lester, campaign officials telling me they are elated and increasingly confident that Joe Biden will, in fact, prevail in this race. We are told that there has really been a celebratory atmosphere throughout the day. In fact, in the morning call with campaign officials, one top official said, "We did it." Now, there are a number of those close to the vice president within the campaign are saying, let's not get too excited until we have the final call. And in fact, the vice president himself, we are told, watching this very patiently. patiently, and he sort of has the perspective that he has wanted to and tried to run for president over the past 30-some years, so what is waiting another few hours? The Biden campaign striking a quite defiant note, though, as it relates to what you were just talking about with Senator Casey and what you all have been talking about there at the set. The fact that President Trump is signaling that he is not going to concede, at least he's not going to do it easily. Here's what one Biden official said on the record. This is from Andrew Bates, who's the Biden campaign spokesperson. Quote, as we said on July 19th, the American people will decide this election, and the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House. So that gives you a sense of how they are approaching what we are hearing from President Trump. And I can tell you inside Biden world, there is some concern, but it's not going to prevent the vice president, if and when there is a call, from addressing the nation. That is something that could happen in prime time, I'm told. And let me just set the scene here for you. We are here at the convention center where Biden spoke Tuesday into Wednesday. And I can tell you that there have been signs of life over the past 24 hours. There have been mic checks that have been going on, tinkering with the stage going on, and now more cars, in fact. Lester, as you know, the drive-in rally has been a real signature for the Biden campaign. So now more cars in the parking lot. So it feels like they are preparing for something to happen. We are also told just moments ago that Senator Harris, if and when the vice president speaks, will speak as well. She, of course, will make history if this race is called for the Biden ticket, because she would be the first black female vice president-elect. So they are preparing for something big here, and they continue to be defiant in the face of the president trying to claim that there has been voter fraud. But again, stressing that Vice President Biden has been very clear. He believes every vote needs to be counted, and he doesn't want to celebrate until there is a conclusion to this race, Lester.
All right, Kristen, thank you. We're going to go back to Nevada now, where officials just said they have 63,000 ballots yet to be counted. NBC's Jacob Soboroff was at that Clark County press conference. What more can you tell us about what they're expecting in Nevada?
Hey, Lester. So the press conference is ongoing right now. Same gentleman we heard from yesterday, Joe Gloria, who yesterday had told us we were going to have 51,000 ballots today, released today. And this morning, there was a little confusion because there were only around 30,000 ballots that were released in that updated total. That increased Joe Biden's lead here in the state to, I believe, around 21,000. Well, turns out that was an erroneous number that was given out by the the registrar here yesterday. That will be the total number for this morning, the 30,000 ballots. There are still overall 63,000 outstanding. The change here today is that we will get a second report. So far, during this process, they've only reported one new ballot dump, for lack of a better term, a day. We're going to get a second one today before 4 o'clock local time, 7 p.m. On the East Coast. And again, there has been some criticism here that for a state that is so consequential, things have been moving relatively slowly. And if I can, just like we did yesterday, Lester, I just want to show you that in the area where the ballot scanner machines are right now, and they are those white things, they look kind of like big printers. Over there, there's another one. These are election observers in the foreground here. Hi, how are you? It doesn't appear that they're actually doing any scanning of the ballots right now. So I don't know if it's a volume issue, a processing issue, that they're not able to go as fast as they would like to. But the reality is, with all of these outstanding ballots, and I'm talking about the mail-in ballots, not even the provisional ballots, that goes beyond the 63,000 number. There are still a lot of ballots to count here because of a staff error. We were told we were going to get 51,000 this morning. It turns out we only ended up getting in the 30,000 neighborhood. But Joe Gloria, the registrar, is continuing his briefing right now, and we hope to continue to get some more information. And we know at least by 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a second round of new data coming out of here in Clark County, where Nevada is. All
right, Jacob, thanks for walking us through all that. John Ralston's been covering Nevada politics for a very long time, lately for the Nevada Independent. He joins us now. John, what's your understanding of the confusion there between that 51,000 versus 30,000?
Well, my understanding, Lester, is, and I don't want to get too much in the weeds here, is there's essentially a difference between ballots and cards. Some ballots are longer than others, and they erroneously gave out a number of how many cards there were and not ballots. I have to tell you, as I've been saying here all week, I have great respect for Joe Gloria and the people who run these elections here, but there's clearly been just bad communications, and it's been allowed the Republicans to raise questions and allowed us in the media to say what the heck is going on. But it looks like they fixed everything now, and I'm glad they're going to be doing 2 reports a day, Lester. But the big news, of course, is what those 30,000 ballots showed, which is what I've been saying, as you know, Lester, that the Democrats won the mail consistently by 2-1 in Clark County. Most of the ballots that are left are in Clark County. Biden's lead has essentially doubled today. The mail ballots essentially showed 2-1 today. They showed the same thing yesterday. And despite what Chuck Tentative Todd is saying, Nevada is over.
Hey, buddy.
You deserve a response.
Look, man, we're not at that 99.5. And, at the end of the day, with a lot of scrutiny that we're all under these days, John, I think you know the cautious nature. And I really think, frankly, we've seen this with all of the folks that not just run election desks, but I'm talking about the folks counting the ballots. There's an extra methodical, deliberate nature. Tell me what's going on in Reno, where there's just not much left out of Washoe County?
Yeah, there's a few hundred ballots that came out today, Chuck, that were updated in that total, and Biden won by a little bit. And you know Nevada as well as anyone who doesn't live here, Chuck. Washoe has been the key in the last few elections here, in the sense that it used to be a Republican county, but now the Democrats are consistently winning here. Hillary Clinton won by about 2,700 votes. Biden has even a bigger lead, as you can see right there, and both Governor Sisolak and Senator Rosen, who were supposedly in very tight races last cycle, both won Washoe County, and that extended their margin. So there's not enough votes left in Washoe to really move the needle that much, not enough left in the rurals either, Chuck. And so all those votes that are left are in Clark County. There's no reason to believe that Biden isn't going to win the rest of those mail ballots by close to 2-1. And then there's about 60,000 or so, I think, provisional ballots, most of which probably will count. These are same-day registrants who got provisional ballots. That was a new law that was passed. The same-day registration ballots in Clark County before now have been pretty even. The Republicans have done a pretty good job, but they have to do much better than even among those. So unless there's something really anomalous going on, there's no way that Trump does anything but lose votes here from now on.
Hey, John, I know when all is said and done, it looks like the margin for Joe Biden is going to look not that dissimilar to what Hillary Clinton got. What'd you learn over the last 4 years? What changed and what didn't?
Well, it's interesting because not a lot really has changed. And you just said it yourself, Chuck. It looks like, again, if the progression continues, that Joe Biden will win the state by about the same margin as Hillary Clinton, about 2.5 percentage points. Now, the Republicans have been doing this since 2008. They've been trying to, figure out how to unlock the Clark County key, which has been everything for the Democrats. As you know, early voting here is usually 2/3 of the vote. The Democrats build up a huge bank of votes, and there's not enough votes left on Election Day. The Republicans thought they had a plan this time that was going to pay off, but it was, especially with what the president and his campaign have been doing, it was reliant on them being slightly ahead on election night. That did not happen. That's when they knew or believed that they had lost the state. Chuck, we're going to have to wait for the exit polls to see if the Latino vote here was down this time, what else happened. But really, not much has changed.
No, the one thing that jumped out in the exit poll, and I'm curious of what you think a Biden administration ought to take away from them when they think about Nevada, and is Nevada was one of the few battleground states that said, hey, we'd like to prioritize restarting the economy over containing the virus. Only Ohio was the only other battleground state that I think chose economy over the virus, which to me actually made a lot of sense. What should a Biden, if it indeed is a Biden White House, how should a Biden White House think about this balance that Nevada voters seem to be concerned about?
You know, Chuck, the way you just framed that, and you see those polling results up there, is the key question for Nevada. The Republicans tried to change that perception here by essentially saying, look, they didn't do what you just said. The governor, who was a Democrat, didn't restart the economy. Steve Sisolak essentially forced the casinos to shut down really early because the coronavirus was so bad here. And that was devastating to the economy because after the casinos, Chuck, there ain't much here when it comes to the economy. And so that was devastating. And so the Republicans jumped on that. They tried to substitute Sisolak for Biden on the ballot, essentially saying if you don't like what the lockdown did to the economy, then vote against Joe Biden and as a proxy for Steve Sisolak. We don't know if that works, but it was a pretty smart strategy, if you ask me, Chuck. But it's much more nuanced than that, right? Things have been opening up here for quite some time. But there's a lot of people out of work, Chuck, and the unemployment system here has been dysfunctional, so there's a lot of anger. How much that played into this? Again, we have some exit polling data. I want to wait a little bit longer to see how that.
All right, gentlemen, thank you, John. Hallie Jackson at the White House right now. Hallie, you've got some new information.
Well, I want to answer some of the questions, Lester, that you and the panelists have been talking about here regarding the idea of where President Trump's head is at as we look at this race and where things stand currently. And there was this question, right, of if it continues to move in the direction that it's headed in Pennsylvania, and again, NBC News has not called this race. It is still obviously still very active. Would the president concede this? Let me just make a couple of points here. Remember, conceding, that is not a statutory or constitutional mandate. That is a tradition. It is not a requirement by law, Lester. So the one thing we know about this president, he does not hold tradition in high regard in many instances. So there is no indication that he would do so, at least until, according to our sources, after the recounts, the canvassing, the certifications have been completed. The latest deadline for that, I believe, in the 5 states that are still outstanding is December 1st. And I think that's the Wisconsin certification. So there's sort of that piece of things at play here. But I also want to point to, if past is precedent, right, and if the president's past actions provide a roadmap of where he goes from here, I want to flash you back to what was happening at the end of 2016 and early 2017. After Donald Trump had already locked up the Electoral College, he was already president-elect, he was inaugurated, he was president, he still insisted that the popular vote count was not valid, making back then even fraudulent claims of voter irregularity, going so far as to create, do you remember this? The Voter Commission, a presidential commission on election integrity. It ultimately found nothing untoward. It disbanded, I think, in 2018. But even as recently as last year, Chuck, the president was still telling you in that interview you conducted with Meet the Press that he felt like there was still concerns or that it was not accurate, the popular vote count. And I think that speaks to the president's ability to hold on to what he sees as something unfair, his sort of aggrieved sense of things. And so I don't think there is any indication that that is changing in the next couple of months,
Hallie,
if in fact this moves
let me
in that
take
direction.
you back. You went back to 16. I'm going to take you back earlier that year. The Iowa caucuses. That's first time Donald Trump ever faced any set of voters were the Iowa caucuses. He lost. And I just went back to remind, I know what my memory was, but I'm just went back to all the headlines were when the Donald Trump side, Donald Trump claims Ted Cruz stole Iowa caucuses with calls. So this is there is a pattern here. When he doesn't, and in fact, I think he lost the Wisconsin primary, also was a big moment. And again, he accused, because everybody piled on him and everybody sort of rallied around him. So he has never accepted any loss as legitimate. He didn't accept the Iowa caucuses as legitimate. He didn't accept, I believe, was it the Wisconsin primary or Indiana primary? My memory is a little foggy right now. He didn't accept the popular vote, as Hallie pointed out. And so history says he's not going to accept this no matter what it is.
There's been a video that's been going viral on social media. I think it was last night. Hillary Clinton in one of the debates making this point to the president back in 2016 when they were debating, saying, you're the person that has, she repeated several instances of the president sticking to his ground.
What's worth noting is that we're talking about it.
Well, and it's Rich Lowry, I thought, pointed out really well. He said he quoted his own column from like 4 years. Like, Donald Trump's pattern is, Donald Trump admitted, yes, I whine sometimes. I whine till I win, was the quote, I think, that Rich Lowry was paraphrasing there. Donald Trump's entire career, he has found success basically denying reality.
Well, Hallie, what about
he has
that?
Bent the will sometimes of an alternative reality into his reality.
But Hallie, if you're still with us, I mean, we're looking at these Pennsylvania numbers. As you know, we have not called them, but a lot of folks may see the handwriting on the wall. How does the Trump campaign see a path? All right, so you complained about illegal voting. Do they honestly see a way to figure out a win that defies whatever that ultimate electoral vote number is?
I will tell you, Lester, based on my conversations over the past, few hours since the Pennsylvania numbers started coming in increasingly for Joe Biden this morning, I cannot confidently stand here and say that the campaign overall honestly, truly sees a path right now in Pennsylvania based on the the ballot numbers that are coming in. What I will say is that I do think that they are gearing up for this legal fight, this legal strategy moving forward, specifically in Pennsylvania, and specifically related to the case that is already in front of the Supreme Court regarding late arriving mail-in ballots. That is where a lot of the focus is right now, because if they're not going to get there based on the count as it stands now, they're hoping to get there based on the courts. But I will say there is real consternation and real frustration and concern that legal strategy is frankly a bit of a mess at the moment. There are those in the president's orbit who are allies, advisors, who are very concerned that there is not clear leadership on that front, that there is not somebody who is acting like, the Ted Olson, if you will, back in 2000 in Florida to try to mount a concerted, clear legal effort on behalf of the Trump campaign. Partly the framing of that, right, to compare what's happening in Pennsylvania to what's happening in Florida is intended to give the Trump campaign an air of legitimacy that doesn't seem to exist based on the legal challenges they've put forward so far, with judges dismissing cases that have already been filed because there's just not evidence to back up what the Trump campaign is saying. I'll also note that, Lester, you and I were talking, 24 hours ago about the lawsuit being threatened to be filed in Nevada. That actually hasn't materialized yet, right? That has not been formally filed by the Trump campaign. These are threats that we are seeing. There is that threat for the Wisconsin recount and others. But at this point, not clear how that legal strategy moves forward for President Trump.
All right, Hallie, thanks. And you kind of teed us up to where we want to go next. Let's take a closer look at the legal questions surrounding this election now with Justice correspondent Pete Williams and Ned Foley, an expert in constitutional law and the director of the election law program at Ohio State University. First to you, Pete. What is the status of that Pennsylvania suit about late arriving ballots?
So I will admit that Professor Foley and I talk about 25 times a day, probably more than he would like to answer my phone calls. But as I see it, there are basically only two kinds of lawsuits currently active that could actually affect the vote total. Now, the first one is the one that Hallie was just talking about, the lawsuit in the Supreme Court challenging the state Supreme Court's decision to extend the deadline for mail ballots until Friday. How much of a difference might that make? We can't say until we know how many mail ballots actually came in between 8 o'clock on Tuesday night and Friday at 5 p.m. So that could be important. Maybe not. We'll see how many votes there are. The question is, was the state Supreme Court able to do that, to extend the deadline, or can that be only done by the legislature? That's the legal question. The other kind of lawsuit that could affect the vote total is in state court in Pennsylvania. And here's the issue. In some counties, at least two counties that we know of, Montgomery County and Northampton County, the officials gave mail voters a chance to come in and fix their ballots if they had a problem with them. If they left off a date, there was some technical problem, they could fix the ballot or cast a provisional ballot. The Republicans say you can't do that under state law. State law doesn't allow that. The Democrats say, well, state law doesn't specifically allow it, but it doesn't specifically prohibit it either. So that's a legal question for the state courts in Pennsylvania to decide. It does seem to me that lawsuit, while the Supreme Court lawsuit could look back at the votes that were cast in that extended period, these state court lawsuits are only forward-looking. If the courts say, yep, you're right, you can't let people cast a provisional ballot, they would have to stop counting any ballots that they knew of were in that category. But they'll undoubtedly cast a lot of ballots already, and you can't go back and now try to fish them out and figure out which ones they were or who they voted for. And then in Nevada, that's the only other state where there's any active litigation right now, and it's a lawsuit filed by 2 candidates for Congress who say that in Clark County they should stop using automated equipment to compare the signatures on mail ballots to what's on file. And again, that is also forward-looking because it wouldn't affect any ballots that were already screened. So there are only 2 states right now, Lester, in which there's active litigation.
And Professor Foley, in any of those cases, would you see a potential major change in the vote totals as we will have known them?
No, I don't see that. It doesn't seem to me that the litigation really is likely to affect the outcome in either of those states.
And so what are the, Hallie raised the issue of there doesn't seem to be a clear-cut legal strategy for the Trump campaign in terms of the nature of the kind of lawsuits. Do they feel scattershot? Is it important that they come up with a kind of a broader strategy?
Yeah, I think in this kind of litigation involving recounts or fights over the counting of votes, you often see litigation filed even if it doesn't have merit, because the candidate that's behind needs to do something, otherwise they're going to stay behind. But often these lawsuits just end up just going away because they lack merit.
All right, Professor Foley and Pete, thank you very much. And Chuck, you had something you want to
Well, what I have is a perfect example as to why the Biden folks have so much confidence, why we believe when all the votes are counted, Joe Biden's lead continues to expand in Pennsylvania. I want to point out we just got some numbers out of Crawford County. Crawford County in the Erie, Pennsylvania media market, county just below here. You can see Donald Trump. It's a good, strong performance for him, 68%. We just got 4,400 vote by mail ballots in here. Joe Biden won 61% of the 4,000 mail-in ballots we just added into here. And Donald Trump won about 37% of them. The point is that we were telling you, all the vote by mail, it didn't matter where vote by mail came from, if it came from a red county or it all leaned heavily Joe Biden. So here is a county where he will overall barely top 30% of the vote. And yet, just now, when he won this most recent one, all of the vote by mail. I mean, we just basically had Republicans voted in person, Democrats voted by mail, and it's just a perfect example of why all of this vote did this sort of. This is a case, the red mirage, and then.
Right. So at the end of the day, did the Trump campaign do itself a disservice by talking down early voting? I mean,
well, no, because their turnout came out. They're gonna get more people to vote in Pennsylvania this time than they did 4 years ago. No, what I would say is we did a disservice to the American people because we're sitting here, and I think Trump supporters sit there and say, and I've heard from them, I've heard from some acquaintances in Pennsylvania who are Trump supporters who sit there and say the Democrats are stealing this, and I said, no, this is how it works. The law stated they couldn't start counting the vote by mail until election day itself. So. I'm really sorry that the Republican legislature here and the Democratic administration in Pennsylvania could not figure out how to do this the way the state of Florida does it, the way the state of North Carolina does it, the way plenty of other, the state of Texas does it, because this has created this illusion of whatever it is, the blue fade or the red mirage or whatever sort of ridiculous red-blue term you want to use for this. These votes count the same whether they were cast in person or cast in the mail, and unfortunately, the way the vote counting process, the way the state of Pennsylvania was forced to do this, it has created this. So that's the part of this, frankly, if you're asking me, I mean, there's no difference. The president did a great turnout. Joe Biden did a good turnout. I think we're going to find out he could have done better over here in turnout in some of the Democratic strongholds, but he did good enough. But that's what we're seeing here anyway. It's just an explanation of why the vote by mail, it didn't matter if it came from a solid red county. The vote by mail has been Biden heavy.
And at the risk of stating the obvious, let's just remember we're in a pandemic, right? So people voted by mail who were concerned about going in person and being exposed to the coronavirus.
I stood in a line for 3 hours long and really worried about that distance.
Or they voted early. And that group of people tended, unfortunately, masks became politicized. Yeah. The pandemic became politicized. So people who voted early, even in red Pennsylvania, tended to be people that were concerned and mask wearing, and those tended to skew Democrat.
And we saw in the polling, I just discussed with John Ralston, basically It was mostly Democratic voters who picked containing the virus, and it was mostly Republican voters. I mean, in that sense, the president successfully, you could say his message was successful, at least for the people that supported him, did seem to align with him on what balance to strike between the virus and the economy. By the way, what does this mean overall? So here in a red county, right, if you're the Trump campaign and you think, oh, good, and Biden's lead grew, right? Like at the end of the day, his lead is now over 13,000 thanks to Crawford County, a county that Donald Trump won with 68%.
All right, we need to go back to the White House and Hallie Jackson. I understand we're getting some communication from the president.
We are. A new statement from President Trump, Lester, is on passed by the campaign. I'm going to read it to you in full, so forgive me as I look on the phone. I'm not sure if we'd have time to make a graphic yet. This is literally just coming into us, but it's from President Trump, and he says the following, quote, he says, "We believe the American people deserve to have full transparency into all vote counting and election certification, and that this is no longer about any single election. The president continues that this is about the integrity of our entire election process." And I'm quoting here. He says, "From the beginning, we have said that all legal ballots must be counted and all illegal ballots should not be counted. Yet we've met resistance for this basic principle by Democrats at every turn." The president wraps up his statement by saying, "We will pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee the American people have confidence in our government," saying, "I will never give up fighting for you and our nation." And again, that is the statement that is just coming into us from President Trump as we are seeing this race in Pennsylvania, watching those numbers obviously give Joe Biden a lead. NBC News has not called that race. A couple of things here based on this statement. Number one, that the president indicates that he's going to continue to pursue this process through every aspect of the law. That backs up to me on the record what we have been reporting now for the last several hours, which is that the president will continue to fight and that their legal strategy, their strategy overall now runs through the courts as far as the president's path to push forward. I have to note, too, while the president says that this is about the integrity of our entire election process, it bears repeating. There is no evidence of widespread fraud in this election. There are no reports of widespread fraud. There are no reports of any systemic issues with the election process as it has been conducted. This election has proceeded as expected, with a lot of ballots taking a long time to count, partly because there were so many mail-in ballots because of course, the pandemic that Kate just referenced. This is proceeding as expected. What is notable about this statement, you can't see it, it is, in sentence format, in the punctuation is there, and I say that because the last statement we heard from the president yesterday was, you know this, Chuck, it was about 2 sentences, all caps. It felt very much like it was the president's voice. It was very characteristic of what we've seen from the president on Twitter and elsewhere. I am just telling you, based on 5 years covering this president, this statement is somewhat out of character from the president and the statements that we have seen him make, on air and on Twitter, particularly as it relates to this election process. Yeah. I have to say that there are Republicans, Lester, who are saying, Mitt Romney, for example, is out with a statement basically saying, listen, go to court, right? If you take the legal, do the legal things that you think you need to do if it is sort of confined to the bounds of the law and what is allowable if you want to continue to fight that. What the concern is, and what Senator Romney and others are saying now, some in the Republican circles, is don't spread widespread, baseless, incorrect, false, inaccurate claims of voter fraud, because that is actually what's undermining the integrity of this election.
Yeah, I'm reading it here. It's carefully worded, and it doesn't make any specific allegations. It just gives you the sense that something is wrong. And if I read this in a vacuum, I'd say this is someone trying to make an appeal for election reform,
or someone preparing to accept something that's inevitable. I mean, look, Hallie, this does not sound like the Donald Trump of just 6 hours ago. How about that?
Because there's no specific.
There's no specific, and he doesn't seem to be alleging anything here. It's careful. Now, look, should be two motivations here. If he wants to find more fellow Republicans to have his back, he needs to not say as many outlandish wrong things. A statement like this is something that a Pat Toomey can get. There's nothing in here that Pat Toomey could object to. There's nothing in here that Mitt Romney could object to. There's nothing in here that Mitch McConnell could object to.
There's almost nothing in there that Democrats could object to, because he's saying count all the legally cast votes, which I think every single American would support.
That's right. And it's interesting. It means somebody got him to sign off on this, which one might argue is the beginning. You want to talk about the different steps of acceptance there. That might be we're in a step of acceptance.
We want to bring into this conversation NBC News political analyst and conservative host, The Hugh Hewitt Show on the Salem Radio Network, Hugh Hewitt, and former press secretary to President Obama, NBC News political analyst Robert Gibbs. Hugh, first, join this conversation, if you will. I don't know if you heard the entire statement from the president, but it does not make specific allegations of election fraud, like some of what we heard from the president earlier, and reads more as an aspiration for a better election system. What's your read? Is the president now preparing for a graceful way to exit some of his allegations?
I don't know. Allegations are not evidence, and evidence is not a verdict. And I think he realizes, as most of his supporters realize, you've got to actually have a narrative and an allegation backed up by evidence to move forward in the court. I have been going back and consulting, oddly enough, with a couple of Nixon historians about President Nixon's decision in 1960 not to contest the election. He made that decision, they tell me, after he reached the conclusion that to go further with a recall, it had begun, or a recount in Illinois, that it would injure his future more than it would help it. And he thought, I'm going to live to fight another day. If the president is looking forward, as some people have already talked about, to 2024, if he's worried about his family's future political fortunes, that may be figuring into the dialing back of the rhetoric. There's also the reality. He needs there are 4 battlegrounds. He needs 3 wins. Before you get to 3, you got to get to 1. There is a recount underway in Georgia, which will matter quite a lot. He's done a lot for the Republican Party in this election. He got 70 million votes. He's won big gains, or he's led to wins in the House, probably in the Senate, in the state legislatures. He got a governorship. Right now, the party is very happy with him. And so I think there is a balancing act going on. What helps the president and the party that he leads the most? If you can get 1 win somewhere, full back to full mode, like Chuck was saying. I applaud, though, the way you've read it is exactly how I heard it, and how 70 million Trump voters heard it. That's not unreasonable. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and Robert, does this pave the way? Do you see a conversation between Joe Biden and President Trump before this day is over?
We may very well be heading toward that, Lester. I think as you see Pennsylvania getting farther and farther away from President Trump and closer to a president-elect Joe Biden, I think that's certainly in the offing. And I agree with both what Chuck and Hugh have said here. I think for Chuck saying this is about making sure that the Republican Party is surrounding you and not walking away from your statements. And I agree with Hugh that this may be about preserving your standing for another day. And I think it's an interesting development. I think it will be interesting more so to compare it if we see President Trump today. Do we hear the audibilization of a written statement, which is easier to deliver something like this in a written form, than if we see him on camera? Is he back to what we saw last night and everyone cut away from? Or does he maintain where he is in this statement?
Do you sense that there's this consternation in the White House right now over this very issue of how to communicate, how to express, worry about the election without burning down the House?
I would certainly think so, because I think you're preserving you're preserving 2 things, right? You are preserving for the president his reputation and his future standing. And as you said, there's no reason Republicans wouldn't be very happy with what happened broadly on election night just a few nights ago. But I think also, somebody clearly has talked to him about what the country is in need of and what the office of president is in need of. And those are really important things for the continuation of our democracy in our country.
And Hugh, this is a president who never apologizes and never backs down. And to his supporters, that's the root of his strength. In this circumstances, what will his final message be if he confronts a loss? What would you expect to hear from him? Would it be something that we would normally think of as a concession, or will he find another way?
I think he'll find another way, Lester. Making America great again can be a part of many different messages. If he decides to exit because he can't get 1 win somewhere, which would lead to the 2nd win to the 3rd, I expect him to say what Richard Nixon said in 1960, and they were friends, by the way. They were good friends. They saw each other around New York, and if Nixon were alive, he'd say to him, find a defensible line, retreat to it, and save up your powder and glory in making the Republican Party a majority in the Senate, which I think is likely to happen. Push on with every recount, demand that recounts be fair and full, but avoid giving in to the 10%. There's a bell curve in everything. There's a bell curve in the people who voted for Donald Trump as well. The 10%, the farthest, a hardcore right wing, want him to go to the state legislatures and have them overrule the popular vote. That's crazy. That's as radical as court packing. And the Republican Party is not a radical party. It's a party of the rule of law. So I think if he wants to play to the middle of his bell curve within the Republican Party, he finds a way to say, we are going to retreat to defensible lines and continue to make America great again through the Senate and through the House. And I'll be seeing you on the campaign trail at my rallies for the next 10 years.
All right. You?
10.
Lester.
Grover Cleveland.
Just a data point for you. I've been watching both the official President Trump Twitter page and Donald J. Trump's Twitter page. Neither of them have provided this statement that we've been showing. So in other words, the president has not tweeted the statement that we're reading that's attributed to him. He has not owned that on his Twitter page.
Maybe his phone's charging.
Maybe he's busy. An hour ago, he was still talking about missing military ballots in Georgia.
And I'll just briefly read it again if you're just joining us and help you understand the conversation. Statement for the president a short while ago. He says, we believe the American people deserve to have full transparency into all vote counting and election certification, and that this is no longer about any single election. This is about the integrity of the entire election process. From the beginning, we have said that all legal ballots must be counted and all illegal ballots should not be counted. Yet we have met resistance to this basic principle by Democrats at every turn. We will pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee that the American people have confidence in our government. I will never give up fighting for you and our nation. President Donald J. Trump. So that you could read a number of ways, certainly as a potential graceful off-ramp to some of the more inflammatory statements and preparing for what comes next. So we will reset here. Our special Decision 2020 coverage continues. We want to take a quick look at where we stand at this moment. We're closely watching 4 key states that have yet to be called, but where Joe Biden is holding a narrow lead as vote counting continues. Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Joe Biden currently has 253 electoral votes based on the races that we have called. So a win in Pennsylvania alone with its 20 electoral votes would put him over the required 270 and make him president-elect. Donald Trump, with 214 electoral votes, has a much more difficult path, as you've been hearing. He cannot win without Pennsylvania, even if he manages to win all 3 of those other states. So he's got a very narrow working space right now. I want to go to Kristen Welker. She is at Joe Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. You've been noting that they are feeling very good, very optimistic, but this is not a done deal yet, Kristen.
This is not a done deal, Lester. You're absolutely right. And I heard you talking about the possibility of a concession call. I can tell you, based on my conversations, Vice President Joe Biden's not going to wait for that before addressing the nation if there is, in fact, an official call in this race. Now, we have been told that he is watching these returns. He's feeling quite confident, and we heard that in his remarks yesterday. When he spoke for about 2 minutes. He reiterated he wants to see every vote counted, but he was quite bullish. He said he believes once that happens, he and Senator Harris will prevail in this race. Now, if and when we do hear from Vice President Biden, we're told that we'll also hear from Senator Harris. What will their tone be? Well, according to one advisor, he is going to talk about healing, unity, and coming together as a nation. Really the themes that have governed his entire campaign. But it's also significant because what we are seeing play out is such a sharply divided nation. The margins, as we've talked about over and over again have just been so close in each of these key battleground states. And so he knows that if he is, in fact, the person who winds up winning this race, that is going to be his first and arguably one of his toughest challenges, to try to bring this country together. And he talked about that. He said, look, I'm not naive. I know that it's an uphill battle, but it is something that needs to be tackled. In terms of the rhetoric that we're hearing from President Trump, that official statement went out. I think Kate's right. Let's see what he has to say on Twitter. But the Biden campaign, and I'll just remind everyone, has been quite defiant, releasing a statement saying, as we said on July 19th, the American people will decide this election, and the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House. Lester.
All right. Thank you, Kristen Welker, for that. Peter Alexander is at the White House, and we got the statement from the president just a short time ago. Peter, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Lester, that's right. You know, it's notable as you saw that statement from the president today, just how different it was from what we heard from him publicly yesterday in the briefing room, where he was making those false claims without evidence of widespread voter fraud, claims that even members of his own party pushed back on yesterday, calling them inflammatory and dangerous. And then this new statement from the president that really doesn't sound a lot like his voice, very different, saying this is a much bigger issue, an issue of transparency, an issue not about any single election, about our election system at large, saying that he would continue this fight to the very end for you, as he describes, and for the American people at large. You know, one thing I'm struck by as we continue to have these conversations right now is, for the moment, of course, President Trump is the president. 75 more days until the inauguration. Whether or not he wins, that remains to be seen. But in conversations I've had with some White House officials in recent days, as they anticipated this could be a protracted process, they said they were advising the president that they wanted him to be more public, that he should be more public, demonstrating his responsibilities in the role, that he was still working on behalf of the American people. But to be totally clear, there has not been one public item on his schedule since his remarks late election night. So now, for approaching 3 full days, the best of our knowledge, it's been mostly waiting, watching television, and fuming in a series of tweets and other ways. Compare that to Joe Biden right now, who, as we reported just yesterday, had a coronavirus briefing before he made his public statements. Here, to the best of our knowledge, the president hasn't had a formal briefing of that kind in a significant period of time, even as the coronavirus pandemic grows in terms of the number of infections, hospitalizations, and deaths. So it does raise real questions as we talk about what the president will do in terms of the possibility of a concession. And aides tell me that that conversation hasn't taken place. They think it is way premature, as they still continue with the public message of, we're going to be defiant, we're going to fight this to the very end. Is what happens in terms of the governance of the country, what plans the president has, how he will sort of deal with those responsibilities at the very same time. Lester?
All right, good questions. All right, Peter Alexander, thank you. I want to go back to Justice Correspondent Pete Williams. We were chatting about lawsuits in Pennsylvania. You've got some new information.
Right. There's been now a ruling from an intermediate appellate court in Pennsylvania on this question about whether voters can come in and cast a provisional ballot to fix a problem with their mail ballots. Now, the state court has just said to the Secretary of State, you must order all local election officials to set aside any provisional ballots that were filed this way, any provisional ballots that were cast by mail-in voters who were given a chance to cast a provisional ballot to fix some problem with their mail-in votes. So from now on, the Secretary of State is ordered to tell the election officials they have to set any provisional ballots aside and not count them yet until the court decides whether there is a legal right to count those ballots. As I said earlier, Lester, this is the issue. The Republicans say there's no provision in state law that allows a voter to fix their ballot that way, to repair any problems in it. The Democrats say, well, the law isn't explicit. It doesn't explicitly say we can, but it doesn't explicitly say we can't. And so we think that this is consistent with letting people vote freely and fairly. So that's the question. Now, it does seem to me, Lester, that this is only going to apply from now on. because undoubtedly many counties in the state have already accepted these provisional ballots and put them into the pool of ballots that were cast, and it would be impossible now to go back and say, oops, we shouldn't have counted that ballot there. Once the ballot is separated from the envelope, you don't know who cast it, you don't know what it is, it goes into the pool. So it seems to me this is going to be forward-looking only change, that from now on they have to set any provisional ballots like that aside until the court decides whether they can be counted. And how many ballots that is, I have no clue. There's nothing in any of the court documents that would indicate what the universe of these ballots is.
All right, Pete, thanks for that update. Appreciate it. Rahema Ellis is watching the ongoing vote count in the all-important city of Philadelphia. We got an update from there about an hour or so ago. What have you learned, Rahema?
One of the things we're learning, Lester, is that they're talking about 40,000 mail ballots is what there remain to be counted here. The big question that I had for the election commissions here was how many of those mail-in ballots came in after the 8 o'clock cutoff time of Election Day, and how many were done before that. I didn't get an answer to that, so we're going to continue to pursue that because that could be significant in all of this. The courts had said that they have up until 5 o'clock today to receive those mail-in ballots, which they have set aside. Again, the question is, how many are there? Lester? All right,
Rahema Ellis in Philadelphia for us. Thanks very much. We can continue to watch all this play out. Chuck, why don't you give us one more look at the boards?
Well, look, and I'm going to do it in a not dip in anything. Look, we're getting we're obviously getting pockets of mail-in ballots all day long, whatever there is from counties. And as we pointed out to you, even the red counties are coming up in Joe Biden's favor. His lead in Pennsylvania expanded just in the last hour. We are waiting for another pocket of votes out of Clark County. We expect that at 7 p.m. Eastern. It will go a long way in helping us characterize this race, perhaps for the final time in Nevada, with Joe Biden leading. It is over 90% chance that he's carrying Nevada. We're not yet at 99.5. Less clear as to the situation in Arizona, but I can tell you that so far what the president's got out of Maricopa in that first round of votes that we've seen today was not enough to overtake Joe Biden's lead. But there is some question about how many remaining ballots there are. Is there about 150,000 ballots, or is it closer to 226? That would tell you whether the president needs to win, a big majority. But those are the three places we expect to see some votes today.
Which means we're not going home. Chuck, thanks very much. Kate as well. We are going to return you now to regular programming. We will stay right here, standing by, monitoring all those very close uncalled states. We'll come back on the air immediately when there are further developments to bring you. Until then, I'm Lester Holt, NBC News. Stay close, everyone.
Hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. Glad to be with you for Decision 2020 on NBC News Now as the world watches and waits. It has been a very busy day, so let's catch you up on what we're watching right now. We've got the Trump campaign and the Biden campaign weighing their next moves. The Biden campaign is trying to figure out how to manage its excitement over a victory that it believes is imminent. The Trump campaign is trying to figure out how to manage its argument over supposed misdeeds in the election, thus far without having produced any hard evidence. Within the last hour, President Trump released a statement that reads in part, quote, "We will pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee the American people have confidence in our government. I will never give up fighting for you and our nation," unquote. We will continue to check in on the key states where votes are being counted. We'll look in on some of the big Senate races, including the race in Arizona, which we have called for Democrat Mark Kelly. If there are any updates or projections, as we can confirm them, we will bring them to you. But our goal is not to be fast. We're trying to be right, especially at this point in the race. Do stay with our coverage on our YouTube channel, on the NBC News app, or online at NBCNewsNow.com. Let's begin with where we are on the road to 270. Joe Biden, by our count, is 17 electors away. He stands with 253 electoral votes that we can project. President Trump has 214 electoral college votes. Not impossible for either candidate to win, although President Trump's paths to victory are narrower and narrower. We'll illustrate that for you in a little bit. But let's go through some of the key states that we're watching. First of all, the state of Nevada. We still characterize that as too close to call. The registrar of voters in Clark County, that's Las Vegas, says that they're going to release more vote counts at 7 p.m. Eastern time today, and then they will release 2 more vote count sets every day going forward until everything is counted. So we may have a better idea of what's going on in Nevada in about 5 hours, but for now, that race remains too close to call. Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, could be the checkmate state. It's the only one that Joe Biden needs to win to clinch the White House. But as for those 20 electoral votes, that remains too close to call. And close indeed. Just 13,000 votes separate the two main candidates out of well over 6 million, more than 6.5 million that have been cast. A state appeals court has told counties to set aside provisional ballots over a lawsuit questioning whether they can be counted at all, especially if they have some issues like, say, a signature that needs to be corrected. So lots of variables to work through in Pennsylvania. We'll update you on that in a little bit, but Pennsylvania remains too close to call. Georgia is also too close to call. It's even closer. Some of us went to high schools that have more people than the difference between these candidates. Not my words. Those are the words of the elections official who told us about this today and said that almost certainly Georgia will have a recount because it's just too close. So at this point, we're leaving Georgia as too close to call. Arizona is another one of the states that we're watching, also too close to call. This one is key because most of the votes we're looking for are coming from just one county in Arizona, Maricopa County. That's where Phoenix is. Once those votes are totaled up, we may have a clear idea of whether Joe Biden can claim that state. But for now, Arizona remains too close to call. And that is why the map looks the way that it is. So big states to watch for now are Nevada, Arizona, and Pennsylvania. The paths to victory could run through any of the states that are still grayed out right now, but those are the 3 big ones, with Joe Biden ahead, just 17 electors away from the White House by our projections. And take a look at the popular vote. Donald Trump with almost 70 million votes, Joe Biden with almost 74 million. Regardless of who wins at this point, at least, Joe Biden has acquired more individual votes than any presidential candidate in American history. That's where we stand right now overall in the race. Let's get a little bit more perspective on all the states we're watching so closely. From NBC Senior Political Director Mark Murray, and also Kenneth Vogel, who covers the intersection of politics and money for the New York Times. Ken, let me start with you right now. I'm curious about what strikes you the most about what we've been learning in the last few hours.
Well, I've been talking to election lawyers, Republican election lawyers who have worked with the party, not necessarily with the Trump campaign, but are closely following a number of the lawsuits that the Trump folks are really clinging to as offering the potential to string out the process and to continue fighting, as they put it. Most of these folks are sort of realists, and they say that even if the Trump campaign and in the lawsuits in which it has intervened or brought is successful, it's probably not going to influence the margins in any of these key states. In fact, one of the big lawsuits, one of the lawsuits that has the most traction, is already before the U.S. Supreme Court, and it would actually allow the counting of ballots in Pennsylvania that were received, mail-in ballots that were received between 8 p.m. on Election Day and the end of the day today. That is actually likely to pad Joe Biden's tally more because, as we've seen, the mail ballots are breaking towards Joe Biden, and there's no reason to believe that the late arriving mail ballots would do otherwise. So they are increasingly pessimistic and increasingly hoping that there is someone who can deliver this message to the president himself in a way that he would grasp it, understand it, that these lawsuits are not the lifeline that he appears to think that they are.
Yeah, that lawsuit, the Supreme Court lawsuit, Republican Party of Pennsylvania versus Boockvar. Kathy Boockvar is the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania. Secretaries of State in states oversee a number of functions, including elections. Mark, what about you? What stands out about where we are right now?
It's just the sheer math, Joshua. And, Ken was telling you about a lot of the legal wranglings. And to me, when particularly we end up looking at Pennsylvania, this was a situation where 48 hours ago, before the mail-in ballots started to come in, before we got a good gauge of what was going on in Philadelphia, President Trump had a lead. And since this morning, and then throughout the rest of the morning and early afternoon, we have seen Joe Biden's lead continue to grow as mail-in ballots across the state come in from Pennsylvania. And Joshua, to me, you've been talking about the Keystone checkmate. Well, what we're looking for is particularly outstanding ballots in Allegheny County. That's Pittsburgh. We believe there's some 35,000 votes there. And if they come in at the rate we've seen, the share we've seen for Joe Biden versus President Trump so far, that could end up having a decisive type of figuring on the math. Now, we need to see those votes coming in. I do think that's why we've been cautious, why there has been no call from no one. But I do think that Allegheny County, and when that decides to come in, could be very consequential.
Mark, what do you make of the legal strategy from the White House right now, particularly the statement that we heard from the president basically saying that he will fight on through all legal means, basically fight on as long as it takes? At least that's the implication from what the statement said.
Yeah, I agree completely with Ken. This is all about trying to play your hand as long as possible to try to string things out. In a lot of ways, this is not all that dissimilar from the president's legal strategy when it came to impeachment and the Mueller investigation. It is very consistent with a lot of his business practices as well, too. This has been his tried and true, I think, stance when it comes to using the levers of the legal system to try to just buy yourself some time. I do think, however, that what the very difference is, at some point, we're going to run out of vote to count. And there is also going to run out of models to actually give you a path to victory. And so while there might be all those legal maneuvers to buy you time, the votes left and the math left might end up being more decisive.
Ken, while we're waiting to hear about the presidency, I'm also interested in your read on where things stand in Congress with the House and the Senate. Those Georgia Senate races have become increasingly important and gotten a whole lot of attention. We've called the Arizona race, and there's been a little bit of a shift in the House, although it looks like Democrats will still maintain control, just not by the same margin.
Yeah, it's really all about Georgia, Joshua, as you noted. Those two races in the Senate races going to runoffs. It's possible. It seems unlikely that Democrats would be able to prevail in one or both. They would need to prevail in both in order to have a 50-50 split in the Senate, which is what they need to do to have control over the Senate, because Kamala Harris, presumably the vice president-elect potentially here shortly, would be the tie-breaking vote. Without those two victories and without control of the Senate, it's just going to be real tough to see a Biden agenda that embraces some of the elements that progressives were hoping that they would see from Biden having any kind of traction. Even going to be difficult for the Biden administration, potential Biden administration, to get progressive nominees confirmed by the Senate, let alone judicial nominees. I'm talking about nominees to run the government in the cabinet. So we're setting up potentially, if Georgia goes as forecasters predict, for some real gridlock here.
Mark, Kenneth, please do stick around. That's NBC senior political editor Mark Murray and Kenneth Vogel of the New York Times. Much more to discuss as the hour goes on. Margins are starting to widen in uncalled states for former Vice President Joe Biden as we await the final results. His path to 270 and the White House are looking more clear by the hour. But again, we're still looking for a few more votes. This race is far from over. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi addressed the state of the race this morning.
I wish we weren't wearing masks so we could see how exciting it is to come before you today with Joe Biden having the tremendous mandate that he has, and that pretty soon the hyphen will be gone from vice president to president-elect Joe Biden. It's a happy day for our country because Joe Biden is a unifier, because he is determined to bring people together, because he respects all points of view. And as he has said, I ran as a Democrat, I'll govern as president. for all of the people, whether they voted for me or not.
Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Let's go down to NBC's Ali Vitale covering the Biden campaign. She joins us now from the Biden campaign headquarters at the Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware. Ali, what's the latest from the campaign? Any reaction, any more reaction to the state of the race, or any reaction to that statement we just got from the president?
Still a pretty jubilant vibe here. They feel they're very much on the path to 270 and that they're going to get there. So much so that even one of the more reserved members of the Biden team who I was talking to said at this point, they just view it as an eventuality. That being said, we have learned that we're going to see the Democratic ticket in prime time tonight. First, Kamala Harris will speak. Then we will hear from former Vice President Joe Biden. And it's important to note that he's not necessarily going to come out and declare victory, especially if the networks have not yet hit 270. Instead, he's going to make remarks that he believes that he's going to be the next president of the United States, and is not going to say anything that would insinuate that he believes the votes should stop being counted. They think that the vote counting should still go on. They also think that that still helps them, because if they for some reason haven't hit those margins, though they do seem to be expecting that they're going to get to 270 before this evening, if they haven't hit it yet, they still think that the vote counting is going to put them where they need to be. They look at the margins that we've seen tightening in places like Nevada and Georgia, certainly in Pennsylvania. These are the things that they thought would happen, and so they feel they're very much on their predicted path forward. It's also interesting that Kamala Harris will have time to speak tonight. It's a little bit unusual because vice presidential contenders don't typically speak on nights like this. But that being said, she is historic in the fact that she would be the first female vice president that we've ever had, the first woman of color vice president that we've ever had. And so certainly history in the making here if this ticket gets to 270. I'll say that it comes after a Democratic primary, which I covered the entirety of, where we saw more women and candidates of color running than ever before. I remember being outside Elizabeth Warren's house on the day that she dropped out, seeing moms with their daughters dropping off flowers and cards outside Warren's house and feeling really dejected, because after seeing 2018 and the Year of the Woman and the way that women helped Democrats take back the House, there was a lot of energy around the potential for another woman in this nominee slot and then potentially putting her into the White House. There was a lot of sadness when we saw that period of the primary end, but now a lot of those women are able to see that representation matters. We've seen girls dressing up as Kamala Harris in their blazers and chucks for Halloween. Clearly, this is having a cultural impact as well as the political one that we're expecting, if not tonight, then hopefully soon.
And Ali, what's your sense of the action going on at the campaign with regards to a possible transition? Clearly, they feel like it's just a matter of time before they can actually count this as a win, but they're trying not to act like it too much, even though they clearly feel that way. Are they taking any steps to kind of prep a transition?
They are, and they have been, mostly because legally they've had to set up that transition operation several months ago. But this is one of the interesting things here, because we heard them talk about the transition right when it came to fruition, because it legally had to. But then yesterday on a campaign call, we asked campaign manager Jen O'Malley Dillon about it, and she really dodged. She said, "I'm the campaign manager. I'm focused on the campaign." It's only interesting because they did put live a website for the transition. There's a landing page there. There's not much more to it other than the fact that it sort of plants the flag that it exists. But it's interesting that they are both talking about this as something that's an eventuality, but not fully wanting to get out there by saying, all right, we're in the swing of a transition at this point.
Thank you, Ali. That's NBC's Ali Vitale joining us now from the Biden camp in Wilmington, Delaware. We mentioned that the vote count continues in Nevada. Let's check in on that with NBC's Jolene Kent, who joins us now from North Las Vegas in Clark County. Clark County includes the Las Vegas area. Jolene, the Registrar of Voters in Clark County, Joe Gloria, gave a press conference just a few minutes ago. What kinds of updates did he have, particularly in terms of how the count's going?
So it's interesting because it sounds like a mistake was made within Clark County in terms of how many ballots they were planning to release today. I originally had talked to you yesterday about 51,000 ballots coming down the pike, right? But today they only released some 30,000 results. And the reason is they said that they miscounted the way that the ballots are organized, the ballot pages versus the actual ballots themselves. And so that's why they released fewer votes today. But Biden widening his lead lead to about 20,000 votes across Nevada. Of course, here in Clark County, there's a lot of pressure on that registrar to speed up the process, and they say they are doing it at their own pace. And that for them, again, he reiterated that accuracy is the priority. It is not about getting this done super quickly. He did say, though, he got more specific about the mail ballots, saying, look, we're probably going to have most of those counted here in Clark County by Sunday. So that was new information as well. But in terms of all the legal stuff happening on the side, you have the Trump campaign filing a letter alleging fraud in the system to the DOJ, to Attorney General Barr. And the registrar's response to that was, look, we have a lot of people who do vote from out of state because it's a large military community. People do absentee ballots. He does not see any fraud in the system. So they're sticking to their story on that front, Joshua.
As of earlier today, Pete Williams, our justice correspondent, had reported that lawsuit the Trump campaign had threatened to file, that they haven't filed it yet. There's supposed to be a hearing later on today with some Republican politicians in Nevada who have other lawsuits. Do we know whether or not the Trump campaign is actually going to go forward with that?
So there was a lawsuit filed late last night that the Trump campaign is linked to, and that was the same press conference that we reported on yesterday regarding the one voter, Jill Stokey, along with a couple of other people and some congressional campaigns alleging voter fraud, improper counting, improper ballots. That lawsuit has been filed in federal court here in Nevada. Now, the Jill Stokey case in particular, just to remind you, is about an individual who says she wanted to go vote in person, she couldn't, but then because someone had already submitted a mail ballot with her signature on it. When we asked the registrar about that particular case, about Stokey's situation, he said that he personally resolved it with her here at Clark County prior to just after that she reported that incident. And so that she declined to make a statement about the matter, and the issue was resolved in the eyes of Clark County. So we'll see how this proceeds, but certainly if you go through that lawsuit in particular, it's an interesting read, and it's certainly not perhaps your traditional lawsuit in the sense that there's pages and pages of stuff. It's relatively short. So it's an interesting case here that people are looking at, but that was, Jill Stokey did present herself at that Trump campaign presser yesterday, but it's been a very interesting situation in the sense that there's concerns about voter fraud, but the Clark County registrar is saying we don't have that evidence. We haven't been presented with any further evidence from the Trump campaign, Joshua.
And before I let you go, what's the mood like there right now? It's been kind of varying from being busy to quiet to tense to a little calmer. It looks like there are people behind you in line who are doing some work on curing their ballots if there are issues with signatures and such.
Yes. Exactly. So some of the people behind me are here to cure their ballots, take a look at that signature issue. And of course, here in Clark County, they have until November 12th to do that. But what's interesting, something that really jumps out to me, having covered presidential elections before and having gone to other registrars, is that the access into watching the vote count here in Clark County, Joshua, is not exactly very transparent. We go in for these press conferences. We're allowed to observe like the other observers are, but after a certain period of time, the journalists are moved out. And so we don't have a full picture of exactly how the count is going with our own eyes. We're going off of what the county registrar is telling us beyond what we see for, say, maybe about an hour, hour and a half at a time. And so it's an interesting dynamic because there's so few votes coming out right now, it raises more questions about the speed, about the effectiveness, about how they're going about this. So we continue to press for answers on that front. I've requested more time with the county registrar to go through some more of the details and be able to see more of what's going on for the public to see here in Nevada, Joshua.
Thank you, Joe. Much appreciated. That's NBC's Jo Ling Kent joining us from North Las Vegas. Let's head now to Georgia, where those races are still just about as tight as they can possibly get. NBC's Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Atlanta. Priscilla, what's the latest there, particularly with talk of a recount?
Well, Joshua, that's exactly what I was going to say. The Secretary of State is again today signaling that we are in recount territory. These margins are very thin. We're talking about Joe Biden and Donald Trump being separated by a few thousand votes. And so it may be a while before we're able to move this race from too close to call. In terms of a timeline, candidates can request a recount if they are within 0.5% of one another, but they cannot do that until the state certifies the results. And the state of Georgia has until November 20th to actually certify these results. And then state officials tell us that if a recount is requested, they are hopeful that it may only take a week. But as we have seen, sometimes these timelines, these things can take a bit longer than folks hope. And so that is sort of the landscape that we're looking at here, where we might not have a definite answer until Thanksgiving or later, really after Thanksgiving. But as for where things stand today, the latest update we got from the Secretary of State's office is that there were around 4,000 ballots in the state that still needed to be counted. And that's in addition to some ballots that are going to be coming in from the military and folks who voted overseas today. But we are expecting another update from the Secretary of State's office at around 3 p.m. where we should get a better sense of where things stand in this afternoon. Joshua?
Priscilla, there had been a county with some discrepancy in terms of the number of ballots to account for from them. Where does that sit?
Right. So this morning, the Secretary of State said that there were around 3,500 ballots still outstanding in Gwinnett County. But what we were hearing from county officials was that that number was closer to 7,600. And so we did get some clarification from state officials on that. And to take it a step back in order to explain this, when Gwinnett County began counting up those absentee ballots, they discovered that they were having an issue with scanning some of them. The scanners were not reading some of those ballots. And so rather than stop the count, they went ahead and scanned all of the ballots and then just pulled the ones that the scanner was not reading. And they began an adjudication process yesterday where a bipartisan committee came in, reviewed those ballots, made sure that the voters' intent was properly accounted for in the vote count. And so that's where we're getting that discrepancy. The Secretary of State's office is not counting, is basically counting those ballots as having already been read, while the county is giving them a second look and updating any sort of information based on that adjudication process. But beyond that, the state numbers and the county numbers do match. So there's no sort of nefarious activity or anything like that going on there, Joshua.
And Priscilla, I would like to get an update from you about the two Georgia Senate races that are going on. We heard from the state's voting systems manager about that. Let's hear a piece of what he had to say.
I'm hearing speculation potentially about a recount in the United States Senate race involving Mr. Ossoff and Senator Perdue. That margin is so wide with the amount of available ballots out right now, there's no way the two of them could probably get to the half a point each. I mean, potentially they could, but it's very unlikely. So it would probably only be for president.
So, Priscilla, it seems like there may be some runoffs, but not necessarily a recount.
Exactly. So here in Georgia, in order to win the race outright, you had to get more than 50% of the vote. David Perdue, the Republican incumbent, was there yesterday, but overnight we saw his numbers drop below 59%. They're at 49-point-something% right now, which means that we could be headed to a runoff. Now, the reason there's not going to be a recount is because in order for a recount to happen, those candidates have to be within 0.5% of one another. And right now, there's a slightly bigger divide there between Jon Ossoff and David Perdue. So they're not within a recount territory, but because neither of them has hit that 50% threshold, they could very well be headed to a runoff in January. And I should point out, NBC still has this race listed as too close to call. We have not said that it is going to a runoff yet. But we did hear Jon Ossoff come out today and essentially say we are headed towards a runoff. So he is beginning to message that. And the Perdue campaign, for their part, have not definitively said that yet. But they have said that should a runoff come, or as they put it, should this race go into overtime, they are prepared. Joshua?
Thank you, Priscilla. That's NBC's Priscilla Thompson with the latest on all of Georgia's big races from Atlanta. The biggest of the big races may be in Pennsylvania, that race for the presidency. That's where former Vice President Joe Biden has taken the lead over President Trump. Let's get the latest now from MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing. Chris, walk us through what has changed in the last 24 hours or so with regards to this race.
Well, what we've seen is actually over the last probably 36 hours, Joshua, is a tightening of this race until at about 9 o'clock this morning Eastern time. Joe Biden surpassed Donald Trump in the number of counted votes. But of course, that count continues, and an exact number on exactly how many votes are still out there isn't quite clear. But what we will say is that there was a press conference in Philadelphia a few hours ago. That, of course, is where the largest group of votes have yet to be counted. They expect to report another 2,000 to 3,000 sometime soon. So we should be getting that. But the reality is that there are several other things that are going on, not the least of which is near Pittsburgh in Allegheny County. And we've known this for a while, but that's a pretty good group of votes. 35,000, 6,000 of them have some issues with them. Think of it as maybe a piece of paper getting caught in a printer, a paper jam. Something happened to the ballots, so they have to look at those by hand. They started that at 9 o'clock this morning. But the bigger group, which is 26,000, you might recall when some ballots were printed here that were wrong, and they had to reprint them and resend them. And so they have to check those ballots. That went to court. And there was a decision that they would ultimately start counting those at 5 o'clock this afternoon. And finally, there are about 100,000 provisional ballots. Those ballots could be counted now. And in fact, the Secretary of State has said as soon as they come in, you can count them. But different counties are doing it different ways. Some of them are not going to start counting until 5 o'clock this afternoon, which, of course, is the deadline for any outstanding mail-in ballots to come in. Having explained all of that big asterisk, Democrats do really believe strongly that this is going to continue on the same trajectory that we've seen over the last 24 to 36 hours or so, that Joe Biden is going to continue to get the lion's share, certainly out of what's left of the mail-in ballots. And ultimately, we just heard from Senator Bob Casey, the senior senator here, who is sticking with his prediction that he told me yesterday that he believes the vice president is going to win by as many as 100,000 votes. One more note on that. When I called and texted a bunch of Democratic electeds and officials here this morning, I was a little bit surprised, Joshua, that there wasn't a little more excitement, enthusiasm. Confident, yes, but they're not going to get ahead of anybody calling this race officially, and they're certainly not going to get ahead of what the vice president wants to do. Joshua?
And Chris, I'm going to belabor this point just because Pennsylvania is so central, and we've got a lot of people watching from around the world who are just kind of getting into the weeds of American elections for the first time. With regards to that lack of outright enthusiasm, the issue in Pennsylvania that's unique, it seems, is even though today at 5 p.m. Eastern was when, the ballots are in by 5 p.m., that's what we're counting, there are still questions about, A, how that count's going to go, and also some other legal challenges in terms of certain groups of ballots, what you do with them, whether they can count or not, how they're supposed to be handled. So there's the deadlines and rules we knew, and then there's the legal ambiguity that's still up in the air. Is that a good way to explain it?
That's 100% right. Now, let me say this, that there have already been a slew of lawsuits that have been filed here, and only really in one case, which was the whole issue about whether or not observers could get closer to the actual action inside the ballot counting. The Republicans were touting that as a big success. It actually ended up delaying the count in Philadelphia, according to a Republican official, by a couple of hours. Yes, there are some outstanding lawsuits out there. For example, both in Montgomery and Northampton County, there are questions about when people who had sent in a mail-in ballot and something was missing, let's say they didn't sign the outside of the envelope, they were contacted and said, do you want to come in and fix this, or shall we spoil this? That's the term, essentially negate it, and then you come in and vote in person. What the Republicans have been arguing there is that never should have happened. Democrats say that, in fact, it's not specifically prohibited in law. So those are the kinds of things that are still roiling out there. I think what we would say for sure is that Democrats feel strongly that none of those suits, at least at this point, are going to change the outcome of this race, are going to hold it up in any significant way. But you're right, there are teams of lawyers that have been here when the president put out a statement, a kind of defiant statement, his first one today. He specifically mentioned Pennsylvania. So there is definitely an awareness of that. Here in certainly in Harrisburg, which is the capital. I can tell you, for example, that one Democratic leader was scheduled to meet today with a Biden team lawyer who was coming in from Washington, D.C. to go over just what the possibilities are. They say that whatever, if anything, gets thrown at them from the Trump team, they feel like they will have the legal team and the plans in place to fight it.
So that's just a cautionary note for people who are watching this. You know, even if a network like, say, NBC News calls a race in a particular direction, keep those legal battles in mind, because a race is not over because we say it's over. A race is over because it's certified, signed, sealed, delivered by the officials at the source. We're giving you our mathematical projections. All of these legal fights potentially could make this a whole other set of a narrative that we can't quite foresee yet. So just as you're watching this, take this a step at a time, because just because we make a call doesn't mean the story's over. Chris, before I let you go, can you talk to us
about... just to be clear...
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to say that in Pennsylvania, that certification comes in 40 days after the election, so we're still a long way away from that, Joshua.
Right. Before I let you go, can you talk about what's going on behind you? You've had a variety of different kinds of crowds on the steps behind you.
Yeah, this is a organization called Stop the Steal. And it is founded on the premise, the bogus premise that has been promulgated by the president and his supporters, that somehow these mail-in ballots are illegitimate, or here in Pennsylvania, the law that allows mail-in ballots that come in until 5 o'clock this afternoon, that somehow they should not be counted. Now, I should say that this Stop the Steal group, which has been out here yesterday, out here today, largely peaceful, they have been really fueled by a Facebook page founded by a woman who is also the co-founder of Women for Trump. She ran for Congress in Georgia. But Facebook, recognizing the bogus claims that somehow the election is being stolen because of mail-in ballots or a delay in accepting mail-in ballots, they actually have taken it down. So they're going to continue to be here, but as I said, they've been largely peaceful. And then usually later in the afternoon, we get a whole group of progressive activists, union activists who come supporting counting every vote. So still a lot of high emotion here, especially from people who have been activists, who have feel so closely invested, although I argue pretty much everybody seems to at this point so invested in this election because the consequences are so enormous.
No doubt about that. Thank you, Chris. Much appreciated. That's MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing reporting live from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Much more for us to come. Stay close.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
There are so many moving parts right now in our continuing coverage of the race for the White House, but we wanted to bring it back just a little bit and refocus on the road to 270. Here is our map of the races that NBC News has projected. And again, these are just projections. I wanted to give you a clear sense of exactly where the candidates stand now in terms of their paths to victory. Let's highlight the swing states, the ones that we figured would be the crucial states that this race comes down to. Turns out they have been. Florida has already been decided. We have already called Michigan and Wisconsin, so we'll forget about those for now. Let's also add in the number of electoral votes that each state has, ranging from 3 for Alaska remaining, not a swing state, but it's still yet to be called, to 20 in Pennsylvania, the most of the states that remain. Paths to victory. Obviously, we're looking at Pennsylvania. If Joe Biden hits Pennsylvania, that puts him over the top. The race is over. So Pennsylvania is a must-win for President Trump. But here's why. There's one other state you should also pay attention to, and it's a state we were just talking about, which is the state of Georgia. Once we're down to this few puzzle pieces on the board, we can mathematically project how many paths to victory each candidate has. And Joe Biden has 9 different paths to victory. President Trump has 3, and there's one scenario under which they could actually tie. Now, if you've been watching our coverage, you know that just the thought of that sends me into uncontrollable agita. But let me show you how that could actually happen. First of all, Joe Biden, Pennsylvania, that alone is a path to victory. We know that. But even if you take Pennsylvania out of the equation, if you forget about it altogether, Joe Biden still has 8 other paths to victory that don't rely on Pennsylvania. And half of those 8 remaining paths rely on one state, Georgia. If Joe Biden wins the state of Georgia, then President Trump's paths to victory are gone. There's no way mathematically that Donald Trump can win if Joe Biden wins Georgia. The only remaining path for him is that tie. He would have to win everything else. And then they would end up tied at 269 electors each. So those are 2 states to keep an eye on. And with the remaining paths to victory, forget about that tie for a second, because let's not talk about the tie. If President Trump did win Pennsylvania, he's going to need to win a number of other states, including potentially Arizona and Nevada. He's got to keep everything else away from Joe Biden, because if Joe Biden gets gets Arizona and Nevada, he can still win. That's more than enough for him to win. In fact, that would bring him to exactly 270. So even if Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, that's still not enough to keep Joe Biden out of the White House. So Pennsylvania, straight shot to the White House for Joe Biden. safeguard for Donald Trump. Georgia erases President Trump's chances of winning unless he can overcome a tie. And you don't want to know what a presidential candidate has to do to overcome a tie. It goes back to Congress. Just pray we never have to do that kind of coverage. But that's what they're thinking about over in the two campaigns. President Trump has been very vocal today about the state of the race, and that's why we're continuing to keep a close eye on President Trump's campaign. Let's get back to our coverage now with NBC White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. And Kelly, if you could characterize for us the mood at the White House this afternoon, particularly after that statement the president released.
Well, Trump world right now exists in two places, here at the White House and at the campaign headquarters just across the Potomac River in Arlington, Virginia. And it is now a time where they are trying to figure out what next steps exist. There's the exhaustion factor. There's a bit of frustration and disappointment that things are not breaking their way as they had hoped. Still an argument, as you just outlined, that there is a pathway, however narrow, and that there is some data to support that. Now that we have this lengthy statement from the president under the president's name, it does not sound like the president in some of the ways we've come to know how he's been speaking about this race and how it should be decided. But nevertheless, it is an official statement under the president's name talking about the importance of, for not just his election, but for the process in the U.S. to have transparency, to follow the process, to make certain that legal and accurate ballots, and when I say accurate, I mean those that met all the requirements to be duly counted, are those that are included, and any ballots that do not meet that standard would not be counted, and to pursue this through that lens, to try to make certain that the counting is not just a trend line, but actually a definable following by the rules sort of process. That's the kind of emphasis that we're hearing from Trump world today that is different in tone and language than what we've heard from the president in the two times he has appeared publicly since election night. There was the middle of the night, Tuesday into Wednesday morning, at the East Room here at the White House with supporters who had gone through that kind of emotional, psychological process that happens in elections, where the evening begins with a sense of expectation that is hopeful, and then the night can get more painful and uncomfortable as things don't materialize. So the president was claiming victory then. Last night in the briefing room here, just steps away, he also had a pugilistic tone about fighting. When we've spoken to officials today, they've also said he is in a mood to fight. And how we define that fight is going to be part of what comes next. We have been able to confirm, our team, that David Bossie will be leading the, at least as a figurehead and sort of team captain for the legal strategies that the Trump team will employ. He will be the person in front. If that name is not familiar to you, he had served as the deputy campaign manager in 2016. He is a regular fixture as a Trump ally, and he's also the head of a group called Citizens United, a nonprofit that became very famous, and some would say notorious, for its role in a case that went all the way to the Supreme Court that decides how election-related money is spent. So David Bossie is someone who has long ties in Republican and conservative and populist politics, and has a sense of how the courts work, having gone through that famous Citizens United case. And he's someone who is comfortable speaking on camera, does that a lot at Fox News on behalf of the president. So he's now going to be the person we will look to for news conferences and updates on what the legal strategy will be. It is a fractured one. Again, not like 20 years ago when the story was all in Florida. They are mounting legal inquiries and potential challenges in several states that will have to do with different issues. We don't have a set yet of points of evidence that they are going to offer, or claims that are specific about any misdeeds that they have identified, or anything like that. This is about trying to keep this alive at this point and to pursue legal options. And in some cases, it's a recount where you're within a margin that is so tiny between the two candidates that a recount is afforded to candidates, and they're going to explore that. So that is a case of just simply going back over the numbers. So that's the update as we have it right now, Joshua. It's been a day of waiting, a day of probably a lot of tension and some discomfort on the part of the Trump team, staff, campaign, donors, friends, and the extended group, as certainly the anticipation toward a more favorable conclusion has been mounting on the Biden side. Here they want to keep this going, and they want support in keeping it going, looking for allies in the Republican Party and others who can say this is a reasonable strategy for the president to take more time and to pursue this. Joshua?
Thank you, Kelly. That's NBC's Kelly O'Donnell with the latest from inside the White House. Much more to discuss is our coverage of Decision 2020 and the count and the recount and the legal fight and all of it. Our coverage continues in just a minute.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Trump campaign is pursuing multiple lawsuits in battleground states. So far, it has released no evidence to back up its legal claims, at least not publicly. Joining us now is presidential historian Professor Alan Lichtman of American University in Washington and NBC News legal analyst Ted Shaw. Good to have you two with us. Ted, let me start with you. Some of the lawsuits in this litigation have already been thrown out. A number of the critics of these suits say that they're flimsy, that the evidence is weak. What is your sense of why some of these cases have not failed? Is this just kind of the way it goes, where you throw everything against the wall to see what sticks, or is there a larger problem?
Well, there's a general sense that the Republican Party has been throwing a lot of spaghetti up on the wall to see what sticks. But there's also the sense that a lot of these lawsuits were not well thought out.
How's that?
And, well, I mean, the lawsuits, the Trump lawsuits, the Biden lawsuits, the Mueller lawsuits, the Russia 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 lawsuits questions of standing, questions of whether there's really a claim stated. Perhaps the one that I think concerns me the most has already been to the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court once, and by a 4-4 vote, they didn't take it or they didn't act on it. That could go back again. There may be something there that commands their attention now that there's a full court.
Before I come to you, Professor, the Republican Party of Pennsylvania has asked the U.S. Supreme Court to stop the counting of mail ballots that were received after Tuesday afternoon. This was that issue involving whether Pennsylvania could count ballots that were postmarked by Election Day but received by today at 5 p.m. And now the Republican Party has asked the court to order the Secretary of State, Kathy Boockvar in Pennsylvania, to log and set aside those ballots, but not to count them. Ted, what do you make of that?
Well, that's an important development. The Pennsylvania Secretary of State has been very outspoken, as the governor has been. They're almost throwing a challenge to the Republican Party, and now the Republican Party has gone to an ever more, conservative Supreme Court. That's something to take pretty seriously. Of course, we don't know whether all 9 justices on the Supreme Court now will participate in the case yet.
I should also note, by the way, just for clarity, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court allowed for this extension of the deadline. This appeal today is made to the United States Supreme Court, just to clarify where that sits. Professor Lichtman, I want to ask you about the tone of the president. He continues making these claims of voter fraud that have no basis in fact thus far. Here's part of what the president said in the White House briefing room last night.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. If you count the votes that came in late, we're looking at them very strongly, but a lot of votes came in late.
A number of problems with that statement. First of all, if you count the legal votes, I easily win. Not by our math, he doesn't. By our math thus far, if the trend continues, there are more paths to victory for Joe Biden than for Donald Trump, as we just illustrated. But all the votes have yet to be counted. If you count the illegal votes, this rhetoric about stealing the election, that persists. But then today, Professor, he released a statement saying in part, quote, "We will pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee the American people have confidence in our government. I will never give up fighting for you and our nation," unquote. That's quite a tonal shift, Professor. What do you make of that?
It is a tonal shift, but it's not a substantive shift. You've got to get inside the head of an extreme narcissist. What Donald Trump really thinks is votes cast against him must necessarily be illegal or rigged, because he is so terrific, he can't imagine anyone voting against him. And of course, we all know this is completely false. There was a leading Republican who was in charge of training poll watchers who made this very right statement. He said, if Democrats are inveterate cheaters, why did they forget to cheat in 2016, when the margin for Donald Trump was so razor thin in critical states that a little bit of cheating could have turned the election to the Democrats? The answer is, of course, they don't cheat. Voter fraud is vanishingly small, and it is not present in this election. Look, you see these people on television counting these perfectly legal ballots. But I want to make a really important point, because I think it's been missed by the media. It is not normal practice to file a plethora of lawsuits, throwing mud at the wall, hoping something will stick. No presidential candidate, much less a sitting president, has ever done this before. This is reprehensible. This is, in fact, an attempt to steal the election. What Donald Trump is hoping that somehow he'll get a case to the Supreme Court. He put on 3 justices. They'll reward him with a couple of others by handing him the election. That is not going to happen. But this profligate filing of lawsuits is unprecedented. Even Richard Nixon, when he lost by a hair in 1960 and had much more legitimate reasons, quite frankly, to suspect voter fraud back then in Cook County, Illinois. He said, I'm not going to do this because I don't want to cast doubt on the integrity of our process. Donald Trump cares nothing about our democracy. He only cares about himself.
And Professor Lichtman, very, very briefly, before I have to let both of you go, the kind of division we're seeing in the country right now post-election, I presume that's not unusual either. Briefly.
No, it's not. I mean, we had a civil war. But I have to say this, Joe Biden is not Barack Obama. He's not inspirational, but he may be what we need right now, a non-threatening, reconciling, empathetic figure who has a history of working across the aisles.
Well, we will. I take your point in terms of him not being inspirational. I think that's kind of his ideal persona, is just somebody who can calm things down. We'll see how the vote count comes out. Alan, Ted, we appreciate it. That's presidential historian Alan Lichtman and NBC legal analyst and law professor Ted Shaw. Well, as the nation continues to count ballots, President Trump is claiming that votes are being stolen. There's no proof of that. But why does it take this much time to tally votes? NBC News Now correspondent Simone Boyce explains.
Where are the votes? Where are the votes? You can't stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution!
I know what you're thinking. Why is it taking so long to find out who our next president is? Full results are never available on election night. We're just used to learning the president-elect fairly early because of news outlet projections. So the system is still working. It's just slow. And the pandemic isn't helping. Over 60 million Americans casted mail-in or absentee ballots. That's up more than 80% compared to 2016. But here's the thing. It can also take longer to process these mail-in ballots. Election workers need to open envelopes, flatten ballots, and verify signatures before they're scanned and counted. And on top of that, some states are slower than others. There are 3 important battlegrounds with restrictions on when the mail vote can be processed: Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. In those states, Republican-controlled legislatures resisted pleas from election officials to update the laws to allow for a speedier count. In Pennsylvania, GOP sources within the state house tell me they initially supported an earlier start to processing, but were unable to reach a compromise with the Democratic governor over other concessions. Meanwhile, Florida and Ohio were allowed to process mail-in ballots before November 3rd. That's why they had a lot of the vote counted by the time the polls closed. But in places like Nevada or Arizona, which were allowed to start tabulating before Election Day, it's still taken some time.
I think it's important for the entire country to understand that mail ballots on this scale is very new to the state of Nevada. We made a decision here to provide as much access as we possibly could as a result of the pandemic. And so our process is run a little bit slower.
So why does the president claim his political opponents are trying to steal the election? In Pennsylvania, Republicans are not happy with the state's Supreme Court ruling that allowed mail-in ballots to be counted up to 3 days after Election Day, even if those ballots are not clearly postmarked, as long as there's nothing to suggest they were mailed after the polls closed. Members of the GOP also feel they weren't given enough access to observe the vote counting process. Protesters in several states are echoing those calls for more transparency, even though our reporters on the ground have seen both Democrat and Republican representatives watching the vote count. But a Pennsylvania appeals court did grant the Trump campaign a closer look at the tabulation process. To be clear, none of this is stealing an election. These are deadlines for vote counting that have actually made their way through our court system. There are no surprise ballot drops nefariously shaking things up. In some states, Joe Biden appeared to be ahead at first, only for the president to take the lead after more results came in. In other instances, the president's lead in Michigan and Pennsylvania, for example, narrowed after election night as more mail-in ballots were counted. Now, this could be because more Democrats voted by mail than Republicans. It's a well-researched phenomenon called the blue shift, and election experts have been warning about this for weeks. But that still doesn't point to any evidence of widespread voter fraud. And to be super clear about this, the ballots that are still being counted were not cast after Election Day. Many states will accept mail-in ballots if they were postmarked on or before November 3rd. They're just given some time to be delivered.
The strength of the integrity of this vote is really unparalleled.
Keep in mind, this is a bipartisan process. Republicans, Democrats, Independents, they're all working alongside one another to get these votes counted. Leaders from both parties in the battleground of Arizona released a statement together urging voters to be patient, saying, quote, an accurate vote takes time. At the end of the day, legal votes are still legitimate, even if they're counted late.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Reiser. You're watching NBC News Now. We're so happy that you're with us. At this hour, the counting continues. We have been closely monitoring updates from Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia, where officials are planning a recount already. Former Vice President Biden has expanded his lead in Nevada. He takes a lead in Pennsylvania and Georgia. Let's take a look right now where that map stands. We're expecting him to address the nation tonight, according to his campaign. So you see right here, the electoral count hasn't changed in the last day. Former Vice President Joe Biden still has 253 electoral votes. President Trump has 214. But what has changed are the margins. So this morning, Biden, in fact, started to lead right here in Pennsylvania. You see, it is still too close to call. That is a difference of 13,600 votes with Biden leading. We also have new numbers in from Nevada, but again, this race still too close to call, although Biden's advantage has been widening. There's a difference there of 20,000 votes. Let's go to Georgia. I mentioned there's already a plan for a recount there. Look at the number right now, the difference between the two candidates here. Again, this too close to call, but only 1,602 votes separate Biden and Trump, with Biden leading there. Again, here is that road to 270. Everybody really is watching Pennsylvania because that would be a clear win for Biden there, put him over the edge if he were to also win Arizona and Nevada. That would be another path for him to get to the White House. But to help make sense of where we are at this hour, a little bit better than me at least, I want to bring in a couple of experts who we are joined by today. We're joined by NBC News political director Mark Murray and Kenneth Vogel, who covers politics and money for the New York Times. So welcome to both of you. And Mark, we're going to start with you. I don't think I'm going to ask you anything you haven't been asked already today. What are you looking for in these next couple of hours?
I'm really looking for Pennsylvania. And again, we have the expectation that there's some 35,000 mail-in ballots from Allegheny County, and that's the Pittsburgh area. And what we've been seeing is that Joe Biden has continued to increase his lead throughout the day in Pennsylvania. And there is the potential that what ends up coming from Allegheny could do that even more so. And of course, it's just not Allegheny County. It's all these counties from Pennsylvania, ones that President Trump won, some that Joe Biden have won, but they all seem to be breaking in Joe Biden's direction. I do think there's a question of how many there are still in Pennsylvania at this direction, what the provisional ballots look like. But I do think that as the day has gone on, we've got more and more clarity from Pennsylvania.
And we also, since speaking yesterday, we've had another call for the Senate, specifically in Arizona. What can you tell us about that?
So that was for Mark Kelly, the Democrats. This was a seat that Democrats have been favored throughout the entire election cycle. I think it goes to show you how tight Arizona was, not only in the Senate contest, but in the presidential, that it took a while to be able to call it for Mark Kelly. This gives now Democrats a net one pickup. They ended up winning two competitive races in Colorado and Arizona. They lost one in Alabama. That gives them an overall pickup of net one. That is far short of the +3 they needed to be to take control of the Senate if they end up winning the White House. They still have an opportunity to pick up 2 seats, it seems, in the Georgia runoffs that will take place in January. But it overall has been a pretty disappointing night for Democrats who thought that they were going to be able to take control of the United States Senate. And now they're going to have to actually win 2 in runoffs in Georgia, which isn't going to be an easy feat.
Yeah, Ken, can you pick up on that a little bit and tell us what we're expecting in Georgia?
Yeah, so we have 2 runoffs pitting Republican incumbents, one
appointed one elected against Democratic challengers. Obviously, Georgia has not been in recent elections fertile ground for Democrats, but we see Joe Biden ahead there. And so there is some reason to believe that there could be momentum. Nonetheless, I think it's a really uphill climb for Democrats to win not just one, but both of those seats, which, as Mark mentioned, would be what would be required for them to get a tie in the Senate, a 50-50 tie, in which Democrats would have the advantage, because if Biden prevails here, Kamala Harris, the vice president, would be the tie-breaking vote there. Without that, without those two pickups, it's going to be tough sledding for a Biden administration putting forth any kind of ambitious agenda that embraces some of the liberal planks in the platform that the left really rallied to Joe Biden because of the promise that they might be able to influence him, despite the fact that he is sort of considered more of a moderate. The idea that the left would be able to sort of bring him along to some of their positions, I think, is very much in doubt without the Senate. Sure, he could embrace some of these positions rhetorically, but slim likelihood of accomplishing much without Democratic control of the Senate.
So that's the Senate. Mark, what updates do we have right now in the House? We know the Democrats were hoping to pick up a lot of seats, and that wasn't the reality this time around.
So what we do know is that Democrats are going to keep control of the House. And of course, that was the bare minimum goal for them. But they were going into election night favored to pick up seats. And that wasn't necessarily the case 3 or 4 months ago. But I think a lot of forecasters, looking at the fundamentals, looking at a lot of the polling, both public and internal, thought that Democrats were going to be able to pick up seats. And what we ended up finding was that in a lot of the congressional districts that Democrats won in 2018, including on Republican turf, but that was a lot less friendly when President Trump's name was on the ballot. And so we saw Democrats who had a little bit of easier time in 2018 struggle, if not lose some seats, because President Trump was able to bring his people out on election night because of his situation and place on the ballot. So Republicans, this was a big turnout election that we ended up seeing. And I think a lot of Democrats thought, turnout is going to benefit us, which it did. But big turnout also benefited Republicans, and Republicans got their people out to turn out in places like Texas, including Texas suburbs, and really across the country. And so we saw Republicans overperform in rural and red America, which did not help Democrats in their effort to really be able to pick up congressional seats.
All right, Mark Murray with, I believe, a little guest behind you. We saw your furry friend plop down there on the couch.
He's been my buddy during quarantine throughout this cycle. He provides me comfort, not on a lot of sleep, and he's been man's best friend this entire election cycle.
Dad, when can we play? Can you wrap this up?
Soon, once we have some finality in this election season.
All right, Mark Murray, Ken Vogel, thank you both so much for your time. Appreciate you. We turn now to the latest from Pennsylvania. That's the state that Mark just said he's watching closely. Ballots remain, they're continuing to trickle in, rather, as they Pennsylvania. MSNBC's Maura Barrett joins us now from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So, Maura, the Biden campaign feeling pretty confident about their odds there this afternoon. Is that enthusiasm warranted?
Well, early this morning, it definitely was, Lindsay. We were all waiting on these mail-in ballots. The mail-in ballots, like Mark was just saying, have been breaking for Biden. There's about 100,000 of these ballots left still to be counted. Here in Allegheny County, I'm in the warehouse where they are processing and counting their remaining 35,000 ballots. In Philly, we're waiting for about 20,000. And these are these Democratic strongholds that the Joe Biden campaign has been really focusing on to help them get this additional lead over President Trump as these mail-in ballots trickle in. But I do want to point out that we are getting more information about what provisional ballots could look like. Now, there are about 85,000 provisional ballots that we know of. This is not a full count per the Department of State. We will be getting likely more. But basically, provisional ballots are ones that people could vote with, say, if they requested a mail-in ballot and then wanted to vote in person and didn't bring the full envelope.
Maura, I'm so sorry to interrupt you because Pennsylvania is so important and we are watching and we will come back to you. But right now, the Georgia Secretary of State is briefing the media. So let's listen in and we'll come back.
Okay.
We do know that today is the day for the UOCAVA deadline for those military and overseas ballots that would have been postmarked by Tuesday, Election Day, to be accepted and counted in the state. We do have some updated numbers on that. Let's see. On the overall side, we have 18,008 of those ballots have been accepted, and it leaves 8,410 that are still available to be received. Now, again, I want to reemphasize this. That does not mean there's a bucket of 8,410 votes ready to be counted. That means that there are 8,410 votes that could have been postmarked on Tuesday and could be received by the elections official today. So, as I said earlier, it's going to be more than 0 and less than 8,410. So it'll be somewhere in that range. We don't really know how many that is. I do have a county-by-county breakdown of available ones. I'm going to give you some of the highlights, and we're going to try to put this into a release to give the details following this press conference. So, y'all usually want the big ones, so we'll go with that. Bibb, where Macon is, 86 are still out there. Chatham, where Savannah is, 395. Cherokee, do you choose Woodstock? Yeah, Woodstock, why not? 171. Clayton County, 241. Cobb County, 569. Columbia County, 247. Coweta County, 99. DeKalb County, 802. And I want to take a note of personal privilege for a second for the Yankees in the room. It's DeKalb, not DeKalb, not DeKalb, it's DeKalb. So we got to pronounce these things. Doherty, another one of those, where Albany is, they're 74. Douglas County, 111. Fayette, 149. Forsyth, 153. Fulton, 956. And that's the single biggest number, I believe, right there. Gwinnett, 741. Henry, 238. This is another fun one. It's not Houston in Georgia, it's Houston. Houston County, 196. Liberty County, 173. There's a military base there, so there's a little outweighted to its actual size and population. Lowndes County, where Valdosta is, 141. Muskogee County, where Columbus is, 323. Paulding County, 105. Richmond, where Augusta is, 244. Home of the Masters coming up soon. Rockdale, 88 is 80. And I think that's all the biggest ones. So you can take those, add them together, and the balance will be probably about 4,000 for the rest of the 159 counties that I didn't name. So after that, we have the provisionals. And I do have an initial provisional report from Fulton County, which is obviously the largest one, which had the biggest potential impact. Their total provisional ballots received was 4,869. They accepted 3,603. So that means they rejected 1,266 of the provisional ballots they had on hand. The biggest chunks of those were the eligibility was verified, means the voter brought their ID in, and that was 1,205 of those. And they voted at a precinct, which means they were inside the correct county. They were Fulton County voters, but they were at the wrong precinct. That's 2,398. Now, the unfortunate part for some of those voters and some of those candidates means that they voted out of precinct. Essentially, they can only vote on the things that were on the ballot that affected the areas that they shared with the other precincts. So things like president, senator, those votes will count, but state house, county commission, those races would not. That's the difference when you have the vote out of county like that. We don't like seeing voting out of county. We try to encourage people to be told to go to their correct polling location. Now, the rejected ballot justifications we saw on this is out of county, 673. You can only vote provisionally inside your own county. Not registered. So these people were not registered voters, 573, and non-citizens attempting to vote was 13. So that's the initial provisional report from Fulton. I expect that to change somewhat. I was talking to our Fulton County monitor earlier. He said there were some other changes moving on that, as well as some of the absentees that were damaged, they were duping. I don't have a final number on that, but somewhere south of 300 that they were cut when they were using the openers and things like that, that they had to redupe, and they're going to be scanning those, and those will be added to tallies today. Let's see, not that one. You know, you start to get crazy looking at all these spreadsheets.
Those included in the already counted numbers?
They are not. As I understand it, they have not scanned and uploaded those yet. So Justin, you're getting ahead. Let me get through all this, and you can come back later. All right, so the total number of provisionals in the state. This is not the total number. We have the numbers from 134 of the 159 counties, and we have a lot of the large ones, but I don't think we have all of the large ones. Like we have DeKalb. Okay, Clayton. I think we might have all the big ones in here now. Again, this is a moving target dealing with elections workers who are doing lots of things at one time. We're very happy when we're working together to get this information to the viewers and the voters out there. And guess what? Gabe didn't hit the sum on all these things yet. So we're going to have to take a second while he does that on live television, because that's the exciting television y'all came for today. All right. 13,012 is the total number of provisionals we're seeing right now. That includes the Fulton County numbers, so you can back those out from what that just gave you. So it's really closer to 9,000. And they have these fun things called codes. And these are the different states a provisional can be in. It can be for curing your voter ID. There's two different versions of that. There's a general voter ID, like you forgot, or it was a first-time voter ID. We didn't have a good voter ID on file. Then there's the provisional not registered, which they couldn't prove your registration at the time, but you can come back and cure that. Extended hours. As y'all may know, we had a handful of precincts around the state that were extended past the 7 o'clock hour. Under law, all those votes are provisional until just in case a court adjudicates that they shouldn't have been open, but they will all get counted. Then you have out of precinct, which I was describing before, where you can be in the right county, but you're in the wrong precinct. Not a citizen, pretty self-explanatory. And then we have what we call incomplete registrations, where they have a partial registration in the system, but they don't have enough information to identify the voter. They have the opportunity to come back and cure those. We will again try to work on getting a breakdown of those out to y'all. But the biggest one is going to be the, let's see, the out of precinct voters, and that's going to be column G. So let's see how many of those there are. These are ones that will be counted and ended up being included into the count, 3,908. And you don't have to take the subset of the Fulton out because we didn't include that. So the 3,908 is of the counties we have, not including the Fulton ones, which I gave you those numbers earlier. We're seeing uploads every 20, 30 minutes as the counties go through the final stages of trying to get everything done today with the UOCAVA, the absentee cures, and the provisionals being verified. So you're going to see lots of uploads. And what we've noticed is it goes up 3 on the margin, goes up 3, goes down 2, goes up 7. I mean, so nothing is moving the needle a lot on these things. So we're still hanging around that 1,500 number right now. But the larger chunk of provisionals could potentially move it some. The UOCAVA could potentially move it some. The duplications of damaged ballots could move it some. And again, it depends on where they're coming from. And we're still trying to get everything closed out today. It could slide to tomorrow. And again, when you have my entire high school, I think, was about 2,000 people, and we have less than that involved in the margin here. So every one of these votes is important. And the job of the elections officials in this office is to assure that every single legal vote is counted and that the will of the voters of the state of Georgia is met on this very, very important election. Now, Justin, you can ask your question. Okay.
When we're looking at a timeline here, we are not talking about knowing who's won this election in the next few days, are we?
Given the strong probability of a recount, we will not be able to ascertain it. Now, we're going to go through our legal processes, which means we have to certify. And I do anticipate that there could potentially be lawsuits from both the Biden campaign and the Trump campaign, depending on where they are and what they're looking at, that a judge could order the counties or the state to do different specific things. But right now, we're operating the laws of the state that we currently have, the timeline we have. We're trying to move to the risk limiting audit as fast as we can through county certification, and then following the risk limiting audit, the certification of the state, and then likely whoever is in second, their initial request for a recount.
Sir, with all the talk about legal voting, is there any specific evidence of rampant illegal voting?
As I said earlier, in a situation where the margin is, so small, you don't need to have anything that's rampant. There's irregularities that you can see that's very, very common in nearly every election. But in this particular case, every single one of them is very important. Every insight we've gotten, every report we've gotten is going to be investigated fully. And we are working hard to protect the integrity of the vote, regardless of who makes a complaint about any of these things.
Is there evidence of illegal voting at all?
We can't say that, sir, yet, because they're still under investigation. Yes, sir.
Mr. Sterling, just a few hours ago, President Trump said, quote, "Where are the missing military ballots in Georgia? What happened to them?" How do you respond to that?
Well, we still have a few hours to see what will be coming in from the U.S. Post Office. That has to be postmarked by Tuesday. So we feel like that we will have an answer to, quote unquote, not missing ballots. There are ballots that are going to make it. There's ballots that are not going to make it. And we're going to count all the legal ballots. Legal ballots have to be here by close of business today and have to have been postmarked by Election Day. Yes, ma'am.
Have any military ballots arrived here?
Well, if you notice the difference on the amounts that I said here today, we had about 17,500, give or take, yesterday. I have 18,000 today. So 500 of them have already come in the last few hours and been processed by the counties. Yes, John.
Just to clarify, do you anticipate a situation where today, tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, the Secretary of State is going to stand here and say, this candidate won and this candidate lost?
Again, we report the results from every county. At some point, the legal process continues that the counties have to certify. Once the counties certify, we look at their paperwork and make sure it is all clean and legal, and then we will certify. That is the point at which the Secretary of State would stand here or stand wherever he might and say, this is the winner of this election as it stands right now. And then we, of course, we anticipate a recount coming.
And then in prior to that, will there be a point at which you say all the votes, all the legal votes that we know about have been counted?
The process we have is what gets us to that point. We certify. That means these are all the legal votes we have, and all the legal votes are counted. That is the legal process been set up in the state for many decades.
But that's the 13th for the counties, right?
It's the 13th for the counties, and at the outer end, the 20th for the state. Our intention and our hope, and working diligently with the counties, is that they will certify faster than that so that we may begin the RLA process, the risk limiting audit process, so we can certify before then. So we have a little bit more time and wiggle room to deal with what we know will likely be a recount.
Just one last follow-up. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Will there be some time between now and the 13th?
Ma'am, you can go ahead.
All of the legal votes being counted has been the general message from you across the board. Even in the Secretary of State's speech this morning, that was his language as well. But this afternoon, there was an added phrase, all illegal votes will not be counted. Why the change in language?
I think it's just for clarification, because by definition, you count all legal votes means you're not counting illegal votes. Yes, ma'am.
Have the 13,000 provisional ballots been counted yet? And if not, what is the process? What they're doing right now, you have to verify all of those first. They will likely be scanned today, and they could even be part of some of the uploads we have seen today. I'm giving you the latest information we have, and I do not believe most of these have been scanned yet, because usually the intent is you don't want to go through scanning a bunch of stuff and have to do like 8 more later on. It's easier process-wise to do everything at one time than to do it in bits and pieces when you're talking with a small of amount. Yes, sir. Hold on. I know I'm getting a risk limiting audit question. This is always my geeky time.
Given the guidance on risk limiting audit and given the closeness of the presidential race, would you prefer not to do that as the RLA because that would be tantamount to a weekend? If you look,
well, we're doing a recount anyway, but you're right. Unfortunately, with the way as I pointed out to you yesterday, before, it's all together for me at this point. One of the rules is for ease of use to a degree. And obviously, he's pointing out that in a risk-limiting audit, the point is you're trying to use the smallest number of ballots available to get you to a point of confidence that the outcome has been reached. When it's, at this point, I think it's 0.03% difference. He is correct. It would essentially be a recount, which would be extremely difficult on the counties to do. So I think that might answer the question for you itself. Yes, ma'am. Our hope would be today. They could slip into tomorrow because, again, everybody's exhausted. It's Friday. There's a Georgia game tomorrow. It's kind of a big one. We got to focus on the really important things in this state sometimes in order to recover, to be prepared for dealing with what. Ma'am.
One additional thing. Following up on President Trump's tweets about quote-unquote missing military ballots, the deadline is actually at 5 p.m. today. Is the Secretary of State's office concerned about that misinformation that continues to come out from the White House, from President Trump specifically?
Well, I think what the President Trump is trying to encourage is the hope that as many of our military heroes, men and women across the seas, have turned in their ballots and they will be arriving under the legal deadline to this state. Yes, ma'am.
I was going to ask you about military ballots. Is this 26,000 or so a pretty typical number in Georgia?
As I understand it, that's pretty normal, yes. Yes, sir.
So you said that you guys would not be
We'll come back to you in a second.
Potential investigations into irregularities. Can you tell us how many you are investigating without going into specifics?
I really couldn't answer that because, frankly, I just don't know. I'll try to figure out something for you. We'll talk Chief of Investigations. I need some water.
A quick numbers question about the provisionals. 13,000 provisionals, correct?
That's what I said, but it's probably correct. Let's see.
And I wanted
13,012.
Are those provisional ballots that have been accepted, or you broke it down?
No, this is all provisional ballots, accepted, not accepted, discard. I mean, there's, none of these have been, again, latest numbers we have. None of this is either for sure going to go in except the number I gave you, which was the out-of-precinct ones. Since everybody's ballot has president on it, all of these will go towards that, and that is 3,908. And again, we're also missing about 20 counties out of this, so that number will be bigger at the end of the day. Your follow-up.
So the U.S. ballots, do you guys have a breakdown of how many are overseas and how many are military? Do you break them down at all?
They're treated the same way. Yes, sir.
Are you confident you're getting good numbers from the county? Because it's what you said with 3,500 ballots left in the next county. We went out to Gwinnett and they said at least 75.
Okay, there's a difference on this particular thing because you noticed they pushed out results. What they've already uploaded, okay? And then they had a bucket of things that were the new ones that came in Tuesday, essentially. And then there were some other ones that were there from the earlier time they had to rescan. So the 7,000 is what they were scanning, but the only new votes that will be uploaded are in that 4,000 to 3,500 amount, if that makes sense.
Can you explain that again?
Okay, I'm going to try. They pushed out a little over 80,000 votes in a single upload. And there was an issue because of the adjudication where they basically said, we're going to push out the results, and just the results that we have right now. We're going to rescan. It was sort of decided internally there by their elections board. They had an option A and option B of how to do this. They wanted to get the information out because that was the most important thing at the time. So,
all right, everybody, we
inside
are
that
listening to
7,500
Gabriel
scheme.
Sterling. He is the Votum System Implementation Manager there at the Georgia Secretary of State's office. I want to bring in right now Priscilla Thompson in Atlanta and also NBC's Mike Memley, who's been covering the Biden campaign. He joins us now from Biden headquarters at the Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware. So, Priscilla, we're going to start with you. We got a lot of numbers thrown our way. Do you anticipate hearing any results in the next few days, today, tomorrow?
Is it possible they're off by 1 or 2 or a small percent? Yes.
You know, Lindsay, one thing that he mentioned there is the fact that the number of ballots still needing to be counted here in the state has not changed from what they released earlier today. I think the focus now is really shifting to those military and overseas ballots. As a reminder, folks had to have those postmarked by Election Day in order to get them in, so they had up until close of business today to get those in, and there's been a lot of conversation around those today with the president tweeting, where are the missing ballots? When in fact these ballots are not missing. They have been coming in to the counties over the past several days, and today is the final day for them to do that and to get a tally on how many of those they're expecting. And one of the things that to note here, and that you heard the voter implementation manager really emphasizing, is that there are around 8,900 of those that are still outstanding, that are perhaps not yet in, and they're not sure. It's unclear if they are going to get all of those 8,900 by the deadline, but that's just sort of how it goes. Just as on Election Day, if those absentee ballots didn't get in for whatever reason by 7 p.m., they were not counted. The same thing applies here. And so you heard the Secretary of State, who spoke at the beginning, really emphasizing that people are monitoring this process. And while he is aware that the country may be watching right now to see what is going to happen in Georgia, they are really focused on taking their time and making sure there is an accurate count. And so we don't necessarily know a specific timeline on when we should expect to have more information or results. But as he said there, these results do have to be certified. November 20th is the deadline for Georgia to do that. And so we will know something at that point, and then from there we move into the conversation about a possible recount, and either candidate will have the opportunity to ask for that recount if the margin is still within that 0.5%. And one other thing that I just want to make note of here that my colleague Monica Alba reported out just a little while ago, the Trump campaign and the RNC has announced that they do have lawyers and a legal team on the ground here in Georgia prepared for any sort of challenges. And as we heard there in the presser, the Secretary of State's office saying that they do anticipate legal challenges. So things are far from over here in Georgia. Lindsay?
Yeah, so Mike, where does that leave the Biden campaign? We know that Georgia's another one of those states where Biden is pulling ahead, but the Georgia election official we just heard from said we expect a recount.
Yeah, Lindsay, every time more data comes in, it shows the former vice president gaining ground in the states that could put him over 270 electoral votes, especially Pennsylvania. The problem is that data is coming in very slowly. As recently as about 4 or 5 hours ago, the Biden team was really full speed ahead on telegraphing a speech tonight here at the convention center behind me. We've seen the Jeeps that were part of the election night scene, red, white, and blue Jeeps for a drive-in celebration, return tonight. Now it's looking like they're now going to potentially have to wait again if no news organizations are able to project 270 electoral votes for Joe Biden. We won't see him here tonight. But the mood among Biden officials that we've been speaking to all day has been really jubilant. Today, they really did think, especially once Pennsylvania margin flipped from narrowly for Trump to now narrowly for Biden, that they were on a track to victory here. But the story of the week, what they've been pressing all along is patience, asking everybody to be patient about this vote count. But now everyone's patience is really being tested, given the slow pace here.
All right, Priscilla Thompson in Atlanta, Mike Memoli in Delaware. This just keeps changing by the hour. Appreciate both of you joining us. I believe we're going to now go on to Nevada. Again, another state where the count continues. NBC's Jacob Soboroff joining us from North Las Vegas. So, Jacob, I feel like we've heard John Ralston on our sister network, MSNBC, all day saying, why haven't media organizations called this? Doesn't sound like we have Jacob yet. We will get him for you right after the break. Stick with us. Oh, Jacob? Do you hear me? All right, we'll be right back.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. We promised to give you an update on Nevada with Jacob Soboroff, and we are making good on that promise. He joins us now from North Las Vegas. So, Jacob, Nevada is another one of those states where we're seeing this trickle, and it's been in Biden's favor. What's the latest on the count right now?
That's right. Hey, Lindsay, sorry about that earlier. What's happening basically is that the count, which was in Biden's favor, as you said, by about 8,000 votes just yesterday, then grew to about 12,000, now about 20,000, is expected, if the trend continues, to grow. But the issue is here, they're counting slowly, though deliberately and accurately, we hope. And that all indications are that is exactly the situation here in Clark County. It's gotten a little confusing because we were told that we were supposed to expect around 51,000 ballots this morning, and only about 30,000 ultimately came through. You look right there, 20,137 is the exact difference as of right now. Biden 53.6% to President Trump's 44.7%. But that 87% in is very important because there are over 100,000 outstanding ballots, 60,000 approximately mail-in ballots that have not been counted, 60,000 provisional ballots that have not been counted. And then there are the people who are showing up behind me to have their ballots cured. And we've seen a long line of those folks coming in. So, there's a couple things going on here. One is unprecedented surge because of universal mail-in voting, which hasn't happened here before. I think it was a big learning lesson for the folks here. And I do think that they were a little bit overwhelmed, even if they may not admit it, just from observing it ourselves. It's pretty clear that this is a new experience for them here. But a new experience, I suppose, is okay if the integrity of the democracy is upheld. And again, by all indications, that's what's happening here.
Well, we heard from Priscilla Thompson in Georgia, and she said the Trump campaign officials have lawyers on the ground there ready for legal challenges. We saw you speaking yesterday with Rick Grinnell asking what evidence they have of fraud. He and Matt Schlapp held a press conference in Las Vegas. Are you also seeing a team there mounting a fight?
Well, to the extent that you could call what they did yesterday a fight, I suppose. But, you saw the interview, I presume. Grinnell, I guess, I don't even know if you could call it that. Grinnell didn't really answer any questions, nor did Matt Schlapp. And their allegations are very, very thinly sourced. When they talk about thousands of potentially invalid ballots, they really don't have any evidence of that. What they did was cross-reference change of address data with people who voted in the general election. And they said that they referred it to the Department of Justice because they thought those people might be living out of state. Well, you can't make a criminal referral as the Nevada Republican Party. They wrote a letter. They're not a law enforcement agency. And on top of that, this lawsuit that was filed wasn't filed by the Trump campaign at all. It was filed by a local congressional candidate and some other folks here. So, I guess they haven't really put their money where their mouth is at this point. And there have been two other lawsuits that haven't been successful from the campaign and their allies so far. I suppose in federal court, where that one lawsuit is, they could halt the counting of the ballots if successful, but there are no indications, Lindsay, that it will be.
All right, important distinctions there. Thank you so much, Jacob Soboroff in Nevada. Well, of course, one of the biggest issues right now during the election, the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. It's played a role in how we vote, whether by person or in mail, and also who we voted for. Here are the latest numbers right now. We see here there are well over 9 million cases in this country. More than 235,000 Americans have died. We want to take a look at a map right now. You see those states that are in dark red? We have California, Texas, Illinois, Georgia, Florida, New York. These are the states right now that are the hardest hit. So joining now to discuss, NBC News medical contributor Dr. John Torres, along with NBC News correspondent Cal Perry, who's coming to us from Wisconsin. That state, the third largest COVID-19 surge in the country happening right now. So Cal, we'll start with you. 264,000 total COVID cases in Wisconsin, 6,000 in the last daily count. ICUs are at capacity. What are you hearing on the ground there?
Yes, the ICUs being at capacity, I think, has a lot of people scared. We're actually at Miller Park. This is the home of the Milwaukee Brewers during a baseball season, obviously. But this year, it has become one of the largest testing centers here in Wisconsin. Over my shoulder, this shoulder, you can see that sort of gap in the tent where the cars are going. That's where they're actually running those tests. They can test up to 2,600 people here a day, and they are doing so. We understand from the administrator who runs this place that they're up near capacity every day. In fact, the last 2 Mondays, they've actually had to turn people away. As you said, we're hitting daily highs here almost every day. And it's a virus that obviously, and we say this a lot, doesn't pay any attention to borders. Just south of here in Chicago, also a hot zone. So the concern as these hospitals fill up is that they're not just filling up here, they're filling up regionally across the Midwest. Something to keep an eye on, obviously, Lindsay.
Dr. Torres, when you see these images behind Cal of these cars lined up, does it make you feel like we haven't learned anything since March?
Well, it certainly reckons back to what happened in March and April timeframe, where we're seeing this even on a bigger scale across the country. And what we're seeing now are these outbreaks that are occurring in different areas. Illinois just said yesterday they had record numbers. They had above 10,000 cases a day, which for them is an astounding number of cases. Here in Colorado, where I am, almost 3,000 cases a day. That positivity rate keeps going up. And we haven't even really hit our cold months yet. And so the concern is once that starts happening, we're going to see this happen more across the country. And what we don't want to do is we don't want to go back to the days where we saw, the surge tents, the ICUs being overflowed, talking about ventilator issues, those types of things. So we definitely have learned some lessons since March and April, and we've had time to take a little bit of a breather and get things recollected. But at the same time, getting to the part where it can overwhelm these healthcare systems could be very easy, especially considering that the flu hasn't even hit yet on top of that. So that combination could be a bad combination.
So, Dr. Torres, what measures would you like to see be taken in order to mitigate some of this?
I think the biggest thing it comes down to is human behavior, is making sure that we follow those rules or those guidelines that we all know about: wearing a mask, watching your distance, washing your hands. Those things are extremely important. And I know there's been a lot of talk about mask mandates around the country, but just getting people to understand how much those masks, how important they are, how important social distancing is, and how important it is to make sure you don't get into those group gatherings where you're at a bar or a restaurant or even small family gatherings, because that can cause problems as well. And we know that is seeding some of these infection rates. Problem is we are going to see some more rates go up as the next month comes, but hopefully not that much higher, because again, here in the U.S., 120,000 cases yesterday, that we never thought we'd get even to 100,000 cases. So 120 is really going to start getting the system overloaded and causing a lot more issues.
And Cal, we know the coronavirus played a huge role in the election. In fact, NBC News exit polls show 51% of voters said it was the most important issue, more important than the economy. Is that also what you're hearing from people there?
Definitely. And look, here in Wisconsin, it broke 52-44 on who handles it better, Biden v. Trump. So we know that it was a factor as people went to the polls. Secondary to that, maybe not even secondary, maybe even before that, the mail-in ballot, the early voting here in Wisconsin. It seems clear that people wanted to try to avoid the polls as best they could on Election Day. So we had 1.9 million, as they say here, absentee ballots, which is basically just early voting, which are huge numbers for Democrats here. They wanted to run up the score. Milwaukee and in Madison, they say to us, the Biden campaign told us here in the state that they actually designed their campaign around the pandemic to try to get people to vote early, those who wanted to vote to avoid the polls. So I think you have both the sort of polling on it, it being a number one issue, who handled it better, and then secondary to that, the way that people actually voted this year was different.
Yeah, and Dr. Torres, listening to what Cal's saying, it's such an important issue right now to Americans, but one of the most important mitigating factors, you say, is human behavior. So especially as we look at a time right now when people are experiencing pandemic fatigue, but Thanksgiving is around the corner, what is your word of warning to people?
And the main thing to know is that coming into Thanksgiving and into December holidays, what some experts are calling are going to be the darkest period of the pandemic, because we're starting to get close together with family. We want to visit them, which is what we typically do this time of the year. But we also know that those small family gatherings are one of the important drivers of the pandemic right now. We're seeing them spread the cases of coronavirus because of those small gatherings. So you have to be very careful. And the one thing I tell people is this is just one Thanksgiving. This is just one December holiday season. And so if you have to avoid family members this one season, just think of it as doing a favor for them and a favor for you. You could possibly be saving a life. But if you do go somewhere, number one, know where you're going. Is it a hot spot you're going to or coming from? Number two, is anybody there vulnerable? The elderly, they have pre-existing medical conditions that you have to worry about. And the bottom line is, if you're sick at all, if you feel any symptoms, even as one expert put it yesterday I talked to, even if you have allergy symptoms, don't go because those allergy symptoms could actually be coronavirus. Instead, you want to be extremely careful. Think of other ways to celebrate, because getting together and passing on coronavirus to somebody else is going to give you that worst feeling that you've ever had, because you're making other people sick and potentially putting them in harm's way.
An important warning, Dr. Torres. Thank you. Cal, live for us as well. Thank you both so much. Of course, we continue to monitor the election. We don't expect to get final results from North Carolina for a while, but at this hour, more ballots are being delivered 4 days after Election Day. MSNBC correspondent Tremaine Lee joins us from Greensboro, North Carolina. So right now, you are in front of the Guilford County election headquarters. And what's going on in there?
That's right. So of the 116,000 outstanding absentee ballots, thousands of them have slowly been trickling in to county boards of election like the one behind me here in Greensboro, which is Guilford County. Now, officials say they won't begin counting any of them until November 12th, next Thursday, which feels like an eternity for a lot of people. But the rules are the rules. As long as that absentee ballot was postmarked by 5 p.m. Election Day. But again, right behind me, there are already a couple thousand in there. But experts believe that only a fraction of the 116,000 might actually make their way back to the State Board of Elections. So they're under lock and key until next Thursday.
And what do we know about potential Postal Service delays, whether that could impact any of these races that have yet to be called? Are you hearing any worries of that on the ground there?
You know, initially there was a lot of concern after the federal judge ordered that the USPS sweep all their facilities, and then word came out that the Greensboro facility only had an on-time delivery rate for those absentee mail-in ballots of 72%. There was a lot of concern, but we talked to sources who say, you know what, it's kind of messy, but it's not as bad as it may appear. So while we won't know until November 12th how many absentee ballots have been returned and what the problems may have been, there's a little concern, but they were a little overhyped in the beginning.
And Tremaine, right now, we know everybody's kind of watching Pennsylvania, everybody's watching Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona. It also feels like nobody's really talking about North Carolina because it's going to take us so long to know. But what else is happening right there? What other races are undecided that could be pretty consequential?
Honestly, that's the big one. For Joe Biden to win would have been amazing for a lot of people here. But there's also the Senate race between incumbent Tom Tillet, who is a Republican, and Cal Cunningham, the Democrat. It was pretty close, but now the lead is about 100,000. But that's a biggie there. When we talk about control of the Senate, right, if the Democrats get the White House and then have the Senate and the House, that obviously would have been a big deal. But right now, it doesn't look like the margins may budge much. Again, they don't expect, they expect only a fraction of the absentee ballots to actually be returned. And so while folks are in a holding pattern, there was some excitement about what could be. But until November 12th, we don't know.
All right, Tremaine Lee in North Carolina. You have a new episode also of your podcast, Into America. Everybody should go download that. Thank you so much, Tremaine. We appreciate it. And we will be right back.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus. The story. The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race. From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth. We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned? NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
At the center of this election, at this very moment, vote counting centers in key counties. But inside those centers are hundreds of ordinary Americans who are doing their best to make sure your vote gets counted. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has a look inside.
In Pennsylvania, they keep counting and counting hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots.
I know it's tough for people to wait, and people are frustrated by the wait, but that is currently the situation we are in. I would ask that people be patient.
The largest number of untallied votes remains piled up in and around the state's biggest cities, Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. Statewide, 2.6 million votes were received in the mail, an unprecedented number, and by law, the counting could not begin until Election Day.
Counting votes cast by mail, if you're going to do it right and you're going to do it accurately, because there's no other choice, takes a little bit of time.
Pennsylvania Governor Tom Wolf anticipated the timing, even running an ad in the build-up to the election.
Counting that tremendous number of ballots will take more time than we're used to. We may not know the results today.
Today, he looked to reassure the country.
I'll do everything within my power to ensure that the results are fair and that every vote is counted.
President Trump's numbers were strong on Tuesday, especially in rural counties. The mail-in vote has so far favored Joe Biden, but there is a lot of ground for him to make up.
Mail-in votes are still coming in. They'll be accepted until Friday at 5 p.m. as long as they were mailed on or before Election Day. Lester?
All right, Stephanie Goss, thank you. Decision 2020 will make history for many reasons, one of which we can all get behind. Record voter turnout. Nearly 160 million Americans voted in this election, and it comes at a time in which our nation is deeply divided. Here's NBC's Harry Smith.
Nail-biter. Too close to call. Too early to call. This race has been as tight as a tick, an old friend would say. An election this close with this big a turnout tells us something. The electorate is engaged. Americans again believe their vote counts for something. Old-timers used to say, you can't complain if you don't vote. It's been a breathless 4 years, rancorous, divisive. We get the idea sometimes that Americans flat out don't like each other. Egged on by our media of choice, we've grown accustomed to taking sides and adopting a feeling like the opposition be damned. Communities cracked, families divided, hurtful, angry words strewn about, followed by seething silence. It's lost its usefulness. We're just wondering now if anyone in America still knows how to build a bridge, some kind of span that can help us see our common good. Because no matter the winner, it sure would be nice if we felt like we live in the United States of America.
Some important food for thought there. Our thanks to Harry Smith. We are, of course, keeping a close eye on the Trump campaign this afternoon. While the president's path to victory looks increasingly narrow, he's not showing any signs that he intends to back down. Right now, we are going to go to our correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, at the White House to talk about some of the looming legal battles. Kelly, what are we hearing from the campaign and their confidence? We're going to go to Kelly O'Donnell in a little bit. First, we are going to go to NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter. Of course, the world right now watching what is happening here. And leaders have been pretty careful not to endorse one candidate over the other. But as this counting continues and drags on, have they felt more comfortable going on the record?
What we thought was the Hungerford Bridge was in fact another train bridge further up towards Bank.
Hey, Lindsay, sorry about that. It's pretty noisy here. Yes, everyone is watching, as you can imagine. It was on the cover of every British front paper here today. But one of the most interesting things in the last couple of days, the tone has shifted. So in the first couple of days, world leaders certainly watching, certainly not endorsing either candidate, reticent to really get out in front. But we've heard a tonal shift, and now we're hearing a lot about democracy and a lot about how important that democratic process is, Lindsay. Take a listen to UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson earlier today.
The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is always going to work very, very closely with whoever is the Prime Minister, the President of the United States. And that's going to be the case, whatever the outcome of this election. And Sam, I repeat my point. I don't think at this stage you'd expect any foreign international leader to comment on the democratic processes of a very friendly country. That's just not what we do.
No one's really on that. No one really wants to interfere. I'm going to run you through a couple other tweets that we saw. The German Foreign Ministry, for example, we have faith in America's legal system. People in the U.S. and Germany share a belief in democracy, the freedom and dignity of every individual in their right to vote. I'll share Scotland's First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, tweeted out, Lindsay. She said, as we're seeing across the Atlantic just now, politicians who rage against democracy don't prevail. Power doesn't belong to politicians. It belongs to people. And Lindsay, she later added, as Joe Biden took the lead in some key states earlier today, she actually tweeted, the world can be a dark place at times just now, but today we are seeing a wee break in the clouds. So certainly not seeing any world leaders come out and support or endorse or commit to one candidate yet, but a lot of talk about democracy, Lindsay.
Yeah, and it's so interesting, too, when we heard from Boris Johnson, you wouldn't expect me to comment on the democratic process. But we also know that this process has been rife with disinformation. How is that being perceived there?
With some sort of shock, actually, Lindsay. But look, certainty is good. Allies like to see certainty. Alliances like to see certainty. And actually, the uncertainty, the misinformation is giving America's critics around the world a real opportunity to point fingers. So whether that's from China, China has pointed its finger at the democratic process, the free and fair elections, calling it a failing political system. And you've got Venezuela President Maduro, who has talked about how rich it is and how interesting it is. Of course, the U.S., who has lectured many countries about free and fair elections, and that maybe the U.S. is no longer in a position to do so. Lindsay.
Interesting. All right. Thank you so much, NBC's Molly Hunter. We appreciate it. All right, now let's get the latest from the Trump campaign this afternoon. Joining us is NBC's Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. Kelly, good afternoon. Right now, what's the confidence level here in some of these legal fights that the president's team is waging?
Well, part of what they're trying to do is lay out a strategy that shows that there is a reason to wait a bit more and to have patience. So by talking about legal options, in some cases it could be a recount when the margin comes at a level that a state allows an automatic recount, like Wisconsin, for example. In others, like Pennsylvania, there were questions about the extra time that had been given for the return of certain mail-in ballots, and have those ballots been segregated to be counted separately, different kinds of questions like that. But the big picture of it all is buying time, as there is a sense of momentum for Joe Biden as the numbers have shifted, as his count in the path to 270 has been higher than the president's. You fill a kind of void with expectations. And so the campaign for President Trump, those of his allies here at the White House, want to keep their options open. And that includes signaling to their donors, their voters, Republican officials who are elected around the country to not foreclose the pathways to the president, however narrow or unlikely it might be. It is about keeping the possibility of a shift in momentum open, alive, and active. That is certainly what we are sensing today. Now, that doesn't mean they don't recognize the numbers are looking tougher. It does not mean that they're not aware of how Joe Biden has been able to pick up a lot of additional vote in certain states, as was predicted. But the president is, we are told, in a mood to fight this. And so they put out a statement under his name that didn't really reflect some of the tone we've seen from him when he's appeared here in person twice since election night, where he has taken a much more pugnacious approach about fighting, about alleging fraud and things like this. The statement today was more about the importance of following elections through to their conclusion and making sure the rules are fairly followed. So that's where we are right now. And the Trump campaign is going to have one of their longtime allies who was a part of the campaign structure in 2016 and has been a friend and advisor to the president in the years that he's been at the White House, David Bossie, who will be the front man, if you will, for the legal fights. And they, of course, exist in different states. What we don't have are a lot of details on specific cases or issues that will be alleged. But it's about this buying time to keep people from assuming that the race is over or being mentally ready to move on, or even giving the Biden campaign signals that they're ready to shut this down. The president believes he can still find a way to win this. He's talked about military ballots, provisional ballots that could be cutting his way, and their expectation that as the counting continues in a state like Arizona, where the president has consistently been picking up some of the greater proportion of the vote that's been coming in, that they could somehow secure those electoral votes. So however narrow, long shot it may seem, they're not willing to give up that possibility. And after a long fight, that is part of what you expect with campaigns. It's very hard to close the door on the expectations, and so they're going to try to pursue all the options they can. Lindsay?
Does the president have any allies who either privately are encouraging him to concede or are publicly saying that?
We don't have any indication of that. Now, that would come at some point. But at this stage, what we've heard from people close to the president is that the voting has not concluded, meaning the tallying of the votes has not concluded. There are still cases in a handful of battleground states to be resolved of the first phase of counting, not recounts, not challenges, but in that first phase. It's been protracted for sure, different than a lot of other years. But until that is done, that there is a sense that the president has some room to play this out and to see what happens. If we get to a point when that is resolved, where it appears there is certainly enough electoral support for one candidate, Joe Biden in this instance, if that were to be the case, then you would likely start to have Republicans saying to the president, it's time. But they don't feel they are there yet, and that even though it's been a few days, that there's enough time to allow for this to play out a bit longer. That's the sense we're getting right now.
All right. Thank you so much. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell there live at the White House. Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Reiser. You're watching NBC News Now. We are, of course, taking stock of where we are this hour as we continue our election coverage. Let's take a look at the map where the states stand. Of course, you can see there, still waiting on the same 6 states to resolve their vote counts that we were yesterday. We have Alaska, Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina. This is a look right now. Pennsylvania, again, still too close to call. This is a state that everybody is and will be watching today. You see the difference there, 14,000 votes with Biden pulling ahead there. We're expecting to keep getting trickling information from Pennsylvania. Of course, a Pennsylvania win would put Joe Biden where he needs to be, over 270. In Nevada, we're still, again, waiting on numbers as they continue their count. We heard correspondent Jacob Sovoroff say last hour that this mail-in system is new to Nevada, so it's been taking a little bit longer. Still too close to call here, a difference of 20,000 votes. in Georgia, too close to call. Officials there expecting a recount. Look at that difference. Only 1,555 votes separate the two right there, with Biden in the lead. We heard from one of the voting officials there in Georgia who said, give us time. We're trying to do this accurately. We understand everybody wants a resolution, but they're still counting military ballots that were postmarked by Election Day, but have until the end of business today to make it to their offices. So both candidates right now falling short of the 270 electoral votes they need to win. But Joe Biden has already racked up more votes than any presidential candidate in American history. This is a look right now at the popular vote. 74 million for Biden, 69.9 for Trump. And Trump is right now on schedule to be just behind that and have the second most votes in history. So to guide us through the latest developments, the counts, the legal changes, and where all of this might be headed, I'm joined now by Sam Stein, the politics editor at the Daily Beast. So Sam, one thing I want to ask you before we talk about which states you're watching most closely, is this what we expected to happen?
That's tough. I mean, everyone had different expectations, right? What we did know is that what we did know and probably didn't adequately emotionally prepare for was that this would be a drawn out process, that we would not get closure on election night, that it would take, days potentially to count these ballots, in part because we were experimenting with an entirely new electoral system. Mail-in balloting has been used, but primarily in a handful of states, and now was being used in bulk. Obviously, we were heading towards record turnout as well. And then, of course, we were voting during a pandemic. So, yeah, a little bit of unexpectedness in that, but we should have probably expected it more. In terms of the results, I think when it's all said and done, we'll be a lot closer to what the prognosticators said than we initially thought. I mean, Biden was, according to most metrics, heading to a nice, robust win, and I think that's where he's going to end up. It was just that initially the margins looked really small, and they may end up being small, but ultimately it does look like he will prevail.
Well, this morning we got some new numbers from Pennsylvania, and kind of the feel on social media was that there was going to be a call soon and that we would have a president-elect. What are you keeping an eye out for in the next few hours here?
When that call will happen. If you look at the patterns, basically, and the vote that's still out there, there's virtually no avenue for Trump to make up the margin. The margin is expected to grow as we get more vote totals from Philadelphia as well as Allegheny County. There are questions about these provisional ballots. Steve Kornacki, superhero election forecaster, made note of that this hour, that these provisional ballots are not breaking down completely Democratic. But if you look at where these provisional ballots are actually coming from, they are coming from Democratic turf. So I don't think that will matter materially for Trump. So really the question we have now is, how quickly are they going to process these votes in Pennsylvania? And when will they hit a metric where the major news organizations are comfortable saying, yes, this is going to be Joe Biden's state, and therefore he will have the 270 electoral votes and be the president-elect?
Well, you said it looks like the prognosticators might end up being correct with a robust win for Biden. What about the House and the Senate? Because those same prognosticators were expecting big pickups there for Democrats.
So that's where they're off. And we're going to probably spend the next couple weeks ruminating on why that was the case and general theses for it. I don't have a really concrete answer. The most simple Occam's razor explanation that I've come up with, although it's not that sophisticated, is that a bunch of Republican voters towards the end of the election were very much on the fence about Donald Trump and probably ended up deciding not to vote for Donald Trump, which explains why Biden ended up with the margins that he did. However, they enjoyed the prospect of a divided government. They're not naturally Democratic. They were going to see a Democratic president take hold. They wanted to check on that person. So perhaps they went to the ballot box and said, we're going to split our ticket. The other explanation that we have here is that there was just a general failure to estimate properly the turnout on the Republican side. We've seen historic turnouts on both sides of the election. There was sort of an assumption that historic turnout would benefit Democrats alone. In reality, historic turnout really helped Republicans in states like Texas. I mean, Democrats bested most recent, actually any number that they got in the state before, but Republicans went even higher. And so there was just a failure to truly understand how Trump could bring out those voters on the Republican side even more than he had in the 2016 election.
And the Arizona Senate race was called in favor of Mark Kelly today, so Democrats pick up a seat there, but we're still waiting on a resolution in Georgia. Do you feel like that would be impossible for Democrats to gain another 2 seats in those 2 races?
That's a good question. I mean, obviously, if they get both seats, they will have a 50-seat split, and they can break the tie with Kamala Harris being the VP, which would give them control of the Senate. The question is, who turns out in a runoff, right? I mean, we're talking about an election that's 2.5 months from now. The country's just been through this relatively emotionally traumatic election. How many voters are eager to go back out there and cast ballots? Where are we looking like in terms of the coronavirus pandemic as well? I think the only hope that Democrats have, because I would say it's obvious that Republicans start out as the favorites here, the hope that they have is that if Trump were to end up losing, and if he were to go out of the White House, and it's very clear that he accepts his loss, there's a potential that Trump-supporting Republicans, people who are drawn to the party, not because they're necessarily Republican Party fixtures, but because they like the president, there's a potential that they could be depressed and not come back out for a runoff election. That's probably what Democrats need to hope for. But either way, that will be offset probably by the Republican Party devoting tens of millions of dollars in resources to turn out because they want to protect the majority here.
Sam, I don't know what your bedtime is, particularly this week, but do you expect to go to bed tonight knowing who the president-elect is?
First of all, my body is like, it's all off, so I don't know if I can go to bed until it's 2 a.m. anymore. I've been like completely made nocturnal. I have a suspicion that we will eventually know in Pennsylvania. It's just a matter of time. As of now, Joe Biden is scheduled to speak later today. I would assume he's not going to make a grand address if there was no closure. But the only thing that you can take away from these past 3 or 4 days is that you shouldn't have any expectations at all, that your priors are bound to disappoint, and that you should just take things as they come. So the answer is, I just don't know.
I feel like that's maybe a philosophical metaphor for the rest of life as well.
We're at that place now 3 days in, so yes.
So we got some political advice and some philosophical advice. We got our money's worth from you, Sam. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks for having me. Take care.
Let's head now to Georgia for the latest on the ballot count there. NBC's Priscilla Thompson joins us from Atlanta. So, Priscilla, we got updated in the last hour right now. Right now, we're still waiting on a lot of those military ballots. Are the military ballots the ones that have to arrive by the end of business today, or are those absentee ballots that were mailed on Tuesday?
So that is not absentee ballots. Here in Georgia, the absentee ballots had to be in by the end of day Tuesday. If they were not in the county registrar's office or a drop box by 7 p.m. on Election Day, they were not counted. And so absentee ballots are all the absentee ballots that Georgia is going to get are already in. But with regards to the military ballots and the ballots from folks who are voting overseas, those ballots had to be postmarked by Election Day, and they're given up until today, up until 3 days after Election Day to get those in. So by close of business today, we heard the Secretary of State's office saying that we should have sort of a universal number in terms of how many ballots overall need to be counted. Right now, there are somewhere around 8,400 of those military ballots and overseas ballots that are still out that have not been received yet. Throughout the morning, about 500 of those have come in. And so we're waiting to see how many of those 8,400 are actually going to make it in to be counted, because anything that is received after the close of business today is not going to be counted. And so that's sort of one of the things, one of the nuggets to come out of that presser. And the other thing that the Secretary of State talked about was really this idea of security of the election. The Secretary of State spoke for initially when that presser began, really making it a point to say that he understands that what's happening here in Georgia is extending beyond the confines of the state. A lot of people are watching to see what is going to happen, and that is why they want to make sure that they're getting this count right, that it is accurate. Again, reminding that there are observers who are allowed to watch this process take place. So we heard him there really working to reassure voters that this is a safe, a fair, and accurate count, and that they should feel confident in that.
Which counties are still in play right now there in Georgia?
So earlier today, Gwinnett County was the one that really had the lion's share of the roughly 4,000 ballots that are still out and remaining. And then there are a handful, maybe 3 to 4 other counties that have a couple of hundred that need to be counted. But throughout the day, we haven't seen any real movement on that front. Typically, we'll get an update from the Secretary of State's office every couple of hours informing us of how many ballots still remain to be counted. And we haven't really seen that today. So we're really waiting to see, we're getting to the point where it's sort of that slow trickle. And the other thing that we're looking at here are provisional ballots that were cast on Election Day that needed to be verified. So folks who maybe showed up on Election Day with an expired ID and had to come back later to verify their identity in order to have their vote counted. There are also absentee ballots that needed to be cured. So people who maybe got their absentee ballots got flagged because there was a signature mismatch or something like that. So we're at the point now of really a slow trickle of different ballots coming in and being counted. And so the numbers are shifting a little bit. But the hope is that by the end of today, we have a clear idea of where things stand. Those ballots can be counted. And then the state will be able to move into the certification process where the counties will certify the results. And then the state will be able to certify the results and begin an audit of these results ahead of making an official announcement here.
Yeah, and Priscilla, when we hear these press conferences, we can hear these officials in their voice. You can hear how much pressure they're under. They know right now the country, the world is watching, but they're not working on our timeline. They're working on their own. But after all of this is said and done, you said the counties will certify, then the state will certify, and then we have a potential for a recount. So tell me about that timeline.
Exactly. So we could be in for quite a month of November here in Georgia. The state has until November the 20th to certify those results. And we heard in that press conference the folks there saying that they would like to see the county get their results certified as soon as possible so that the state can begin that process. And I should mention within there, the state is also going to be doing an audit. So they're going to be picking a statistically significant sample of ballots. They're going to be reviewing those by hand. A group of folks is going to be doing that. And so they're going to be checking. The goal there, the idea there is that that audit will produce 90% accuracy in the vote count, just another safeguard there before the state certifies those results and makes that announcement. And then what could happen is the potential for a recount, which the state has signaled could be likely. And so once the candidates see those state certified results, if the candidates are still within 0.5% of each other, which at this moment, Joe Biden and Donald Trump are tied, either candidate could request a recount, and that is when the state would begin preparing for that. Officials have said they hope something like that wouldn't take longer than a week. But as we've seen this week, those timelines can begin to drag out. So it could be after Thanksgiving, later in the month of November, until we really have an end and a bit of finality to the results here in Georgia.
All right, Priscilla Thompson there live in Atlanta. Thank you so much, Priscilla. We appreciate it. At this hour, former Vice President Joe Biden continues to lead over President Donald Trump in battleground Pennsylvania. As results continue to pour in, Biden's lead has steadily increased. Joining us now with the latest is MSNBC's Chris Jansing live from Harrisburg. So, Chris, what ballots are they still counting? And I'm going to ask you to look into your crystal ball and tell us when we might have some clarity.
Yeah, there's pockets, obviously, of ballots, certainly in Philadelphia and some of the counties surrounding that. We have gotten a few more trickling in across the day from Philadelphia. But the one everybody is watching right now, because it's going to happen at the top of the hour, is Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh. And we were told earlier that 6,500 ballots will have been counted, and they will post those at 5 o'clock Eastern time. There are another about 26,000 ballots that only at 5 o'clock they're going to start actually processing. And the reason for that is that those are the ballots that were misprinted. And so they had them reprinted, and then people got to fill those out. But they have been segregated to make sure it's the proper ballot that's filled out. There was a court hearing about it, and they came to a decision that they would wait until 5 o'clock today to start counting those ballots. And of course, there isn't a single county right now in Pennsylvania that has a 100% vote count, and that is because of this new regulation that says you have 3 days for your ballot to be received. So 5 o'clock this afternoon is the cutoff, as long as your ballot was posted by 8 o'clock on Election Day on Tuesday. So very slowly, results are starting to come in, but we should get a good number of them at 5 o'clock, and then we're waiting to see what else might come in. The Allegheny County folks, by the way, say that those ballot counters worked all day. They didn't stop for lunch, and they're expecting them to work well into the night. And so there are places, including Philadelphia, including Pittsburgh, across Pennsylvania, where the vote count is continuing and is likely to continue, not just into tonight, but beyond. Priscilla?
Wow. Another long night there. So, Chris, you kind of touched on one of the legal challenges right now there in Pennsylvania, but there are so many. Do we have any response right now from state officials on how they're responding to some of these legal challenges from the Trump campaign?
Well, the state officials have been very clear. They say that they believe in the integrity of the election, that they will defend the integrity of the election. But just today, the Republican Party again went to the U.S. Supreme Court. And the question that they're raising is exactly about what we were talking about, the legitimacy of counting ballots that have come in after the election night and segregating them. Now, most of the counties responded and said that's exactly what they've been doing. They have been keeping those votes separate from the rest of mail-in ballots, but not all of the counties. So they want to know about that. There are some, in a couple of counties, there's still ongoing litigation about whether or not people who got notified that there was something wrong with their mail-in ballot, let's say they forgot to sign the outside of the envelope, they were notified, came in and fixed that. Was that legit? The Republicans say it isn't. The Democrats say there's absolutely nothing in law that says that the Board of Elections can't let people know, hey, your ballot isn't right. But you can feel sort of the intensity of what's been going on. The mayor of Philadelphia at a press conference today suggested that President Trump put on his big boy pants and concede. Of course, this election has not been declared. But we're also seeing on the other side, Republicans, Pat Toomey, who's the junior senator here, the majority leader of the state Senate, who is also a Republican, pushing back against statements by the president and many of his allies that there is some sort of widespread fraud, that this election is illegitimate, and saying that's just not so. Lindsay?
All right, Chris Jansing, important update there. We appreciate it. Margins are widening in uncalled states for former Vice President Joe Biden as we await final tallies from those crucial states. NBC's Mike Memley has the latest from the Biden campaign. He joins us now from their headquarters at Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware. So, Mike, we were supposed to hear from the vice president, assuming that when they announced that, they were pretty confident that one of the races would be called and we would have a definitive winner. What's it looking like now?
Yeah, Lindsay, I mean, that moment this morning when we saw that Joe Biden took the lead in Pennsylvania was seen, I think, by just about everyone, including us, including the Biden campaign, as sort of the end of the beginning or the beginning of the end, that we were moving towards potentially a projection of Joe Biden as the president-elect. But there's a lot of caution now, I think, based on all the conversations you've been having with our great correspondents in the field about the slow pace of those numbers, some of the variables in terms of provisional ballots, things that we still don't know about the count coming in. And so where the Biden team was very quick this morning to lay the groundwork for a speech tonight from not just the former vice president, but from his running mate as well, Senator Kamala Harris, we're now hearing from Biden campaign officials that absent a projection from news organizations that he has indeed crossed 270 electoral votes, it is unlikely that we would see Joe Biden here tonight. And there's an important reason why for this, Lindsay. From the Biden's view, that this speech tonight is the beginning of a process for him of doing what he has said is so important throughout this campaign, beginning to unite this country, to take the political temperature down a few notches, and to focus as he looks ahead toward governing. If there is not an independent assessment here that he has in fact won, then this just becomes an extension of a campaign-style speech like we are seeing as well from the president, who continues to cast doubt upon the outcome. And so for a long-time veteran creature of Washington, he wouldn't like that I was calling him that, but Joe Biden, somebody who values the norms and traditions of our government, of our democracy, I think an interesting window into how he's viewing this, that there is some skittishness here of getting far out ahead when he's been saying all week that it's not for him to say who has won this election, it's for the American people.
Well, do you think that, well, maybe in the morning they were drinking mimosas, now they're really backing off, and I'm sure they're still hopeful, but maybe not quite as celebratory?
Well, I mean, across the board with the Biden team, there has been, some very reserved emotions about this situation. A lot of the staff, like their boss, is wary of getting ahead of things. As a close aide of Biden told our colleague Kelly O'Donnell, he's very Irish and he's very superstitious. And that sort of trickles down to a lot of his staff as well. Once Pennsylvania did show the change in result, I think it did change the thinking of the Biden team, and they felt more confident in coming out and being ready to declare victory. But again, it's a very tricky situation. These are very difficult and perilous moments in our democracy. We saw what happened in 2000 and the way different calls and projections went wrong and led to weeks of uncertainty. And I think everyone's focused both on our side and on the campaign side of getting this moment right.
All right, Mike Memoli, with a good feel for what's happening there on the ground with the Biden campaign in Delaware. We appreciate it. And while, of course, it is perfectly normal to wait for votes to be counted right now during a presidential election in a pandemic, no less, by the way, there's been a lot of seeds of doubt, of course, that have been sown. The actions and the words by the sitting president, they're affecting the way we will look back on 2020. So let's bring in Barbara Perry, professor and director of presidential studies at the University of Virginia. Barbara, I've got to ask you, Michael Beschloss, presidential historian, he tweeted, watch this night last night when the president I think it was either watch this night or remember this night when the president was addressing the nation. Did it strike you also as something that we will remember for years to come?
Oh, it certainly does. We've written a book here just recently, and it will be published this coming year, called The Constitutional Presidency, and the subtitle is The Presidency at the Crossroads. And I think in the Donald Trump presidency, we have come to a crossroads. It's not the first that the presidency office has come to. Sometimes that's because of events that have overtaken a president, or certainly crises like the Great Depression and World War II or the Civil War causes a lot of power to accrue to a president. But this is one of the few times, thank goodness, I would say this and Watergate, where presidents take themselves down. And because of doing that, they take the office down at least a notch. And I've been making the case for a long time that one of the things the founders most feared in this new experiment that they had for a democratic republic, and the reason we have an electoral college, was that they feared the people and they feared demagogues who lie to the people or tell half-truths, prey on the divisions among people, and prey upon the base instincts of the people. And so I think it was an irony then that the Electoral College in 2016 would have selected Donald Trump, but I think that's the road that he's taken us down. And that's why I think last night I hope it reached a crescendo. I hope it doesn't get worse, but I'm not prepared to say that.
And of course, right now, NBC has not called the race. We do not have a president-elect yet. But typically, when we do see this transition of power, there is a concession speech that really focuses on putting country over party and over self. And the concession isn't necessarily mandated by law. It's traditional. Do you expect this year, in so many other ways as it already has been, will be anything but traditional?
Well, let's put it this way. Should somehow Joe Biden lose this election, I think he would give a standard speech. That is, he would be gracious and graceful, and he would call for the country to unite. I think the opposite will happen, as it has over these 4 years, that Donald Trump will break the china. He will break the tradition that's been one of certainly the modern era of the presidency for the loser, including the incumbent president who loses for re-election, to give a gracious and graceful speech and to call the country to support the new president and to come together and unite. Sometimes that doesn't last very long, but even Al Gore, who saw his hopes dashed in 2000, as soon as the Supreme Court made the decision that in effect threw the case and threw the election to Bush and put him in the Oval Office, Al Gore came out the next day and said, this didn't end the way I wanted it to, but again, he was graceful and gracious in his concession. I don't see that coming from the 45th president.
Well, you are the professor and director of presidential studies at the University of Virginia. So I want to ask you, in all of your studies right now, does it feel like we are at a period of time where we're more divided than ever? I know that Joshua Johnson posed that question to Alan Lichtman a few hours ago, and he said, well, we've had a civil war. But where do we stand right now in terms of where we've been as a country, and what your hopes are for maybe mending some of that division?
We have been split, certainly, and the founders feared that as well. They called these splits factions. And they said one way to get rid of having people split off into human nature factions and groups of like-minded people would be to do away with factions, to do away with liberty. But they said that would be like saying, well, oxygen causes fires and causes fires to burn. So I know what, to get rid of fires, let's get rid of oxygen. So they came up with this complex system that they thought would help to ameliorate the worst effects of these divisions, or factions as they called them. It seems that perhaps that's not working so well right now, but I wouldn't say this is the worst the country has ever been in terms of divisions, but I say we're getting very close, if not crossed that line, that maybe it is the worst since the Civil War, and we certainly hope it doesn't go down that road either.
Ameliorate. I must have failed my vocab test when that word appeared, because it is not ringing a bell. But thank you for teaching me so much today, Barbara Perry. We appreciate it.
Ameliorate.
Oh, I've already got it pulled up. Thank you.
Excellent.
Magic of Google.
You can take that SAT and have no worries.
Thank you. When we come back, we will head to Arizona. Stick around.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Hey, everybody, we're going to go to Arizona next, one of the states that we are monitoring very closely because it remains too close to call this afternoon. You see there's a difference of about 39,700 votes there with Joe Biden just pulling ahead. We want to go out to NBC's Gadi Schwartz joining us now from Phoenix, Arizona. Protests going on behind you. I've been outside that building many times, Gadi. I'm from there. What's the latest in the count, and what are these people doing there?
Yeah, so let's just go through the full numbers right now. That 39,000 is the difference between Joe Biden and President Trump. Joe Biden ahead right now, and earlier in the week we saw that dwindle from 60,000, a 60,000 lead, to that 39,000 lead that we see right now. There are still a lot of ballots left to count in Arizona overall, and as well as Maricopa County. You know this building. This is where that vote tabulation happens. Right now there's 120,000 ballots that are still outstanding. They are inside of that building. There are election workers that are going through them right now, doing a lot of signature verification. They are also adjudicating, which means that they are taking a close look at the ballots, and they have a person that's a Republican, a person that it's a Democrat sitting right next to them. And anytime they have a problem with the ballot, they pull the ballot up, and the Democrat and the Republican look at the bubble and they say, you know what, this bubble may be a little bit off, but it's clear that the intention of the voter was this bubble right here. And that's when they will take another ballot, a clean ballot, and they will make sure, both of them in a bipartisan way, make sure that they are filing a clean ballot that can be read by the tabulation machine. So that's a process that's going on. We've seen a lot of that happening. So these last ballots that we're going to see, they take a little bit more time to process. 120,000 ballots that we're hoping to see in the next couple of days. But then overall here in Arizona, we're talking over 200,000 ballots that are still outstanding. So when you look at the discrepancy, or when you look at the length that President Trump has to go to catch that 39,000 to catch up to Joe Biden, it's possible. I mean, it's not. You cannot say that that's not going to happen, because there are still 200,000 ballots out there, and that lead just isn't big enough that Biden has right now. So people here, they've been gathering. This is a small crowd compared to what we saw earlier. It actually came out here into the street. And being from Arizona, I mean, when was the last time you saw this blocked off in front of the Maricopa Election Center? You've got the road, the intersection blocked off by the sheriff's department. The sheriff has been keeping an eye on what's going on. The day before yesterday, we saw election workers. They were escorted to their cars by the sheriff's department because the crowd had gotten so big, and the poll workers inside may have felt unsafe. Now, this has become somewhat of the new normal. Every single day we've seen these protesters gathered here. We're expecting more to gather tonight, but right now that crowd is dwindling a little bit. Back to you.
I've covered many elections there, and I've never seen a crowd outside that building right there. We've seen, of course, the president and his team mounting legal challenges in other states. Are you expecting the same in Arizona?
Yeah, interestingly enough, and we don't want to open up this can of worms, especially in front of that building, because they are done hearing the word Sharpie. But interestingly enough, both Republicans and Democrats seem to be filing some sort of lawsuit saying that it was either confusing how the Sharpies were used, or it may have led to votes being thrown out. The election workers that we've talked to, the Secretary of State, any official that you'll ask about this will very carefully explain why these Sharpies don't invalidate votes in Maricopa County alone. We're just talking about Maricopa County. And it's because they have a double-sided ballot that is offset. So when you fill something out and it bleeds through, it's not going to bleed through onto another bubble. That's the short of it, but it's gone into the legal sphere now, so it's going to be something that both sides are going to take to court, and we'll see how it plays out there.
Yeah, and there's a really great explainer on your Twitter page if people are more curious and they want to see you do a demonstration with your penmanship there. But also on your Twitter page, because I've been fascinated with what's going on right there in my hometown, you also talk about how quickly a conspiracy theory spreads. Can you go over what you were hearing in that crowd?
Yeah, let's take a walk real fast. I'll show you. Okay, so this is the crowd, and throughout the day we've had different speakers. We've had some speakers that say, look, we don't want to talk about conspiracies. We don't want to hear about conspiracies. We want to make sure that this is about keeping the ballots counted. And then we've had speakers that get up there and they start weaving all kinds of different conspiracies. Most of them are flat out. You can tell right away that they are things that don't make logical sense. But then what we saw earlier was a crowd of people from over here take off down here. Now this over here is the media staging area, right? This is where the media parks, because there have been thousands and thousands of people, and because there was all kinds of chaos the first night, the Maricopa County officials designated this as reserved for the media. You can see it right there. And then over here, you've got these signs that say freedom of speech zone. So this is where the protest is supposed to be. This is where the media is supposed to gather. It's really just to try to keep things moving. And then you've got the live truck. I mean, you and I have both worked out of these things before. And this is where we bring in our equipment. Well, over here, there was a Fox News crew that was parked in front of one of these signs that says reserved for the media. The people right here, we're not going to antagonize them because I tried to tell them earlier what was going on. They were not interested in hearing it. But they're convinced that the media or people that pretend to be the media are taking ballot boxes and somehow putting them into vans, bringing them here to be counted. So they kept saying that they were extra ballots. That's not the case. We went in, we saw what was going on. It's just Fox News. They've got a tripod case in there. They've got camera equipment. They've got a live view. They've got the kind of stuff that we need to broadcast. So it's really interesting to see how fast something like that can happen. And really all it takes is somebody going over to that crowd saying, they've got ballot boxes. They're loading up ballot boxes. And then you come out here, and then you've got people that are parked over here in cars. Some of them have California plates because we're all renting cars as we're out here. And then another crowd comes over. They try to hear what's going on, and the next thing you know, a conspiracy theory is born.
Yeah, someone takes video, somebody posts it on Twitter, maybe somebody else retweets it. It gets amplified and amplified. All right, NBC's Gadi Schwartz, thank you so much for that explainer. Stay safe right there in Phoenix, Arizona. We're going to go now to somebody who knows very well how these conspiracy theories can grow and grow like wildfire. I'm joined now by NBC's Ben Collins, who unfortunately for some reason has chosen this as his beat. But Ben, let's talk right now. What are we hearing from, for example, QAnon about what's happening?
So Q specifically, so QAnon is this conspiracy theory. There is a government insider who is basically speaking on behalf of President Trump, and President Trump is secretly taking down a group of satanic child eaters within the Democratic Party. Now, this has been disproven over and over again. All of the, there were supposed to be mass arrests for the last few years. Now it seems like that's probably not going to happen. I think people are starting to realize that as the writing is on the wall for the president right now. So a lot of people are getting pretty desperate and pretty antsy. And actually, we have a little bit of breaking news on that. Last night, there were two men who were arrested outside of Philadelphia, actually inside of Philadelphia. They came from Virginia. And inside their Hummer, they had a QAnon hat. They had QAnon stickers on their car. And they also had 160 rounds of ammunition, an AR-15, and 2 pistols. So there is a lot going on in the fever swamp on the internet right now with these conspiracy theories, which you and Gadi just talked about. But sometimes this is leading to real world action. And that's what has law enforcement concerned right now. And I think, it's what has a lot of people concerned is it's kind of a tinderbox right now.
And so that was just an example where these two individuals were arrested. It doesn't appear to be much larger than that, at least in that specific instance. But I also want to ask you about something that is a lot larger, the Stop the Steal groups that are popping up on social media. How are these social media giants responding to these groups?
So Facebook put a stop to this pretty quickly. Now, Stop the Steal was a hashtag on Election Day before polls closed even. Right-wing influencers were accusing people of stealing the election. Before they even had a narrative, they just started accusing people of this with no evidence. This didn't really take off on Twitter on Election Day, but a couple days later, 2 days later on Facebook, it went bananas. There were moments where you would refresh this one group on Facebook called Stop the Steal. After a couple of seconds, it would gain a few followers or a few thousand followers. It was a wildly successful campaign, astroturfed by GOP operatives who funneled people to this campaign. And what they were doing was bringing people to real world events, places like Harrisburg, where you'll see signs that say "Stop the Steal" outside in real life. And they were driving people to there. Now, Facebook eventually took this page down because of so many calls to arms, so many calls to violence, calls for the civil war in the comments section of this page. And they were worried that it would bleed through to real life. They were worried those comments, which were extremely popular in those pages, would bleed through to those events that were being posted on that page. So Facebook took it down. Initially, they just tried to throttle it and make it so it didn't appear in search, but they just removed it entirely. And now it's sort of dying off a little bit, but you still see the remnants of that in real life in Harrisburg, where they're counting ballots.
Well, and also when I was discussing with Gadi how these theories can get amplified, all it takes is somebody with a lot of Twitter followers to retweet something or use that hashtag. Has Twitter been kind of working overtime right now to be labeling certain tweets from influential people like the president as potential dis or misinformation?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. They grew a spine very recently over the last couple of days. It's a full reconstruction surgery of the entire spinal column there for Twitter. It's a completely different thing than Facebook. They are not really taking things down. They're not stopping the spread of groups, but they are labeling tweets from politicians that are harmful, and they're making it harder for them to be shared. That includes the president, but it also includes, the first QAnon congressperson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who just won her election a couple days ago in Georgia. Her entire Twitter account is just filled with warnings about misinformation. So they are doing more to stop the spread of this misinformation, but there's just so much of it, it's hard to keep up.
All right. NBC's Ben Collins, we appreciate you and your reporting so very much. Thank you. As the Biden campaign waits for final results and the world waits for final results, we're also waiting on a lot of uncalled state races around the country. Right now, there are still a few open seats that could flip power to the Democrats in the Senate. We want to get out to NBC's Leanne Caldwell. She joins us from Charlotte, North Carolina. So, Leanne, good to see you. Right now, what are some of these uncalled races that we're still waiting on?
Hey, Savannah. So first, there's an update on one of those uncalled races, and that's Arizona. NBC News finally called that one this afternoon in favor of the Democratic challenger, Mark Kelly. He beat Republican incumbent Senator Martha McSally, and a really big win for Democrats. This is the first net increase that Democrats have gotten so far. Then there's two Georgia races, of course. The one with Republican Senator David Perdue, and the other with Republican incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler. Both of those are going to a runoff, and the truth is, both of those seats where the runoff in January will likely decide control of the Senate. Republican groups, Democratic groups are already starting to pour money into these races in what is going to be a massive fight, which is likely to be about control of the Senate, not necessarily about the specific candidates themselves. Then in North Carolina, which is where I am right now in Charlotte, that's a race that separates the two candidates by 98,000 votes. We're not going to find the final outcome until the end of next week, but sources on both sides tell me that it's very likely that the Republican incumbent Senator Thom Tillis is likely to be reelected and be sent back to Washington, D.C. And then finally, there's Alaska, one we haven't talked a lot about. This is a very red state. Not a lot of ballots have come in yet because it's so difficult to collect those ballots from the dispersed offices and places from around that massive rural state. The Democratic challenger, Al Gross, he sent a memo to the media just yesterday asking that they not make a projection in that race until at least next week, when a good portion of these ballots will finally come in. Savannah.
And we know that the Democrats are going to maintain their control of the House. What do we know about House Speaker Pelosi and whether she's going to seek re-election?
Oh, and I'm sorry, Lindsay, I don't have return. I thought your voice was Savannah, so I want to apologize.
Just don't call me late for dinner.
I know. If I could only see your face, I would know. Yeah, so you asked about Speaker Pelosi, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Totally thrown off track. So, Lindsay, Speaker Pelosi, yes, she is planning to run for Speaker again, despite a really disappointing night for House Democrats. They have actually lost seats in the House of Representatives, and this was despite really strong expectations that they were going to pick up an additional 10, perhaps 15 seats. So despite that disappointing night, she is confident that she's going to be able to win her race for Speaker again, something that the full House of Representatives will vote on in January when the new Congress is convened. But she's going to have to deal with a lot of uprising from her members who are very angry that they lost seats. And there's big battles between the moderate faction of her members and the progressives. So she has a big job on her hands if she's to be Speaker in the next Congress, Lindsay.
All right, NBC News correspondent Leanne Caldwell working so hard for us. It's been a long week for you. I hope you get some rest, but I don't think you probably will. So thank you so much. And the Trump campaign continuing with multiple lawsuits in battleground states, but lots of unanswered questions remain about the evidence backing up their litigation. Legal analyst Kim Whaley joins us now. Kim, it's good to see you. The Trump campaign not very clear, or very clear rather, that they're not giving up this election without every possible legal fight, but it also feels like there isn't a consistent message here. Doesn't sound like we have your audio, Kim, so I think we are going to try and fix that because we definitely want to talk to you and find out a little bit more about some of those questions in the legal fight. We will work on that and be right back.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Back with me now on the president's threats of litigation is legal analyst Kim Wehle. Kim, happy to see you, happy to hear you, I hope. What's the strategy here?
I think the strategy is to create the impression that there's widespread fraud or problems inherent in the electoral process. Right now, these lawsuits aren't alleging any serious fraud or any serious problems that could lead a court to actually change the outcome of the election, but it is creating a perception somehow of nefariousness or problems that I think is confusing a lot of members of the public and feeling like somehow this election is unfair to Mr. Trump, when so far, as we saw in your prior piece, the elections workers are working very hard, methodically, a lot of auditing procedures in place, and we as Americans can feel good and confident about the integrity of the system.
And the Republican Party has asked the U.S. Supreme Court to stop the counting of mail ballots in Pennsylvania that were received after Tuesday. What do you make of this latest move?
So that case has been pending since prior to the election. The Supreme Court declined to intervene beforehand, and now we have that still pending before the court. This latest maneuver, frankly, to sort of just segregate those ballots when there's already the question of whether those ballots should be counting before the Supreme Court, I think that is sort of an attempt to lure the court into the fray. One of the Trump campaign's lawyers yesterday said on air something to the effect of, "We hope Amy Coney Barrett does the right thing for President Trump," suggesting that somehow this is a loyalty test when these justices are there to call balls and strikes on proper cases that are supported by facts and by the law. I think that, particularly the Chief Justice probably shuddered when he heard that, because the last thing he wants is to have the Supreme Court perceived even more as a political arm of the Republican Party rather than, again, neutral arbiters of justice.
Yeah, they do try and avoid that, and it is so important for our system to have that separate, integral, different branch to kind of be a check on our other branches. Legal analyst and professor of law Kim Wehle, thank you so much for some of that important insight. With all this talk about potential recounts, NBC News Now correspondent Simone Boyce breaks down the recount rules in each battleground state.
As the nation anxiously waits to find out who the next president will be, all eyes are on several key states that could ultimately decide the race. Now, ballots are still being counted in these battlegrounds, but results so far suggest tight margins between President Trump and Joe Biden. And if the final vote total is super close, candidates can request recounts in most of these states. So let's run through the recount rules in these battlegrounds, starting with that coveted blue wall that President Trump turned red in 2016. Wisconsin doesn't have automatic recounts, but candidates can petition one if the margin of votes is 1% or less. That's why the Trump campaign is planning to ask for a recount even though Joe Biden is the apparent winner there. And by that we mean Biden has won the race, but the final results could depend on confirming vote totals or a potential recount. Now, if that happens, Wisconsin has 13 days to retally the votes. Now, Michigan does have automatic recounts if the margin is 2,000 votes or less. But a candidate can also request one within 2 days of canvassing if there is evidence of fraud or errors. In either case, the process would need to be completed 39 days after the initial votes were certified. And in Pennsylvania, an automatic recount goes into effect when there's a difference of 0.5 percentage point or less. That process would need to be finished by November 29th. As for the candidates, 3 electors can petition a recount in a contested district if they claim mistakes were made. Now let's zoom out of the Rust Belt and zoom in on Georgia. No automatic recounts here, but candidates can ask for one if the margin is within 0.5%. They have 2 business days after county certification to submit their request. And in North Carolina, no automatic recounts here either. Candidates can make a request if the margin is within 10,000 votes, based on how many people voted in the state. And if an initial machine recount doesn't change the results, a hand-to-eye recount can be requested as well. And like North Carolina, Nevada also doesn't have automatic recounts. But the state does allow losing candidates to petition one regardless of margin. Requested recounts need to take place within 10 days. Now, Arizona is the outlier here. It's the only state we're watching that doesn't allow candidates to request a recount. That means automatic recounts are the thing to watch here, if the margin is within 0.1%. But based on the latest tally, that does seem unlikely. Look, we're still waiting on all the votes to be counted, but at least we know what we can expect if these battlegrounds enter recount territory.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Thank you to every single one of you that is out there trying to make the noise for yourselves.
Democracy depends upon fair elections. President Trump's team is going to have the chance to make a case regarding voting irregularities.
You're going to have contests. You're going to have court decisions. That's how we settle these kinds of disputes in this country.
The Trump campaign has filed a scattershot of lawsuits in Georgia and Michigan and Nevada and Pennsylvania that so far appear to be light on substance and are more about creating an impression with the public that things are a mess rather than about remedying any actual legal issues.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching special election coverage on NBC News Now. Here's where we are on day 4. The race is tight tonight. We are waiting on results from 6 states. 5 of them, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and North Carolina, are still too close to call. So let's dig into the latest numbers there with NBC News political editor Carrie Dan. Carrie, as always, I will let you take the lead. Where are we starting tonight?
Great, Allison. Let's start in Pennsylvania, as we so often have started when we've gone down these rundowns, because it really is all eyes there. Joe Biden is up by about 14,000 votes in the state of Pennsylvania. We've seen that vote trickling in throughout the day. Now, one thing that we're waiting for is vote out of Allegheny County. You people who've been watching have probably heard that for the last couple of days. We're looking at 35,000 votes that are still scheduled to come from there. Now, we should see shortly about 6,000 of those, but 29,000 are just starting to be counted probably as we speak. Here's the reason for that. A couple weeks ago in Allegheny County, when mail ballots were sent out, there was a printing error. They realized that. They sent out a new version of that, but there was some legal action taken by some down ballot folks on the ballot. And part of that legal settlement was that when those ballots were returned, they had to be set aside and could not be counted until 5 p.m. on this Friday so that they could go through an extra level of scrutiny. So we're waiting for those ballots. Now, in addition to that, there's been a lot of questions about why networks have not made a call here in Pennsylvania, considering the trajectory that we've seen all day. Here's one reason for that. There are, we think, about 100,000 provisional ballots out in the state of Pennsylvania. Now, a provisional ballot is what you get if you show up to the polls and there's a question about your eligibility. For example, if you're a voter who was issued a mail ballot, got it at home, decided, hey, I want to actually go vote in person, but forgot to bring the physical ballot with you, if you were to go to the polls, they would let you vote on a provisional ballot. The reason for that is elections officials want to be able to check, okay, make sure this person is for real, they live where they say they are, they're not voting twice, et cetera. So provisional ballots typically, in a normal election, typically tend to favor Democrats. However, this is not a normal election at all.
Not at all.
100,000, not at all, right? And with 100,000 potentially votes in the state of Pennsylvania out that were conducted using this method, we don't really know what those are going to look like. And that's one reason that so many, that we and other networks are being so cautious about making a call here. We need to make sure that we can see those votes and that they fit within our models and they look like we think that they're going to look. There's a lot of uncertainty about what the vote break is going to be in those ballots. And that's why, why at this hour, even though we've been saying the same story about Pennsylvania all day today and all day yesterday, we still are not in a place. This race remains too close to call.
Carrie, thank you so much. I know I said earlier that we are in day 4 and you have been a rock star for us throughout the week. I know we'll be checking back in with you several times tonight. We'll see you in a little bit. Joe Biden still gaining ground in Pennsylvania right now. As Carrie said, he has more than 14,000 more votes than President Trump. The president still claiming voter fraud in Philadelphia with absolutely no evidence to back those claims. Mayor Jim Kenney insisting that his city's system is working.
The votes will continue to be counted until every valid mail-in ballot, absentee ballot, and provisional ballot is counted. So while some, including the president, continue to spew baseless claims of fraud, claims for which his team has not produced one iota of evidence, what we have seen here in Philadelphia is democracy, pure and simple.
All right, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis in Philadelphia and MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing in Harrisburg. Rahema, you were at a press conference with Philadelphia city commissioners. What is the latest from them, the latest timeline on those final results?
Still to be determined. One thing that I should tell you is that this hour, 5 o'clock, is the cutoff time for when any mail-in ballots could be brought into this convention center for counting. This is the end of that 3-day extension that they were giving for those duly certified and legally issued ballots to be brought back in. Now what they're saying is that they have got 40,000 mail ballots that have yet to be counted. One of the things that I was asking is how many of those mail-in ballots that have yet to be counted include ballots that may have come in that 3-day extension? We were not able to get an answer to that earlier today. I suspect that authorities are trying to figure that out. But that's what they're working on now, trying to figure out how much they have and exactly how long are they going to take to count it. They say they're going to take their time, they're going to make sure it's done right, and they want to make certain it's transparent so that they can stand by the results. Allison?
Chris, over in Western PA, we're also expecting more vote counts from Allegheny County. What are you hearing? What's the latest there?
Yeah, I'm doing what I think a lot of people in the Biden campaign and all across America are doing. I keep hitting refresh.
Yeah.
We were listening No, nothing. We are still waiting for those 6,500 votes that Kerry Dan reported were going to be reported out. They told us around 5 o'clock to be reported out. But here's what we know about what's going on in Allegheny County, which again, besides those, which are mainly mail-in and military ballots, they've got these 26,000 that are the ones that were improperly printed and then had to be reprinted. So they worked all day long, people who are counting the ballots. In fact, officials there told us they actually worked right through lunch, and they plan to work well into the night. What we're hearing from a lot of these elections officials in places where you see the poll workers who are, their hands are full of paper cuts, they're exhausted, but they keep at it, is that it's very disheartening to them to hear these attacks on the integrity of the election. In fact, in Bucks County, which is pretty closely aligned, between Democrats and Republicans, I think it's a 3-point race there right now. They actually put out a statement, a bipartisan statement, saying any criticism of the integrity of this election is a direct attack on the integrity of these public citizens, meaning these poll workers. They are men and women of all backgrounds, ages, and party affiliations. You can feel, obviously, the tension, some of the exhaustion that is setting in. But what we are hearing over and over and over again from elections officials is be patient. This is going to take a while. Like the provisional ballots, don't expect those to be counted for days yet. Urging patience, urging folks to say, listen, what's most important is not speed, but accuracy, Allison.
Absolutely. Rahema, 2 armed men were arrested overnight on their way to the convention center there in Philadelphia, which is, of course, where votes are being counted. And earlier today, we heard there were protests outside the building. What's been going on?
Well, what's been going on is what officials here say is democracy in action. In addition to the fact that they are counting the ballots here in the convention center, people are protesting on the streets. It's somewhat of a celebratory mood, but it's people who are disagreeing but not being disagreeable in the sense that we have not heard any reports of any arrest as a result of these protests. Those who are on the Trump side saying stop the count, and those who are on the Biden side saying continue the count. It's a fascinating, almost celebratory event going on for the Biden people as it's happening here in Philadelphia, as the city officials were pointing out. This is the birthplace of the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution, 2 documents that were vigorously debated by the Founding Fathers. And here, the vigorous debate goes on. But part of that Constitution allows for people to have the right to vote. It's being exercised, and it's being counted right here in this building.
Chris, NBC's Pete Williams is reporting that the Republican Party of Pennsylvania is asking the U.S. Supreme Court to stop the count of the mail-in ballots that are received after Tuesday night. What are election officials in Pennsylvania saying?
Yeah, this is something that's been going on for a while. It was in the state Supreme Court. They have said all along that they will defend, again, the integrity of this, that they believe that it is enshrined in state law. Here's what's at stake, and this is the first time, obviously, that we have had mail-in balloting in Pennsylvania that goes beyond those who are have reasons. This is a no excuse now mail-in ballot. We saw these huge numbers. So the question is about this 3-day period after Election Day. People had, as Rahema said, up until 5 o'clock today that those ballots would be received. They had to be postmarked by 8 o'clock, which was when the polls closed on Tuesday night. What you've heard from the president and what you hear in these filings from the Republicans is that they believe those are illegitimate ballots. The Democrats are saying that's the law. People voted understanding that that was the law. We should say that this has come before the Supreme Court twice before. They refused to look at it. And the Secretary of State said just today she doesn't think it would affect enough votes for it to make a difference in this election. But a lot of people watching closely to see what happens there, Allison.
Chris, Rahema, I know you both will be refreshing your phones, and we'll be catching up with you a little bit later tonight. Thank you both so much for being with us.
Thanks.
The Georgia Secretary of State confirming today there will likely be a recount there since the margins in the presidential election are so close. Here's a clip from earlier today.
Georgia voters deserve accurate, real election results. Election workers around the state are working with integrity to ensure every legal ballot is counted. and no illegal ballots are counted. Right now, Georgia remains too close to call. Out of the approximately 5 million votes cast, we'll have a margin of a few thousand. The focus for our office and for the county elections officials for now remains on making sure that every legal vote is counted and recorded accurately. As we are closing in on a final count, we can begin to look toward our next steps. With a margin that small, there will be likely a recount in Georgia. Interest in our election obviously goes far beyond our borders. The final tally in Georgia at this point has huge implications for the entire country. The stakes are high and the emotions are high on all sides. We will not let those debates distract us from our work. We will get it right, and we will defend the integrity of our elections. In some states, there are complaints about monitors not being allowed to watch the count. In Georgia, this process is and will remain open and transparent to monitors. If any member of the public raises legitimate concerns, we'll investigate those. We are committed to doing anything and everything to maintaining trust in our electoral process here for every Georgian, regardless of partisan preference. Thank you.
NBC News reporter Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Atlanta. Priscilla, what happened overnight in Georgia? How did Biden pull ahead? And have you been allowed to move from this spot since then?
The good news is, Allison, I was allowed to move from this spot, but I am back today to bring the latest on what we have. But yes, we went to sleep with Donald Trump on top and woke up to find Joe Biden in the lead, in large part because of a vote count that we got from Clayton County overnight. And Clayton County is a Democratic stronghold in the Atlanta metro area. We've been talking all along about how important those areas could be for Joe Biden, that these could possibly tilt the race in his favor, and that's exactly what happened. This is a county that voted about 85% for Joe Biden. 85% of that county voted for Joe Biden, and when those numbers came in last night, he began to take the lead. And when we look at in terms of the larger picture here today, the Secretary of State informed us earlier that around 4,000 ballots across the state still need to be counted. The lion's share of those ballots in Gwinnett County, another one of those Democratic strongholds in the Atlanta metro area that we're still waiting to see what we're going to get there. And there are also a couple hundred ballots out in some of the rural Republican counties. So it'll be interesting to see how that shapes the race. But that's where we're at now. It's going to be kind of a slow trickle as we wait for the remainder of those vote counts to come in. Allison?
Priscilla, President Trump tweeted out earlier today, where are the missing military ballots in Georgia? What happened to them? First of all, I'd like to fact check that because there are no missing military ballots in the state. But could you tell us how the state will count its about 8,900 overseas and military ballots?
Correct, Allison. There are no missing ballots. Those ballots have been coming in for weeks now. Folks had until close of business today to get those ballots in, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day. And the counties, those ballots are going directly to the counties where those folks live, and they're being counted much like the absentee mail-in ballots have been counted. So far today, around 500 of those ballots have come in and been counted. The last update we got from the Secretary of State had it at around 8,400 that were still outstanding. And sources in the Secretary of State's office have said they're not sure how many of those ballots are actually going to come in. It could be anywhere from 0 to 8,400, as he put it. We won't know until we get those counts at the end of the day today from the counties, from the state, to really get a lay of the land. And the other thing that is still coming in here, or that could have still happened here, was those provisional ballots that needed to be verified. Some folks may have cast a provisional ballot on Election Day and then had to come back and show an ID or something in order to get that ballot actually counted. And also, there are some folks whose absentee ballots may have gotten flagged for a signature mismatch or something like that, and those are being cured today. So really wrapping up so that, some of those last-minute issues today so that we get a full picture of where the ballots stand, and then Georgia can move into the next phase of certifying these results. Allison?
Priscilla, thank you so much. I'm glad you got some rest. I'm glad you're back with us. Just when you thought Georgia couldn't get any more exciting, look where we are. I know we'll be talking to you a whole lot tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Allison.
All right, so let's dig deeper into what's going on in Georgia with our panel. We have Washington Post reporter Eugene Scott and USA Today reporter Nicholas Wu. Thank you guys both for being here. Nicholas, let me start with you. In an article today, you said Georgia solidifies its swing state status thanks in part to Stacey Abrams. She is someone a whole lot of people are talking about today. Let's discuss the huge impact she has had in Georgia, putting this state into play.
Yeah, I mean, we've just seen a huge outpouring of support from Democrats over the past day for Stacey Abrams, for her voter turnout and registration efforts in this state. I mean, what we're seeing are all these results coming in from counties that are slowly turning purple, and in particular due to suburban and minority voters, many of whom, according to some polling, weren't previously contacted by presidential campaigns or political campaigns of any kind. So what you're seeing is this surge in Democratic turnout, and that's what's putting this state in play.
Eugene, we're looking at one, if not two, runoff elections for Georgia's Senate seats. Let's talk a bit about what the next few months will look like for both Republicans and Democrats in this state. Election season far from over there.
Absolutely. One of the things that the Democratic Party is going to prioritize is trying to turn out voters for this runoff election the same way that they turned out voters for this presidential race. And that's going to be challenging because one of the reasons that Georgia is likely to turn blue is because of the support of black voters. And black voters don't often vote in runoffs at the same rates that they do in presidential elections. So the multiple grassroots organizations that went door to door across the state trying to get people to show up at the polls are going to have to continue doing that at the very least for another month if they want to see similar results.
If you thought election fatigue had set in other parts of the country, wow, they got a long stretch to go in Georgia. Eugene and Nicholas, thank you both so much for being with us tonight. Unemployment down a full percent, 638,000 Americans back at work. The October jobs report out today. Plus, what does Wall Street think of the situation in Washington? Here's NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle.
There's clearly a lot going on today. We know that Wall Street is happy as Joe Biden gets closer and closer to declaring victory. We discussed this before. What makes them happier is this idea that Republicans are controlling the Senate. So keep an eye on Georgia. There is a very good chance we see huge money to these runoff races down there. I've spoken to two sources who said David Perdue is saying he's going to need something like $500 million to win in this runoff. And there's a really good chance he gets it. It's that checks and balance that you see the investor community liking so much. And when overall we look at the markets today, we've got to look at the jobs number. It's a good number. We're ticking down in terms of unemployment, but people are cautiously optimistic. We're not out of the woods. COVID is not behind us. The winter months are upon us, and even many of these jobs that we've seen come back in hospitality, in travel, in restaurants, they could go away. Some of the jobs we saw lost in the last couple of months were government jobs because census workers lost their jobs. So yes, we're headed in the right direction, but things aren't over. From an investor perspective, at least as it relates to COVID, they feel even better about where we are because with Joe Biden as president, we're most likely going to get a comprehensive plan to take on COVID. Mitch McConnell has said he wants to work with Congress, work with the president to get a stimulus plan going. So Wall Street seems to be happy. And as far as those watching the election, we're getting 1 minute, 1 hour, at least today, a little bit closer to one of these candidates, most likely Joe Biden, declaring victory.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Tonight, the Biden camp confident in their potential path to victory, urging Americans to be patient. The Trump campaign, meanwhile, crying election fraud, saying the balloting process is rigged against him. So what do their supporters in key states think? Take a look.
The things just don't match up. How does a man who can't draw 12 people to a rally and his opponent draws 57,000 in a small town and he wins the state?
The people have spoken, and overwhelmingly across the nation, communities have spoken and rejected and rebuked an administration that has harmed communities all across this country. I want to talk about what it means to stand here in the city of Liberty today and say that this is the city that delivered the blow to Donald Trump's presidency.
This is our moment, but it's just a moment. We got to continue the movement. And it never starts at the top.
That's right. Come on.
Joe Biden is not the cure. This is about harm reduction.
Why are you out here?
I'm out here today because I really firmly believe they're stealing this election. I've seen Trump signs everywhere around Arizona. The rallies have been huge, and Biden gets 30 people and he wins.
Do you have any evidence?
Stinks.
Do you have any evidence?
No, I'm just a common citizen. I have no evidence.
What we want is a fair and safe election. Listen, we're fine with losing if we lose right. You know, I mean, if we lose and we haven't been cheated, we're going to handle that.
Joe Biden currently leading in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia. This race could not be any tighter, particularly in the Peach State, where Joe Biden has a slight edge, 0.1%. He's ahead by just over 4,000 votes there. President Trump is ahead in North Carolina. What this tells us, this race is not over just yet. So what are the candidates doing while they wait for final results? NBC News correspondent Mike Memley is in Wilmington, Delaware, with the latest on the Biden campaign. NBC News White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins me for an update on the Trump campaign. Mike, let's start with you. We are in day 4 of this election. How is the Biden campaign feeling right now?
Well, Allison, this morning at around, I think it was around 9 o'clock when Joe Biden took the lead in Pennsylvania for the first time as the results have been slowly trickling in over the last few days. We saw a real shift in the tenor of the Biden campaign. Yes, they had been urging patience to the country as these results did slowly come in. But they really, for the first time, I think, in days, began celebrating, began talking about Joe Biden, yes, as the president-elect, and looking very much forward to a celebration tonight in prime time behind me in this parking lot where we've been spending so much of our time the last few days. But unfortunately, for the campaign's perspective, we do not have what I think they all expected much sooner than this, which is a projection from any independent media organization that Joe Biden is, in fact, the president of the United States. We still don't have projections, especially in Pennsylvania. And so for Joe Biden, he understands what these moments are all about, having been through some himself as a vice presidential running mate and seen some from the sidelines. The speech that you deliver on election night or whenever you are able to declare victory is as much the beginning of governing as it is the end of a campaign. And I think Biden, absent a call suggesting he is the president-elect, is going to be reluctant to come and speak tonight. Now, it doesn't rule out he might give a different type of speech, perhaps, than what we had been expecting as of this morning. But all indications are at the moment that we will not, in fact, see him unless things change in terms of these vote counts and projections.
Kelly, White House economic advisor Larry Kudlow was asked about a peaceful transfer of power on CNBC this morning. Here's what he said.
He intends to keep on fighting. He wants to make sure that the ballots are counted legally. Legal ballots are counted. And he intends to keep up the fight. This is a great country. This is the greatest democracy in the world, and we abide by the rule of law, and so will this president. There's some things to clean up here, and again, it's not my area of expertise. I'll leave that discussion to the campaign. But yes, we will continue peacefully as we always do.
Kelly, how do Larry Kudlow's comments stack up against what you're hearing from your sources at the White House and within the Trump campaign?
A prominent official who is close to the president was intending to be on camera about another matter, a very good unemployment number showing continued return to employment after this awful pandemic year. So some progress there that they wanted to tout. Well, of course, in this election period where we're waiting for a result, he was asked about things that relate to the campaign and the president's state of mind and what's happening next. And he repeatedly said to us, because we spoke to him here on the driveway on the North Lawn as well, that this isn't my lane. I'm going to leave that for the campaign. But he wanted to reinforce that there would be a following of law, maybe not tradition, but law. And so that is not Larry Kudlow's area of expertise. But because he was effectively out talking about the jobless numbers, was kind of pulled into the election drama that's happening now. We have not seen other prominent White House officials or campaign officials speaking out on camera today, which gave even more attention to what Larry Kudlow had to say. Basically, at this point, there is a statement that came out under the president's name from the campaign today that talked about this need to have a process that follows to its conclusion where legal ballots are counted and where any kinds of appropriate challenges to ballots can be made, recounts where there is a margin that is small enough that that is either generated automatically under state law or can be requested and followed through. Basically, Allison, this is a holding period for the Trump campaign where they want to keep open lanes of inquiry that could result in some benefit to the president as the voting continues to be tallied. While this day has certainly shifted momentum toward Joe Biden and certainly his campaign is responding to that, the Trump side is trying to keep Republicans, donors, supporters, voters from giving up. And by doing that, they are trying to argue there are still, however narrow, some pathways for the president and some questions that need to be dealt with. Now, they've also thrown out the idea the president has about fraud. His defense fund is raising money, trying to get donations to carry out these legal challenges, which can be quite expensive, and trying to give voters on the Trump side who have been with the president over these years something to hang on to, whether it materializes into a legitimate path to pursue some kind of result that would benefit the president. That's going to play out over a period of days. So think of it in terms of a holding pattern, one where the president's not willing to back off yet. The voting is not complete in states that are important to this outcome. Joe Biden has not reached 270 votes. And while there's a sense of impatience in the country and a sense of expectation for supporters of Joe Biden, we aren't there yet, according to the Trump campaign. And they believe very strongly that this has to play out. And so they're trying to provide reasons and patience for all of the constituencies that are following this so closely. Allison?
Kelly, with all that's been going on, we have not talked a whole lot about the coronavirus, but the U.S. reported a record number of cases for the second day in a row, 120,048 Americans testing positive yesterday. While President Trump waits to see if he has won or lost, he is still the president of the United States, where the coronavirus is surging this week. What is the administration doing about the pandemic right now?
Well, we understand that the task force, which has been led by the vice president, has not had a formal meeting in quite some time, chalking that up to the incredible pace of campaigning that both Mike Pence and the president were carrying out. Certainly, you have some of the medical officials like Dr. Debbie Birx and Admiral Giroir and others, the Surgeon General, who are all in their positions. The Department of Health and Human Services and Secretary Alex Azar are still in their positions. But we've seen this shift where the administration is very focused on therapeutics and vaccines and wanting to get that through the regulatory and scientific channels that are required to make that more available to Americans. But we haven't seen much publicly about the president's involvement with coronavirus and COVID. From the campaign trail in the final days, I and my colleagues, we were traveling with the president, and he would talk about it in a way where he would say that come November 4th, now we're past that, you won't hear about COVID so much, putting it in a political context. Well, clearly that is not the case. The virus is still even more infectious, and the caseload has gone up around the country, and there are real concerns about what it all means. So there has not been any real development coming from the White House beyond the CDC guidelines and the discussion of vaccines and therapeutics. Not a lot in the way of addressing these spikes. That we have not been hearing from the White House. Allison?
Mike, how about the Biden campaign? Joe Biden has said that as president, he would have a very different coronavirus response. If he wins the election, what is the plan to get this pandemic under control?
Well, Allison, as you know, throughout this campaign, how often have we talked about the contrast that the Biden team has tried to make clear to the American people with what he's doing versus what the president is doing. And to Kelly's point about the lack of obvious briefings with the COVID team at the White House, what have we seen from Joe Biden? He's talked about the 3 or 4 days a week in which he does get a briefing from his own medical advisors. And in the fall campaign, they very publicly had some of those briefings. Just one this week, in fact, where he and Senator Harris did go to a location downtown in order to have one of those briefings. Now, in terms of his actual plan, what have we heard? Of course, first and foremost, a mask mandate. That is something that he said he would work with state or local officials to try to get to a point where there was more standardized enforcement of mask mandate in this country. Surging resources, of course, PPE, talking about contact tracing and the like. But also remember what Joe Biden has said he would do within moments after being declared the winner of this election, and something that I've been tracking all week for whether he actually follows through on it. And that was his promise to call Anthony Fauci first and ask him to serve for 4 more years in his administration. When we go back and remember in the closing days of the campaign when the president was talking about potentially firing Fauci after the election, that was going to be another interesting moment, and one we're still not at yet, Allison, as we wait for this long election week potentially to come to a close.
Yeah, you said potentially come to a close. It just feels like the week that might never end. Mike Memoli, Kelly O'Donnell, thank you both very much. President Trump narrowing the gap in Arizona, but not at the rate that he needs to capture its 11 electoral votes. With 90% of the votes in right now, Biden is ahead by about 43,000. Now, we are expecting another batch of votes from Maricopa, that is Arizona's largest county, tonight. Here's Arizona's Secretary of State.
I do think it'll extend into the weekend, and that's based on conversations with Maricopa County officials. They've been, with every update, they've had about between 60 and 70,000 ballots. And so we expect around that same number tonight, which will bring Maricopa County's total below 100,000. We are really right where we thought we would be at this point in tabulation of ballots.
There have been protests outside of the Maricopa County Registrar's office. It has been getting tense at times. There have been there's been armed security, armed law enforcement there protecting those inside. How is your staff doing right now? How are your election workers? Do they feel like they can do their job, which is ensuring democracy, safely right now?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, we've been in contact with Maricopa County, and they're working with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Department to ensure safety of all the staff. I think one of the biggest issues, if you can see where they're standing there, that's right in the parking lot, between the door and the parking lot. So having help getting the staff out to their cars and things like that. And, you know, quite honestly, what these protesters are asking for is transparency in the process, which exists. There are party observers inside watching the process. There are also cameras, so anybody can watch the process via the magic of the internet. And, what these folks are doing are actually disrupting, distracting, and potentially causing delays in exactly what it is that they're asking to be done, and that's counting the ballots.
NBC News political reporter Vaughn Hilliard's in Scottsdale in Maricopa County. Vaughn, we are waiting for more counts tonight from Maricopa. Tell us more about what you're seeing so far today.
Yeah, let's get a little bit more into specifics, Allison. What you've got is about 220,000 outstanding ballots in the state of Arizona. About 140,000, 150,000 of those are here in Maricopa County. Now, let's look at the county here, because this morning, the batch that was released, about 62,000 votes, was the best indicator that we have received yet of where this election here in Arizona is heading. In that batch, what we were looking for was to see if Donald Trump would win at least 59% share of that batch. Let me explain this a little bit, because if he pulled off that 59%, he would maintain pace that would give him the ability to either catch up or eclipse Joe Biden. And why was this particular batch this morning important and informative? Well, it's because that batch is going to look very similar to the remaining 140,000 ballots. These batches, the ones this morning, as well as the ones slated to be released tonight at 9 Eastern, and then the rest of the way, those were early ballots, mail ballots that were received by folks at home, but then hand-delivered on Election Day at polling places. Now, what was the result of those ballots that came in? They were closer to 53%. If that 53% holds among those remaining 140,000 ballots here out of Maricopa County, that would require a heck of a performance in terms of the ballots that are being returned from the other counties outside of Maricopa County. Essentially, more than 75% of support Donald Trump would have to earn among those ballots. And already just this afternoon, some of those counties have been releasing numbers, and that number has been under that 75%. So the big number we're watching for, 9 p.m. Eastern, does the next batch of 60,000 or 70,000 ballots from Maricopa County hold at 53%? If it does, this is going to be a tough journey for Donald Trump to try to overcome.
Well, Vaughn, we still have to wait like 3.5 hours East Coast time. Okay, we'll be as patient as we can. I was looking at the clock trying to do the math, which, as everyone has been saying, is a real bad idea for TV people this week. Vaughn, let me ask you about the Senate race. Democrat Mark Kelly projected to win the Arizona Senate race, flipping that seat. What does this win mean for the Democrats?
I think it's telling about where politics finds itself here in the state of Arizona. This is a longtime conservative state, Allison. We talked to the lead up to this. The fact that Arizona was in play, not only this U.S. Senate seat, but the White House here in Arizona, speaks to just the incredible journey that this state has taken politically to this moment. Mark Kelly, the former astronaut, the former Navy combat pilot. This is a man who, if you look over the course of the last 10 years, I think it's instructive to how we got here. And that is because this gentleman is the husband of former Congresswoman Gabby Gifford. She was long thought to be the one who would eventually be running for the U.S. Senate, thought of as being sort of an independent voice, kind of in the ilk of John McCain. Obviously, that 2011 shooting left her in a difficult state, and it was Mark Kelly who now finds himself just 2 years after Democrat Kyrsten Sinema won a Senate race, vying for his own shot at this. And, of course, what we were seeing here just this morning was NBC News projecting that he will, in fact, win this race. And now both U.S. senators out of Arizona are Democrats. And now the big question is, will Joe Biden also fit that mold? And what does this say about politics in Arizona going forward? You saw independents have shifted over the years here in the state of Arizona from Republicans to these Democratic candidates. The question is this something that sticks here, much like we saw happen in Colorado, in Nevada, New Mexico? Do Democrats have a foothold on Arizona to stay? Allison?
Vaughn, so much excitement in Arizona. We will be watching tonight. Always wonderful to see you, my friend. And the incredible array of cacti that you have found this week. You have the best ones behind you and different ones every time we catch up. You really set the Arizona scene perfectly.
Thanks so much, my friend. Good luck the rest of the way.
We'll see you later. We are still waiting for results from Nevada. State officials there say they're focused on accuracy over speed.
Beginning today, we will begin to report our results 2 times a day. So you've already seen the update for this morning. In the afternoon, we will be putting up a fresh report on the mail ballots that have been read into the system sometime before 4 o'clock. We're required to report to the Secretary of State first. Once they've indicated to us that they've received it and it's verified, we'll be able to post on our end.
Well, it's going slowly because this is a new endeavor for us, to be sure. Our legislature, in its infinite wisdom, decided to have all active voters receive mail-in ballots this year so that they could exercise their constitutional franchise to vote free from COVID. And most folks took advantage of that. And so it's taken time to receive and process these mail-in ballots.
We feel like if you look at where the votes are and what kind of votes still need to be counted, that they tend very strongly towards the Democratic Party. Certainly that's true here in Southern Nevada and in my district, which is strongly Democrat.
I think I mentioned yesterday that our priority here is to make sure that we're accurate in what we're doing. So we're not interested in moving as fast as we can. We want to be accurate. We're very fortunate at this point that we've had staff working for many days and they're very efficient in what they're doing. So we're confident that the work is being done accurately. And that's what our main goal is.
NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff is in Las Vegas. Jacob, Nevada too close to call. We are expecting an update on the vote count out of Clark County soon, but get us up to speed. Where are we right now?
Yeah, so we should get an updated vote count at 7 p.m. Eastern time, so not too long from now. The margin has gone up. It's continued to go up for Joe Biden as they've counted the votes from this largely Democratic county, Clark County, where Las Vegas is. First, it was 8,000 margin yesterday, then 12, now over 20,000. And we expect another tranche of ballots, I guess you could say, to come this evening. We don't know how many yet, but we do know there were 63,000 outstanding mail-in ballots. And in addition to that, there are 60,000, according to the registrar, provisional ballots. There are additional categories as well, ballots that need to be so-called cured, but that's a much smaller portion. The people actually, if you guys can come back to my shot that you see behind me, are people that are in line either because they want to check that their provisional ballot was counted. They don't necessarily know or understand based on the website, the tracker, or they want to come to cure their ballot. They may have had an issue with a signature. That's a much smaller group. So I just want to be really clear about that. I think that while we will potentially see another increase in the Biden margin as these mail-in ballots are counted, just like the registrar here, we want to be slow and deliberate to see what happens once all of the votes come in totality. Because while I think that margin is growing, there is still around 100,000 plus ballots that are outstanding, Allison.
Jacob, let's take a look at Washoe County. Biden is leading there. How many ballots still need to be processed over there?
The ballots there have largely been processed, to be totally honest with you. As a good advance man, when I was in politics, I learned to say I don't know for sure when I don't know for sure. But
Smart
it's a much smaller number than here in Clark County.
All right, so with all of this said, what's the estimate on final results from the state? What are the expectations?
Well, they're supposed to be certified by the 16th, and if you work backwards from there, the cured ballots need to be figured out by the 12th. The 10th is the last day that the mail-in ballots that were properly postmarked by the 3rd can be counted once they're received. So that's sort of the schedule. Today is the, we've been out here and it's tiring. It's the 6th. So 4 days from now will be the day that the last mail-in ballots, if they were properly postmarked, can be received and counted. So, it all depends on the margins. There's 92% of the vote in right now, according to what you're looking at on your screen. And I think that, we're just going to have to wait. The machinery of democracy is sometimes moves slowly, but the whole idea here is to have the integrity of the system upheld. And so far, it seems that that's the case here, Allison.
Jacob, strong possibility we could still be talking to you a week from now, but as you said, we got to see what happens here. Nevada Republicans sent a letter to Attorney General Bill Barr alleging voter fraud. 2 Republican candidates for Congress filed a lawsuit late last night. What can you tell us about all the legal happenings there?
Well, look, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. Rick Grinnell, the former acting director of national intelligence, was here with the former attorney general from the state. They presented a lot of, frankly, baseless allegations. They alleged improper ballots based on a reconciliation they did of change of address data with data of people who voted in the general election. That is not, I want to be really clear, that is not evidence of illegitimate ballots. That is not evidence of voter fraud. That's just putting 2 lists together, basically, and sending a letter off to the Attorney General of the United States saying, we suspect those are fraudulent ballots. But really, there's no reason to believe that is the case whatsoever. And I want everybody to understand that. There's no evidence of widespread voter fraud, either here in Nevada or across the country. But the Trump campaign certainly wants everyone to believe that there's a large number of illegitimate ballots. That is not what we're seeing here.
All right, Jacob Soboroff updating us on Nevada. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
a dozen states still counting votes tonight. Joe Biden narrowing in on that magic number 270. But President Trump is trying to block that outcome in the courts, his campaign filing a number of lawsuits. Let's check in with NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams and NBC News legal contributor Barbara McQuaid. Pete, the Republican Party of Pennsylvania asking the Supreme Court to stop the count of mail-in ballots received after Tuesday night. What can you tell us here?
Right. So this is about that extended deadline between Tuesday night and 5 o'clock tonight. This was the deadline that was extended by an order of the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court in September. The Republicans have always said this is illegitimate, that only the state legislature can change the election rules, and they've been attacking this in court. They've asked the Supreme Court to take this case, and so far the Supreme Court hasn't said whether it will or not. Twice the Supreme Court has acted on this, first denying a request from the Republicans to put a hold on that state Supreme Court order, and then secondly, denying instant review on a fast track. So it's sitting there, and now the Republicans have said, we want you to issue a new order. The Secretary of State earlier ordered all the counties to keep those ballots separate because of the pending lawsuits over the deadline. Now the Republicans that want the Supreme Court to order her to tell the counties to do that again, and this time to add something else, to order that they can't be counted in case the courts later decide that they're invalid. So that's the U.S. Supreme Court case. There are 2 state lawsuits still underway in Pennsylvania, Republicans suing to stop the state from counting any provisional ballots that were cast to let voters fix mistakes in filling out their mail ballots.
Barbara, let me get your take here. How do you expect this could go in the Supreme Court?
Well, I think it's unlikely to make much of a difference. We know that those ballots were segregated that came in after Election Day, which was a very smart move by Pennsylvania, so that it couldn't there couldn't be an argument later that the entire election was tainted by it. But it seems like now the margin of victory is going to be such that these ballots that came in the last 3 days are not going to be of the kind of volume that could change the outcome of the election. And ironically enough, now that Joe Biden is ahead, it could be in President Trump's best interest to count those. It might be his last gasp to be able to surpass Joe Biden. So we could end up in that situation. But the Supreme Court could weigh in on this. The prior decisions that Pete just referenced were done before Amy Coney Barrett joined the court. They were 4-4 ties, and so she could break the tie. But it seems like even if she were to do that and decide in favor of President Trump's lawyers, it's probably going to be moot when all the votes are counted.
And Barbara, you make a great point. The president might actually want to count some of those votes. Pete, update us, if you will, on the other Trump campaign lawsuits outside of Pennsylvania. I know we have quite a few others to talk about.
Actually, no, not anymore. Michigan and Georgia had lawsuits.
Yep.
They've pretty much gone away. So the only one is, well, actually, there are 2, I guess, in Nevada. One's in the state Supreme Court. The other is in federal court, attacking the system that Clark County uses. That's the county around Las Vegas, uses to verify signatures on mail-in ballots. The Republicans say the county is wrongly using automated technology to do that, and that it has to be done by humans. And again, you know, if they prevail, then, and I think that's unlikely, but if they do, the relief they would get would only be from here on. And of course, most of the counting is already done, so it wouldn't really affect many votes. Now, yesterday, with great fanfare, the Republicans said they were going to file a lawsuit in Nevada claiming that at least 3,000 people voted who weren't entitled to vote. They've never done that. They haven't done the lawsuit yet. What they did instead is write a letter to the Justice Department saying, we've compared change of address lists with the lists of people who voted in the election, and we found 3,065 people who don't live in the state anymore, and they still voted, and we want you to investigate this as possible fraud. A couple of points about that. As Joyce can explain better than I can, it's not fraud unless somebody intended to violate the law. All criminal laws have to have this element of intent. Secondly, lots of people don't live in the state and still legally vote there. Military people, people on military service, students, folks who move away from a short time and intend to come back. So this was the claim they made, but I'm not sure what's actually going to come out of it.
Barbara, the president put out a statement today saying, quote, "We will pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee the American people have confidence in our government." It is clear in this statement that he's at least intending to keep fighting some sort of legal battle here in this election. What options does his team have? As Pete's pointed out, the cases that have already been thrown out.
Well, certainly the president has the right to exercise any legal challenges he wants. We want to make sure that people who voted legally have their votes counted. We want to make sure that if there are any fraudulent votes, that those don't count. But it seems quite ironic that President Trump is the one who is saying that he wants to make sure that people have confidence in the voting process when he is the one who falsely claimed to have won, and to suggest that Joe Biden is trying to steal the election from him. There's no evidence that that's happening whatsoever. And so perhaps he will find some additional bases to challenge legally the count. And if he has a lawful basis to do that, he should do so. I haven't seen anything yet that concerns me that is likely to be upheld. He also has the ability to request a recount if the margin of victory is so small. Each state has its own rules about that. But typically in a recount, the ultimate change is only a few hundred ballots. And so where we see leads for Joe Biden in the thousands or tens of thousands, I think even a recount is unlikely to change the outcome there.
Pete, Barbara, thank you both so much for being with us tonight.
You bet. I think I may have said Joyce. I meant Barbara.
Pete, it has been a long week, and I will assure you, you are not the first person.
I can barely remember my own name.
None of us can, and you are not the first person on this air to call someone the wrong name this week. It is happening to the best of us. We get it.
I apologize.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The country told us that it's every bit as polarized as we thought she was, and maybe then some.
The sight of all these election officials and vote counters working through the night, all the people who came out to vote, the highest turnout in decades, it was a real act of faith in democracy on the part of an American people who have really grown cynical, and those things are to be celebrated.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Mars. You're watching special election coverage on NBC News Now. It is really starting to feel like the never-ending story. This race, though, is changing by the minute, and it is coming down to just 5 states. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. They are all still too close to call. NBC News political editor Carrie Dan is here with the latest numbers. Carrie, it's 6 o'clock Eastern time. What state are we starting with in this hour?
Let's go ahead, Allison, and start in Georgia this time. Some good news in the last hour for Democrats. We got new vote from Gwinnett County, which broke pretty heavily for Biden. That brings Biden's margin in the state to about 4,200 votes now. Now, this is extremely close. It is very likely, says the Secretary of State, to go to a recount. We're also waiting on some overseas and military ballots from there. But Democrats are heartened by that margin, which helps going into a recount. Gives Biden a little bit of a cushion there. Earlier today, an elections official said about this race that the margin between Trump and Biden might be no larger than a large high school, which is really something for imagery. Moving on to Pennsylvania, we are waiting here, continuing to wait for votes from Allegheny County, as well as those provisional ballots. We talked about this last hour. There's about 100,000, we think, provisional ballots out in Pennsylvania. We don't know exactly what the composition of those are going to be. And that's one of the reasons that we're waiting on a call in the state of Pennsylvania. It is simply too close to call right now because we don't know about what those outstanding ballots may exactly hold. And provisional ballots are also an issue in the state of Nevada. We know today that in Clark County, the most populous county in the state of Nevada, that's, of course, where Las Vegas is, we're waiting not only on about 60,000 mail ballots, which is what we've been counting over the last few days, but also about 60,000 provisional ballots. Again, we don't know exactly how those are going to break. This is a very unusual election. Typically, provisional ballots, which are filed on behalf of voters when their eligibility is in question when they go to vote, to make sure to put in extra safeguards to make sure that that vote is valid. We're waiting on those, and we don't exactly know what the composition of them is going to be, which is another reason that we are still waiting on Nevada, which right now NBC News still calls too close to call. In Arizona, also just a waiting game. There's about 220,000 votes that are still out in Arizona. Biden's lead there is at about 40,000. And we are expecting some more votes from Maricopa County today, but not all of them that are out in Maricopa. The Secretary of State said on MSNBC today that she expects the count to go, quote, into the week. So we may be waiting there as well. Earlier today, we got a big bunch of votes from Maricopa County, and these were much anticipated because Donald Trump needs to get about 59% of the remaining votes that are out in the state of Arizona to catch up to Joe Biden's lead. He came in short of that in the vote that we saw earlier today, which was not great news for the Trump campaign. I think they were hoping for that to be a little bit more in their favor. We're going to have to wait and see how he performs in the subsequent bunches of vote that we keep seeing from Arizona. But in Maricopa, again, we're not seeing a huge chunk of the outstanding vote in the state. In Maricopa, we're going to have to wait. But even though that Maricopa dump earlier today was not enough to get Biden over the threshold for a call in the state, it was enough for NBC News to project that Mark Kelly, the Democrat in that Senate race, will win. He will defeat Martha McSally, who was appointed to that seat after losing in the 2018 Senate race, was appointed to John McCain's seat, ran against Mark Kelly, who is a former astronaut, also the husband of Gabby Giffords, former Congresswoman. And that race, at this point, we can call and we can say that Mark Kelly is going to the Senate. So right now, we're still kind of waiting on Senate control. We have 2 races in the Senate that remain uncalled and 2 in the state of Georgia that sure look like they're going to runoffs in January. Allison?
Wow, Carrie, that was really impressive. You just ran through basically everything we need to know in just a couple of minutes. Thank you so much. I know it gets harder by the day and by the hour as everyone is growing more weary, but thanks again, and we'll see you in a little bit.
See you in a bit.
In Pennsylvania, the race is still too close to call. Joe Biden taking the lead there this morning, a lead that only continues to expand. Right now, he has about 14,000 more votes than President Trump, with 96% of the vote in. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis is in Philadelphia. MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing is in Harrisburg. Chris, Allegheny County is supposed to report more results. I know you have constantly had your finger on the refresh button on your phone. What can you tell us? What should we expect there?
Absolutely nothing. I wish I counted how many times I hit refresh in the last hour. And the reason I was doing that was not for my own entertainment or to exhaust myself, but because the county executive said that around 5 o'clock, they expected that 6,500 more ballots that had been counted would be posted. That's a pretty good chunk from that area around Pittsburgh. But so far, that hasn't happened. These are the remaining mail-in ballots and the military ballots, although I should point out that military ballots will be accepted until Tuesday. Whatever that is expected to be a fairly small number. Now, the other number, which is much larger and which they're working on in Allegheny County right now, is the 28,000. Those are the folks who at first got ballots that were misprinted, so they had to be replaced. All of those ballots, when they came in, were segregated, and they're checking all of those by hand to make sure they're the right ballots. When the county executive was asked how long he's expecting that to take, the answer was they're working as fast as they can. Earlier today, when they were working on that first set of 6,500 ballots, he said they worked through lunch. They're going to work well into the night. But honestly, the predictions game has proven to be a very fraught one, not just in Allegheny County, but everywhere. We had heard from the Secretary of State. She thought pretty much everything would be counted and maybe a winner would be announced yesterday. Then again, we thought it would happen today. Obviously, that hasn't happened. There are so many small pockets of dribs and drabs coming in, and that's what we're waiting for, essentially, Allison.
Rahima, we're also waiting on more results out of Philadelphia. What's the latest where you are?
The same thing that it was this morning. If you could read this, a winner today, question mark. I picked this paper up at 4:30 this morning. We still don't have the answer to this question, but I do have an answer in terms of how many mail ballots remain to be counted. It was 40,000 at 12:30 this afternoon. Right now, we've been told it's 23,200 here in Philadelphia that still remain to be counted. That's the mail ballots. The big question on all of this is how many segregated mail ballots remain to be counted. We knew that they would have not yet been counted. And the question is, how many of them are there? When we asked that of election officials earlier this afternoon, we got kind of a murky answer that basically was a non-answer, that they were not saying exactly what that number is. It could be significant, and every count that we can get is significant, to the point that Chris was making and everyone is making. We've got to count every single one of those votes, officials are telling me. And also that the people here in the state, the city, and across the country are demanding that every one of those votes be counted. But that's all we know at this moment, that they are waiting for, we're waiting for a number of how many of those segregated ballots there are, and when do they think they're going to be able to count them. because it looks like they're not going to start counting them until they've counted everything else. And they haven't even started that, at least not as of this afternoon. Allison?
So, Rahima, my question then is that Philadelphia Inquirer newspaper cover still going to be accurate tomorrow? It may hold for another day. You hang on to that one. They might not need to print another
amazing.
one. It's really something else.
For sure. And isn't it amazing in the digital age, something that's this on a piece of paper, that it would hold as long as it has today, because things are changing all the time in this digital age that we're in. But not this. Not yet, anyway.
It's just incredible. Chris, let me go to you. The Trump campaign released a statement once again claiming that there are, quote, voting irregularities in Pennsylvania, but they didn't provide any evidence to back that up. What are election officials saying about these allegations?
Yeah, it's very frustrating to them because they say they just want to get their job done. They don't want to have to defend things for which there is no proof. We've heard from top Democrats across the state, the governor, the lieutenant governor, the senior senator, all of them saying, where's the proof? But in addition to that, after the president put out the statement that you just mentioned, we also heard from Pat Toomey. He is a Republican U.S. senator. We also heard from the majority leader, who is a Republican in the Senate here, the state Senate. And both of them said, and I'm quoting Pat Toomey here, I am not aware of any wrongdoing. That has not stopped the Trump campaign from saying they are going to continue on very many legal fronts. In fact, they have put together what they're calling legal challenge teams in 4 different states, including Pennsylvania, with 3 people on them, essentially a state director, a legal director, a communications director. They have lawyers who have been in the state for weeks, if not much longer now. But the Democrats I'm talking to say, show us the proof. Show us what you have. We will deal with it. I'll also say on a human level that there has been some pushback from the elections commissioners, and we saw it in Bucks County when they put out a statement basically saying, if you're attacking the integrity of these results, you're attacking the integrity of these people who have been working their fingers to the bone to get these results posted and done. And they just basically said there's no reason for it. It's not right. And these folks are doing the best job that they can, essentially, that they're patriots, Allison.
Yep. Chris, I believe you were the one who told us last hour that these folks are counting ballots in spite of all the paper cuts on their hands. And I just keep thinking about how horrible that must be and how hard they are working. And you just got to feel for them and thank them so much for what they are doing over the last 4 days. A lot of people still asking, though, why ballot counting is taking so long in Pennsylvania. Here's how Allegheny County Executive Rich Fitzgerald responded to that question earlier today.
We were not permitted to begin this process until Election Day. That should change. I know Florida and some other states, they pre-canvass, meaning days before they start taking open the envelopes. We weren't allowed to do anything with envelopes, secrecy envelopes, until Election Day. That delays the process. We could have had this done and given results on Tuesday night. We didn't have to go through this 3-4 day process.
Now, that's over in Allegheny County in western Pennsylvania. Rahima, you're across the state. Are election officials in Philadelphia feeling the same way?
One of the things you point out that people are so frustrated about, because they say this is the age of technology. Why don't we have an answer? Everybody wants that drive-through result. But there is a human element to this. You have to literally, as he was pointed out, open up the ballot, smooth out the paper. That's the processing point before you put it into the machine for it to be tabulated. And so we haven't been thinking about that. We're just thinking, here's the ballot, put it in the machine, boom. Put it in the oven, bake it, it's done. We have an answer. But there's more to it than that. I suspect that this state, after this is all over, there's going to be a large and serious discussion about what they do going forward. Maybe they will think that it is appropriate to change some rules, or maybe they'll leave it exactly as it is right now. But I suspect they'll be discussing it, Allison.
And in all of this, as you both have pointed out, let us not forget the election workers who are working so hard, opening those ballots, counting them by hand. Chris, Rahima, both of you in Pennsylvania, thank you so much.
And by the way, Allison,
The Georgia Secretary of State confirming earlier today the presidential race will likely go into a recount. That recount would happen after the state certifies its count on November 20th. NBC News reporter Priscilla Thompson joining us now from Atlanta. Priscilla, what does the timeline look like for results there in Georgia?
Yeah, Allison, we're sort of in this slow trickle phase of things now. In the last hour, we saw Gwinnett County, which had the lion's share of ballots that were still out. Those result counts began to come in, and Joe Biden is now leading by around 4,000 points. And we also just got an update on some of those military ballots to see that in all, 18,000 of those have been returned. There are still around 8,400 of those that are outstanding. But sources within the Secretary of State's office had told us earlier today that they expected there would probably still be a large amount of those that are outstanding. When military members register to vote, they're able to automatically receive an absentee ballot. So it's not necessarily that all of those folks requested those ballots. Many of them may have just gotten them and opted not to vote. And so that could explain why we see sort of that huge number of military ballots that haven't been returned. But in terms of a timeline here, the state, what needs to happen first is that the county will certify their results, and then the state needs to certify their results by November the 20th. And that is when we'll get a definitive answer from the state saying who has won this race. But what comes after that is also really important, because if Joe Biden and Donald Trump are still within that 0.5% of one another, either candidate could request a recount. The Secretary of State's office tells us that they are hopeful that that would only take a week. But as we have seen this week, sometimes those timelines do extend out far longer than that. And so we could be looking at having to wait until after Thanksgiving to have a really clear picture and a certain picture of what the race looks like here in Georgia. Allison?
Priscilla, you have some real interesting down ballot races in Georgia as well. Take a listen to what Democratic Senate candidate Ossoff's campaign manager had to say.
While Republicans advance a lazy notion that runoffs favor their side, the truth is that no well-funded statewide runoff has occurred in this new diverse Georgia that exists today. And John is particularly well-positioned in this new electorate.
So what's the latest tonight with the Georgia Senate races? How many runoffs are we looking at here?
Well, we're looking at one runoff for sure, actually, in the special Senate race where Republican incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler will face off against Democrat Raphael Warnock. But as it relates to the race between Senator David Perdue, the incumbent Republican, and Democratic hopeful Jon Ossoff, that NBC still has that listed as too close to call. But throughout the day today, we've heard both campaigns acknowledging that this is likely headed towards a runoff because neither candidate got more than 50% of the vote, which is what is needed here in Georgia to win outright. And so you heard there Jon Ossoff's campaign manager really setting this up, saying those diversifying suburbs and this diversifying parts of Georgia that helped to carry Joe Biden to the lead that he is seeing in this state could also help Jon Ossoff win in January. But Perdue's campaign is also saying, look at those vote tallies. We're leading in this race. If we did it this time, we can do it again in January. So it is shaping up to be a very competitive race there. And that means that for the folks here in Georgia, they are not quite done with those campaign ads, television ads just yet. They may be enjoying their holiday meals with a bit of campaigning going on in the background on the television, Allison.
I'm sure everyone in Georgia is so excited about that, Priscilla, because I'm sure they have not had enough of these elections just yet. Priscilla Thompson, thank you. We'll check in with you a little later.
Thanks, Allison.
All right, let's check in on the campaigns. NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli is in Wilmington, Delaware, covering the Biden campaign, of course. And NBC News White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has the latest on the Trump campaign. Kelly, let me start with you. The GOP has asked the Supreme Court to stop the counting of mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania that were received after Tuesday night. We've got legal action in Nevada, Trump campaign lawsuits in Michigan and Georgia, which were already thrown out. Does the campaign think that these strategies can actually help Trump pull off a last-minute win?
Well, one thing those strategies are intended to do right now is to keep Trump supporters believing that there are avenues to deliver the presidency a second term for Donald Trump. Tonight, the president, after a lid was called here at the White House, which is a term meaning no more planned news events. So as we saw last night where the president came into the briefing room and addressed these issues, none of that expected tonight. And shortly thereafter, the president tweeted and chided Joe Biden not to claim the presidency, something he said he could do as well because legal challenges are beginning. Well, of course, early Wednesday morning, so late election night, the president himself claimed victory in the East Room, where he was at that time ahead in some of the key battleground states. And as we've seen, these days of counting chipping away at his lead in some critical positions. So the strategies right now are to keep Trump voters, elected Republicans, the donor community, all the people who would have constituencies with Donald Trump being on his side, wanting to see him be reelected. They want to keep them all believing it's possible, as the counting has bolstered Joe Biden and Democrats. By keeping people believing, it keeps some of the pressure off the president to call it as an election that it has been concluded. Now, again, they're still counting. We don't have any candidate at 270 yet, but there's that pressure that builds when one candidate is ahead, and we're in somewhat unusual territory that it's taking days in some of the election cycles I've covered for NBC. Other than 2000, where it went deep into December, it might be the day after the election where it's resolved. But now we're a few days in and no real clear expectation of when we'll have a definitive answer. So legal challenges are one of the things that Republicans are trying to talk about. Now, some Republicans are saying, be very careful. There's a difference between an appropriate recount where the results are very close, or challenging ballots where there is a legitimate reason to question the ability of that ballot to be counted, because every election has rules. Did some ballots fall outside the rules? But to allege fraud, some Republicans are saying that's a step too far. Now, the most fervent supporters of the president have been using words like fraud and talking about the election being stolen or some kind of interference that works against the president. We've not seen specific evidence of that, and some of these legal challenges would have to explain that case by case in the various states of what they're arguing are the issues that need to be litigated. So think of it at this point as a way to buy time, to keep possibilities open, and to allow the counting to continue. Allison?
Mike, how is the Biden campaign reacting, particularly to the suit in Pennsylvania today?
Well, Allison, it's been a really dynamic situation here in Wilmington as we potentially could still see the former vice president speak tonight. But let me explain what's been going on with the campaign behind the scenes. Now, perhaps 7 or 8 hours ago, we were hearing from the campaign that speech tonight was almost a near certainty. We had seen Joe Biden take the lead in Pennsylvania, and it seemed like the momentum was building, that number would only increase. And the expectation was that news organizations would begin to project Pennsylvania and its 20 electoral votes, putting Joe Biden over the top, making a speech tonight likely. Where we're at right now is that obviously some time has gone by, no calls have been made yet, and the Biden team is saying that unless there is a clear result from news organizations that is declared, it's likely we wouldn't see him. But it's possible there might be a situation where some news organizations call, some don't, and then that leaves us in a state of limbo. So Biden could perhaps come and give what they are dubbing a progress speech, maybe similar to what we've seen in the last few days, urging patience. Let's continue to count the votes. But we're going to be having this conversation, Allison, I think, evolving over the course of the night as we continue to see the results come in. As far as the legal strategy, the Biden campaign is almost not even talking about that at this point. They've maintained from the beginning that what we're hearing from the president and his allies are baseless suits that will be dismissed very quickly. Obviously, that is, though, part of some of the complication here. I think some of the hesitation we're seeing on making projections and making calls on the part of news organizations is taking into account how some of the counting is being delayed because of what may need to happen as this goes through the court system. So a very complicated situation as we head into our fourth night here of a potential election night, Allison.
Yeah, Mike, I got to tell you, my husband would be the first person to say I am the most impatient person on the planet, but I simply cannot imagine sitting and waiting for 4 days, wondering if you are going to win or lose a presidential election. Outwardly, Joe Biden urging patience, seeming relatively calm. Does that reflect the mood within the campaign, or are they starting to lose their patience over there a little bit?
I think at the staff level, yes, patience is running very thin.
Okay.
On the part of Joe Biden, I would point to what Kelly O has reported herself, which is those close to Biden saying he's very Irish. I can confirm that. He is very Irish, and he is superstitious at heart, and he doesn't want to get ahead of the results. But
Sure.
Allison, it was 50 years ago tonight, this week, I should say, that Biden won his first election. 2 years later, he won a very surprise election to the U.S. Senate, a margin that was only a little over 3,000 votes. So he's used to these very slow and narrow counts, and I think another 3 or 4 days at this point, if he is confident in the outcome, which the Biden team certainly is nothing if it means ultimately being the president of the United States.
Yeah, Mike, he seems very comfortable with the slow and steady pace. I could never do it. I'm very impressed by that. Kelly, let me ask you, we have not heard from the president yet today, except on Twitter. You said a term that I have become very familiar with this week, a lid. I guess they call it sometimes a photo lid. Do we have any sense of when we might hear from him, if not tonight?
Well, we don't at this point.
Okay.
We've seen how the White House has not had any planned events on the president's schedule, and they're keeping some fluidity. And we saw that earlier this week as well. And the 2 times that he did appear since Election Day were not things that were formally on the schedule, but evolved, and then they alerted us. And so the lid is a way to effectively, set people's expectations so that people know that there isn't a plan to have the president speak or do something. In rare occasions, they, in our term of art, they lift the lid. We don't expect that. If there were, an absolutely demonstrated result tonight, perhaps that would be the situation. But the Trump side, as you're talking about waiting, on the Biden side, if you're waiting with the sense that there's a sweet ending, it's a happier wait. On the Trump side, it's an anxious wait. And it's one with a lot of trapdoors because they need to get credibility behind these challenges that they want to raise. And there's serious doubt about that in some instances. And they want to keep people believing that there is a math that could still deliver a state like Arizona for them. So it's a more uncomfortable wait in Trump world tonight. And so we don't yet know if the president will do anything publicly this weekend. We'll be waiting and bring you that as soon as we learn it.
Kelly, I know if they do decide to lift the lid, you'll be the first to let us know. Thank you guys for teaching us some of this lingo. You're helping those of us not in D.C. to feel a little bit more like Washington insiders. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Allison.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
and in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Joe Biden taking the lead in several crucial states, but he hasn't hit 270 just yet. Meanwhile, the president is waging legal battles over the vote counts, particularly in Pennsylvania. So what are their supporters across the country saying in day 4 of this election? Take a listen.
We learned from the mistakes of 2016. They will not steal victory from us here today, here in the state of Pennsylvania.
We have been longing for this. We have been needing this. So just take a moment to feel and let yourself feel what hopefulness feels like, what victory feels like.
Well, I'm feeling really sad for our country because this is not a fair election. Any American, any person on the planet with a thinking brain understands what's happening.
Can you find it in yourself to accept the results and move on?
Absolutely. We live in a democracy. But the key fact is there is corruption going on here.
I've been suspicious and worried. Figured it was going to be a close count. If not, it was going to be very lopsided for Biden, I thought, because of all the early voting and how we're going to count or not count votes.
I don't think we should do early voting ever again. I mean, it's an embarrassment. I mean, here we are supposed to be one of the greatest countries in the world, and then all these other countries are going to look and laugh and say, we can't even do an election. How are we going to run a whole country?
When you look at Milwaukee, when you look at Detroit, when you look at Atlanta, when you look at Philadelphia, and you see that it's on the backs of those cities, majority black cities, that this democracy and the stop of the march of fascism hangs the ballots on. You remember again how the black community has been the moral consciousness of this country.
Don't expect final election results in North Carolina before the end of next week. Right now, President Trump leading Joe Biden by nearly 77,000 votes in the state. MSNBC correspondent Tremaine Lee is at election headquarters in Guilford County, where I believe we left you last night. I hope you've gotten some rest since then, Tremaine. Mail-in ballots will be accepted in North Carolina through the 12th. So where do things stand with the vote count right now?
That's right, Allison. So of the 116,000 outstanding ballots, only a fraction will likely be sent back to county boards of election. But there are 9 counties, including Mecklenburg, where Charlotte, North Carolina is located, that actually started counting their ballots tonight. The others will wait until November 12th. That's the deadline. So anything that arrives before then, they will count. But a handful of these counties have started counting now, which folks are saying, like especially Republicans are saying, you know what, what's taking so long? Donald Trump has the edge already, so why not just call it? But other counties are going to wait until the 12th, count them up, and see where they fall.
Tremaine, the Senate race between incumbent Republican Thom Tillis, Democrat Cal Cunningham isn't locked down yet either. What is the latest there?
No, we're still in that kind of holding pattern. Now, in that race, the margin for Tom Tillis is about 100,000 or more, so it's still pretty static. But folks are hoping that at least that, maybe there's an opportunity to make up some ground for Cal Cunningham. But again, since we're waiting until the 12th, who knows? Basically, Allison.
Honestly, Tremaine, I think the short answer to so many questions tonight is who knows as we watch and we wait. Tremaine Lee in North Carolina, thank you. We'll be checking in with you again just to, get an update on the who knows.
Why not?
They are still counting the votes in Arizona, and tensions are running high. Trump supporters rallying outside voting centers across the state, demanding that he be declared the winner, but the race there still too close to call. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz joins me now from Phoenix. Gadi, great to see you. What's going on there? We could see some protests behind you.
Yeah, you're talking about tensions running pretty high. Right here to the left, you've got two people arguing. This is the first time that we've seen some Biden supporters come down here. They're arguing, going back and forth about the election in general. But then this is really the corner of the protest, if you will. You've got the sheriff's department. They're blocking off the street here. So there's a 4-block radius that's been shut down. And Allison, all of this is happening right in front of the Maricopa County Election Center. So inside, they are counting those ballots. There's 120,000 ballots that they have left to count. It's 4:30 here locally right now. We're expecting another ballot drop right around 7 o'clock. So we'll see how many ballots come out. But again, 120,000 ballots left to count here, over 200,000 ballots across the state. And right now, we are seeing the lead that Biden has with the president starting to shrink. President Trump catching up. He's about 30,000 votes behind right now. But we should see some of those ballots coming out a little bit later tonight. Allison?
Gadi, I want to ask you more about the ballots, but just to get a sense of, and I know it's a little tough to hear, it sounds loud, it sounds like there's a big group, but for the most part, it looks like people are keeping a respectful distance. They might be arguing, but it hasn't gotten out of control. Is that an accurate characterization?
Yeah, we have seen no violence here over the last 3 days, and you've got a crowd. It's mostly Trump supporters, and they are mostly angry about the way that the vote is going. They have got a bunch of different complaints, but they've been mostly in agreement over what's going on. Now, on the outskirts of this smaller version of the protest that we're seeing some people come in that support Biden. Again, they're arguing there. The other thing is, I'm not sure if you can tell. Let's take a walk over here just to show you. This is something that is, it's not out of the ordinary here in Arizona. You see those two people arguing. The one with the Punisher shirt, he's open carrying right now. So he's got a firearm down there on this side. That is legal here in Arizona. In fact, it's not just open carry. This is one of the most lax states in the country when it comes to firearms. And so we have seen some arguments of people within this crowd going up to people that are open carrying, and in particular having the long rifles, and saying, why are you open carrying when here in Arizona you're allowed to carry in your pocket? So there are a lot of people in this crowd that have guns in their pockets because that's illegal to do. You can conceal if you're 21 and you're not a felon here in Arizona. So they think that a lot of the gun wearing is performative, and they don't appreciate the attention that it brings other people, those that do have their guns, and there are quite a few of those tactical rifles slung along people's backs. They're saying that no, this is their Second Amendment right, and they want to wear those guns because of the statement that it sends. And they say that they are here because they want to make sure that they are protected, that the crowd is protected. But again, all of this is happening right in front of the election center, and inside that election center, there is one job right now, and that is to count those 120,000 ballots. And we're hoping to have some results a little bit later this weekend. Allison?
Gadi, thank you so much for explaining that, especially for those of us who are here in the Northeast. That is not something that you see every day. So thanks for giving us the context there so we can understand what's going on behind you. One more question for you before we go. I know you are still awaiting votes tonight. Arizona is one of the states where Republicans are raising some legal challenges, citing voting irregularities. I'm going to stop for a second so we can watch these guys because it looks like it's getting a little more heated there, Gotti.
So what's happening? They're actually arguing about the 6 feet of social distance. So they're asking each other to back up. So they're both not wearing masks. They're both saying, "Hey, you're not wearing a mask." The guy on the bike is like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! I'm not getting close to you. Don't get close to me." So they're trying to keep that social distance, at least right here. But you can see most of the people out here, including the man who says he supports Biden, as well as I'd say 3/4 of the protest here. They're not wearing masks either. So there's a lot going on. I'm sorry, I missed that question though.
Gotti, don't worry about it because that was really the action that was happening. And let me tell you, if anything defines 2020 more than two guys having an argument in the street saying, "Please keep your 6 feet of distance," that's something we never would have seen before. Gotti, if you are able to hear me, I know there's a lot going on there. We're just mentioning Arizona is one of the places where we've been seeing some legal challenges. Republicans saying there are voting irregularities. What are our state election officials saying? Any evidence of any voting irregularities there in Phoenix?
Yeah, so here in Maricopa County, there has been this issue over whether Sharpies should have been used to count the ballots. When you ask any election official from Maricopa County, including the Secretary of State, they say that Sharpies are fine. In fact, they were the preferred form when it comes to the tabulators that they've got, the brand new tabulators that are high efficiency tabulators. They can punch out anywhere from 6,000 to 8,000 ballots per hour. But it does sound like there was some confusion when they were giving the instructions to people, and there was concern that there was bleed through on those ballots. These ballots that they use here in Maricopa County, and Maricopa County, we're just talking about Maricopa County. We can't vouch for any other counties, but they aren't lined up perfectly. They are offset on purpose so that if you fill out a Sharpie on the other side, it doesn't line up, and you can't have that accidental bleed through that might select something else on the other side. So they're saying that it's fine, but we've got Democrats and Republicans both saying that they're a little bit concerned about the instructions that were given. They've both taken it to court, and now it's in the court, and it's probably going to go in front of a judge, and we could have a decision there.
All right, Gotti Schwartz, thank you so much. This was by far the most animated live shot we have had this evening. A whole lot going on there in Maricopa. Thank you so much.
Sure, no problem.
The October jobs report out today showing some strength. The headlines, 638,000 new jobs, and the unemployment rate fell a full point to 6.9%. Let's bring in Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief of Investopedia and our Save the Day guy. Really appreciate how much you've been helping us out this week, Caleb. Before we dig into what was in that report, economists are kind of saying, whoa, don't get too excited here. Why?
Well, we've gained back 12 of the 22 million jobs we've lost, but we have a very long way to go. Also, the pace of job growth has been slowing month to month for the past 3 months, which is not what you want to see at this point in the recovery. You want to see job growth accelerating as the economy improves, and GDP has improved. We're still about 3-4% lower than we were this time a year ago, obviously, but we are on our way back up if you look across sectors, but not in the labor market. And the part of the labor market that's been hurting is the services part, where most of those frontline workers work. Services industries include restaurants, leisure and hospitality, travel-related industries, bars, gyms, you name it. That area has been hurt. We did see job gains there in the past month, just not robust and big enough to really take, to bring this unemployment rate much further down than it needs to go. It did fall to 6.9%. That's great, but we still have this long way to go. And this big chunk of people who've been unemployed for 27 weeks or more, about 3.6 million people, it's very hard to get back in the workforce when you're out that long.
For sure. All right, let's talk about what we learned in that report. You mentioned some of this, but where are the jobs coming back? Where's the economy still struggling the most? What else do we learn when you really break down the numbers about our recovery here?
Right. You still see, although we had big job gains in leisure and hospitality, which is the services industry in October, you still see some pretty steep losses there, a big steep loss in government jobs. You're seeing some hiring in industrial and manufacturing, and that's good. The hiring part is very good. The fact that it's so slow, though, in the industries that need it most is what worries people, and it's affecting people, and it's affecting folks by race. So black unemployment is still over 10%. And that's almost 40% higher than white unemployment, and Hispanic unemployment's around 7 or 8%, Asian unemployment around that too. So that's persistently high because most of those workers do work in the services industry, which has been the hardest hit. So when you have that, we're having this what we call a K-shaped recovery, where it's good for the people up top in the capital markets, people that have credit, income, good jobs, can work from home. The people that can't are having the hardest time here, and that's not what you want to see in a robust recovery. That's what's got people concerned.
Caleb, the markets have been rallying pretty nicely post-election, but today, the Dow took a little bit of a pause. It closed just a bit lower. What drove stocks lower today? What was the issue?
I think it was just a breather. There had been such aggressive buying this week, Allison. If you're keeping score, this was the best post-election week or election week market rally since 1932. You don't have to keep score. We'll take care of that for you. But that's a pretty big rally in a time of uncertainty, and we don't even have an answer on who the next president is. So investors were all in this week, but they were buying the sectors that they think are going to shape up nicely for the next 4 years, which look a lot like some of the sectors from the past 4 years. And that means technology, because that's where the growth is. That means healthcare, because we need it, and looks like Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, is going to stick around for a while. And even the renewable energy and solar, that type of sector has been doing well because of the promise of a big energy spend should Biden get elected. A lot of that was tampered a little bit, but the gains were enormous this week. The Dow was up 7 or 8%, the NASDAQ up 9%. That's a huge weekly gain, as you know.
Yeah, we had our best week, I think, since April, right? Things looking pretty good. Caleb, thank you so much. The markets closed this week without knowing who is president, so let's see what happens next week if we finally have our answer. I'm sure we'll be checking in with you again then. In the meantime, have a terrific weekend.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
More Americans taking part in this presidential election than ever before. In spite of the overwhelming number of ballots, we've seen few instances of fraud and virtually no systemic issues. NBC News senior legal and investigative correspondent Cynthia McFadden joins me now. Cynthia, the U.S. could see its highest election turnout in over a century, which is pretty impressive if you stand back and think about that and stop worrying about the fact that we don't have a result yet. Could you tell us more about the numbers?
Right, Allison, and remember, in the middle of a pandemic. Yeah. So it is pretty interesting. So far, about 144 million ballots have been counted. And NBC News is projecting that there will be 160 million ballots counted by the end of the day. That's compared to 137 million in 2016. But, there's another number that is really stunning to me, and that is 100 million. 100 million Americans voted before Election Day this year. Some of those were mail-in ballots. Some of those were extended early voting periods. But it's double the early voters in 2016. So given that, it really is pretty extraordinary there were so few issues.
Cynthia, leading up to the election, officials were warning about potential threats to election security, but federal authorities are saying we pretty much avoided any major disruptions. How did we pull that off?
Well, one of the ways that certainly helped was U.S. Cyber Command has confirmed that they actually sent out a few attacks of their own against the Russians and the Iranians, really warning shots over the bow saying, back off, guys. You've been fairly warned. You better stay out of our election. That certainly helped. Wow. And also, the states really learned a lot from the lessons of 2016. It was really stunning to me, Allison. Back in 2016, no state election official running an election in this country had a security clearance that was sufficient for the folks at DHS, Department of Homeland Security, to be able to tell them what was going on in real time.
Wow.
That has been fixed. So,
wow.
Yeah, a lot of things.
A lot of wows on my part today. I'm impressed to hear all of this. Cynthia, for months, President Trump has bashed mail-in voting, making unfounded fraud claims. He was still doing that last night. And let's not forget about the issues with the Postal Service. How did things work out with all of those mail-in ballots? Because we certainly had a lot of concerns about them getting there.
We certainly did. And it appears, I'm not going to say it was perfect, but it appears that most everything got where it was supposed to go. As you know, you've been covering it all afternoon. There are these debates about whether or not ballots that were delivered after Election Day in Pennsylvania, they had until 5 o'clock tonight to get there. According to the Democrats, Republicans say no, they didn't. So there are those issues. But the ballots themselves seem to have arrived, for the most part, where they were supposed to be when they were supposed to be there. And I want to just say a shout out to the folks running elections around the country. I've been on this beat now since 2016. And we have gone all over the country meeting the people who run these elections. And to a person, they anticipated these problems and did everything they could with very limited resources. Congress did not step up and provide the necessary funds to make sure that they were planning for these contingencies. And, it's pretty extraordinary. This year, because of COVID, many of the usual poll workers weren't going to work because they're older and they were more subject to the disease. So tens of thousands of young people stood up and took their places. All of it's really pretty moving.
Yeah, Cynthia, I know we're focused so much on the fact that we do not have a final result in this election, but I'm just blown away by all the things that we've managed to pull off, given that we are living in a pandemic in 2020. It's been a rough year, and I'd say considering we're doing okay.
I think you're exactly right. And I think, at the end of the day, the 2020 election is not just going to be remembered for the president's ugly remarks last night or for whoever wins ultimately. It's going to be remembered because the American people stood up, 160 million of them, and voted in a system that did not let them down.
Cynthia McFadden, great to see you. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Great to see you, Allison. Thanks for having me.
If the presidential results are the cheeseburger, think of the few uncalled Senate races across the country as the fries. If you're wondering, my senior team and I are running on Shake Shack tonight. But those open seats could determine the balance of power in the chamber, and that means they are important and we shouldn't overlook them. So let's bring in our panel. NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor, Axios White House reporter Elena Treen, and USA Today congressional reporter Nicholas Wu. Let's start in Georgia. Nick, tight races there could determine the balance of power in the Senate, and it looks like we could be going to one, if not two, runoffs. What is the latest on the two races there?
Exactly. So the Secretary of State's office said earlier today that the race between Perdue and Ossoff was not likely to go to a runoff. They have, roughly 100,000 votes separating the two of them, which puts them above the recount threshold. So it looks likely to go to a runoff, and this is something that in a best case scenario for Democrats, if current Republican leads hold around the country, would result in a tied Senate if they win both of these. So these are going to be must-win races for Democrats when it goes to a runoff, and we can be sure that they'll be heavily contested and very expensive races.
Yeah, we've been hearing that a whole lot. Very expensive races. All right, let's move on to Arizona. NBC News projecting that Mark Kelly is the winner of his race against Republican incumbent Martha McSally. That means both of Arizona's Senate seats now held by Democrats. Sahil, talk to me about the political implications of that.
It's quite a historic moment for Arizona, which has traditionally been a very Republican state. It has voted for Republicans at the presidential level all but once in every election since the early 1950s. This will be the second of two U.S. Senate seats from Arizona that go for Democrats, that send a Democrat to Washington in the span of 2 years. And let me give you some context on that, Allison. Before 2018, when Kyrsten Sinema won that seat, it went 30 years before, it went 30 years of supporting only Republicans to the Senate. And now Martha McSally happens to have this distinction of losing both Senate seats held by her party in back-to-back years, which I looked for a precedent for. I couldn't find one. This is largely driven by the tilt in the suburbs, Phoenix, Maricopa County, which is a huge part of the state, tilting away from Republicans toward Democrats in the era of Trump. We'll see if that continues. We'll see if that's largely based on opinions of the president or if there's something deeper going on there. And the growing Latino vote in the state, which didn't let Democrats down the way it did in, for instance, South Florida, where they got hammered.
Elena, a few Republicans have come out against President Trump's unsubstantiated claims of election fraud. I'm thinking of Senator Mitt Romney of Utah, Representative Will Hurd of Texas. What do you make of what we're seeing from Republicans, both those who are speaking out and those who are sticking with the president?
Well, the two you just mentioned, Allison, Senator Romney and Congressman Hurd. Congressman Hurd is a Republican. Yes, he's on his way out in Texas. And then Senator Romney, as we've seen, has not hesitated to criticize the president when he thinks he deserves it. But others, I'd say a majority, especially the president and top allies, have not come out, and they're kind of trying to split the line. Some of his fiercest defenders, like Congressman Jim Jordan, Senator Ted, have gone and kind of echoed what the Trump campaign is saying, that the Democrats are stealing this election and that there's been widespread fraud. Of course, just to be very clear, those claims so far really are baseless. We haven't seen any evidence of that on a large scale. And we actually did see last night one of the most prominent Republicans to criticize the president of the Trump campaign is former Governor Chris Christie, someone who is actively advised the Trump campaign. He was a debate advisor for the president, and he said that he doesn't think that this is how they can show the evidence. He said it was inflaming without informing. So some strong words from him. And so I think we're going to see how this plays out. We know that Trump world is very eager to have more Republicans in their corner. We saw Donald Trump Jr., the president's son, former campaign manager Brad Parscale, both of them say that if you're looking at running in 2024, you should start speaking up now. And it's hard to get more explicit than that. So I think we should expect more of this in the days ahead.
Sahil, Elena, Nicholas, thank you three so much.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, We're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I'm here because I don't believe Georgia is a blue state. I believe we are a red state. I think there's more afoot here than just normal legal ballots.
They're making ballots. It's a fraud.
If you know something is wrong, stand up. Join your local militia.
Here in Arizona, want to make sure that all those votes get counted because they're taking a really long time for some reason. We just want to make sure that they finish. That's all we want is a fair and honest election.
Every vote should be counted. Every person should have a say in who our electors are. That's why we're here today.
Yeah, every vote should be counted. That's right. And we want to make sure that the Trump campaign knows that. We want every vote to be counted.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching special election coverage on NBC News Now. Yeah, we are still here, and here's where we are tonight. Right now, votes are still being counted in half a dozen states. Joe Biden is holding steady with 253 electoral votes, President Trump with 214. It could be days before we know who is going to be in the White House next year. NBC News political editor Carrie Dan is here to fill us in on the latest numbers once again. Carrie, you pick it. Which state are we starting with?
Let's go back to Pennsylvania, Allison, because we just saw some vote come in from one of the counties that we've really been keeping an eye on here in Pennsylvania. This is Northampton County. It's one of only three in Pennsylvania that went for Barack Obama in 2008 and 2012, and then flipped to go for Donald Trump. Now, there are two of those three counties that are now in Joe Biden's favor. One of them is Northampton. We just saw about 1,000 votes. This is mail votes that came in from that county, and Biden won about 71% of them. Now, in addition, we've seen a little bit more vote come in from Philly, other parts of the state. So as of now, Joe Biden's lead in Pennsylvania is about 17,000 votes. That's the highest margin that we've seen for him so far. So as we've been watching Pennsylvania, this is the same pattern that we've seen all day, but particularly in counties that Biden had the opportunity to flip, he seems to be doing well. Let's turn to Arizona, too, because that's another state that we've been talking about all day. We saw some vote come in earlier today. It wasn't as favorable for Donald Trump as he perhaps hoped. We've now seen vote come in from not Maricopa County. You've seen Maricopa County being talked about all week, I guess, long. We've seen some vote from some other counties. This is Yuma. Yuma County is in the southwest corner of the state. It's pretty heavily Latino. Donald Trump won this county 4 years ago, and he's leading in the vote count overall in Yuma. But we just saw about 4,700 votes from there. They broke narrowly for Biden. That doesn't help Trump in his quest to try to catch up to Biden, who is leading him right now. There's about 94% of the vote in, and Biden's lead is about 39,000 in the state of Arizona. Donald Trump just simply right now is not getting the margins that he needs to catch up there. We think that he needs a big portion of the vote that's still out in Arizona as it gets counted. If you're a Republican, you want to see those breaking heavily for Trump, especially if they're coming from Republican areas of the state. That's not happening right now. And finally, in Nevada, we're still waiting on votes in Nevada. It's been a meme all week, but we have seen a couple more bunches come in from Clark County. That's, of course, where Las Vegas is, as everyone knows who's been watching. And we've seen about 62% of a new batch in Clark County. That batch is about 8,700 votes that came in Clark. Biden is getting about 6 out of 10 of those ballots. As a whole, Biden now leads by more than 23,000 votes in the state of Nevada. Now, last hour, we talked about provisional ballots. This is something that we're watching both in Pennsylvania and in Nevada. These are ballots that were made by voters who maybe there was a question about their eligibility. They fill out a provisional ballot. Election officials review them and make sure that voter is eligible. We think that there's about 60,000 of those in the state of Nevada. We're not sure what the composition of those is going to be. So if you're Joe Biden, what you really want to do is keep building your lead over Donald Trump. That's what we've seen in the last hour from these votes from Clark County and elsewhere in Nevada. He's still building that advantage, building a cushion, so that when those provisional ballots get counted, he's hoping that he's already got enough to make a call. We're still at too close to call in Nevada, but more votes are coming in, and they're bad news for Donald Trump and good news for Joe Biden.
All right, Carrie, thank you so much. And you kind of referenced this. Our knowledge of American geography, particularly the counties, really improved over this election cycle. It's getting better every day as this election continues. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Allison.
In Arizona, Joe Biden leads President Trump by more than 39,000 votes, but Republicans are still optimistic the president will win the state. Here's Representative Debbie Lesko.
Well, we still have about 230,000 ballots to count yet. So Trump has a pathway to win in Arizona. Now, he has to pick up an estimated 60% of the remaining ballots, which is possible.
NBC News political reporter Vaughn Hilliard joining me now. Vaughn, based on what we've seen so far, what's your take on what Representative Lesko just said? Is the president meeting the threshold he needs to catch up to Joe Biden?
God bless Congresswoman Lesko at the same time. Yes, I guess when you're taking into account how many ballots exist and what that margin is, if they all go in favor of Donald Trump, of course, there's a path. But you got to look at the math here of what we actually have been presented based on the returns and and how those numbers are reflected in these upcoming ballots that are set to be the results being released. And I just want to break it down here. The fact that there's 140,000 ballots left in Maricopa County. There's about another 45,000 ballots in other non-Maricopa counties. This number continues to shrink. And what you have seen happen, Allison, is that to use a metaphor, okay, you essentially, Joe Biden started off with the big lead. And then the Trump train came roaring back here as he was winning these early ballot returns by about 60 percentage points. But what you have seen over the last 24 hours is that slow down. You could call it the Trump trolley, right? He's now, in today's ballot count, won just 53% of the share of the ballots that have been counted today. He needed to maintain that 59%, 60% threshold in order to stay competitive, or he could potentially either match Joe Biden or eclipse Joe Biden. Right now, the ballots here today are not evidence of that. And more concerning for Donald Trump is the fact that the outstanding ballots, nearly 200,000 outstanding ballots in the state, are essentially the same type of ballots that have been processed today. And those were ballots, mail ballots, that folks received in their mailboxes at home, but then hand-delivered on Election Day. And what you are seeing is a higher share of Democratic voters, independent voters that were going out, which essentially diluted the returns that Donald Trump was hoping to get. So we are going to be, in about 2 hours from now, getting another batch of about 60 to 70,000 votes here in Maricopa County. And if that pattern holds that we have seen throughout the day today, I mean, it all but closes the possibility of Donald Trump coming back here in the state of Arizona.
All right, so Vaughn, we're sitting tight. We're waiting for some more votes. What can you tell us about the evening ahead? Set the scene for us as our viewers maybe pop a bottle of wine, relax into their Friday night, a Friday night like no other, where they're probably not going to be watching their favorite movie or TV show. They're going to watch the results come in.
This is a heck of a movie being written in real time here. And you're getting the preview right now, all right? So 2 hours from now, you are going to be getting half of the remaining Maricopa County ballots here. And if that number is somewhere below 55%, let's say, for Donald Trump over Joe Biden, I'll let our NBC elections desk make that actual call. But that's really going to be the moment in which you and I, Allison, say, we don't know where mathematically Donald Trump is able to recover. The Arizona Republican Party has indicated that they'd like to join in a lawsuit over the use of Sharpies, but even the Arizona Republican Attorney General has pushed back, saying there is no evidence that that led to any invalidated ballots. So right now, I think the Trump campaign and the Republican Party here in Arizona is in a tough corner, and even a top Republican official here in the state that I was talking to acknowledged to me that that path is so very narrow here at this point, Allison.
Vaughn, as someone who lives in a state where I can't remember the last time the movie theaters were open, thank you so much for that preview. We look forward to the main attraction tonight. Thanks.
Thanks, my friend.
The Biden campaign projecting confidence as the former VP pulls ahead in Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Arizona. The president, meanwhile, has fewer paths to 270, and his legal team is filing a flurry of election lawsuits. NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli is reporting on Team Biden from Wilmington, Delaware. NBC News political reporter Monica Alba's in Washington with the latest on the president. Mike, I can't remember the last time I saw you not in that parking lot. The campaign feeling confident tonight. I mean, honestly, I feel like you've been there for a week. Have you?
It's 5 days, I guess, is what we're coming up on now. So,
which I think in 2025 days feels like a year. So there you go. What is the campaign saying tonight? They have outwardly been projecting confidence, but what are they saying about these legal challenges the Trump campaign is filing from Pennsylvania to Nevada?
So as far as the legal challenges coming from the Trump campaign, they've sort of moved beyond that at this point. They are within striking distance of 270 electoral votes. There was a time this morning where they were expecting that the former vice president would come here tonight and give a victory speech. But the condition for that happening was projections on the part of news organizations that would reinforce the math that we're all seeing, that he is on track to now win Pennsylvania. We saw him take the lead earlier this morning. Short of that projection, which hasn't come from us, it hasn't come from other news organizations, it's possible he still comes to give kind of remarks of the type we've been seeing from him the last few days, expressing confidence in where this is all heading, talking about the fact that they believe they're on track to win, but not going so far as to outright declare victory. And so if we do see Joe Biden tonight, it sounds like that is what it will look like. But there's still votes coming in. We're getting new information, as you've been hearing from our colleagues across the country in Allegheny County as well. And so we're still in a little bit of wait and see mode. But, you know, for a lot of the Biden team that had been sort of not willing to bring themselves to talk about Joe Biden as president-elect, this morning we're starting to hear a lot more confidence about that. And as it relates to the president and the fact that he may be unwilling to leave the White House, as one spokesperson for the campaign put it, luckily the federal government has every ability to evict trespassers if need be. That's the way they're putting it.
Mike, that's such a polite way of saying forcibly remove. Monica, the president tweeting in just the last hour, I had such a big lead in all of these states late into election night, only to see the leads miraculously disappear as the days went by. Perhaps these leads will return as our legal proceedings move forward. Does the campaign really think they can litigate their way to 270?
Well, Allison, it's sort of their only option at this point, so they continue to pursue that path. Very different, though, from yesterday in that we now have a travel photo lid at the White House, which means we don't expect to see the president at all on camera. He, of course, made those remarks last night in the briefing room that contained a lot of information that was both misleading and false, continuing to claim victory in leads in states that simply just don't align with reality or with our own NBC News projections. But I thought it was notable today in those tweets that he also said that the former Vice President Joe Biden shouldn't be claiming victory when, if we just rewind a couple of days, that's exactly what the president did in his comments overnight after Election Day in the East Room. But now the campaign also taking a little bit of a different turn, I'm told. Aides are quite deflated today at campaign headquarters with the reality setting in that path to 270 just becomes increasingly more narrow, and all they really have are some of these legal options. But unlike yesterday, where they released a flurry of news conferences and announcements about lawsuits in key battlegrounds, today they didn't really do that. They didn't even hold a call with our reporters to talk about their strategy going forward. So we're not sure what tomorrow holds, but I think today was one more of an evolution of sort of understanding what is at play here. But the president, we're told, has absolutely no plans to concede, at least not anytime soon, Allison.
Mike, the focus of Joe Biden's campaign, the battle for the soul of the nation. This week, we have seen protests across the country over ballot counting. America feels as divided as ever as we wait for a result. If these last few races are called in Joe Biden's favor, how will he go about healing that divide?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this is an important factor in the way Joe Biden's team is approaching tonight, or the time when eventually he would give a victory speech. Is the moment of the campaign when it's over and you declare yourself the victor, you've been called the victor, is really as much about the beginning of governing as it is about the end of the campaign. And so for Joe Biden's perspective, part of why I think they're hesitant for him to come out and declare victory without some sort of independent declaration of such is because it would make that task of doing what he's been promising to do throughout the campaign, bringing the country together, lowering the temperatures a little bit, that much harder. It becomes another moment where he's giving a campaign speech in the eyes of a lot of folks. Now, let's not be naive, as Biden himself has said he's not naive. Joe Biden coming out under any circumstance and saying that he is the victor, if President Trump is still challenging this outcome, is not going to convince everybody. But this is Joe Biden proceeding very carefully here, setting the tone for his campaign, trying to do everything he can to avoid a situation where, yes, he can talk about the results, but being seen as overly confident, overly celebrating when the country is still very much divided. We talk about the fact that Joe Biden is already now the candidate with the most votes ever for a presidential candidate in this history. Well, Donald Trump is going to be the candidate with the second most votes in the history of this country, even as he finishes behind Joe Biden. So that's a reality that the Biden team is very well aware of.
Yeah, a big question today. A lot of people wondering, even if President Trump is no longer in the White House, will Trumpisms were the expression they used, or will, the things that he stood for live on? And it certainly seems by the vote counts we're seeing so far that will likely be the case. And Joe Biden would have his work cut out for him. Monica, on those tensions, if this race does not go President Trump's way, if Joe Biden is moving into the White House, what are the expectations for how the president will react? Mike, obviously addressing the ability of federal agents to forcibly remove him.
Well, we got a little bit of insight into this today from one of the president's close economic advisors, Larry Kudlow, who was asked whether there will be a peaceful transfer of power if in the end the president loses. And he said he does anticipate that. He said he knows the president is going to continue to fight it until the very end and until he can't anymore. But there is a sense from top aides publicly that the president will have to accept this reality if he loses this opportunity for a second term. And all of these conversations that have evolved in the last couple of days seem to be pointing him in that direction, even though publicly they want the messaging to be, we're still in this and will we still see a path, Allison? But it raises the question of what happens over the next 70 or so days before inauguration, depending on whatever happens here. We have to also remember and zoom out. We're in the middle of a global pandemic still, the coronavirus raging in this country, setting new records. And I can report that the task force itself, which the vice president chairs, hasn't even met formally with the entire group since October 20th. That's 2 weeks before Election Day. That's just something else here that's at play, that while the president and the vice president and everybody else seems to continue to be so laser focused on the election and the results, there's this major health crisis playing out that they don't seem to be taking much time or action on leading or doing anything to combat or stop the spread while it continues on, Allison.
Monica, it is a scary thought to hear you say that October 20th, and we're looking at we've seen, 2 days in a row over 120,000 cases. That's a pretty scary thought. Mike, Monica, great to see you guys. I'm sure we'll be checking in again in the night and the election that never ends.
That's right, Allison.
You got it.
Thanks.
They are still counting the votes in Nevada. The state's still too early to call. Election workers in Clark County started counting about 60,000 provisional ballots today and said they will be providing ballot results twice a day going forward. NBC News correspondent Jolene Kent joining us from Las Vegas. Joe, we got a new batch of numbers out of Nevada a little while ago. What can you tell us?
Yes, I'm just pulling up the latest numbers here for you, Allison. So the latest count we have is Biden has 49.8% of the vote statewide. Trump has 48.0%. They're separated by about 20,000, 25,000 some votes right now. So that lead for Biden is widening a little bit. But here in Clark County, things are busy behind me because of two things. The line further back are people who are here to cure their signatures, take a look at any issues of their ballot. And then the line directly behind me here is made up of some poll workers, people who are working the elections over the past couple of weeks, and they're here to collect their paychecks for day one, and they're able to do that into next week. And a couple of people I've spoken to said it has been so fun working the election this year, that there's just been such a good turnout. And part of that turnout, Allison, is really what's driving all of the pressure on Clark County to get this count finished. We still have 63,000 ballots left to count that were mailed in, according to the registrar, and then another 60,000 outstanding provisional ballots. The registrar telling all of us reporters today that he hopes to have all the mail-ins counted by Sunday, and then TBD on the provisional. So we are here kind of absorbing everything, as you know, anticipation, anxiety certainly rising as people wait to hear where these 6 electoral votes are going to go. Plus, there's been all these legal challenges and issues coming from various voters and the Trump campaign. And the response in general from the Clark County registrar has been there's been no fraud, there's been no improper counting of the vote. They're pushing back on all of those things despite the federal district court lawsuit that's been brought by several voters that was first presented at that press conference back yesterday by the Trump campaign. So, Allison, there's a lot going on here. I could get into a million more details for you, but I'll send it back to you.
Joe, I just have to say, we have been on the air for countless hours over the last 4 days, and you are the first person to use the word fun in describing how election workers and how folks are feeling. So that is so great to hear, because it just...
Well, that's what they said.
That's wonderful. I'm so glad to hear it. I just just have these images in my brain, and we've seen some of the webcams of just people working. Chris Jansing telling us in Pennsylvania they've got paper cuts all over their hands. So I'm glad to hear that some people are really enjoying the democratic process.
It's interesting too, because it's not just your typical, and there's some people that count votes, right? And those folks are still very much working. They've had to increase from like 30 people to 300. But a lot of the people, or the couple of people I've talked to in this line right behind me, this one person was sanitizing. That was her job at her location. Another woman was helping people to the machines to cast their vote. So all different kinds of roles. It's not just the people that you see on these live streams who are doing the extra important, very essential work of counting the votes and going through every single ballot there. So a lot of variety going on here in Nevada. But look, the reason Clark County matters so much, the reason we are still here for yet another day, is that 90% of the outstanding votes as of last night, according to the Secretary of State, is happening in the Vegas area, and we're just waiting for all these numbers to come back. Hopefully more soon and even more tomorrow.
Joe, one last question before you go, because you used a term I'm not sure all of our viewers are familiar with. You said some folks there were lined up to get their ballots cured. What does that mean?
Yes. That means that their signature, when they mailed in their ballot or dropped it off, didn't match with the signature that's on file with the registrar. And so they're here to resolve that. And that could be resolved in any number of ways. But it does take some time. That's why this line isn't moving terribly quickly.
All right, let the record reflect that in the 7 p.m. Eastern hour in day 4 of this election, we heard the word fun used for the first time by none other than Jo Ling Kent. Joe, thanks. We need a little dose of that tonight.
Anytime, Allison.
20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. Right now, Joe Biden is ahead of President Trump by more than 19,000 votes there. It is a lead that is still growing as the state counts more of its mail-in ballots, but the race still too close to call. Let's go now to NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis in Philadelphia and MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing in Harrisburg. Ladies, I got to be quite honest. I feel like a nag at this point, asking you hour after hour after hour for updates, but I'm going to do it again. Chris, we are awaiting results out of Allegheny County. Anything new?
We got them.
All right.
We were expecting that. Yes. Are you sitting down?
Yes.
We were expecting them around 5. They came in about 5, 7, 8 minutes ago. So here they are, a little less than we expected. We were told by the county executive to expect 6,500. There was actually an additional 5,237 votes reported. Of those, keeping up this trend that you just talked about, Joe Biden got 4,050 of those votes, or about 77%. So, yes, it continues to come in slowly, but it is coming in, and it's been very consistent throughout the last couple of days, the way it's coming in. And there is this, level of, I don't want to call it frustration. It's not frustration, but there is a bit of angst among Democrats who had heard from top officials, including the Secretary of State, we would be getting probably some semi-definitive results yesterday. Well, not yesterday, but then today. And then the Secretary of State came out and said, yes, the vast majority of votes are counted, but it's so close that we need to wait and see what else comes in. In the meantime, you were just talking to Jo Ling about those workers, and again, they're continuing to work there because they have those other more than 25,000, 28,000 votes that they're going to count into the night in Allegheny County and other places throughout Pennsylvania. I just want to focus again on what the folks in Bucks County said, because the more people I talk to, the frustration I hear that anything that's said about fraud is an attack on the people who are doing that work. And this is part of the statement from the folks in Bucks County, bipartisan. Any criticism of the integrity of this election is a direct attack on the integrity of these public citizens, meaning those poll workers. They are men and women of all backgrounds, ages, and party affiliations. And by the way, they're not getting rich. They're doing this largely as a public service. It varies, but many people are making minimum wage. I think in Pennsylvania, they have to make something under $100 a day. Again, it varies, but these are folks who believe in this process. They're working hard in this process. They're eating very little. They're sleeping very little, and they're doing yeoman's work. So we're going to continue, I think, throughout the night to start to see some of these results trickle in. Allison?
Yeah, Chris, we just can't overstate the hard work that they're putting in and how grateful we all are that they're doing this so we can eventually get the results in this election. Rahima, let me come over to you in Philadelphia. When Philly updated its results earlier, it put Joe Biden into the lead in PA. I'm going to nag you, too. What's the latest on the vote count in Philly tonight?
We're still waiting for another bit of information about it. What we do know is that there are about 23,000 mail-in ballots that remain to be counted here just in the Philadelphia area. To echo what Chris was just saying, we hear from the Secretary of State that there has been an overwhelming majority of the mail-in ballots have been counted, but then there's still thousands of them out there. Again, just the 23,000 right here in Philadelphia alone. And of that, there's something we don't know. They talk about those separated or segregated ballots that came in after the polls closed on Tuesday at 8 o'clock. And they had up until 5 o'clock today was the deadline to come in. We were told that those ballots had not yet been counted yet. The other thing we don't know is how many of them are there. It's a number that we hadn't been able to get earlier today, and we still don't have that exact number to know, are they going to start counting those ballots after they finish counting the 23,000 that they have remaining to be counted of the mail-in ballots here. We're looking for those numbers. Everybody's anxious to get it. But again, to echo what Chris is saying, officials here are saying you've got to be patient. The governor of this state had released public service announcements earlier warning people essentially that this was going to take some time. They'd never done any mail ballot counting of this magnitude in this state before. And he said they knew then that it was going to be a lengthy process, and everyone really just needed to pack a pocket full of patience when they approached this venture to say, take your time, be careful, be diligent, get it right. And that's what they're trying to do. Allison?
Chris, we know the Trump campaign, of course, challenging Pennsylvania's results before we even have the final vote count. That latest lawsuit asking the Supreme Court to stop the count of mail-in ballots received after Election Day. What's the latest update on that?
Yeah, this is an ongoing fight. And in fact, the president and his team put out a statement saying that they have these legal teams that they're bringing in, including a legal director, sort of a spokesperson. They've already had teams of lawyers here. But specifically to the Supreme Court case, this is what the Republicans have been arguing, at least at the federal level, which is that these are illegitimate ballots. The president has put out something about this multiple times today, that somehow, even though it's the law here in Pennsylvania, and it became the law as part of a bipartisan bill, he is suggesting that somehow any ballot that is received after 8 o'clock on Tuesday night is illegitimate, is fraudulent. Of course, what the law says is those ballots can indeed be received until 5 o'clock on Friday night. The deadline was just a few hours ago. And there is, in fact, another deadline. The military and people who live abroad who are citizens of Pennsylvania, their votes will be counted if they arrive by Tuesday. So twice before the Supreme Court has dismissed, they've decided they're not going to look at this at this time. And the Democrats here, the Biden campaign, feel it's a specious lawsuit. But once again, what we saw is the Republicans going in and saying, let's do this. We're going to make this request. I will say that the Secretary of State, when she had the press conference today, said, even if that was to happen, and she doesn't believe that there's a legal standing for it, she doesn't think it's enough votes, although she couldn't say how many. She didn't think it was enough votes to have a real impact on this election, Allison.
Some of President Trump's allies also doubting Pennsylvania's vote counting process. Here's what Senator Lindsey Graham said earlier today.
Well, all I can say is that Philadelphia is not the bastion of free and fair elections. To say that Philadelphia doesn't have a history of irregularity, the obvious, but it is incumbent upon the Trump administration to make specific cases of voter irregularity.
Rahima, I can't imagine folks in Philadelphia are too happy to hear that. What are election officials saying about comments like those from Lindsey Graham?
Show me the proof.
Yeah.
Rather than just make allegations, they're saying here, where is the evidence that there's been any fraud or anything improper that's occurred here? That's what they say. They take umbrage to those remarks. as we're hearing about folks who are counting, not just here in Philadelphia and Allegheny County, but all across the state, there are a lot of hardworking people who are doing this. And so they'd like a little bit of respect for what they're doing, or they want some proof that something is here that is being done is wrong.
Rahima, Chris, thank you both, and thank you so much for accommodating my endless nagging about do we have more information. You have been very kind. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The latest update from the Secretary of State says there are, get this, just 4,400 outstanding votes in Georgia. That is just wild. But there are also 8,900 ballots from overseas and military voters that are eligible to be counted if they are postmarked by Election Day and arrived by the close of business today. NBC News reporter Priscilla Thompson joining us now from Atlanta. Priscilla, those numbers so small at this point. I triple checked with our producers that they were right because I just couldn't believe it. We are really at those final stages in Georgia. Explain to us how these remaining ballots will be counted.
Yeah, Allison, we're really getting down to the wire here. And as a result, you're hearing about some of those ballots that we don't often talk about, but because these margins are so razor thin, they could become important here. And so the state of Georgia has received around 14,000 in all provisional ballots and 18,000 of those military absentee ballots. And they're processed, at least the military absentee ballots, we'll start with those. They're processed much in the same way as a regular absentee ballot. They are scanned, and then the results are calculated, and those are uploaded to the system to be reported out. Now, the provisional ballots are a bit more of an intensive process. So voters first have to verify their identity or whatever the issue was that caused them to have to submit that provisional ballot. And from there, the county is able to approve that provisional ballot, whether that provisional ballot will be accepted or rejected, after which those votes will then be tallied into a total. And I should say that the state of Georgia today launched a risk analysis, a risk sort of analysis to double check. And so they're going through by hand and checking a sample of ballots to make sure that they have the count right and that the results are accurate before they announce those final state certified results in the middle of the month. Allison?
Priscilla, Governor Brian Kemp released a statement saying, quote, any allegations of intentional fraud or violations of election law must be taken seriously and investigated. How are the Secretary of State, how are election officials responding to the governor there?
Allison, we've seen a number of Republican lawmakers coming out with statements like this after following Donald Trump's allegations of voter fraud and things of that nature. But the fact of the matter is there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud, voter intimidation, those kinds of things. And so what we heard from the Secretary of State's office today and the Secretary of State was him saying, look, we have safeguards in place. There are people who are observing this process. It is very safe. There's no proof of that, essentially. And we also heard him defending these election workers who are, in many cases, working round the clock, often through the night, trying to get these ballots counted, saying these folks aren't out to defraud the American public. They're actually just trying to do their jobs and do this sort of service for folks. And so that's some of what we heard. What I will say is that we have learned that the RNC is on the ground here with lawyers. They are preparing to bring forth a legal challenge if they feel that it is necessary to do so in the event that they find some sort of fraud or issues like that. Allison?
All right, Priscilla Thompson in Atlanta, thank you so much for your continued coverage of a race that, wow, is just down to the thousands at this point. The Trump campaign unleashed a slew of lawsuits in the last couple of days challenging the current election results. NBCNews.com political reporter Jane Tim runs us through those legal battles.
So the president's lawyers have been filing a flurry of lawsuits and motions in swing states across the country. Nevada, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, a bunch in Pennsylvania. And for the most part, they're pretty small ball. The Trump campaign filed a suit in Michigan claiming they didn't have meaningful access to monitor the election ballot counting. That was thrown out. They said they had no evidence. There was even a suit in Georgia essentially reminding officials to follow the law. And that was also thrown out because there was no evidence they hadn't followed the law. Where a poll watcher can stand also came up a lot. The Trump team did have a victory in Pennsylvania on that, allowing poll watchers to stand closer. That did stop counting for about 2 hours when they moved a bunch of barricades in Philadelphia to let the poll watchers get a little closer to the action. But most of these suits aren't going to be outcome determinative. They're not going to tell us who won the election or change who won the election. And while the Trump campaign promised a very big lawsuit in Nevada over what they said was thousands of illegal votes, we've yet to see that. They sent a letter to the U.S. Attorney General pointing to change of address forms, but that really isn't proof of voter fraud. There's reasons that you can forward your mail and still be an eligible voter in the state. Things like going to college out of state, but planning to return. That's important. Also, for voter fraud, you have to be knowingly trying to break the law for it actually to be criminal. Now, there is one suit in Pennsylvania that I think has some teeth. Legal experts tell me this is the one to keep an eye on. It challenges a ruling in the state Supreme Court that ballots arriving 3 days after Election Day can be counted, with or without a postmark. Basically, they're presuming that if they arrive within 3 days, they were mailed before the election. This is because the courts didn't want people to mail their ballot and slow mail to disenfranchise them. This is what the state court said made a fair election. But there is an argument that that state court ruling actually violates the U.S. Constitution, which gives state legislatures the power to set the rules for their elections. Now, these so-called late ballots, they're not abnormal. States that vote a lot by mail often bake in sort of a cushion in between when the election day happens and when ballots can arrive, because the mail does take a little time. Many insist on a postmark. Pennsylvania does not. And the post office doesn't always put a postmark on things where the postage is already paid. Prepaid postage, often those envelopes just slide right through. It's also worth noting, mail service isn't equal everywhere. So high-density areas, Native American reservations, lower-income areas often have unequal mail service compared to other areas. This is why advocates often advocate in favor of that cushion, that 3-day buffer or a week buffer or whatever it might be. But legally, what we could see the Trump campaign and his allies do is make the argument that that state Supreme Court ruling violated the Constitution and took that power away from the state legislature. There's law and precedent that says only the state legislature can make these rules. But there's another argument that essentially the state Supreme Court is part of the state government. So that's what it would come down to. The president has said he wants to see this case end up at the U.S. Supreme Court. But of course, it's the margins in Pennsylvania that matter here. As one of my sources said, it only gets interesting when the margin of victory is down to 537 votes. You know, that famous margin between Bush and Gore in Florida in 2000. The Secretary of State does say we're talking about hundreds of ballots, not the tens of thousands that were coming in after the deadline in the June primary in Pennsylvania. And finally, because of the ongoing litigation, the so-called late ballots, they haven't even counted yet. And at the moment, Joe Biden is ahead. So stopping the count where we are isn't exactly what the president wants. So that's what's out there now. It doesn't mean more won't happen. As the numbers go more and more in Joe Biden's favor, legal experts say these lawsuits will have a hard time getting the president to 270.
I want to bring in NBC News legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Barrett Berger. Barrett, let's start with Pennsylvania, where Republicans are suing for an immediate order from the U.S. Supreme Court to stop the count of disputed ballots there. Do the Republicans have a case here?
I don't think they do. Okay. Just like you were presenting in the earlier segment, there may very well be some issue that works its way up to the Supreme Court with respect to this Pennsylvania rule extending sort of the grace period for these ballots coming by mail. But that alone should not be enough to stop the counting of the vote, nor do I think the Supreme Court would jump in sort of on their own and say, everybody stop, we have to resolve this very ancillary issue. So I really don't see this as having any sort of a final impact on the ultimate totals here.
We know the Trump campaign is alleging voter fraud in a few states without providing any evidence of it. What would they need to show to substantiate these allegations?
Yeah, this is one of those classic moves that judges really don't like, when you show up in court and say, I'm here for a fishing expedition. I, want to stop the count so I can go and try to find some fraud. That doesn't usually go over well in a court of law. What they would have to show is some evidence that there was intentionality, that there were actual documented cases where they could provide evidence that would convince a court that there was intentional instances of fraud, and not just a single ballot being, dealt with the wrong way, that there would have to be this on sort of a wider scale. So I think right now they have been losing in court for that exact reason. They haven't been able to sort of bring the receipts. They haven't showed up with any evidence. And I think this is going to continue to be a problem for them.
So how could these lawsuits impact the outcome of this election? From what I'm hearing from you so far, it doesn't really sound like we have anything that could have a substantial impact so far.
I think that's right. I mean, I think the primary way that they're affecting it right now is delay. Anytime, and we've seen this in certain counties where these suits have delayed counting for a matter of hours or even a matter of, a day. This is sort of the ultimate plan here, I think, is to delay the process enough so that maybe you are able to, try to find additional evidence. But delay really seems to be the game here.
All right, Barrett Berger, always great to see you in what is, I still think, day 4 of the election. We appreciate you.
It's like Groundhog Day, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay, please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins. Hey, calm down.
No, it's my children! I can't calm down!
Do No Harm, a new podcast series from NBC News and Wondery. First 2 episodes available Tuesday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
I wore my snowshoes.
Hashtag blessed on that one.
I'm a purebred Mormon.
I'm Pentecostal. It is a very big deal that I'm no longer Mormon. I was raised Mormon, but I'm converting to Islam.
Assalamu alaikum, bitches. Perfection is attainable. She's a bitch. Go away.
Amen. The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City premieres Wednesday at 10, only on Bravo. Set your DVR.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Remember that deep breath moment I spoke of on election eve? Maybe you could begin to let it out. No, this isn't over yet, but the votes are being counted. Not as fast as we want, but democracy is working. We're proving once again that it is our voices that count.
President Trump piling on the legal challenges to contest the election results in several states, but former CIA director and defense secretary and White House chief of staff, that's right, Leon Panetta, says in the end, the final scoreboard will determine the winner.
How does a White House chief of staff not work with the president of the United States to explain that you don't go out and make false charges, unsubstantiated charges, I should say, with no evidence at all of fraud that undermines the very democracy here in America?
It's difficult for me to understand why they were not able to hold the president back from making the accusations that he did, because it only undermines his presidency when he challenges the most important pillar in our democracy, which is the right of the American people to vote. This is a moment when, frankly, I think all of us need to be very proud of the American people. We've had a record turnout. Republicans and Democrats voted in huge numbers, and now the vote count is being completed. This is a tribute to the fact that the American people still have tremendous trust in their ability to determine who will lead this country in the future. And I think the president should have recognized that, be patient, allow the votes to be counted, and in the end, ultimately accept what that final vote count is all about. America always makes the decisions, whether it's in politics or whether it's in sports. You fight like hell to try to be able to achieve a win. The president certainly fought strongly. I think Joe Biden fought strongly. But in the end, it is the final scoreboard that determines who the winner is. And whether you're Tom Brady or whether you're Tiger Woods or whether you're the New York Yankees, you've put up a good fight. But in the end, it's that final scoreboard that determines who the winner is. And we accept that. The winner embraces victory. The loser accepts defeat, and we move on. And I think that's going to happen with this vote.
A bipartisan group of more than 40 former elected officials, military officials, and civic leaders speaking up about the president's allegations of voter fraud. In a statement, the National Council on Election Integrity saying, quote, there is absolutely no basis for these irresponsible claims. Former Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle is a member of the group. He joins me now. Senator, your initial reaction to the president's remarks?
Well, I think Leon Panetta said it exactly right. Players in this election are not the referees. They are the candidates who don't decide the election. The voters decide the election. That's what this is all about. The voters have made a decision, and now it's time to let the voters have the opportunity to say who their leaders are going to be for the coming 2 years.
What do you have to say to the president's allies, to Republicans who are hesitant to condemn his remarks?
Well, I'm disappointed. I am encouraged by many Republicans who have spoken out. There are many, both those who have served in public life and those who are currently serving, who today have made courageous statements. We just need to amplify that. We need more Republicans and Democrats, frankly. This ought to be bipartisan. This ought to be nonpartisan. This is a real illustration of the importance of our confidence in the democratic republic that we've had now for 240 years. That is a bipartisan commitment and a recognition of the need for renewed faith in the process that we've so valued all these many, many years and decades.
We know the world is watching, and with the president questioning the integrity of our election right now, I can't imagine what our enemies, even our allies, are thinking. Your thoughts on what this means for our reputation around the globe?
That's a great point. You know, we've had 80 elections already worldwide this year. And by and large, many of them have been very successful. But I can say from personal experience, I've talked to people around the globe over the course of the last several weeks. They're all watching. What we do affects them. What we do will have huge ramifications as they look at their own elections and their own leadership going forward. We've got to be a model for the rest of the world. So the stakes are not only high for us, they are for people around the globe tonight.
We have seen absolute gridlock on Capitol Hill over the past 4 years. You served as a majority leader in 2001 when the Senate was evenly split. Are you hopeful this new Congress will be able to pass bipartisan legislation and specifically the coronavirus relief that so many Americans need right now?
Well, you're absolutely right. We need that so badly, and it's going to take leadership on both sides of the aisle. Compromise should not be viewed as capitulation. Compromise is the oxygen of democracy. And the more we can see compromise, the more powerful the legislative branch will be. This is a system of checks and balances, and we need to ensure that those checks and balances work. And the only way they can is if Congress can get its act together, work as bipartisan leaders who understand the importance of COVID, the economy, and so many other challenges our country is facing. We need to demonstrate that ability once again to govern legislatively.
Former Vice President Joe Biden has really said and prided himself on the fact that throughout his career, he has tried to reach across the aisle, reach compromise, work with people, even if they share different views. If he is elected president, if we do have a Senate majority, a Republican majority, and the Democrats controlling the House, what is your vision here? How does Joe Biden attempt to get things done, to get some sort of agreement to move this country forward, a country that, quite frankly, right now seems so divided?
Well, I would hope that Joe Biden will do what I'm quite sure he will do, and that is reach out to all the leaders, invite them down to the White House, go to their offices, talk to them personally. Joe has a long-standing relationship with Mitch McConnell. I served with Joe for 18 years in the Senate and Mitch McConnell for that same length of time. I watched them work together. They have a history of cooperation on many different issues. That can be done again, but it's going to take a real effort on the part of Mitch McConnell and the part of Joe Biden and really the entire congressional leadership to ensure that we find that cooperative environment. That can happen, but it's going to take movement on both sides to make it true.
Senator Daschle, thank you so much for being with us tonight. Grateful for your time.
My pleasure.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
There is no reason to expect now that the 2020 election will wind up at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is not like a walk-up teller that if you feel like going to it to try to get a result change, that's what you do.
The Republican Party has now gone to the U.S. Supreme Court.
It only undermines his presidency when he challenges the most important pillar in our democracy, which is the right of the American people to vote.
I think there's also something totally fitting as a coda to the Trump presidency that a man who came in to avowedly tear down the norms of our politics and our civic life, that he would go out doing exactly that.
Allison Morris. You are watching special election coverage on NBC News Now. 4 nights, still no president-elect, but we will be here until we have one, and I can promise you the weekend is still coming. We are almost there. This race is changing by the hour. 6 states still not called. We are really watching 5 states that are still too close to call tonight: Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. NBC News political editor Carrie Dan is with us now. Carrie, there are 20 electoral votes up for grabs in Pennsylvania. That is the big prize here. What do you know about that state at this hour?
So right now, Pennsylvania election officials estimate that there's about 102,000 mail ballots that are yet to be counted. And a big place that we've been watching throughout the last couple of days has been Allegheny County. That's the Pittsburgh area. It's a pretty Democratic, very favorable to Joe Biden. They've been processing their ballots today. And we saw a batch of them just within the last hour, about 5,000 votes. They went 4-1 for Joe Biden. So this is yet another example of Biden being able to build up a cushion in his, build up a lead over Donald Trump here. Biden is now leading the state by nearly 20,000 votes. Now, Allegheny County is still working through some additional ballots tonight. They're currently working through military and overseas ballots. Then they're going to move on to the remaining 29,000 votes that they were unable to process until tonight. It's a long story, but a couple weeks ago, they sent out ballots that had an error in them. They corrected that error. But part of a legal settlement was that those ballots, when returned, had to be held until 5 o'clock today and could not be counted until then. They're now working their way through that batch of ballots because they have to make sure, right? They have to clarify, make sure that the right version was returned, that they are not duplicates. So they're in the process of doing that now. Now, another thing that we've learned about Allegheny County is that we've been talking all day today about provisional ballots in Pennsylvania. These are ballots that are subject to an additional level of scrutiny because the voter who cast them, there was a question about their eligibility. They fill out a provisional ballot. Election officials have to go through each and every one of them and make sure that there's no duplication, no fraud, that the person is who they say they are, et cetera. Now, we think that there's about 100,000 of those provisional ballots in the state. We know that 17,000 of them are coming from Allegheny County. Now, that could be a good sign for Joe Biden. We don't know what those provisional ballots are going to show, how favorable they might be to one candidate or another. But knowing that a big chunk of them are coming from Allegheny, which has been shown to be very favorable for Biden, and from Philadelphia, which has also been shown to be very favorable for Joe Biden as well, that could be a good sign for him. Now, if Twitter is any indication, there are lots of people who are asking this question, and I will go ahead and answer it. People are saying, okay, this has been the trend all day. Why has this race not been called? And I just want to remind our whole audience that our threshold for our decision desk for making decisions and calling a race is that we are 99.5% certain statistically that there is no chance that Donald Trump can catch up to Joe Biden. We're just not at that number yet because there's too many outstanding ballots and we don't know exactly what they're going to look like. So that's where we are now. All day long, the news has been getting better and better for Joe Biden and worse for Donald Trump. But we're still at this hour too close to call. Allison?
Carrie, I think the name of the game here is we're being really careful. When we're sure we've got a call, we're going to make it. But in the meantime, it sounds like we're all just kind of in this for the long haul right now. My current question in my head is, will we know who the president is before or after football starts on Sunday? And at this point, I'm just really not sure.
You know, everybody's got a benchmark in their head of there will be a time when we will know who the next president is. There will be a time when, we'll get more than 3 consecutive hours of sleep as well. Those all seem like distant dreams right now. What
concept do you speak of, Carrie?
But we've just got to work through it and look at what the outstanding vote is. I think the Biden folks are feeling great, but this is the process. This is what we have to do. And the election officials who are out there, it's also worth reminding, are trying to do. They're working very, very diligently to do this correctly. It is taking a lot more time than anybody wants, especially, I think, the Joe Biden campaign, which would much rather have had a very definitive result earlier today. But, we're going through the process.
They're being careful. They're taking their time, and we are grateful for it. And look, I hate to sound cheesy, but Carrie, it's a cool time to be in the news, to be seeing all that's going on, to be covering an election and a year like no other. I mean, 2020 is really something else.
an election in 2020 couldn't be anything but drawn out and a little chaotic, right? I mean, this year has been, it's in character.
Yeah, that's a great way to describe it. 2020 election has had some character. Carrie, thank you so much. We have called upon you hour after hour after hour, and you have always delivered, taking us through all the numbers. We really appreciate it. I know that is tough to do on very little sleep, so thanks so much.
Thanks, Allison.
We have not heard from Joe Biden or Donald Trump today, but the president has been tweeting. Just a few hours ago, he said, quote, Joe Biden should not wrongfully claim the office of the president. I could make that claim also. Legal proceedings are just now beginning. NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli is reporting on Team Biden from Wilmington, Delaware. And NBC News political reporter Monica Alba is in Washington with the latest from the Trump campaign. Monica, that's just a pretty ironic tweet from the president, considering he basically falsely claimed victory on election night. Now he says the legal proceedings are just beginning. What are you hearing from the campaign about how long they think this race will drag out and how confident they are that they still have a path to 270?
Well, Allison, they're becoming a little bit less and less confident with each hour that passes that shows former Vice President Joe Biden in the lead in many of these critical states. They do know it's close enough in some of them, on a knife's edge. Some advisors have said that they're going to continue with those legal opportunities and pursuing them. But really, the president also falsely claimed victory last night when he made those comments in the briefing room. And we should point out, he didn't take any questions from reporters. Those of us who were in there wanted to press him on where he was getting this information from, how he could back it up with any evidence. But he continued to claim also widespread voter fraud when we know there hasn't been any. But this is really sort of the last opportunity or recourse that the Trump reelect effort has. So they're going to drag this out as long as they can, we understand. And the president has privately been telling aides and allies he's not prepared to concede, even if Joe Biden is tipped over 270 electoral votes, at least anytime soon. It shows you sort of, though, the mindset of the White House, which called it lid a couple of hours ago, determining that they didn't want the president to come out and speak on camera again tonight, even though we believe Joe Biden may do that depending on what happens in the next couple of hours. It shows you a contrast, though, because the president, it seems, has been itching to deliver this message. He's been doing so, however, though, on his Twitter account today, more so than in person. We'll see if that happens tomorrow. But the Trump campaign had been steadily announcing these lawsuits and legal battles. They didn't have any of those kinds of press conferences today, Allison, which I think also shows you a bit of a reality setting in on what might happen here in the next couple of days.
Mike, how is the Biden campaign bracing for a legal fight over this election?
Well, the Biden campaign has made it clear that they're ready to show up in court whenever the president and his team introduce any challenges across the board, while also making clear that they think these suits that they're filing are baseless and doomed to failure, is the quote that they often say. But the real issue for the Biden campaign at this point is getting the moment right when they believe he can be declared as the president-elect of the United States. And so that's where they're proceeding at this point. And at this late hour, we've been watching the scene behind us all afternoon. This morning, the Biden team offering some near certainty that we would hear him come here, speak tonight in declaration of victory. But the issue is we're not seeing the projections that they were hoping would preview or presage that declaration tonight. And so at this point, we're hearing from the Biden campaign that it is still possible that we would hear from him tonight. But if there's no projection from any of the news organizations that have been closely watching these results that puts him over 270 electoral votes, the remarks we would hear from him would be similar to those that we've heard each of the last 2 days, expressing confidence that he will be the winner at the end of the day, talking about the democratic process, the need for patience and to count all the votes, but not going so far as to say he's ready to take the reins in the Oval Office.
We might still be a day or days away from a winner, to be honest. And the U.S. is still in the middle of a pandemic. Monica, we reported more than 122,000 new coronavirus cases today. That is another record. It's the second day in a row above 120,000. How does the White House plan to balance these rising cases and the ongoing election and any upcoming legal battles they plan to launch?
They haven't announced anything recently, Allison, and I can tell you the task force itself, chaired by the Vice President, Mike Pence, hasn't met formally with everybody in more than 2 weeks, and it's unclear when they will convene again. You've had infectious disease expert Dr. Anthony Fauci meeting with some other members of the task force in sort of smaller group settings, but they haven't been reading out as much of that information because really for this White House, all of the attention and focus and energy has been on the re-election effort and hoping what they thought would be a victorious process this week. Obviously, that's still playing out, but what they haven't done is really talked about the public health crisis. And I have to tell you, Allison, the president himself hasn't been in one of those task force meetings in months. We know that now he only gets occasional updates from Dr. Scott Atlas, who's a controversial neuroradiologist with no background in public health or infectious diseases. So really, in these last couple of weeks, the president was so focused on November 3rd, not on the pandemic. In fact, he continued to falsely promise that maybe the day after the election, this entire thing would go away somehow. He had accused Democrats and the media of really concocting it in order to try to hurt him. Of course, here we are days later. The pandemic still rages on. These case numbers are startling, and we haven't seen Mike Pence in a couple of days. We're not sure when we will hear from either of them next on this major issue of the coronavirus. We have to remember that even if the president loses this election, he's still the president for the next 70 or so days. Really unclear, though, what kind of leadership we're going to get as we continue to face down this health crisis, Allison.
Monica, Mike, I can't thank you both enough for all your coverage throughout the week. You're not going to believe this, but I do think this might be the last time I call upon the two of you this evening. I can only speak for myself, but you probably won't be bothered by me again. So thank you both for everything. Have a terrific weekend. I know it will be a working one, but I think we'll probably connect back here on Monday.
Never a bother.
Anytime, Allison.
Thanks, Allison.
Thanks, guys. Georgia's most populous county, Fulton, says it's done counting early and absentee ballots, but they still have their work cut out for them tonight.
See, we are finishing up the count for provisional ballots and the UOCAVA, which is military and overseas ballots, over at State Farm Arena. We've passed the time, past 5 p.m., which is the deadline to receive those ballots and to cure any of the provisional ballots. We are on track to complete all those and upload them tonight.
NBC News reporter Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Atlanta. Priscilla, as we wrap up this week, but definitely not this election, what are the things our viewers should keep in mind about Georgia as they head into the weekend?
Well, a few things to think about here, Allison. First, the fact that 99% of this state has already reported their vote totals. Right now, the biggest buckets of ballots that we're looking at are 18,000 in total military absentee ballots that the state has received, and also around 14,000 provisional ballots. And so counties across the state have spent this week trying to verify, or spent the days post-Election Day trying to verify those provisional ballots. Those are ballots that voters may have cast if they perhaps showed up to the wrong polling location on Election Day, or maybe arrived with an invalid ID and they needed to verify their identity. So those are the sorts of things that are being done. Provisional ballots are being taken a look at and either rejected or accepted and folded into the count. And so that's what people need to wrap their mind around. We're going into sort of a slow trickle of things here, but we don't expect any more massive vote counts to be coming out at this time. And then looking ahead to what comes next after that, the state is going to have this election certified by November 20th. And after that, we're in recount territory. We're talking about razor-thin margins here. If Joe Biden and Donald Trump stay within that 0.5% margin, it is very possible that either candidate could call for a recount, and we would be looking at that taking place here after the results are certified. Now, the election officials tell us that could take up to a week to happen, but as we know, sometimes those predictions don't work out, and these things take a little bit longer. So in terms of getting a concrete, definitive result out of Georgia, that is something we may not see until around Thanksgiving or later. And I think that's what's important for folks to keep in mind as we wait to see how this all plays out here in the Peach State. Allison?
Priscilla, Senator David Perdue released a statement today saying every lawful vote cast should be counted. Any illegal votes submitted cannot be counted, and there must be full transparency and uniformity in the counting process. This isn't hard, and it isn't partisan. It's American. Without these basic principles followed by all, the people of Georgia will no doubt have questions about the integrity of the system and credibility of the outcome. Priscilla, how are election officials there responding to claims like the senators questioning the credibility and integrity of the vote counting process?
Yeah, well, we heard President Trump make similar statements, release a similar statement. And now we're seeing some Republican senators and lawmakers follow suit, releasing their own statements saying the same thing. But one of the things that these statements fail to acknowledge is that there's no evidence of widespread voter fraud. And so what we heard today from the Secretary of State was him ticking through the safety measures that are in place here, that there are observers who are watching these ballots be counted and this process take place, that the state will be doing a risk-limiting audit, going through a select number of these ballots by hand to make sure that the count matches what they have on file, and making sure that there weren't any sort of technical glitches or anything like that that may have impacted the count. And so all of that is taking place. And I should also point out, because I've been on the ground here speaking to voters, and I have asked them, do you trust these election results? And everyone that I have asked here in Georgia has said, yes, they trust the election system here in Georgia. Now, some of the Republican voters I spoke to did express some concern over Pennsylvania and other states, but I did not hear that about the state in which they were casting their ballot. Instead, what I did hear from voters is a sense that they want to make sure that all the ballots are counted, that their ballots are counted, and that we have a clear picture of the results, regardless of who wins. And so I think as we see these statements coming out from lawmakers, it's important to put that into context, into perspective with how voters are thinking about this and their trust in our election system. Allison?
Priscilla Thompson, I can't thank you enough for all of your coverage of the great state of Georgia throughout the week. Thank you. I know we will be talking again because Georgia really is the place this week.
See you soon, Allison.
Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms isn't surprised Joe Biden closed the gap in Georgia. Here's why.
What is the likelihood, given a lot of ticket splitting elsewhere, that people may want to see, if Joe Biden is elected president, may want to see a Republican Senate as a counterweight, and it may help the Republicans in those two recounts if both races are in recount?
Well, I'm optimistic. We have two very strong candidates with Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, and people have seen the power of their vote across this state. We had a record turnout across this state. People just simply have to turn back out and vote. And this year, especially in Georgia, we lost John Lewis and Dr. C.T. Vivian and Joseph Lowry, three icons across this country, but in our state, but who really spoke of this day, the ability for us to use our votes as our voice. And that's what we've seen across the state. And I'm confident that if we take the same momentum into January, that we can also take two Senate seats, because we know that without the Senate, it's going to be very difficult for Joe Biden to do all that he needs to do to get this country on the path that it needs to be on.
Stacey Abrams had a major impact, do you think, on the voter registration and the turnout?
I think, Stacey, a combination of groups. We have automatic voter registration in this state, which ironically we can attribute to Governor Nathan Deal, our former governor, where when you show up to get a driver's license or renew your driver's license, you're automatically registered to vote in this state. 800,000 voters have come onto the voter rolls due to that. So it's been a combination of efforts. We've had people on the ground, from volunteers to civic organizations. But I think at the end of the day, all of the credit for this win will go to Joe Biden and the Biden team. They believed in Georgia, and they sent people to Georgia. They sent President Barack Obama, Kamala Harris. They sent Joe Biden himself came to Georgia because they believe that this state could go blue.
Pennsylvania reporting new results tonight. Allegheny and Northampton counties adding to Joe Biden's lead there. Right now, he's ahead of President Trump by more than 19,000 votes, so that race still too close to call. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins me now from Philadelphia. MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing is in Harrisburg. Chris, can you walk us through the latest results?
Yeah, let's just remind people that the surest path, the simplest path for Joe Biden to winning the presidency is here, a single state, 20 electoral votes. Those votes some of them come in from Allegheny County about an hour ago, but they are going more slowly than expected. This is something that we have seen over and over again after different state officials promised over the last couple of days that we would probably have something close to a final vote yesterday and then close to a final vote today. They're finding that in some of these disparate areas, it's taking longer for any variety of reasons. But here's the latest numbers. You mentioned that the former vice president is now up by 19,491 votes. In Allegheny County, they counted 5,237 votes. That is 4,050 for Joe Biden, or 77%. Here's why people have been focusing on Allegheny County so much. It is about a quarter of the remaining votes. Where Joe Biden is now at almost 20,000 votes puts him about 15,000 and change away from a number, 35,000, that would be outside the recount. That's where Team Biden wants to be, 35,000 votes up, outside the point where there would be an automatic recount that is called for. Let's just take the votes that are still out there. And we've been talking a lot about this, Allison, over the last couple of days. Those roughly 29,000 votes that are based on those ballots that were misprinted. They had to be reprinted. And then all of these have to be checked by hand, that the proper ballots have been filled out. They have, we believe, started to count those ballots, and we are told they are going to continue to count into the night. Overall, in Pennsylvania, Joe Biden has been winning about 75% of these mail-in ballots. If that holds true here, and he won 75%, that would be 22,330 votes. That would be more than enough, by far more than enough, to put him over that threshold of 35,000 votes. But there are other places, different counties across Pennsylvania that still have numbers that have to come in. Remember, mail-in ballots were still accepted until 5 o'clock today. And we may get some more ballots, and Rahema may know more about this. We may get some more ballots within the next hour or so out of Philadelphia, Allison.
Yeah, Rahema, I'll let you pick up there. What do you know out of Philadelphia?
Well, we know it's going slowly, a little slower than I think all of us had expected it to go. But the number in Philadelphia right now is that they have 23,000 mail-in ballots remaining to be counted. But to Chris's point, overall, across the state, there's something like 102,500 mail-in ballots yet to be counted. If it's going as Chris is saying, 75% of that would go to Biden. If it continues in that trend, people see this as being positive for the Biden camp. But you got to count it before you can count on it. And so they're continuing to do that. And they have said, I should tell you, that they're not taking the weekend off, as some people would like to do. Behind me in this building at the convention center where they're counting these ballots, they're going to be working. Not only are they not taking the weekend off, they're not taking the night off. They're going to continue to work overnight, over the weekend, until they finish counting them. They've got 3 8-hour shifts that are underway here. So they think they're going to make a dent in this. And I think they are making a dent in it. We just haven't been able to get any numbers out of them since this afternoon. We had a number this morning at about 12:30 or so. It was about 40,000. This afternoon, after 5 o'clock, we got 23,000 votes remain to be counted. So they are making progress on this, but they've got a ways to go. And then they've got to count those mail-in ballots that came in after the polls closed on Election Day at 8 o'clock. And the deadline for those to come in was at 5 o'clock today. They've got to start to count those. And they had not yet been counting those ballots that were identified as separated or segregated ballots. And on top of that, then they're going to be looking for the military and overseas ballots. And they've got a deadline of next week, November 10th on Tuesday, for those ballots to be coming in. So there are lots of votes still out there that can push this thing over the top for Biden. But the President Trump, is still holding out some hope, if you will, and saying that this isn't over yet. But the truth is, nobody's saying that it's over yet.
Right. Rahima, what you're describing sounds like a real relaxing weekend for election workers there. Let me ask you another question. The U.S. Supreme Court is out with a new order tonight, and it's not exactly what Republicans had hoped for. It reaffirms that mail-in ballots must be kept separate if they were received after Election Day, but it doesn't stop Pennsylvania from counting them. So how does that impact the vote count?
Well, to the point that we were making before, that they've got those ballots in. That deadline for getting them in was today. So now they've been told that they can count them. The question becomes one that I want to know is how many are we talking about? That number had not yet been released. I want to tell you, too, that around this city, you've got National Guardsmen just stationed on the other side of the block here where City Hall is. Nothing has happened, but this is all part of a precaution I think that the city is taking in an atmosphere where there's been a lot of people who are pro-Trump supporters and pro-Biden supporters who have been in the area here of this convention center where this counting is going on. But there's been no talk of any clashes between them. They're exercising what officials here is saying their democratic right to disagree but not be disagreeable. And in some measure, it's somewhat of a celebratory mood over there. Trump supporters saying stop the count. Biden supporters saying continue the count.
Chris, President Trump has made false claims about Pennsylvania. Sorry, the words are just not coming out quite right at this stage of the game. Pennsylvania's vote counting process, but some members of his own party are rejecting those allegations. Here's Senator Pat Toomey earlier today.
Look, I saw the president's speech last night, and it was very hard to watch. The president's allegations of large-scale fraud and theft of the election are just not substantiated. I'm not aware of any significant wrongdoing here.
You're at the state capitol. Do other Pennsylvania GOP leaders share that sentiment?
Yeah, and can I just say, I mean, we should put that in a little perspective, which is that not a lot of Republican senators have come out the way Pat Toomey did. In fact, quite to the contrary for some high-profile senators like Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham, who have been very supportive of what the president had to say. Having said that, here, where the legislature is Republican, the Senate Majority Leader, a Republican, came out as well and said there's no evidence of fraud. This is what the Democrats have been saying all along, which hasn't stopped a lot of lawyers from coming in, which hasn't stopped the Trump campaign from announcing that here and in 3 other states they're going to bring in these legal teams, essentially, including a spokesperson for any future legal action. But so far, the kinds of allegations that the president has been making have absolutely no basis in fact, Allison.
Rahima, Pennsylvania Secretary of State Kathy Buckvar says the overwhelming majority of mail-in ballots are now counted, but that election workers are starting to count provisional ballots. I know you have sort of run us through the work that they still need to do, but does this give us any more insight about final results and how long this process could possibly take?
I wish it did, but
we all do.
It does give us. It tells us that we're moving in that direction. They're taking these things one segment after the other. The votes that are counted in person, those that are coming mail-in ballots, those provisional ballots, the military overseas ballots, taking them one by one. So yeah, I think that it is certainly hopeful that now they're saying they're going to go to those provisional ballots, and they're saying they're going to get to the mail-in ballots. But I don't know. If I wish I had a crystal ball that could tell you, but the whole country is looking for the answer to this of when it's going to be over. They say it's going to be over when it's over, and that we just really have to have some patience about all of this. I just want to chime in on the point that was being made about the comment before about some allegations of fraud here. The folks here in Philadelphia, they really do take umbrage to that because there has not been, they say, not one bit of evidence alleging the fraud that people are just talking about. It's just something that's being said. But there is no evidence, they say, that's been presented. And to that, they say, it is unfair to the process to just throw out something that people are not providing any evidence to. It's not helpful to the process.
No, it sure doesn't seem like it. You got to back it up, and then they can move forward if necessary. Rahima, Chris, I can't thank both of you enough for all of your insights in Pennsylvania, not only tonight, but throughout the week. We have come to you time and time again, and you have really helped our viewers better understand what's going on there. Thank you both. I hope we all make it through the weekend, and I look forward to seeing you again on Monday.
Fingers crossed. Thanks,
Sounds
Allison.
good. Thanks, Allison.
President Trump claiming the ballot counting process is fraudulent, as we have said, without providing any evidence. And some Republicans are joining in, questioning the integrity of this election. But several lawmakers and experts say Trump should accept the results. Take a look.
And at some point, Lester, the Constitution marches forward, and the president's got to decide whether he stands in front of the Constitution and gets steamrolled by it, or whether he accepts the will of the people. That's his decision.
People were skeptical going into the election. Is it your sense they're skeptical now?
Well, they are skeptical, and that's unfortunate. And I don't know, again, I'm going to be very clear. I don't have any evidence. No one's given me any evidence, anything but the result is what the result is.
But that evidence simply is not there to claim our elections are rigged, that the results are fraudulent, that there's cheating going on. That evidence has simply never been amassed.
My stomach's been churning since the president's remarks last night, churning with both disgust and anger. And for me, it's not a political moment. It's about respecting the most sacred and fundamental institution in this democracy, and that's the electoral process. It's about respecting the millions of people who went to vote in person or absentee in the midst of the pandemic that has killed 235,000 people. It's about respecting the Republicans and Democrats who are going to the polls and those who are local elected officials that are working tirelessly to effectively deliver the vote.
This is a moment when, frankly, I think all of us need to be very proud of the American people. We've had a record turnout. Republicans and Democrats voted in huge numbers. And now the vote count is being completed. This is a tribute to the fact that the American people still have tremendous trust in their ability to determine who will lead this country in the future. And I think the president should have recognized that, be patient, allow the votes to be counted, and in the end, ultimately accept what that final vote count is all about.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
This election is changing how some voters view the process, the future of the nation, and the political makeup of their own home state. Here's what voters in states still counting ballots said about how this election has changed their perspective.
It's important that we're getting every vote counted because every vote should count, even ones that if there were mistakes made, they should count anyway. If something happened that was a little bit incorrect or there's a mismatch on the signature, they should be counted anyway.
I'm here because I don't believe Georgia is a blue state. I believe we are a red state. I think there's more afoot here than just normal legal ballots. So I find my freedom and my freedom of choice important to me.
I'm upset about these votes. I know there's a bunch of voter fraud going on, and I think people need to step up, and I think it needs to be a fair election.
I don't think he's going to undermine the process. I think he's going to do everything that he can legally do.
I feel good. I worry that we didn't get as much of a blue wave as we had hoped for. I worry that we're not going to have control of the Senate. So I actually worry about the actual machinery of government and a divided government with Mitch McConnell making things a real mess in the Senate, making it hard to govern. I mean, that's like if Biden gets in, that's day one. We start working from there.
How significant is it to you that Kamala Harris would be the first black woman vice president of this country?
For me, as a woman of color, it is extremely significant. It is probably the most significant thing that has to do with this entire election for me.
I was in 6th grade when Barack Obama got elected to the White House, and that determined my path into politics. I've worked for several different politicians in the city, and I plan on actually running myself someday. And so I can only imagine for young ladies out there that are looking up to Kamala Harris and thinking that they're going to then determine their future based upon what she does as well.
You seem like you're on the brink of tears at the thought that Kamala Harris could be vice president.
It is. I don't have words for it. I am so happy, so proud.
North Carolina's election results won't be final for at least another week. Right now, President Trump leading by about 77,000 votes there, with nearly 100,000 absentee ballots still outstanding. MSNBC correspondent Tremaine Lee is at election headquarters in Guilford County. Tremaine, ballots postmarked by Election Day will be counted by November 12th. Could we get results before then?
It's unlikely because there are actually 9 counties that have begun counting the absentee ballots already, including Mecklenburg County, which is home to Charlotte. But the remaining counties won't begin counting those absentee ballots until at least Thursday, November 12th. So we might not have any real information until Friday, November 13th.
Tremaine, the U.S. Postal Service sweeping mail facilities in North Carolina for missing mail-in ballots. What do you know about what's going on there?
You know, this whole mail situation down here has been a source of controversy. The Greensboro facility, which distributes mail to here in Greensboro and also north, way up to Raleigh, they had a on-time absentee ballot mailing rate of 72%. So there's always concern. And now a federal judge ordered a sweep of the Greensboro facility, and they're already finding absentee ballots that have yet to be returned. Just behind me, the Guilford County Board of Elections, they said they had 2. And down in Charlotte, in Mecklenburg, they found 300 ballots, right, for that county. So there is deep concern, but that number is still small in the big picture. But it's concerning the folks who were already kind of suspect of the process from the get-go.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly if that ballot belongs to you, Tremaine. Thank you so much. You've been great to us all throughout the week. Can you believe it? It's finally Friday night. The week is almost over, though. I know this isn't going to be a relaxing weekend for many. Thanks, Tremaine.
But it is Friday, and we made it here. We're happy and healthy. Thank you.
2020, they haven't canceled Fridays yet, so that's a good thing.
That's right, Allison.
The race in Arizona is still too close to call. Joe Biden is ahead of President Trump by about 38,000 votes. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz is in Phoenix. Gadi, last time we checked in with you, there was a whole lot of action behind you, and it looks like that has not changed. Tell us the latest.
Yeah, the action has actually condensed, and that's because Alex Jones, the conspiracy theorist from InfoWars and the one that has had all kinds of very, very controversial, outlandish conspiracies, he is here. I'm just going to show you where he's at. He's basically gathered people on the far corner of this area where people have been protesting, and that's right in front of the doors where people are counting those votes. So his voice is unmistakable. He's leading people in chants, and he's riling up the crowd right now. He came probably in the last 10-15 minutes. This is something that frustrates some people in this crowd because they say they want to have actual conversations. They have legitimate concerns. They say about how this election was run, and they say that they don't want to be focusing on conspiracy theories. It weakens their message. So they've had that talk with the crowd, and then Alex Jones comes and they chant Alex Jones. Right now they're chanting USA. And so you have this two different almost leadership styles from some of the people that have the bullhorn. You've got some that lead people in prayer, some that lead people in the Pledge of Allegiance and try to explain how the system is going to work and how they hope legal challenges will be mounted. And then you have people that come out, take some of those microphones and start spinning very wild and outlandish conspiracy theories. And so that's something that we've seen happen throughout the day. The crowd will grow and it will constrict, and it'll grow and it will constrict. Now, Allison, this is somewhat of a distraction to what's going on inside. We're in Maricopa County right now. We are expecting a new batch of votes to drop in exactly 19 minutes, but we were just on the Secretary of State's website. We were hitting refresh, and it looks like the gap between Joe Biden and President Trump has narrowed even more. So instead of Joe Biden leading by about 40,000 votes, which was just the case about an hour ago, it looks like it's gone down to about 37. So he's picked up what looks like 3,000 votes, not from Maricopa County, because we just called them and said, did you release something early? They said no. The drop is coming still in 18 minutes. So we know that it looks like it came from some other part of the county or some other part of the state. We also know that we're still missing about 240,000 ballots before this race is called, but that margin is getting smaller and smaller. It is still somewhat of an uphill battle for the president, but he is making progress every single time we see these returns come out. So we'll see how it goes. It could be until this weekend before Maricopa finishes dropping all of theirs, and it could be until next week before some of the other counties get to it as well.
All right, it still could be a while, but Gadi, you said it's just minutes until we get some more ballots. So thank you so much, Gadi, and thanks for telling us what's going on out there. It's been an interesting night in Phoenix, to say the least.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Allison.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Americans in key states making sure their votes are counted. In Nevada, some voters told us why they're checking on their ballots as election workers are still trying to count and verify every last one.
I got a call the other day saying I needed to check ballot tracks, and my vote was listed as provisional. And then I got another call yesterday morning telling me that I needed to come down here by 5 p.m. today in order for my vote to count. It's just kind of frustrating. Luckily, I am off today because I'm transitioning between careers, but I just feel bad for all of those that went and spent the time to vote or even early vote like I did, and now they either don't have the time, the means of transportation to get down here, or have the day off work. So their vote's not going to count, and that's very upsetting.
Well, I voted in person, so because I'm a registered voter and I never received a mail-in. And so I said, well, I'm going down in person then. So that's just moved. So my license, I guess, didn't match the address I gave them. So she said, go down and check to make sure your vote was counted.
I actually had changed my registration a while ago, and when I went to vote, it was incorrect. So I asked if I could change it at the time, and was told yes. And then when I went to check on my vote, it's a provisional ballot. So in my case, I guess that's considered an error if you change your party. So for some reason, we're always behind, and I'm disappointed. I thought we would be more on the cutting edge because of all the other technology that goes on in our city. So I'm pretty disappointed and embarrassed, but I'm still proud to be a Nevadan.
Democracy in action. That's what we're seeing with the vote counting process across our country. Just because it's taking longer than some of us would like doesn't mean our system's broken. NBC News' Tom Costello explains.
It's a process that is essential to the democracy, counting every single vote. But this year, it's also something that is taking more time than in past elections. The biggest reason, the unprecedented number of Americans who voted by mail instead of in person because of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic.
What we're looking at right now are early ballots that voters held on to until the last few days. And those are in the process of being signature verified before they can be tabulated. So that's what's going on right now.
Despite false claims from President Trump, there is no evidence votes have been cast after the polls closed. Votes are just being counted. Election workers nationwide diligently doing what they've done in all past elections, with cameras capturing the entire process in many locations.
We're following the law. It's a legal process.
and the will of the people will be respected here in Pennsylvania.
Any issues are also addressed.
And when they get scanned, if there is a overvote or an ambiguous mark on an election, it then has to be adjudicated, and that requires volunteers from the Republican and Democrat parties to sit together to decide what that voter meant. And when you have a larger number of ballots, it takes a longer amount of time.
In the consequential state of Pennsylvania, mail-in ballots sent by Election Day will be accepted if they arrive by 5 p.m. today. Ballots from Americans overseas, including military members, will be accepted until next Tuesday. The Trump campaign facing an uphill battle to secure a second term, now shifting the battle to the courtroom, suing to stop the count in states where he's ahead, and challenging legal votes in states where he's behind. At least 10 cases so far. 2 have been dismissed, 1 settled, 1 withdrawn.
I think that the cases that have been filed for the most part are part of a strategy to match the president's rhetoric and create the impression that this election is rigged, when in fact it's not.
Election night now in night 4 as we still wait for a handful of states to be called. Meanwhile, the Trump campaign mounting legal challenges in several states as their road to 270 narrows. Meanwhile, the U.S. reported more than 122,000 new coronavirus cases today, another record, the second day in a row above 120,000. Joining me now, NBC News political analyst and columnist for the Daily Beast, Jonathan Alter, senior political reporter for The Guardian, Daniel Strauss, and political correspondent for Business Insider, Sonam Sheth. Thank you guys all for being here. I know it has been a long week, to say the least. Jonathan, you've written a biography on former President Jimmy Carter and other books on FDR, President Obama. Tell us, have you ever seen an election cycle like this one before?
Absolutely not. And, I was in Florida for a month after the 2000 election. The first presidential election, 1788, we have never had an American president who challenged the election returns. Remember in 2000, with Vice President Gore against Governor George Bush, that was a very, very different situation than this. That was about recounts, challenging the constitutionality of recounts. This is about actually counting the votes, and we have never, this is entirely unprecedented. And for a president to attack the core of our democracy, which is what our election system is not only unprecedented, it is, to be honest about it, it's despicable in the eyes of not just our country, but of the world.
Daniel, some Republicans, not a whole lot, but some have come forward to condemn the president after he made those baseless claims that people were trying to steal the election. Are we seeing support within the party collapse, or are they still sticking by him?
I mean, I think it's somewhere in the middle. It is a sense that this may be cooked for the president. He may lose re-election, and Republican senators are willing to concede that. Right now, they're very cautiously saying, look, let's see how the vote counts come in. Let's see the results that are still outstanding. And if they show Biden as the winner, then that's the election. They are really signaling that they are open to conceding that, even if the president won't.
Sonam, Democrats were hoping Joe Biden would really boost down ballot candidates in several House and Senate races, but that wasn't exactly the case. What happened here?
Yeah, absolutely. We actually saw a lot of split voting this year where people voted for Joe Biden as the Democratic nominee when he was at the top of the ticket running for president, but down ballot, we definitely saw a lot more support for Republican candidates in the House and also in state legislatures, I should add. And so, it kind of reflects this discrepancy in what the Democratic approach to this election cycle was. It seems like Democrats believe that they were on the offense when actually they should have been playing defense. And so, it's really interesting to kind of see that distance between the lead that Joe Biden has over the president in a lot of these really critical battleground states, including Georgia, which might actually go blue this year, which, we haven't seen in decades in this country. The difference between that and then, just the massive Democratic losses down ballot in the House and also in state legislatures.
Jonathan, the Biden campaign released a statement on the possibility of President Trump refusing to concede, saying, quote, the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House. Have we ever seen a time in U.S. history where there was a difficult transition of power from one administration to the next?
Not like this. I mean, we've seen chilly transitions. For instance, when Franklin Roosevelt beat Herbert Hoover, who was the incumbent, and when they rode down Pennsylvania Avenue together, they only exchanged 2 words. Roosevelt looked out at a building under construction and said, nice steel. And that's how chilly it was. But, you know, beyond that, no, it's not at all clear that Trump will leave the White House willingly. He may have to be escorted out by the Secret Service at 12:01 on January 20th, 2021. But he will leave. We still do have a government of laws. He has not provided any evidence of any of this fraud that he is irresponsibly alleging. And without that evidence, it doesn't matter whether he appointed the judges. He can't go forward without evidence. And at the end of the day, he will leave. People should be assured of that.
Jonathan, Daniel, Sonam, thank you all so much. I know it's been a long week. I know it is probably well into your Friday night. Thank you for taking the time to be with us.
Thanks.
The Trump campaign unleashed a slew of lawsuits in the last couple of days, challenging the current election results. NBCNews.com political reporter Jane Tim runs us through all those legal battles.
So the president's lawyers have been filing a flurry of lawsuits and motions in swing states across the country. Nevada, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, a bunch in Pennsylvania. And for the most part, they're pretty small ball. The Trump campaign filed a suit in Michigan claiming they didn't have meaningful access to monitor the election ballot counting. That was thrown out. They said they had no evidence. There was even a suit in Georgia essentially reminding officials to follow the law. And that was also thrown out because there was no evidence they hadn't followed the law. Where a poll watcher can stand also came up a lot. The Trump team did have a victory in Pennsylvania on that, allowing poll watchers to stand closer. That did stop counting for about 2 hours when they moved a bunch of barricades in Philadelphia to let the poll watchers get a little closer to the action. But most of these suits aren't going to be outcome determinative. They're not going to tell us who won the election or change who won the election. And while the Trump campaign promised a very big lawsuit in Nevada over what they said was thousands of illegal votes, we've yet to see that. They sent a letter to the U.S. Attorney General pointing to change of address forms, but that really isn't proof of voter fraud. There's reasons that you can forward your mail and still be an eligible voter in the state. Things like going to college out of state, but planning to return. That's important. Also, for voter fraud, you have to be knowingly trying to break the law for it actually to be criminal. Now, there is one suit in Pennsylvania that I think has some teeth. Legal experts tell me this is the one to keep an eye on. It challenges a ruling in the state Supreme Court that ballots arriving 3 days after Election Day can be counted, with or without a postmark. Basically, they're presuming that if they arrive within 3 days, they were mailed before the election. This is because the courts didn't want people to mail their ballot and slow mail to disenfranchise them. This is what the state court said made a fair election. But there is an argument that that state court ruling actually violates the U.S. Constitution, which gives state legislatures the power to set the rules for their elections. Now, these so-called late ballots, they're not abnormal. States that vote a lot by mail often bake in sort of a cushion in between when the election day happens and when ballots can arrive, because the mail does take a little time. Many insist on a postmark. Pennsylvania does not. And the post office doesn't always put a postmark on things where the postage is already paid. Prepaid postage, often those envelopes just slide right through. It's also worth noting, mail service isn't equal everywhere. So high-density areas, Native American reservations, lower-income areas often have unequal mail service compared to other areas. This is why advocates often advocate in favor of that cushion, that 3-day buffer or a week buffer or whatever it might be. But But legally, what we could see the Trump campaign and his allies do is make the argument that that state Supreme Court ruling violated the Constitution and took that power away from the state legislature. There's law and precedent that says only the state legislature can make these rules. But there's another argument that essentially the state Supreme Court is part of the state government. So that's what it would come down to. The president has said he wants to see this case end up at the U.S. Supreme Court. But of course, it's the margins in Pennsylvania that matter here. As one of my sources said, it only gets interesting when the margin of victory is down to 537 votes. You know, that famous margin between Bush and Gore in Florida in 2000. The Secretary of State does say we're talking about hundreds of ballots, not the tens of thousands that were coming in after the deadline in the June primary in Pennsylvania. And finally, because of the ongoing litigation, the so-called late ballots, they haven't even counted yet. And at the moment, Joe Biden is ahead. So stopping the count where we are isn't exactly what the president wants. So that's what's out there now. It doesn't mean more won't happen. As the numbers go more and more in Joe Biden's favor, legal experts say these lawsuits will have a hard time getting the president to 270.
There is no reason to expect now that the 2020 election will wind up at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is not like a walk-up teller that if you feel like going to it to try to get a result change, that's what you do.
The Republican Party has now gone to the U.S. Supreme Court.
It only undermines his presidency when he challenges the most important pillar in our democracy, which is the right of the American people to vote.
I think there's also something totally fitting as a coda to the Trump presidency that a man who came in to avowedly tear down the norms of our politics and our civic life, that he would go out doing exactly that.
Everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching special election coverage on NBC News Now. 4 nights, still no president-elect, but we will be here until we have one, and I can promise you the weekend is still coming. We are almost there. This race is changing by the hour. 6 states still not called. We are really watching 5 states that are still too close to call tonight: Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. NBC News political editor Carrie Dan is with us now. Carrie, there are 20 electoral votes up for grabs in Pennsylvania. That is the big prize here. What do you know about that state at this hour?
So right now, Pennsylvania election officials estimate that there's about 102,000 mail ballots that are yet to be counted. And a big place that we've been watching throughout the last couple of days has been Allegheny County. That's the Pittsburgh area. It's a pretty Democratic, very favorable to Joe Biden. They've been processing their ballots today. And we saw a batch of them just within the last hour, about 5,000 votes. They went 4-1 for Joe Biden. So this is yet another example of Biden being able to build up a cushion in his, build up a lead over Donald Trump here. Biden is now leading the state by nearly 20,000 votes. Now, Allegheny County is still working through some additional ballots tonight. They're currently working through military and overseas ballots. Then they're going to move on to the remaining 29,000 votes that they were unable to process until tonight. It's a long story, but a couple weeks ago, they sent out ballots that had an error in them. They corrected that error. But part of a legal settlement was that those ballots, when returned, had to be held until 5 o'clock today and could not be counted until then. They're now working their way through that batch of ballots because they have to make sure, right? They have to clarify, make sure that the right version was returned, that they are not duplicates. So they're in the process of doing that now. Now, another thing that we've learned about Allegheny County is that we've been talking all day today about provisional ballots in Pennsylvania. These are ballots that are subject to an additional level of scrutiny because the voter who cast them, there was a question about their eligibility. They fill out a provisional ballot. Election officials have to go through each and every one of them and make sure that there's no duplication, no fraud, that the person is who they say they are, et cetera. Now, we think that there's about 100,000 of those provisional ballots in the state. We know that 17,000 of them are coming from Allegheny County. Now, that could be a good sign for Joe Biden. We don't know what those provisional ballots are going to show, how favorable they might be to one candidate or another. But knowing that a big chunk of them are coming from Allegheny, which has been shown to be very favorable for Biden, and from Philadelphia, which has also been shown to be very favorable for Joe Biden as well. That could be a good sign for him. Now, if Twitter is any indication, there are lots of people who are asking this question, and I will go ahead and answer it. People are saying, okay, this has been the trend all day. Why has this race not been called? And I just want to remind our whole audience that our threshold for our decision desk for making decisions and calling a race is that we are 99.5% certain statistically that there is no chance that Donald Trump can catch up to Joe Biden. We're just not at that number yet because there's too many outstanding ballots and we don't know exactly what they're going to look like. So that's where we are now. All day long, the news has been getting better and better for Joe Biden and worse for Donald Trump. But we're still at this hour too close to call. Allison?
Carrie, I think the name of the game here is we're being really careful. When we're sure we've got a call, we're going to make it. But in the meantime, it sounds like we're all just kind of in this for the long haul right now. My current question in my head is, will we know who the president is before or after football starts on Sunday? And at this point, I'm just really not sure.
You know, everybody's got a benchmark in their head of there will be a time when we will know who the next president is. There will be a time when, we'll get more than 3 consecutive hours of sleep as well. Those all seem like distant dreams right now. What
concept do you speak of, Carrie?
But we've just got to work through it and look at what the outstanding vote is. I think the Biden folks are feeling great, but this is the process. This is what we have to do. And the election officials who are out there, it's also worth reminding, are trying to do. They're working very, very diligently to do this correctly. It is taking a lot more time than anybody wants, especially, I think, the Joe Biden campaign, which would much rather have had a very definitive result earlier today. But, we're going through the process.
They're being careful. They're taking their time, and we are grateful for it. And look, I hate to sound cheesy, but Carrie, it's a cool time to be in the news, to be seeing all that's going on, to be covering an election and a year like no other. I mean, 2020 is really something else.
An election in 2020 couldn't be anything but drawn out and a little chaotic, right? I mean, this year has been, it's in character.
Yeah, that's a great way to describe it. 2020 election has had some character. Carrie, thank you so much. We have called upon you hour after hour after hour, and you have always delivered, taking us through all the numbers. We really appreciate it. I know that is tough to do on very little sleep, so thanks so much.
Thanks, Allison.
We have not heard from Joe Biden or Donald Trump today, but the president has been tweeting. Just a few hours ago, he said, quote, Joe Biden should not wrongfully claim the office of the president. I could make that claim also. Legal proceedings are just now beginning. NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli is reporting on Team Biden from Wilmington, Delaware. And NBC News political reporter Monica Alba is in Washington with the latest from the Trump campaign. Monica, that's just a pretty ironic tweet from the president, considering he basically falsely claimed victory on election night. Now he says the legal proceedings are just beginning. What are you hearing from the campaign about how long they think this race will drag out and how confident they are that they still have a path to 270?
Well, Allison, they're becoming a little bit less and less confident with each hour that passes that shows former Vice President Joe Biden in the lead in many of these critical states. They do know it's close enough in some of them, on a knife's edge. Some advisors have said that they're going to continue with those legal opportunities and pursuing them. But really, the president also falsely claimed victory last night when he made those comments in the briefing room. And we should point out, he didn't take any questions from reporters. Those of us who were in there wanted to press him on where he was getting this information from, how he could back it up with any evidence. But he continued to claim also widespread voter fraud when we know there hasn't been any. But this is really sort of the last opportunity or recourse that the Trump reelect effort has. So they're going to drag this out as long as they can, we understand. And the president has privately been telling aides and allies he's not prepared to concede, even if Joe Biden is tipped over 270 electoral votes, at least anytime soon. It shows you sort of, though, the mindset of the White House, which called it lid a couple of hours ago, determining that they didn't want the president to come out and speak on camera again tonight, even though we believe Joe Biden may do that depending on what happens in the next couple of hours. It shows you a contrast, though, because the president, it seems, has been itching to deliver this message. He's been doing so, however, though, on his Twitter account today, more so than in person. We'll see if that happens tomorrow. But the Trump campaign had been steadily announcing these lawsuits and legal battles. They didn't have any of those kinds of press conferences today, Allison, which I think also shows you a bit of a reality setting in on what might happen here in the next couple of days.
Mike, how is the Biden campaign bracing for a legal fight over this election?
Well, the Biden campaign has made it clear that they're ready to show up in court whenever the president and his team introduce any challenges across the board, while also making clear that they think these suits that they're filing are baseless and doomed to failure, is the quote that they often say. But the real issue for the Biden campaign at this point is getting the moment right when they believe he can be declared as the president-elect of the United States. And so that's where they're proceeding at this point. And at this late hour, we've been watching the scene behind us all afternoon. This morning, the Biden team offering some near certainty that we would hear him come here, speak tonight in declaration of victory. But the issue is we're not seeing the projections that they were hoping would preview or presage that declaration tonight. And so at this point, we're hearing from the Biden campaign that it is still possible that we would hear from him tonight. But if there's no projection from any of the news organizations that have been closely watching these results that puts him over 270 electoral votes, the remarks we would hear from him would be similar to those that we've heard each of the last 2 days, expressing confidence that he will be the winner at the end of the day, talking about the democratic process, the need for patience and to count all the votes, but not going so far as to say he's ready to take the reins in the Oval Office.
We might still be a day or days away from a winner, to be honest. And the U.S. is still in the middle of a pandemic. Monica, we reported more than 122,000 new coronavirus cases today. That is another record. It's the second day in a row above 120,000. How does the White House plan to balance these rising cases and the ongoing election and any upcoming legal battles they plan to launch?
They haven't announced anything recently, Allison, and I can tell you the task force itself, chaired by the Vice President, Mike Pence, hasn't met formally with everybody in more than 2 weeks, and it's unclear when they will convene again. You've had infectious disease expert Dr. Anthony Fauci meeting with some other members of the task force in sort of smaller group settings, but they haven't been reading out as much of that information because really for this White House, all of the attention and focus and energy has been on the re-election effort and hoping what they thought would be a victorious process this week. Obviously, that's still playing out, but what they haven't done is really talked about the public health crisis. And I have to tell you, Allison, the president himself hasn't been in one of those task force meetings in months. We know that now he only gets occasional updates from Dr. Scott Atlas, who's a controversial neuroradiologist with no background in public health or infectious diseases. So really, in these last couple of weeks, the president was so focused on November 3rd, not on the pandemic. In fact, he continued to falsely promise that maybe the day after the election, this entire thing would go away somehow. He had accused Democrats and the media of really concocting it in order to try to hurt him. Of course, here we are days later. The pandemic still rages on. These case numbers are startling, and we haven't seen Mike Pence in a couple of days. We're not sure when we will hear from either of them next on this major issue of the coronavirus. We have to remember that even if the president loses this election, he's still the president for the next 70 or so days. Really unclear, though, what kind of leadership we're going to get as we continue to face down this health crisis, Allison.
Monica, Mike, I can't thank you both enough for all your coverage throughout the week. You're not going to believe this, but I do think this might be the last time I call upon the two of you this evening. I can only speak for myself, but you probably won't be bothered by me again. So thank you both for everything. Have a terrific weekend. I know it will be a working one, but I think we'll probably connect back here on Monday.
Never a bother.
Anytime, Allison.
Thanks, Allison.
Thanks, guys. Georgia's most populous county, Fulton, says it's done counting early and absentee ballots, but they still have their work cut out for them tonight.
See, we are finishing up the count for provisional ballots and the UOCAVA, which is military and overseas ballots, over at State Farm Arena. We've passed the time, past 5 p.m., which is the deadline to receive those ballots and to cure any of the provisional ballots. We are on track to complete all those and upload them tonight.
NBC News reporter Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Atlanta. Priscilla, as we wrap up this week, but definitely not this election, what are the things our viewers should keep in mind about Georgia as they head into the weekend?
Well, a few things to think about here, Allison.
First, the fact that 99% of this state has already reported their vote totals. Right now, the biggest buckets of ballots that we're looking at are 18,000 in total military absentee ballots that the state has received, and also around 14,000 provisional ballots. And so counties across the state have spent this week trying to verify, or spent the days post-election day trying to verify those provisional ballots. Those are ballots that voters may have cast if they perhaps showed up to the wrong polling location on Election Day, or maybe arrived with an invalid ID and they needed to verify their identity. So those are the sorts of things that are being done. Provisional ballots are being taken a look at and either rejected or accepted and folded into the count. And so that's what people need to wrap their mind around. We're going into sort of a slow trickle of things here, but we don't expect any more massive vote counts to be coming out at this time. And then looking ahead to what comes next after that, the state is going to have this election certified by November 20th. And after that, we're in recount territory. We're talking about razor-thin margins here. If Joe Biden and Donald Trump stay within that 0.5% margin, it is very possible that either candidate could call for a recount, and we would be looking at that taking place here after the results are certified. Now, the election officials tell us that could take up to a week to happen, but as we know, sometimes those predictions don't work out and these things take a little bit longer. So in terms of getting a concrete, definitive result out of Georgia, that is something we may not see until around Thanksgiving or later. And I think that's what's important for folks to keep in mind as we wait to see how this all plays out here in the Peach State. Allison?
Priscilla, Senator David Perdue released a statement today saying every lawful vote cast should be counted. Any illegal votes submitted cannot be counted, and there must be full transparency and uniformity in the counting process. This isn't hard, and it isn't partisan. It's American. Without these basic principles followed by all, the people of Georgia will no doubt have questions about the integrity of the system and credibility of the outcome. Priscilla, how are election officials there responding to claims like the senators questioning the credibility and integrity of the vote counting process?
Yeah, well, we heard President Trump make similar statements, release a similar statement, and now we're seeing some Republican senators and lawmakers follow suit, releasing their own statements saying the same thing. But one of the things that these statements fail to acknowledge is that there's no evidence of widespread voter fraud. And so what we heard today from the Secretary of State was him ticking through the safety measures that are in place here, that there are observers who are watching these ballots be counted and this process take place, that the state will be doing a risk-limiting audit, going through a select number of these ballots by hand to make sure that the count matches what they have on file, and making sure that there weren't any sort of technical glitches or anything like that that may have impacted the count. And so all of that is taking place. And I should also point out, because I've been on the ground here speaking to voters, and I have asked them, do you trust these election results? And everyone that I have asked here in Georgia has said, yes, they trust the election system here in Georgia. Now, some of the Republican voters I spoke to did express some concern over Pennsylvania and other states, but I did not hear that about the state in which they were casting their ballot. Instead, what I did hear from voters is a sense that they want to make sure that all the ballots are counted, that their ballots are counted, and that we have a clear picture of the results regardless of who wins. And so I think as we see these statements coming out from lawmakers, it's important to put that into context, into perspective with how voters are thinking about this and their trust in our election system. Allison?
Priscilla Thompson, I can't thank you enough for all of your coverage of the great state of Georgia throughout the week. Thank you. I know we will be talking again because Georgia really is the place this week.
See you soon, Allison.
Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms isn't surprised Joe Biden closed the gap in Georgia. Here's why.
What is the likelihood, given a lot of ticket splitting elsewhere, that people may want to see, if Joe Biden is elected president, may want to see a Republican Senate as a counterweight, and it may help the Republicans in those two recounts if both races are in recount?
Well, I'm optimistic. We have two very strong candidates with Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, and people have seen the power of their vote across the state. We had a record turnout across the state. People just simply have to turn back out and vote. And this year, especially in Georgia, we lost John Lewis and Dr. C.T. Vivian and Joseph Lowry, three icons across this country, but in our state, but who really spoke of this day, the ability for us to use our votes as our voice. And that's what we've seen across the state. And I'm confident that if we take the same momentum into January, that we can also take 2 Senate seats, because we know that without the Senate, it's going to be very difficult for Joe Biden to do all that he needs to do to get this country on the path that it needs to be on.
Stacey Abrams had a major impact, do you think, on the voter registration and the turnout?
I think, Stacey, I think a combination of groups. We have automatic voter registration in this state, which ironically we can attribute to Governor Nathan Deal, our former governor, where when you show up to get a driver's license or renew your driver's license, you're automatically registered to vote in this state. 800,000 voters have come onto the voter rolls due to that. So it's been a combination of efforts. We've had people on the ground, from volunteers to civic organizations. But I think at the end of the day, all of the credit for this win will go to Joe Biden and the Biden team. They believed in Georgia, and they sent people to Georgia. They sent President Barack Obama, Kamala Harris. They sent Joe Biden himself came to Georgia because they believe that this state could go blue.
Pennsylvania reporting new results tonight. Allegheny and Northampton counties adding to Joe Biden's lead there. Right now, he's ahead of President Trump by more than 19,000 votes, so that race still too close to call. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins me now from Philadelphia. MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing is in Harrisburg. Chris, can you walk us through the latest results?
Yeah, let's just remind people that the surest path, the simplest path for Joe Biden to winning the presidency is here, a single state, 20 electoral votes. Those votes some of them come in from Allegheny County about an hour ago, but they are going more slowly than expected. This is something that we have seen over and over again after different state officials promised over the last couple of days that we would probably have something close to a final vote yesterday and then close to a final vote today. They're finding that in some of these disparate areas, it's taking longer for any variety of reasons. But here's the latest numbers. You mentioned that the former vice president is now up by 19,491 votes. In Allegheny County, they counted 5,237 votes. That is 4,050 for Joe Biden, or 77%. Here's why people have been focusing on Allegheny County so much. It is about a quarter of the remaining votes. Where Joe Biden is now at almost 20,000 votes puts him about 15,000 and change away from a number, 35,000, that would be outside the recount. That's where Team Biden wants to be, 35,000 votes up, outside the point where there would be an automatic recount that is called for. Let's just take the votes that are still out there. We've been talking a lot about this, Allison, over the last couple of days. Those roughly 29,000 votes that are based on those ballots that were misprinted, they had to be reprinted, and then all of these have to be checked by hand, that the proper ballots have been filled out. They have, we believe, started to count those ballots, and we are told they are going to continue to count into the night. Overall, in Pennsylvania, Joe Biden has been winning about 75% of these mail-in ballots. If that holds true here, and he won 75%, that would be 22,330 votes. That would be more than enough, by far more than enough, to put him over that threshold of 35,000 votes. But there are other places, different counties across Pennsylvania that still have numbers that have to come in. Remember, mail-in ballots were still accepted until 5 o'clock today. And we may get some more ballots, and Rahema may know more about this. We may get some more ballots within the next hour or so out of Philadelphia, Allison.
Yeah, Rahema, I'll let you pick up there. What do you know out of Philadelphia?
Well, we know it's going slowly, a little slower than I think all of us had expected it to go. But the number in Philadelphia right now is that they have 23,000 mail-in ballots remaining to be counted. But to Chris's point, overall, across the state, there's something like 102,500 mail-in ballots yet to be counted. If it's going as Chris is saying, 75% of that would go to Biden. If it continues in that trend, people see this as being positive for the Biden camp. But you got to count it before you can count on it. And so they're continuing to do that. And they have said, I should tell you, that they're not taking the weekend off, as some people would like to do. Behind me in this building at the convention center where they're counting these ballots, they're going to be working. Not only are they not taking the weekend off, they're not taking the night off. They're going to continue to work overnight, over the weekend, until they finish counting them. They've got 3 8-hour shifts that are underway here. So they think they're going to make a dent in this. And I think they are making a dent in it. We just haven't been able to get any numbers out of them since this afternoon. We had a number this morning at about 12:30 or so. It was about 40,000. This afternoon, after 5 o'clock, we got 23,000 votes remain to be counted. So they are making progress on this, but they've got a ways to go. And then they've got to count those mail-in ballots that came in after the polls closed on Election Day at 8 o'clock, and the deadline for those to come in was at 5 o'clock today. They've got to start to count those, and they had not yet been counting those ballots that were identified as separated or segregated ballots. And on top of that, then they're going to be looking for the military and overseas ballots, and they've got a deadline of next week, November 10th on Tuesday, for those ballots to be coming in. So there are lots of votes still out there that can push this thing over the top for Biden, but the President Trump, is still holding out some hope, if you will, and saying that this isn't over yet. But the truth is, nobody's saying that it's over yet.
Right. Rahima, what you're describing sounds like a real relaxing weekend for election workers there. Let me ask you another question. The U.S. Supreme Court is out with a new order tonight, and it's not exactly what Republicans had hoped for. It reaffirms that mail-in ballots must be kept separate if they were received after Election Day, but it doesn't stop Pennsylvania from counting them. So how does that impact the vote count?
Well, to the point that we were making before, that they've got those ballots in. That deadline for getting them in was today. So now they've been told that they can count them. The question becomes one that I want to know is, how many are we talking about? That number had not yet been released. I want to tell you, too, that around this city, you've got National Guardsmen just stationed on the other side of the block here where City Hall is. Nothing has happened, but this is all part of a precaution, I think, that the city is taking in an atmosphere where there's been a lot of people who are pro-Trump supporters and pro-Biden supporters who have been in the area here of this convention center where this counting is going on. But there's been no talk of any clashes between them. They're exercising what officials here is saying their democratic right to disagree but not be disagreeable. And in some measure, it's somewhat of a celebratory mood over there. Trump supporters saying stop the count. Biden supporters saying continue the count.
Chris, President Trump has made false claims about Pennsylvania. Sorry, the words are just not coming out quite right at this stage of the game. Pennsylvania's vote counting process, but some members of his own party are rejecting those allegations. Here's Senator Pat Toomey earlier today.
Look, I saw the president's speech last night, and it was very hard to watch. The president's allegations of large-scale fraud and theft of the election are just not substantiated. I'm not aware of any significant wrongdoing here.
You're at the state capitol. Do other Pennsylvania GOP leaders share that sentiment?
Yeah, and can I just say, I mean, we should put that in a little perspective, which is that not a lot of Republican senators have come out the way Pat Toomey did. In fact, quite to the contrary for some high-profile senators like Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham, who have been very supportive of what the president had to say. Having said that, here, where the legislature is Republican, the Senate Majority Leader, a Republican, came out as well and said there's no evidence of fraud. This is what the Democrats have been saying all along, which hasn't stopped a lot of lawyers from coming in, which hasn't stopped the Trump campaign from announcing that here and in 3 other states they're going to bring in these legal teams, essentially, including a spokesperson for any future legal action. But so far, the kinds of allegations that the president has been making have absolutely no basis in fact, Allison.
Rahima, Pennsylvania Secretary of State Kathy Buckvar says the overwhelming majority of mail-in ballots are now counted, but that election workers are starting to count provisional ballots. I know you have sort of run us through the work that they still need to do, but does this give us any more insight about final results and how long this process could possibly take?
I wish it did, but
we all
what
do.
It does give us. It tells us that we're moving in that direction. They're taking these things one segment after the other. The votes that are counted in person, those that are coming mail-in ballots, those provisional ballots, the military overseas ballots, taking them one by one. So yeah, I think that it is certainly hopeful that now they're saying they're going to go to those provisional ballots, and they're saying they're going to get to the mail-in ballots. But I don't know. If I wish I had a crystal ball that could tell you, but the whole country is looking for the answer to this of when it's going to be over. They say it's going to be over when it's over, and that we just really have to have some patience about all of this. I just want to chime in on the point that was being made about the comment before about some allegations of fraud here. The folks here in Philadelphia, they really do take umbrage to that because there has not been, they say, not one bit of evidence alleging the fraud that people are just talking about. It's just something that's being said. But there is no evidence, they say, that's been presented. And to that, they say it is unfair to the process to just throw out something that people are not providing any evidence to. It's not helpful to the process.
No, it sure doesn't seem like it. You got to back it up, and then they can move forward if necessary. Rahima, Chris, I can't thank both of you enough for all of your insights in Pennsylvania, not only tonight, but throughout the week. We have come to you time and time again, and you have really helped our viewers better understand what's going on there. Thank you both. I hope we all make it through the weekend, and I look forward to seeing you again on Monday.
Fingers crossed. Thanks, Allison.
Thanks, Allison.
President Trump claiming the ballot counting process is fraudulent, as we have said, without providing any evidence. And some Republicans are joining in, questioning the integrity of this election. But several lawmakers and experts say Trump should accept the results. Take a look.
And at some point left, the Constitution marches forward, and the president's got to decide whether he stands in front of the Constitution and gets steamrolled by it, or whether he accepts the will of the people. That's his decision.
People were skeptical going into the election. Is it your sense they're skeptical now?
Well, they are skeptical, and that's unfortunate. And I don't know, again, I'm going to be very clear. I don't have any evidence. No one's given me any evidence, anything but the result is what the result is.
But that evidence simply is not there to claim our elections are rigged, that the results are fraudulent, that there's cheating going on. That evidence has simply never been amassed.
My stomach's been churning since the president's remarks last night, churning with both disgust and anger. And for me, it's not a political moment. It's about respecting the most sacred and fundamental institution in this democracy, and that's the electoral process. It's about respecting the millions of people who went to vote in person or absentee in the midst of a pandemic that has killed 235,000 people. It's about respecting the Republicans and the Democrats who are going to the polls and those who are local elected officials that are working tirelessly to effectively deliver the vote.
This is a moment when, frankly, I think all of us need to be very proud of the American people. We've had a record turnout. Republicans and Democrats voted in huge numbers. And now the vote count is being completed. This is a tribute to the fact that the American people still have tremendous trust in their ability to determine who will lead this country in the future. And I think the president should have recognized that, be patient, allow the votes to be counted, and in the end, ultimately accept what that final vote count is all about.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder
of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
This election is changing how some voters view the process, the future of the nation, and the political makeup of their own home state. Here's what voters in states still counting ballots said about how this election has changed their perspective.
It's important that we're getting every vote counted because every vote should count. Even ones that, if there were mistakes made, they should count anyway. If something happened that was a little bit incorrect or there's a mismatch on the signature, they should be counted anyway.
I'm here because I don't believe Georgia is a blue state. I believe we are a red state. I think there's more afoot here than just normal legal ballots. So I find my freedom and my freedom of choice important to me.
Well, I'm upset about these votes. I know there's a bunch of voter fraud going on, and I think people need to step up, and I think it needs to be a fair election.
I don't think he's going to undermine the process. I think he's going to do everything that he can legally do.
I feel good. I worry that we didn't get as much of a blue wave as we had hoped for. I worry that we're not going to have control of the Senate. So I actually worry about the actual machinery of government and a divided government with Mitch McConnell making things a real mess in the Senate, making it hard to govern. I mean, that's like if Biden gets in, that's day one. We start working from there.
How significant is it to you that Kamala Harris would be the first black woman vice president of this country?
For me, as a woman of color, it is extremely significant. It is probably the most significant thing that has to do with this entire election for me.
I was in 6th grade when Barack Obama got elected to the White House, and that determined my path into politics. I've worked for several different politicians in the city, and I plan on actually running myself someday. And so I can only imagine for young ladies out there that are looking up to Kamala Harris and thinking that they're going to then determine their future based around what she does as well.
You seem like you're on the brink of tears at the thought that Kamala Harris could be vice president.
It is. I don't have words for it. I am so happy, so proud.
North Carolina's election results won't be final for at least another week. Right now, President Trump leading by about 77,000 votes there, with nearly 100,000 absentee ballots still outstanding. MSNBC correspondent Tremaine Lee is at election headquarters in Guilford County. Tremaine, ballots postmarked by Election Day will be counted by November 12th. Could we get results before then?
It's unlikely because there are actually 9 counties that have begun counting the absentee ballots already, including Mecklenburg County, which is home to Charlotte. But the remaining counties won't begin counting those absentee ballots until at least Thursday, November 12th. So we might not have any real information until Friday, November 13th.
Tremaine, the U.S. Postal Service sweeping mail facilities in North Carolina for missing mail-in ballots. What do you know about what's going on there?
You know, this whole mail situation down here has been a source of controversy. The Greensboro facility, which distributes mail to here in Greensboro and also north, way up to Raleigh, they had a on-time absentee ballot mailing rate of 72%. So there's always concern. And now a federal judge ordered a sweep of the Greensboro facility, and they're already finding absentee ballots that have yet to be returned. Just behind me, the Guilford County Board of Elections, they said they had 2. And down in Charlotte, in Mecklenburg, they found 300 ballots, right, for that county. So there is deep concern, but that number is still small in the big picture. But it's concerning the folks who were already kind of suspect of the process from the get-go.
Yeah, absolutely, particularly if that ballot belongs to you, Tremaine. Thank you so much. You've been great to us all throughout the week. Can you believe it? It's finally Friday night. The week is almost over, though. I know this isn't going to be a relaxing weekend for many. Thanks, Tremaine.
But it is Friday, and we made it here. We're happy and healthy. Thank you.
2020, they haven't canceled Fridays yet, so that's a good thing.
That's right, Allison.
The race in Arizona is still too close to call. Joe Biden is ahead of President Trump by about 38,000 votes. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz is in Phoenix. Gadi, last time we checked in with you, there was a whole lot of action behind you, and it looks like that has not changed. Tell us the latest.
Yeah, the action has actually condensed, and that's because Alex Jones, the conspiracy theorist from InfoWars and the one that has had all kinds of very, very controversial, outlandish conspiracies, he is here. I'm just going to show you where he's at. He's basically gathered people on the far corner of this area where people have been protesting, and that's right in front of the doors where people are counting those votes. So his voice is unmistakable. He's leading people in chants, and he's riling up the crowd right now. He came probably in the last 10, 15 minutes. This is something that frustrates some people in this crowd because they say they want to have actual conversations. They have legitimate concerns. They say about how this election was run, and they say that they don't want to be focusing on conspiracy theories. It weakens their message. So they've had that talk with the crowd, and then Alex Jones comes, and they chant Alex Jones. Right now they're chanting USA. And so you have this two different almost leadership styles from some of the people that have the bullhorn. You've got some that lead people in prayer, some that lead people in the Pledge of Allegiance and try to explain how the system is going to work and how they hope legal challenges will be mounted. And then you have people that come out, take some of those microphones and start spinning very wild and outlandish conspiracy theories. And so that's something that we've seen happen throughout the day. The crowd will grow and it will constrict, and it'll grow and it will constrict. Now, Allison, this is somewhat of a distraction to what's going on inside. We're in Maricopa County right now. We are expecting a new batch of votes to drop in exactly 19 minutes, but we were just on the Secretary of State's website. We were hitting refresh, and it looks like the gap between Joe Biden and President Trump has narrowed even more. So instead of Joe Biden leading by about 40,000 votes, which was just the case about an hour ago, it looks like it's gone down to about 37. So he's picked up what looks like 3,000 votes, not from Maricopa County, because we just called them and said, did you release something early? They said no. The drop is coming still in 18 minutes. So we know that it looks like it came from some other part of the county or some other part of the state. We also know that we're still missing about 240,000 ballots before this race is called, but that margin is getting smaller and smaller. It is still somewhat of an uphill battle for the president, but he is making progress every single time we see these returns come out. So we'll see how it goes. It could be until this weekend before Maricopa finishes dropping off
all of theirs, and it could be until next week before some of the other counties get to it as well.
All right, it still could be a while, but Gotti, you said it. It's just minutes until we get some more ballots. So thank you so much, Gotti, and thanks for telling us what's going on out there. It's been an interesting night in Phoenix, to say the least.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Allison.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Americans in key states making sure their votes are counted. In Nevada, some voters told us why they're checking on their ballots as election workers are still trying to count and verify every last one.
I got a call the other day saying I needed to check ballot tracks, and my vote was listed as provisional. And then I got another call yesterday morning telling me that I needed to come down here by 5 p.m. today in order for my vote to count. It's just kind of frustrating. Luckily, I am off today because I'm transitioning between careers, but I just feel bad for all of those that went and spent the time to vote or even early vote like I did, and now they either don't have the time, the means of transportation to get down here, or have the day off work. So their vote's not going to count, and that's very upsetting.
Well, I voted in person, so because I'm a registered voter and I never received a mail-in. And so I said, well, I'm going down in person then. So that's just moved. So my license, I guess, didn't match the address I gave them. So she said, go down and check to make sure your vote was counted.
I actually had changed my registration a while ago, and when I went to vote, it was incorrect. So I asked if I could change it at the time and was told yes. And then when I went to check on my vote, it's a provisional ballot. So in my case, I guess that's considered an error if you change your party. So for some reason, we're always behind, and I'm disappointed. I thought we would be more on the cutting edge because of all the other technology that goes on in our city. So I'm pretty disappointed and embarrassed, but I'm still proud to be a Nevadan.
Democracy in action. That's what we're seeing with the vote counting process across our country. Just because it's taking longer than some of us would like doesn't mean our system's broken. NBC News' Tom Costello explains.
It's a process that is essential to the democracy, counting every single vote. But this year, it's also something that is taking more time than in past elections. The biggest reason, the unprecedented number of Americans who voted by mail instead of in person because of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic.
What we're looking at right now are early ballots that voters held on to until the last few days. And those are in the process of being signature verified before they can be tabulated. So that's what's going on right now.
Despite false claims from President Trump, there is no evidence votes have been cast after the polls closed. Votes are just being counted. Election workers nationwide diligently doing what they've done in all past elections, with cameras capturing the entire process in many locations.
We're following the law. It's a legal process, and the will of the people will be respected here in Pennsylvania.
Any issues are also addressed.
And when they get scanned, if there is a overvote or an ambiguous mark on an election, it then has to be adjudicated, and that requires volunteers from the Republican and Democrat parties to sit together to decide what that voter meant. And when you have a larger number of ballots, it takes a longer amount of time.
In the consequential state of Pennsylvania, mail-in ballots sent by Election Day will be accepted if they arrive by 5 p.m. today. Ballots from Americans overseas, including military members, will be accepted until next Tuesday. The Trump campaign facing an uphill battle to secure a second term, now shifting the battle to the courtroom, suing to stop the count in states where he's ahead, and challenging legal votes in states where he's behind. At least 10 cases so far. 2 have been dismissed, 1 settled, 1 withdrawn.
I think that the cases that have been filed for the most part are part of a strategy to match the president's rhetoric and create the impression that this election is rigged, when in fact it's not.
Election night now in night 4 as we still wait for a handful of states to be called. Meanwhile, the Trump campaign mounting legal challenges in several states as their road to 270 narrows. Meanwhile, the U.S. reported more than 122,000 new coronavirus cases today, another record, the second day in a row above 120,000. Joining me now, NBC News political analyst and columnist for the Daily Beast, Jonathan Alter, senior political reporter for The Guardian, Daniel Strauss, and political correspondent for Business Insider, Sonam Sheth. Thank you guys all for being here. I know it has been a long week, to say the least. Jonathan, you've written a biography on former President Jimmy Carter and other books on FDR, President Obama. Tell us, have you ever seen an election cycle like this one before?
Absolutely not. And, I was in Florida for a month after the 2000 election. The first presidential election, 1788. We have never had an American president who challenged the election returns. Remember in 2000, with Vice President Gore against Governor George Bush, that was a very, very different situation than this. That was about recounts, challenging the constitutionality of recounts. This is about actually counting the votes, and we have never, this is entirely unprecedented. And for a president to attack the core of our democracy, which is what our election system is not only unprecedented, it is, to be honest about it, it's despicable in the eyes of not just our country, but of the world.
Daniel, some Republicans, not a whole lot, but some have come forward to condemn the president after he made those baseless claims that people were trying to steal the election. Are we seeing support within the party collapse, or are they still sticking by him?
I mean, I think it's somewhere in the middle. It is a sense that this may be cooked for the president. He may lose re-election, and Republican senators are willing to concede that. Right now, they're very cautiously saying, look, let's see how the vote counts come in. Let's see the results that are still outstanding. And if they show Biden as the winner, then that's the election. They are really signaling that they are open to conceding that, even if the president won't.
Sanam, Democrats were hoping Joe Biden would really boost down ballot candidates in several House and Senate races, but that wasn't exactly the case. What happened here?
Yeah, absolutely. We actually saw a lot of split voting this year where people voted for Joe Biden as the Democratic nominee when he was at the top of the ticket running for president. But down ballot, we definitely saw a lot more support for Republican candidates in the House and also in state legislatures, I should add. And so, it kind of reflects this discrepancy in what the Democratic approach to this election cycle was. It seems like Democrats believe that they were on the offense when actually they should have been playing defense. And so, it's really interesting to kind of see that distance between the lead that Joe Biden has over the president in a lot of these really critical battleground states, including Georgia, which might actually go blue this year, which, we haven't seen in decades in this country. The difference between that and then, just the massive Democratic losses down ballot in the House and also in state legislatures.
Jonathan, the Biden campaign released a statement on the possibility of President Trump refusing to concede, saying, quote, the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House. Have we ever seen a time in U.S. history where there was a difficult transition of power from one administration to the next?
Not like this. I mean, we've seen chilly transitions. For instance, when Franklin Roosevelt beat Herbert Hoover, who was the incumbent, and when they rode down Pennsylvania Avenue together, they only exchanged 2 words. Roosevelt looked out at a building under construction and said, nice steel. And that's how chilly it was. But, beyond that, no, it's not at all clear that Trump will leave the White House willingly. He may have to be escorted out by the Secret Service at 12:01 on January 20th, 2021. But he will leave. We still do have a government of laws. He has not provided any evidence of any of this fraud that he is irresponsibly alleging. And without that evidence, it doesn't matter whether he appointed the judges. He can't go forward without evidence. And at the end of the day, he will leave. People should be assured of that.
Jonathan, Daniel, Sanam, thank you all so much. I know it's been a long week. I know it is probably well into your Friday night. Thank you for taking the time to be with us.
Thanks.
The Trump campaign unleashed a slew of lawsuits in the last couple of days challenging the current election results. NBCNews.com political reporter Jane Tim runs us through all those legal battles.
So the president's lawyers have been filing a flurry of lawsuits and motions in swing states across the country. Nevada, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, a bunch in Pennsylvania. And for the most part, they're pretty small ball. The Trump campaign filed a suit in Michigan claiming they didn't have meaningful access to monitor the election ballot counting. That was thrown out. They said they had no evidence. There was even a suit in Georgia essentially reminding officials to follow the law. And that was also thrown out because there was no evidence they hadn't followed the law. Where a poll watcher can stand also came up a lot. The Trump team did have a victory in Pennsylvania on that, allowing poll watchers to stand closer. That did stop counting for about 2 hours when they moved a bunch of barricades in Philadelphia to let the poll watchers get a little closer to the action. But most of these suits aren't going to be outcome determinative. They're not going to tell us who won the election or change who won the election. And while the Trump campaign promised a very big lawsuit in Nevada over what they said was thousands of illegal votes, we've yet to see that. They sent a letter to the U.S. Attorney General pointing to change of address forms, but that really isn't proof of voter fraud. There's reasons that you can forward your mail and still be an eligible voter in the state. Things like going to college out of state, but planning to return. That's important. Also, for voter fraud, you have to be knowingly trying to break the law for it actually to be criminal. Now, there is one suit in Pennsylvania that I think has some teeth. Legal experts tell me this is the one to keep an eye on. It challenges a ruling in the state Supreme Court that ballots arriving 3 days after Election Day can be counted with or without a postmark. Basically, they're presuming that if they arrive within 3 days, they were mailed before the election. This is because the courts didn't want people to mail their ballot and slow mail to disenfranchise them. This is what the state court said made a fair election. But there is an argument that that state court ruling actually violates the U.S. Constitution, which gives state legislatures the power to set the rules for their elections. Now, these so-called late ballots, they're not abnormal. States that vote a lot by mail often bake in sort of a cushion in between when the election day happens and when ballots can arrive, because the mail does take a little time. Many insist on a postmark. Pennsylvania does not. And the post office doesn't always put a postmark on things where the postage is already paid. Prepaid postage, often those envelopes just slide right through. It's also worth noting, mail service isn't equal everywhere. So high-density areas, Native American reservations, lower-income areas often have unequal mail service compared to other areas. This is why advocates often advocate in favor of that cushion, that 3-day buffer or a week buffer or whatever it might be. But legally, what we could see the Trump campaign and his allies do is make the argument that that state Supreme Court ruling violated the Constitution and took that power away from the state legislature. There's law and precedent that says only the state legislature can make these rules. But there's another argument that essentially the state Supreme Court is part of the state government. So that's what it would come down to. The president has said he wants to see this case end up at the U.S. Supreme Court. But of course, it's the margins in Pennsylvania that matter here. As one of my sources said, it only gets interesting when the margin of victory is down to 537 votes. You know, that famous margin between Bush and Gore in Florida in 2000. The Secretary of State does say we're talking about hundreds of ballots, not the tens of thousands that were coming in after the deadline in the June primary in Pennsylvania. And finally, because of the ongoing litigation, the so-called late ballots, they haven't even counted yet. And at the moment, Joe Biden is ahead. So stopping the count where we are isn't exactly what the president wants. So that's what's out there now. It doesn't mean more won't happen. As the numbers go more and more in Joe Biden's favor, legal experts say these lawsuits will have a hard time getting the president.
Good evening from NBC News election headquarters in New York, and night 4 for those counting of our special coverage of Decision 2020 as we wait new vote tallies from the key remaining battleground states, all of them still too close to call: Pennsylvania, Arizona. You can recite along with me: Nevada and Georgia. Joe Biden holding a narrow lead in each, with vote counting still underway and the presidency itself in the balance.
Yeah, and an anxious nation awaiting a verdict here. On the road to 270 electoral votes, here's where it stands. This is exactly where we were a night ago. Joe Biden with 253, Donald Trump with 214. But of course, underneath those numbers, there have been a lot of changes. A win in Pennsylvania alone would be enough to make Joe Biden president-elect. We expect to hear from Biden tonight, speaking from Wilmington, Delaware, his headquarters. Donald Trump has a much tougher path forward. He can't win without Pennsylvania, and he is continuing to threaten more legal action. He also is making false claims of fraud in the election. We've got a lot to cover tonight.
Yeah, our team has assembled. Chuck Todd, Andrea Mitchell, Casey Hunt. Great to have everybody here. With the former vice president speaking tonight, you have to figure he's got 2 pockets, 2 speeches, depending on what happens between now and 10:30.
Yeah, the Biden campaign obviously awaiting a network call because they feel that they are leading in the key states and that this is all but over. On the other hand, we're going to get into it with our data expert in a minute. There are votes still being counted. The margins are about as tight as they could possibly be, so we are not ready as a network to call the race. But that brings us to Chuck. Can you let's say someone went to bed last night at 10 o'clock, okay? What has happened in the last 24 hours?
Let's find out.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And we're jealous of that
What's
person who went
happened
to
in the
bed
last
at 10 o'clock.
I could say this. Not much if you want to look at it through the prism of electoral votes. But when you start looking at it through the states quite a bit, look, Joe Biden is increasing his leads in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Nevada, and his lead is decreasing in Arizona. That's the big picture. Now for some of the details. So we look at Pennsylvania. Former Vice President Biden's lead is at 27,000. We've been getting pockets of votes coming in at a somewhat slightly faster than a snail's pace through with the most recent sort of biggest chunk coming from Allegheny. county here where Biden netted another 5,000 votes. But here is the sticky situation, and it's the provisional ballots. We know that in 55 of the 67 counties, there's at least 101 provisional ballots that were issued on Election Day. And there was two reasons you can end up getting a provisional ballot. One is you requested an absentee ballot, and you forgot to bring it with you. Because one of the ways, if you decided you didn't want to either trust the mail or whatever it was, you had to, they said, bring your ballot, and then boom, you can vote. If you forgot to bring your ballot, then you got to hand it a provisional, and they want to make sure you didn't double vote. The other reason could simply be you said you requested an absentee ballot and you never got it. So that would be the other reason you got the provisional. So you might say provisional ballots. Historically, you would say, well, Democrats usually win these provisional ballots. And pretty much in 49 other states, that's usually the case most years. This year, that's not the case here in Pennsylvania. In our first little, there's been some indication that some of these provisional ballots are some Election Day Trump voters. And we know that Election Day voters went heavily towards President Trump. So it's not, we don't know how many of those 100,000 provisionals, and there may be, there's 12 other counties. We don't know how many. There could be just 10,000 more provisionals in those 12 counties or another 50,000 provisionals in those 12 counties, right? We don't know for sure. And we don't know that all those provisionals would count. But you're suddenly looking, if President Trump is winning those provisionals the way he won Election Day vote, getting 58, 59% of those provisionals, well, then suddenly this may slip into recount territory and all this stuff. So I can just tell you this. With this provisional ballot situation, unless some of these ballots come in soon, this feels a little tough to get to our 99.5% certainty
Where
rate.
did the 101,000 come from? We hadn't heard that.
55 different counties.
So but that just popped up on the radar.
So, for instance, well, we knew there were going to be provisional ballots, but I'll say like there's 17,000 came from Allegheny County. Now, that's a fairly large county, so 17,000 of those 100,000 are just from that area. On paper, you would say, well, this is Allegheny County, as you know. Look, Joe Biden almost got 60% out of this, but there are pockets of Republican folks. And again, even in some of this, in the same way that vote by mail skewed heavily towards Joe Biden voters, even in red counties, it's possible these provisional, and there's some indication that these provisional ballots, even in blue counties that were issued on Election Day, may end up skewing slightly to the
And they take longer
President
to
Trump.
count because you have to do a little work to prove that they're legitimate.
That's right, including making sure they didn't double vote, making sure that they didn't vote in another county. There's some issues like that. So the bottom line is we're not comfortable yet. We're not saying it might not get close. I mean, this is a good lead. But it is 0.4%. So we're in that recount. You're technically in the recount window as it is. So, look, Pennsylvania is not something that we think is ready is ready to be baked. Is the bottom line. Now let's go to Arizona. Arizona is another place where we've been watching the former vice president's lead slowly go down. It's now below 30,000. We just got another chunk of vote was processed in Maricopa County, and President Trump received about 54% of it, about 61,000 ballots. He received about 54% of it. We had been saying he needs to win at about a 57, 58% clip. He's not getting it, but there's still 178,000 total ballots, and it's not out of the realm.
And
if he obviously what he needs to win, it's up to 59 or 60%. But the point is, we don't think he's hitting the number that he needs, but he's not that far off. So it's in the window. We're not quite there.
There's a portion of provisional ballots in that number as well.
There is, but there's not as many provisional ballots.
I think it's 47,000.
Yes, and there's not as many, and we don't think it's going to. Pennsylvania is a unicorn. I really believe in all the different things for all the different reasons, the way the Election Day mail voting went versus the vote by mail. We're not necessarily certain that some of those patterns are going to replicate themselves in some of these other states. But this is another one. The lead he's cut into it. It still seems that he's going to come up short, but it's the president. But he's not out of the realm, which is why this is. We thought we might be able to characterize tonight. I think we feel less certain we can characterize tonight. We need to see more vote, and we expect no more tonight from Arizona for what it's worth. But we do expect some beginning tomorrow morning, Arizona time, which would be late morning East Coast, close to lunchtime. Now let's go to Nevada. In Nevada, we've been getting some Clark County numbers, and they came in, and if you see here, let me give you the statewide vote. The vice president's lead has also grown throughout the day. I think we were at 11,000 when we went to, I'm getting my days. I want to say 11.
I seem to recall that.
Does that sound about right? And we've essentially doubled over a 24-hour period. But this is another one where we do have some questions about some provisional ballot situation here. And again, it's the same. Nevada had a same-day voter registration. And so one of the things we'd like to know is what was the same-day voter registration? There was a big chunk of same-day voter registration numbers in Clark County on Election Day. What is that party split? We don't have that yet. Our man John Ralston's trying to get it. Trust me, we've all been working together to get that. If we can get that split, if this does skew Republican, this provisional ballot situation, then that is going to, I would say, complicate our math and our ability to project this state. If it ends up breaking about even, because both parties were really pushing people to, hey, you can same-day register. This is the first time that was allowed in Nevada.
If you showed up and you said, I want to register and I want to vote, they would say, fine, and here's a provisional ballot. Is that correct?
No, well,
They called that a provisional ballot?
That's not clear if it's fully provisional or if you weren't in the system you're in, but they do have to double check. But I don't think it's counted as a provisional ballot.
Okay, because we learned about, aren't there about 60,000
there
provisional ballots?
There are some provisional ballots,
now
but the same-day voter registration issue is not totally tied to the provisional. Oh, Savannah. But I do want to take you to one more state that we're not calling tonight or probably ever until it's confirmed. But it is worth noting that we're basically have counted all the ballots. There's a few. They're waiting to see how many of the military ballots came in, which, by the way, one estimate I think had it. We had said that maybe it was be three of the 8,000 military ballots, maybe 3,000 would arrive, maybe less than that. But Joe Biden's lead is now. Before they said a large high school, 4,300, I'd say that's an extra large high school is his margin.
It's really a small liberal arts college.
There you go. All right, fair enough. And as you could see, he got such a big lead, he actually is up 1/10 of a point. You know, they were tied essentially for the last 2 days. But in that sense, there's obviously Georgia's not going anywhere because the recount wouldn't even begin until November 20th. But the bottom line is, Biden's lead is increasing there, but there's a provisional ballot question. Biden's lead is increasing in Nevada, but there's a same-day voter registration question. Biden's lead is dwindling in Arizona, but not at a rate fast enough, it looks like, for President Trump to catch him. But here we are.
All right. Well, it took 10 minutes, but that's the state of play.
Unfortunately, yes, it does take 10 minutes.
That's our election right now. Let's turn to somebody who's got a lot of attention on him right now, whether he wants it or not, the NBC News Director of Elections, John Lipinski. And John, I just want to put it to you plainly, because there are a lot of folks waiting for you. They're waiting for you and your colleagues there to come up with a call. And a lot of them feel that this is close enough that the decision desk should be able to make that call. We kind of just went through it with Chuck, but can you explain why it is and what level of certainty you really have to attain in order to make a projection that a race has gone one way or the other?
Yeah, we need to be 99.5% confident. And, you know, basically, I mean, listening to Chuck, it makes me feel like I might be here for a while. And so what the issue here is that we need to make sure that we're 99.5% confident that the person who's leading isn't going to be caught by the second candidate. And the issue that we're really facing is we're really trying to figure out, like, you know, sort of these differences between how the provisional ballots are going. We're looking at also how many ballots, for example, in Pennsylvania, how many ballots is Biden going to sort of net out? How much is his lead going to grow with these, you know, remaining mail ballots where he's doing very well? And the big issue that we're seeing right now is that we kind of have an idea of how many of these ballots are out, but all of the ballots now that in our estimated vote out are hard ballots to they're basically hard ballots for election officials to process because most of them have problems. And we're going to see a lot of rejections. And so that's why there's this uncertainty. You know, we know that President Trump is going to net ballots in Pennsylvania, for example, in the provisionals. Biden's going to net ballots in the remaining mail ballots. But we don't have a really good sense yet of how many of these provisionals will be rejected and how many of these mail ballots will be rejected. I mean, we have a ballpark idea, but not a full, you know, a hard number.
Had you factored in that large number of provisional ballots, or did that take you by surprise, that number, and did it slow down your analysis of Pennsylvania?
I think that it wasn't, the large number wasn't that much of a surprise, just because of a lot of the changes that have happened in this COVID era and how elections are administered. But what did surprise us is that, provisionals usually break Democrat, and we are not seeing that at all in Pennsylvania. We're definitely seeing those provisionals look a lot like Election Day vote, and President Trump did really well in that. And so we're factoring that in. So that's why this lead right now in Pennsylvania, while it's growing right now for Vice President Biden. It's going to be chipped away at once those provisionals are started to count in serious ways, because the only provisionals that have been counted so far are in the really small and primarily Republican counties. They haven't started counting provisionals in Philadelphia. They're going to start doing that Monday and Tuesday.
Can I just ask you, because of the world we live in right now, are you being any more or less cautious this year than you would any other year?
We're always cautious on the decision desk. It's like sort of in our genetic makeup, I think. We have to get these right. But this particular year, there's just so many curveballs that have been thrown our way that we really are taking a little bit more time to make sure that we understand exactly what we're seeing and analyzing it. So it is taking us a little bit more time. We're giving it a second and third, sort of set of eyes to make sure that we're seeing the same thing. And when we look at the data.
Hey, John, let's go to Nevada, because I think Savannah and I confused each other just now with
Wouldn't
the
be
same.
The first time.
That's right. The same day voter registration issue. She actually brought up a good point. She stumped me. She goes, well, shouldn't those be provisional ballots if you've agreed to register vote the same day? This is new for Nevada. Explain this same day voter registration issue. People were registering to vote they could register the second they voted any day they chose to vote in Nevada. But it's Election Day itself that we're looking for. But are those provisional ballots if you are a new registered voter? Okay. So then they have to go through extra scrutiny?
Yeah, they do. I mean, but not all provisionals are treated equally. And also, Chuck, they were provisionals if they decided to change their registration also. So you could do two things, right, in Nevada. You could either register sort of as a new voter, or you could change your registration. We saw a fair bit of that. But they are counted as provisionals, and we'll have to just see. So in those provisionals, they may behave quite differently as what we are seeing in Pennsylvania, because they're different, right? And so that's what we're seeing, a lot of variation across the states. What's happening in Pennsylvania, not the same thing necessarily in Nevada.
All right. Well, looks like it's another sleepless night for you. John Lipinski, thank you for your work. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Well, joining us now is Arizona Secretary of State Katie Hobbs. Madam Secretary, thank you for being with us. We hate to be the kids in the back seat saying, is it ready yet? But are we there yet? But where do things stand? We saw a release of more a few hours ago. Where do you stand now?
We are getting closer, I promise you. As Chuck just said a few minutes ago, Arizona's got about 175,000 outstanding ballots. 92,000 of those are in Maricopa County. And I would expect that we would see a lot of those Maricopa County ballots counted tomorrow. They are going to update at 9 a.m. and then again at 7 p.m., both of those Arizona time. And every time they've updated, it's been around 60 to 70,000 ballots. So I would anticipate we get through a lot of those 92,000 tomorrow. The other thing, you were talking about provisional ballots. We've got about 47,000 provisional ballots in the state. I think it's really important to note that not all of those ballots are counted, because the reason they're provisional is we don't know if those voters are eligible to vote or not, and that has to be verified. And our counties have 5 days after the election, 5 business days. So a lot of those won't be ready to count until Tuesday. But again, it's such a small part of the total. I don't know that it's going to have that much of an impact. And again, they're not all counted.
Everybody just when you said Tuesday, I'll just be honest, there was this big collective drop of
a nation's heart broke, right? That Secretary House. So we know actually how hard folks are working there, including Maricopa County elections officials who have been pulling all-nighters. Are they doing that again? You said, I believe, that you felt like that 147,000 votes that are left over, the ones that are not provisional, could be counted as soon as tomorrow. Are they working all night again?
If they are updating again at 9 a.m. tomorrow, then yes, that would be the assumption that they're working pretty late into the night, counting tonight.
All right. Well, wind at your back. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We're going to take a pause right here. We'll have a quick break. Our special Decision 2020 election coverage continues right after this. Stay with us.
Remember that deep breath moment I spoke of on election eve? Maybe you can begin to let it out. No, this isn't over yet, but the votes are being counted. Not as fast as we want, but democracy is working, and we're proving once again that it is our voices that count.
White sandy beaches, crystal blue water. How incredible is that? We only get one shot at making the first impression. We're here to work, or you will be gone. High maintenance charter guest.
This crew needs to step it up.
New crew, perfect storm.
This was not open!
Get back to this boat now. Suck it up, cream puff.
Set your DVR to watch new episodes of Bravo's Below Deck every Monday after 9.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay, please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down.
No, it's my children. I can't calm down.
Do No Harm, a new podcast series from NBC News and Wondery. First 2 episodes available Tuesday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
I wore my snowshoes.
Hashtag blessed on that one.
I'm a purebred Mormon.
I'm Pentecostal.
It is a very big deal that I'm no longer Mormon. I was raised Mormon, but I'm converting to Islam.
Assalamu alaikum, bitches. Perfection is attainable. She's a bitch.
Go away.
Amen.
The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City premieres Wednesday at 10, only on Bravo. Set your DVR.
Welcome back. As we now look at Nevada, we want to bring in Jacob Soboroff, who's in Las Vegas, who can give us the lay of the land there. Jacob?
Hi, Lester. Good evening to you. You know, it seems as though Vice President Biden's lead here continues to gradually widen. And I think it's fair to say President Trump's, path or avenues to stopping that are certainly narrowing. And one way that happened this evening is a lawsuit that was put forward by his allies, including former acting director of intelligence Rick Grenell, was basically ruled. It wasn't quite tossed out in federal court, but what they were asking for, the so-called relief, to stop using these signature automated validation machines machines, put some of their own election observers inside of the facility, was denied by this judge. It had a big press conference about it yesterday. They presented no evidence of voter fraud, and the judge said that there was little, if no evidence of any of the claims that the Trump campaign was making here. So it comes back to the vote at this point, which, as Chuck was outlining, was just yesterday an 8,000 vote margin. It has now increased from 12,000 to over 22,000. And not to wade into the great Chuck Savannah debate over provisional ballots and same-day registration, but indeed I just confirmed with the local registrar here that those same-day registrations will be counted as part of that last batch as provisional ballots. So again, tomorrow morning, we expect yet another update from the registrar here. They're counting, as we've talked about over the last couple days, relatively slowly, but they insist they're doing it deliberately so they can count these votes accurately. And then there will be a second dump of votes later tomorrow afternoon. And hopefully by that point, the remaining 50,000 or so mail-in ballots, vote-by-mail ballots, either dropped in or put into the post, will be all accounted for by the end of the weekend, and hopefully we'll be all that much closer to a resolution here.
All right. Thank you so much, Jacob. Let's go to veteran Nevada political journalist, editor of the Nevada Independent, John Ralston. John, you are our Nevada guru, so let's get those tea leaves out. We just talked about the 60,000 provisional ballots in Nevada. Provisional ballots, something that means something different to every state. In Nevada, it includes people who showed up on election day and they could have registered and voted on the very same day, or they could have changed their registration. Now, given that scenario, do you have any analysis of how you expect this chunk of votes to go?
Well, I do have some analysis, and I wouldn't just say that it's pure uneducated speculation. By the way, before I start, Savannah, I want to let you know that our Secretary of State's office here obviously watches NBC, because after your conversation with Chuck, they tweeted out a thread explaining all of these same-day registration provisionals. The main thing to remember about them is that they are not going to be counted until after all of the mail ballots are done, and that is November 10th. They're not going to be counted because they have to be verified. They have to make sure these people have not voted yet. Having said all that, there already are 47,000 same-day registration provisionals in Clark County that have been tallied up, and it's on the Secretary of State's website, and the Democrats have an advantage there, as you would assume they would. Clark County is a heavily Democratic county. It has an 11% registration edge. Those mail ballots that you referred to, I'm going to do some quick math here. I promise I won't do Chuck Todd in the weeds math. It'll be real simple. And that is this. These 50 or 60,000 mail ballots, there's already a pattern established. Before the election was 2-1 for Democrats. The last three updates we have seen, one yesterday and two today, have essentially seen 2-1 for Joe Biden. Joe Biden's lead has tripled since election night, from 7,500 to about 22,000. That pattern is going to continue in some fashion with those 50,000 ballots. But Savannah, suppose it doesn't. Suppose it stays at 20,000. That means that Donald Trump would have to win by 2-1 in those provisional ballots in Clark County. Not going to happen.
Okay, so can we just break that down for a second there? We know that we have this 60,000 provisional ballots, which includes some of those same-day registration that we talked about. You're saying that's batch. They have until November 10th to count those, right?
No. I didn't explain this clearly because obviously I'm talking too fast. Those provisional ballots cannot even be looked at until after the mail is counted, because what they have to do with those provisional ballots before they count them is verify them.
Well,
and by verify them...
How come they were able to count those provisional ballots you mentioned in Clark County?
No, they haven't counted those. They just tallied up what the breakdown is, Savannah,
the party
between
breakdown.
Democrats and Republicans.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on that. The Democrats have a slight advantage in those provisional ballots.
There was one thing, John, you and I were trying to get today, which was, do we have the party breakdown of the folks that came on election day itself? Because this is the concern. Are we going to see the same election day phenomenon that we saw in other states where those election day voters skewed heavily towards the president? And one thing we didn't seem to have 2 hours ago was an idea of what did November 3rd, that day, on Tuesday, what was that breakdown of the same-day voter registrations?
So here's what we do know, Chuck. We know what the breakdown was of people who voted on Election Day. Forget the provisionals for a second. Here in Clark County, it was essentially even. The Republicans won by only a few thousand votes. Again, as you know, Chuck, the registration is so overwhelming in favor of the Democrats in Clark County that if the Republicans hold that even, they are having a huge victory.
So what you're saying is that was a surge in and of itself. The fact that the Republicans were even on Election Day was actually an overperformance. So then what you're saying is the provisionals will likely fall in line of, it might lean slightly Republican, but what you're saying is it would be a slightly on that same day voter registration surge.
I expect that, and you say surge. Now remember, because they put in mail balloting this time, the Republicans consistently did better in Clark County than they usually do. In fact, they won early voting, but only by a few thousand votes every day, Chuck, during the early voting period. They're not going to make that many gains because there's so many more Democrats than Republicans here. But let me repeat what I said earlier. Even if it's not the usual breakdown, even if they win those provisionals by 2-1, that's not going to be enough for Trump to catch Joe Biden, even if it doesn't move from a 20,000, 22,000 vote lead right now, because you still have the 50,000 mail ballots to count. And those are going to be heavily, if the pattern that we've seen in the last 3 updates holds, in Joe Biden's favor.
Okay.
The math just does not work for the president here.
Okay, so 50,000 mail-in votes, and after which they can count the provisionals, that's 60,000. Quick question. When do they start counting again in Nevada? Tomorrow?
Yeah, in fact, and tomorrow, Chuck will be happy to hear this. I should have a complete breakdown of the parties in those provisional ballots. Okay. So we'll have that. And at 9 o'clock here on the Best Coast, they are going to release the next update from Clark County. We don't know how many ballots, but they're going to do an update from Clark County, 9 in the morning. That's the plan.
All right, get your homework in on time there, John. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Get them into shape there, John.
Let's go to Rahema Ellis in the all-important city of Philadelphia. Rahema.
Lester, I can tell you that here in the largest city in the state of Pennsylvania, where am I? They've got 23,000 mail ballots that need to still be counted. That's part of what the picture is statewide. We're being told more than 102,500 mail-in ballots that have yet to be counted. Here in Philadelphia, one of the things that they said is that they have not yet started counting some of those segregated ballots, that came in after the 8 o'clock deadline on in-person voting and the deadline today for getting those other mail-in ballots in. They haven't started counting them in. And the other thing I was asking today is, how many are there? They have not yet released that number yet. Nonetheless, the way that this has been trending has led to some celebration in the streets here in Philadelphia around the convention center of some Biden supporters who are feeling very excited about what they think is going to happen. There were Biden supporters dancing in the street and yelling, "Continue the count," taking up most of the real estate, versus the Trump supporters who were saying, "Stop the count." They were disagreeing, but not disagreeable. The police say that there were no reports of any significant nature of any disputes between people. There were no arrests. But people were making their voices heard, those unhappy and a lot more who were very happy about what seems to be going on here. In terms of how long this counting is going on, and unlike in Arizona, they've never stopped counting here in Philadelphia. And they say, in fact, they're counting tonight and tomorrow and the day after that and the day after that until they get it all done.
We'll continue to track those numbers. All right, Rahema, thanks very much.
Thank you. Also standing by in Pennsylvania is Pennsylvania Attorney General Josh Shapiro. Mr. Attorney General, you are relevant at this hour. There was a Supreme Court decision on a piece of litigation that you're involved with, has to do with those votes in Pennsylvania that were sent by Election Day, but could arrive as late as 5 o'clock today. I've been calling them the Tuesday to Friday set of votes. They've been set aside. They've been segregated, but they may come back and be a point of contention, a serious case before the United States Supreme Court. Can you bring us up to date on what's happening with that case?
Yeah, Savannah, and just one slight correction. It's the Wednesday to Friday ballots. These are ballots that were cast and postmarked before the polls closed on Tuesday, but received Wednesday, Thursday, or up until today at 5 p.m. And look, this actually really isn't that controversial at all. Our state Supreme Court ruled that those ballots could be counted, that they were lawful, legal ballots. On 3 separate occasions, including just a couple hours ago, the United States Supreme Court, upon pleading from the Trump campaign and their supporters, were asked to intervene and effectively overturn the state Supreme Court ruling and stop those ballots from being counted. What was interesting about the order we just got from Justice Alito was they again decided not to intervene in the case, but in this case, affirmed our Secretary of State's ruling that says those ballots should be counted and directed each of the 67 county election boards to segregate and count those ballots.
Can I ask you a question? The numbers that these counties are reporting out and the numbers that we're putting on the screen, do they include those segregated ballots? I know you're keeping them, the Wednesday through Friday ballots, we're keeping them in a separate pile in Pennsylvania, and you're counting them. But do they go into the grand total here?
So, Savannah, I'd love to give you an exactly precise answer. That can only come from the Secretary of State. But it is my understanding from talking to various counties, not everyone, but various counties, that they are including that in the overall totals. I also understand that we're not talking about, tens of thousands of ballots. We're talking about a few thousand ballots. And I realize you'd probably like a more precise answer. I think the Secretary of State can give you that. But I just want to kind of set everyone's expectations as to what we're talking about here. The key issue, though, is there has been an ongoing and concerted effort by lawyers for Donald Trump, for President Trump, to stop the counting. This has occurred almost since the polls closed. And in every single one of those situations where they've tried to stop the ballots from being counted, they have failed, and the count has continued. These are legal votes. They are going to be counted here in Pennsylvania.
Let me ask you about the provisional ballots. In Pennsylvania, is there a uniform standard when it comes to verifying those ballots?
Well, each of our 67 counties are going to go through those ballots, which the Secretary of State estimates at just around 100,000 provisional ballots. And let me give you an example, Lester. Someone says they ordered a mail-in ballot and it didn't arrive. And they show up on election day and they say, look, I never got my mail-in ballot. I want to vote. We err on the side of enfranchisement, not disenfranchisement. But of course, we have to verify that that voter didn't vote twice, right? That they didn't cast their mail-in ballot and then show up and try and vote on election day. And so you cast something called a provisional ballot. Then by hand, the counties have to go through and, verify that that provisional ballot should count. Or perhaps there was a different ballot that was the valid one and the provisional one should not count. Obviously, that's a painstaking process. It takes time, but it should take time because you want to follow the law and you want to get it right. Some others have asked, what direction are these provisional ballots going to go as they're trying to do the math in their head about Pennsylvania? And look, I'm certainly not a pundit. I can't predict. You got Chuck Todd there to do that. But historically, these provisional ballots have essentially just tracked the way voters have voted in that region or in that voting district or in that county where they come from. So obviously, I have no idea how those folks voted. But generally speaking, that's how provisional ballots work and how they have come out in the past.
Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania Attorney General, thank you for your time. Nice to speak to you, sir. We're going to take another break. We'll be right back with more Decision 2020. I did 2000. More Decision 2020 election coverage.
I referred to Biden as Gore once last night, too. So you're right there. It's all right,
As
Lester.
Yogi Berra would say, it's deja vu all over again.
Yeah.
The moment I spoke of on election eve, maybe you could begin to let it out. No, this isn't over yet, but the votes are being counted. Not as fast as we want, but democracy is working, and we're proving once again that it is our voices that count. Remember that deep breath moment I spoke of on election eve? Maybe you could begin to let it out. No, this isn't over yet, but the votes are being counted. Not as fast as we want, but democracy is working, and we're proving once again that it is our voices that count.
White sandy beaches, crystal blue water. How incredible is that? We only get one shot at making the first impression. We're here to work, or you will be gone. High maintenance charter guest.
This crew needs to step it up.
New crew, perfect storm.
This was not open!
Get back to this boat now. Suck it up, cream puff.
Set your DVR to watch new episodes of Bravo's Below Deck every Monday after 9.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay, please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, and she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down.
No, it's my children. I can't calm down.
Do No Harm, a new podcast series from NBC News and Wondery. First 2 episodes available Tuesday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
I wore my snowshoes.
Hashtag blessed on that one.
I'm a purebred Mormon.
I'm Pentecostal. It is a very big deal that I'm no longer Mormon. I was raised Mormon, but I'm converting to Islam.
Assalamu alaikum, bitches. Perfection is attainable. She's a bitch. Go away. Amen.
The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City premieres Wednesday at 10, only on Bravo. Set your DVR.
Welcome back. As the nation sits in a little suspense trying to figure out who the next president will be, we can tell you we expect to hear from former Vice President Joe Biden in Wilmington here very shortly. Jeff Bennett is at the headquarters there. What can you tell us, Jeff?
Hey, Lester, good evening. Well, I can tell you I can hear sirens off in the distance and a helicopter flying above, which suggests to me that Joe Biden's motorcade is set to make its way here any minute now. And I can tell you that earlier today, the expectation among campaign staffers was that that shot you're seeing right there on your screen, that this parking lot would have been full and that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris would have been on that outdoor stage delivering their victory speeches. But with this race too close to call, that plan was put on hold. And what they're going to do instead is speak to America, speak to the assembled cameras and reporters from inside. And there's a reason for that approach. All during this campaign, Joe Biden's core value proposition has been that he is the polar opposite of Donald Trump. And whereas President Trump earlier this week preemptively and falsely declared himself the winner of the race, Joe Biden has made clear that it's not up to Joe Biden or Donald Trump to declare themselves the victors. It's up to the American people to make that determination. And that determination hinges on an independent declaration of the results. And because the race has not been called, we are told that Joe Biden instead is going to offer something of a progress report. He's going to express confidence in the process, and he's also going to make clear that when all the votes are counted, as he said before, that he is certain, he feels, that he and Senator Harris will emerge victorious from all of this. I have to tell you, we've been on the receiving end of calls and texts from antsy and irritated campaign staffers wondering why this race hasn't been called, given the trajectory of it as they see it. But when I talk to people about the candidate himself, he's described as being relaxed and being reflective. And there's a reason for that. Joe Biden, I'm told, has been thinking about this moment for some 3 decades. He first announced his presidential bid in 1988, and since then has been thinking about how he would govern if given the chance. Lester.
All right, Jeff Bennett there in Wilmington. Thanks.
I think everyone in the country is getting antsy and irritated texts from someone they know. People are really hoping that, yes, exactly, that this election will be called, but we wait for the votes to be counted. Let's see what's going on with the Trump campaign. Chief White House correspondent Hallie Jackson at her post tonight. Hi, Hallie.
Hi, Savannah. I can tell you, based on some conversations over the last couple of hours as we're coming on the air, there is a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking going on in and around the White House and the Trump campaign, wondering how the president got into this spot. Questions about the legal team, the legal messaging that is now in place as the president pushes forward, with the best path to victory being, frankly, through the court system. As you are seeing now, these challenges that the campaign is mounting, 6 different active lawsuits right now in a couple of different states. That is something that is the focus right now for the president. I'm told that President Trump, over the course of the day, has come to understand, based on sources I've talked to tonight, frankly, the grim reality that is in place now. As we're seeing where these numbers are, as we're seeing where the numbers are going, he understands it is an uphill climb. He's not necessarily happy about it as the person who is hoping to win back the White House, but I'm told that he is in this sort of fighting stance, this fighting mode. That is at least the framing that we're hearing about both publicly and privately about this, fighting again through the legal path and figuring out what options are available to him, looking at every possible scenario. It's why we don't expect, if this race gets to this point where it ends up called, and again, it is very clear that we are not there yet based on those antsy and irritated text messages everybody's getting. But if it gets to that point, that's why you should not expect an immediate concession with President Trump. We're told that the president is likely not going to do that until after canvasses, recounts, certifications, et cetera, are done. That's not until, I think the latest one is the beginning of December 1st for the state of Wisconsin. So we're looking at a fairly long path here. What's interesting is that over the last 4 years, we are now sort of in this campaign wrapping up as we did the campaign 4 years ago with factionalism and with finger pointing. That really is the sense of things that we're hearing tonight.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thanks so much. We'll be back with more Decision 2020 election coverage right after this short break. On election eve, maybe you can begin to let it out. No, this isn't over yet, but the votes are being counted. Not as fast as we want, but democracy is working, and we're proving once again that it is our voices that count.
White sandy beaches, crystal blue water. How incredible is that? We only get one shot at making the first impression. We're here to work, or you will be gone. High maintenance charter guest.
This crew needs to step it up.
New crew, perfect storm.
This is not open!
Get back to this boat now. Suck it up, cream puff.
Set your DVR to watch new episodes of Bravo's Below Deck every Monday after 9.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay, please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down.
No, it's my children. I can't calm down.
Do No Harm, a new podcast series from NBC News and Wondery. First 2 episodes available Tuesday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
my snowshoes. Hashtag blessed on that one.
I'm a purebred Mormon.
I'm Pentecostal. It is a very big deal that I'm no longer Mormon. I was raised Mormon, but I'm converting to Islam.
Assalamu alaikum, bitches. Perfection is attainable. She's a bitch. Go away.
Amen. The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City premieres Wednesday at 10, only on Bravo. Set your DVR.
Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware, where we expect momentarily to see Joe Biden come out and address, looks like some supporters in the car there, and kind of give us a status update. I think it's fair to say that he was wishing he'd be out here at this time to celebrate victory, but that call has not come right now, but he will be in front of the camera.
Yeah, I think that was the plan at the beginning of the day, but Pennsylvania came in and has extra votes that need to be counted, and they're not right there yet, ready to be called. But you were saying, Chuck, I mean, we were sort of making a joke about how people are antsy and irritated and anxious. You know, fair enough. This has been quite a different election in a pandemic. You've had all this mail-in voting. You've got states with 50 different rules, and people are tired of waiting. But you were talking about the ultimate outcome here.
So this is what I'm sure is frustrating for people watching this, which is they're looking at, well, Biden leads in all these states, and he doesn't need all of them to get to his 270. Donald Trump needs a lot of things to happen, not just Pennsylvania. And so, and we really have never been in a situation like this where, in some ways, you could be far more certain of who's going to get 270 electoral votes, but less certain about which of the combination of states is going to get him there. And so we are in this unique situation where we're not quite at certainty of Arizona, not at certainty in Nevada, not at certainty in Georgia or in Pennsylvania, but reverse engineer it. It is much harder for Donald Trump to figure out how to reverse this.
And here is former Vice President Joe Biden about to take the podium.
Good evening, my fellow Americans. We don't have a final declaration of victory yet, but the numbers tell us it's clear. Tell us a clear and convincing story. We're going to win this race. Just look at what has happened since yesterday. 24 hours, we were behind in Georgia. Now we're ahead, and we're going to win that state. 24 hours ago, we were behind in Pennsylvania, and we are going to win Pennsylvania. And now we're ahead, but we're winning in Arizona. We're in Nevada, and in fact, our lead just doubled in Nevada. We're on track to over 300 electoral college votes. And look at the national numbers. We're going to win this race with a clear majority of the nation behind us. We've gotten over 74 million votes. Let me repeat that, 74 million votes. That's more than any presidential ticket has ever gotten in the history of the United States of America. And our vote total is still growing. We're beating Donald Trump by over 4 million votes. And that's a margin that's still growing as well. One of the things I'm especially proud of is how well we've done across America. And we're going to be the first Democrat to win in Arizona in 24 years. We're going to be the first Democrat to win Georgia in 28 years. And we've rebuilt the blue wall in the middle of the country that crumbled just 4 years ago. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, the heartland of this nation. I know watching these vote tallies on TV moves very slow, and it's as slow as it goes, it can be numbing. But never forget, the tallies aren't just numbers. They represent votes and voters, men and women who exercise their fundamental right to have their voice heard. And what's becoming clear each hour is that record number of Americans of all races, faiths, religions chose change over more of the same. They've given us a mandate for action on COVID, the economy, climate change, systemic racism. They made it clear they want the country to come together, not continue to pull apart. The people spoke, more than 74 million Americans, and they spoke loudly for our ticket. But while we're waiting for the final results, I want people to know we're not waiting to get the work done and start the process. Yesterday, Senator Harris and I held meetings with groups of experts on public health and the economic crisis this country is facing. The pandemic, as you also know, is getting more worrisome all across the country. Daily cases are skyrocketing, and it's now believed that we could see as many as 200,000 cases in a single day. The death toll is approaching 240,000 lives lost to this virus. That's 240,000 empty chairs, kitchen tables, and dining room tables all across America. We'll never be able to measure all that pain and the loss, the suffering that so many families have experienced. We know something about what it feels like to lose someone. And I want them to know they're not alone. Our hearts break with you. I want everyone to know on day one, we're going to put our plan to control this virus into action. We can't save any of the lives lost, any of those who have been lost, but we can save a lot of lives in the months ahead. Senator Harris and I also heard yesterday about how this recovery is slowing because of the failure to get the pandemic under control. More than 20 million people are on unemployment. Millions are worried about making rent and putting food on the table. Our economic plan will put a focus on a path to a strong recovery. Look, we both know tensions are high. They can be high after a tough election, one like we've had. But we need to remember, we have to remain calm, patient. Let the process work out as we count all the votes. You know, we're proving again what we've proved for 244 years in this country. Democracy works. Your vote will be counted. I don't care how hard people try to stop it. I will not let it happen. The people will be heard. Our journey is toward a more perfect union, and it keeps moving on. In America, we hold strong views. We have strong disagreements, and that's okay. Strong disagreements are inevitable in a democracy, and strong disagreements are healthy. They're a sign of a vigorous debate, of deeply held views. But we have to remember, the purpose of our politics isn't total, unrelenting, unending warfare. No, the purpose of our politics, the work of the nation, isn't to fan the flames of conflict, but to solve problems, to guarantee justice, to give everybody a fair shot, and to improve the lives